June, Jiangnan City, 6 p.m. Didn't I get chopped up on the bed by some crazy women? Where the hell is this? In front of the gilded and carved door of Queen KTV, Lin Xie stood there like a soul-lost statue. The loose white t-shirt he was wearing had long been soaked with sweat and was clinging to his slightly hunched back. The raw edges of his ripped jeans at the knees were worn white, and he was wearing a pair of white sneakers on his feet. The heavy black-framed glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, revealing his swollen eyelids and dark circles under his eyes. He looked indescribably decadent. He always look like this. He will become more handsome after he wins over Chen Sihan in Chapter 6. Lin Xie suddenly pinched his arm hard, and felt the pain clearly. Only then did he realize that he had really left that erotic and bloody scene. Is it time travel? His eyes widened as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. The transparent KTV door was like a mirror, reflecting the unfamiliar image of a otaku. Lin Xie moved closer, looked at the thin, deathly-like face in the mirror, and compared it with his angular and handsome appearance in his previous life. A sense of absurdity surged in his heart. At this moment, a strong feeling of dizziness came over Lin Xie, and he felt as if his head was about to be torn apart. Countless fragmented memories flooded into his mind like a tide. After a moment, he finally understood his current situation. He traveled through time and space to the body of a prospective college student with the same name and surname who had just finished the college entrance examination. At this moment, he was on a date with his online crush, but in fact, he was just an ATM tool used by the other party to pay the bill. It turned out that the original owner of this body had promised the goddess to come down to pay the KTV bill, but found that the balance was insufficient. He was so anxious that he died, which allowed Lin Xie to take over the body. Fuck, brother, you are such a coward. It was women who paid for the room I booked, and you are dying of anxiety because you can't pay? Lin Xie couldn't help but complain in his heart. In his previous life, he was a veteran in the love field. He was good at sweet talk, best at providing emotional value, and well versed in the art of PUA, making women willing to spend money on him. However, it is precisely because of his superb methods that women love him so much that they become yandere. In the end, he was discovered by the women because he was promiscuous and had multiple relationships. They pretended to love him very much and were willing to accept group sex. Just when Lin Xie had finished partying with them, feeling extremely weak but also extremely satisfied and thinking that he was a winner in life, they revealed yandere expressions, and in their fight to possess him exclusively, they cut him into several pieces, ending up with the same tragic end as Makoto. Unexpectedly, God made him travel back to the body of such a nerd and a bootlicker. Life is really unpredictable. Just as Lin Xie was sighing with emotion, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, looked at the call marked Sihan, and answered the call without any hesitation. Lin Xie, where have you been? Why is it taking you so long to settle the bill? The girl's slightly anxious questioning voice came from the phone, with a hint of impatience. I'm at the entrance of the KTV. Lin Xie responded in a flat tone. Wait a minute, I'll come down to find you. Chen Sihan said and hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, there was a burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of high heels hitting the ground behind me. Lin Xie. There was a hint of anger in the voice. Lin Xie turned around suddenly and saw a slim woman running towards him from a distance. She was about 1.62 meters tall. She wore white 5 centimeters high heels, and every step she took made her long legs look even more eye-catching. Her long black hair had a soft luster in the sunlight and fluttered gently as she ran. The light pink chiffon dress fluttered like light petals as she moved, revealing her white ankles from time to time. The elegant makeup perfectly outlines her delicate eyebrows and eyes. At this moment, because of running, her cheeks are flushed, and there are small marks of water on her collarbone, which makes her look full of pure desire. Memories surged like the tide, and Lin Xie knew the identity of the person in front of him: Chen Sihan, the online love goddess of his original body and a freshman at Jiangnan Art Institute. In the original owner's memory, Chen Sihan was as high and mighty as a goddess. The original owner listened to her and spent money generously. He was even willing to save money and eat instant noodles for her. Lin Xie, you're not going to pay, why are you standing at the door like an idiot? Chen Sihan ran up to him, put her hands on her hips, and asked while breathing heavily. Oh, it's too expensive, 50,000 yuan, and I don't have that much money. Lin Xie said truthfully without changing his expression. Hearing this, Chen Sihan became extremely anxious. Today is her birthday. Encouraged by her best friend, she decided to book a luxurious room in this high-end KTV to celebrate. Originally, she thought that the box fee was 5,000 yuan, and Lin Xiye should be able to handle it easily, but she didn't expect that her girlfriends had so much fun that they opened several bottles of wine worth tens of thousands of yuan, and the total consumption soared to 50,000 yuan. Brother Qiye, you better think of a solution quickly. Today is my birthday, and I can't make a fool of myself in front of my best friend. Chen Sihan immediately put on a pitiful expression. Her eyelids drooped, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, tears appeared in her eyes, and a perfect look of grievance appeared on her delicately made-up face. She has mastered this expression and can make it at any time. However, Lin Qiye just adjusted his glasses and looked at her calmly, as if he didn't care about her difficulties at all. Seeing that pretending to be wrong didn't work, Chen Sihan bit her lip and decided to give this otaku a benefit that would definitely make him excited. Brother Qiye, if you can help me this time, I can wear a white silk sailor suit for you to see. As she spoke, she gently pulled at the corner of Lin Qiye's clothes, her eyes full of anticipation. If it were the previous Lin Qiye, seeing her appearance and the benefits she provided, he would have been extremely excited and would have even sold his kidney to satisfy all her demands. But at this moment, Lin Qiye's attention had already been attracted by the blue light curtain that suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding, the host is detected to be Pua by a bad woman, the bad woman rescue system is bound. Please save the bad woman as your pet. Prevent them from harming other innocent boys. The system will return rescue coins according to a certain ratio based on the rescue value of the bad woman. Rescue coins can be exchanged for money, props, skills, etc. Newbie mission, save Chen Sihan's purity. Within 24 hours success will reward you with a gift package. Newbie reward, detection. I can automatically detect bad women who are eligible to be pets within 10 meters of the host and view their information, cash 100,000. Looking at the words on the light screen, Lin Qiye's pupils shrank slightly. System? It's a must-have for time travelers. The online article really doesn't lie to me. An inexplicable feeling of excitement surged in his heart, and a meaningful smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Save the system? That's interesting. The essence is still PUA, isn't this a professional match? Then I saw the novice tasks, and I didn't expect that Chen Sihan still retained her purity. What a surprise! Chapter 2 Lin Qiye's threat, Chen Sihan's struggle. Then Lin Qiye's gaze quietly fell on Chen Sihan. In an instant, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of his eyes, densely listed with Chen Sihan's detailed information. Name, Chen Sihan. Age, 19. Identity, freshman majoring in dance at Jiangnan Academy of the Arts. Current rescue value, 0-100 no sign of rescue. 0-20 points no sign of rescue, have a strong sense of maintaining their own autonomy and dignity. 20-40 points minor signs of salvation, occasionally you will be forced to obey the unreasonable arrangements of others, but you are extremely reluctant and resistant in your heart. 40-60 points mild rescue, in some aspects, you gradually get used to obeying the orders of others. In order to avoid trouble or gain certain benefits, you obey the unreasonable arrangements of others, and you feel a certain degree of entanglement and struggle in your heart. 60-80 points moderate salvation, often obeys the orders of others involuntarily and relies on the instructions of others to a certain extent. 80-100 points deep salvation, gradually guided by the master's will, they will actively cater to the master's needs, want to be dominated by the master, and gain the master's attention. Appearance 9-6. Body, 94-162 centimeters, 36 c. Bad woman value, 60. Sensitive point, earlobe. Personality, vain, eager for money, obsessed with class transition, fantasizes about meeting a tall, rich and handsome man and marrying into a wealthy family. Looking at this information, Lin Qiye had a deeper understanding of the beautiful girl in front of him. At this moment, Chen Sihan's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts. Brother Qiye, did you hear me? Just at this moment, Lin Qiye's cell phone suddenly made a crisp ding-dong sound. He took out his cell phone to check and found that it was a text message from the bank, indicating that a sum of 100,000 yuan had just arrived in his account. At this moment, his account balance had become 129,938 yuan. Lin Qiye secretly sighed that the system was very efficient. I was just teasing you. I've been waiting for the money to arrive. Lin Qiye smiled. Chen Sihan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, that's great. Let's go and settle the bill. Pay the bill? Pay what bill? Lin Qiye asked with a puzzled look on his face. Chen Sihan was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Didn't you promise before that you would pay for all the expenses today? Lin Xie nodded as if he suddenly understood something. Oh, maybe I was a little confused because I drank too much just now. Now I'm sober and think about it. 50,000 yuan is not a small amount. I don't want to be taken advantage of. Chen Sihan was completely stunned. She never expected Lin Xie to suddenly change his mind. Thinking back to Lin Xie's words and actions just now, he was completely different from the man who always obeyed her and was submissive in the past. This made her feel that the person in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. But the current situation did not allow her to think too much. After all, this KTV box was booked in her name. If she could not pay the high fee, she would lose face in front of all her girlfriends. Moreover, there is a rich girl with a prominent family background in her group of girlfriends, and she is planning to contact her brother recently. And this young lady is crucial to her expanding her upper-class network resources. If I can't even pay this little bill today, I'm afraid I'll never be able to integrate into this circle again. Thinking of this, Chen Sihan immediately put on an annoyed expression, his tone full of questioning and anger. Lin Xie, I didn't expect you to be such a person who doesn't keep your word. We don't need to contact each other anymore. Humph. After saying that, she shook her hair, turned around and walked out the door. Her attitude seemed as if she really wanted to sever all ties with Lin Xie. In the past, when encountering similar situations, as long as she showed a little temper, a bootlicker like Lin Xie would immediately panic and rush to chase after her to apologize and make peace. However, this time, she miscalculated. Chen Sihan took several steps forward and secretly glanced back, only to find that Lin Xie was still standing there. Not only did he not have any intention of catching up, but he was also looking down at his phone. She became more and more anxious. She gritted her teeth and suddenly squatted down in public, hugged her knees and cried bitterly. This move can be described as a desperate move. Although it can put pressure on the opponent, it will also put oneself in an embarrassing situation and become the focus of everyone's attention. Usually, Chen Sihan cares a lot about her image. If it weren't for the current situation, she would never use this trick easily. But this time, in order to preserve her hard-earned connections, she couldn't care less. However, Chen Sihan's performance did not achieve the expected effect. Although she attracted many curious glances from passers-by, Lin Xie remained unmoved. He still stood there leisurely, watching her performance with interest. Under the scorching heat, Chen Sihan pretended to cry for 2 minutes. Her body and heart were scorched by the heat and the gazes of passers-by. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer, so she had to stand up awkwardly and slowly walk back to Lin Xie. What do you want in exchange for paying the bill? There was an obvious cry tone in Chen Sihan's voice. This time it was no longer a disguise, but she was really anxious and about to cry. Lin Xie looked at her calmly and said slowly, if you want me to pay, it's easy. Come with me to get a room tonight. Chen Sihan's expression froze instantly, with a look of fear and embarrassment on his face. He managed to force out a stiff smile. Get a room? What are you going to do? Miss Sihan, please stop pretending to be a pure saint in front of me. Lin Xie shook his head slightly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. What else can a man and a woman do in the same room? Of course, they can do some passionate things between adults. Lin Xie. I'm not in the mood to play such a boring joke with you now. Chen Sihan was stunned when she heard that he did not call her Sihan as usual but Miss Sihan. But now was obviously not the time to think about these things, and he immediately scolded loudly with shame and anger. I'm not kidding, my request is just that simple. Lin Xie put away his smile and his expression became serious. Chen Sihan suddenly opened her eyes wide, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of surprise. She thought that Lin Xie might make some requests, such as having dinner with her or going on a date with her. The worst condition would be for her to be his girlfriend. But what she didn't expect was that he would make such a dirty and shameless request. You! Despicable! Shameless! Chen Sihan's face turned red with anger. It's you who's anxious to pay the bill, not me. I'm just proposing conditions. You can choose to accept or reject them. I'm not forcing you. How can you say I'm despicable? Besides, $50,000 for one night is a very respectful price to you, isn't it? After saying this, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. After hearing these words, Chen Sihan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Xie hard in the face. However, Lin Xie was prepared and grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his arms. Asshole, let me go. You, a stinking loser, can't hug me. Although Chen Sihan has done pua and licking for countless people, she has never had such close contact with anyone. It's not because of how pure she is, but because the loser is not worthy of her. The only person she is willing to devote herself to is the tall, rich, and handsome man from a wealthy family. She didn't expect that she would be taken advantage of by a loser today. She wanted to die. Began to struggle violently. Lin Chia hugged her tighter and whispered in her ear, "Miss Sihan, you don't want your sisters to laugh at you, do you?" Chen Sihan felt the warm breath coming from his ears, and his body involuntarily felt numb, and an unfamiliar pleasure surged into his heart. She suppressed the strangeness in her heart and cursed with gritted teeth, "Shut up! You scum who takes advantage of others! Let me go! I'm a scumbag? Then what are you?" Lin Chia sneered and let her go. "You deliberately tricked me into paying for your vanity, so you're not a scumbag? Besides, I have provided you with a solution to the problem, shouldn't you thank me? Besides me, who else can help you now?" These words left Chen Sihan, who was sorting her clothes, speechless for a moment. She had to admit that she invited Lin Chia to the birthday party, firstly to show off her charm in front of her best friends, and secondly to let him be the scapegoat. Lin Chia really had no obligation to help her pay the bill, nor did he force her to accept this condition. The reason for the current situation can only be blamed on the fact that this dog who had always been obedient to me suddenly woke up. This is also the reason why he now calls me Miss Sihan. Chen Sihan was filled with helplessness. Even if she was angry, there was nothing she could do. Did she really have to agree to his conditions? But this is my first time. Chapter 3: Chen Sihan's Compromise, Winning First Kiss. Chen Sihan stood at the door of the KTV, experiencing an intense struggle between his conscience and his desires. She has been in the PUA circle for many years, but has always remained pure. This was not because she had such a lofty commitment to chastity, but because she knew clearly that her virginity was an important bargaining chip to knock on the door of a wealthy family. In her countless fantasies, her first night should be on a bright night, with a handsome, elegant, wealthy man, and the two of them would fall in love during a romantic candlelight dinner. Finally, in a high-end 5-star hotel, in the presidential suite on the top floor with a superb night view, she gave her first time to the other person. She could even imagine the look of surprise and pity in the tall, rich and handsome man's eyes when he discovered that she still remained pure. In the other person's eyes, she would be that pure little white flower that has grown out of the mud without being stained, and would be held in the palm of his hand and loved immensely from then on. Then her dream of marrying into a wealthy family is not impossible to achieve. However, reality ruthlessly shattered her beautiful dream. Lin Chia in front of her made a request that put her in a dilemma. If she agrees to Lin Chia, then the important bargaining chip that she has been holding onto for many years will vanish into thin air. But if she doesn't agree, the seemingly solid but actually fragile plastic sisterhood between her and her besties will come to an end. These close friends were her stepping stones to the upper social circle. If she lost them, all her previous efforts would be wasted. After a painful weighing, Chen Sihan pursed his lips and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth with difficulty. I promise you. Speak louder, can't I hear you?" Lin Chia's lips curled up in a playful arc, and that expression seemed to be deliberately teasing her. Chen Sihan clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She knew that Lin Chia was teasing her on purpose, but she didn't dare to resist now. Then he took a deep breath, suddenly raised his voice, and shouted in an angry tone, "I said, I promise you. Don't force yourself." Lin Chia shook his head with pretended regret, his eyes full of teasing. "Seeing you like this, I can't bear it anymore, why don't you just forget it?" Chen Sihan felt endless grievance in her heart. She understood Lin Chia's despicable intentions too well. He just wanted her to let go of her superior attitude and crush her self-esteem bit by bit. But she was now forced into a situation where she had no choice but to submit in humiliation. She took a deep breath again, trying to make her voice soft and flattering. "Brother Chia, please help me." "I don't like calling you Brother Chia." Lin Chia interrupted her mercilessly. "Brother Chia, please help me." Chen Sihan lowered his head, his eyes full of humiliation. Seeing her well-behaved and submissive appearance, Lin Chia smiled with satisfaction. "Then you can go back and pay now." Chen Sihan lowered his head and spoke in a low voice, his tone full of fatigue and helplessness. Of course, but Lin Chia took out his cell phone and turned the screen to Chen Sihan. The lit recording interface made Chen Sihan's pupils shrink suddenly. The red recording indicator light was like a scarlet eye, staring at her coldly, completely extinguishing her lucky idea of tricking her into paying first and then denying it. It turned out that her little plan had already been seen through by Lin Chia. Make the agreement clear. Lin Xie brought the phone closer. After all, words are not enough. If you go back on your word, where can I go to seek justice? You. Chen Sihan's voice trembled, but when she met Lin Xie's half-smile, her voice stopped abruptly. She bit her lower lip and spoke word by word under the other person's gaze. I, Chen Sihan, voluntarily check into a room with Lin Xie in exchange for him paying the 50,000 yuan KTV bill. Then he added, after I check into the room with you, you must delete the recording. Of course, but before that I have to collect the interest first. The moment the recording was saved, Lin Xie suddenly pulled her into his arms. Before Chen Sihan could react, a predatory kiss had already landed on her. Ha! Chen Sihan widened his eyes in disbelief. This was her first kiss. She struggled desperately, but under Lin Xie's skilled attack, all resistance seemed pale and powerless. Lin Xie clasped the back of her head with his hands and pried open her pearly teeth with the tip of his tongue. This aggressive kiss made her gradually lose her strength. 2 minutes later, Chen Sihan leaned in Lin Xie's arms with weak legs. And Lin Xie heard a system prompt, ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 10-100, the host gets 1,000 rescue coins. Lin Xie let her go upon seeing this. At this moment, Chen Sihan stood there with a flushed face and intoxicated look, obviously not yet out of the pleasure. After a moment, Chen Sihan realized what had just happened and angrily yelled, asshole, who allowed you to kiss me? Anyway, we are going to do something more intimate tonight, so a kiss can be considered as advance practice. What? Are you unhappy? Or do you want to regret it? Lin Xie said with a smile. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured down on Chen Sihan, who clenched the corner of her clothes. You. Humph. She remembered that Zhang Xiaoting and her group of sisters were still waiting for her in the box. In order not to lose these connections, she could only swallow her anger and turn to walk into the KTV. The two walked into the KTV one after the other. Passers-by looked at them strangely when they saw this strange combination. Lin Xie held his head high and accepted the gazes of passers-by calmly, while Chen Sihan lowered her head and buried her face in her long hair, praying in her heart that this torment would end soon. As soon as he walked into the lobby, Lin Xie saw a seductively dressed blonde woman talking to a man who looked like a manager at the front desk. The man was respectful, while the woman's expression was full of disdain and ridicule, but not towards the man. Based on the memory of his original body, Lin Xie knew that this woman was one of Chen Sihan's best friends. But why wasn't she in the box? And seeing how familiar she was with the manager, there must be something fishy going on. Lin Xie took out his cell phone, took a photo calmly, and then walked to the front desk. Chapter 4 Chen Sihan's Ridicule, Lin Xie's Tactics. Hello, check out 308. Lin Xie walked up to the front desk and spoke to the man in a suit who looked like a manager. In front of him, the blonde woman and the man turned their heads at the same time. The blonde girl spoke first and asked Chen Sihan, Hanin, where did you go just now? Chen Sihan's eyes, which had been drooping, suddenly widened. She raised her head in panic and responded with forced calmness, Ah, Tingting, why are you here? I just accompanied Lin Xie to get money. Zhang Xiaoting frowned, looking worried, I saw you guys haven't come back for a long time, so I came down to look for you. Chen Sihan looked apologetic, Tingting, I'm sorry to have made you worry. We will pay now. Zhang Xiaoting waved her hand and said generously, if you don't have enough money, I can pay for it. After all, it was me who insisted that you hold your birthday party here. Chen Sihan immediately refused, how can this be possible? Today is my birthday and I agreed to treat you. As she spoke, she gently nudged Lin Xie beside her with her arm. Lin Xie understood what he meant and said to the manager again, bring the bill. Okay, wait a moment. Not long after, the manager brought the bill and the POS machine. Sir, the total is 50,120, erase the zero and the total is 50,000. Do you want to swipe the card or scan the code? Scan the code. Lin Xie quickly completed the payment. At this time, Zhang Xiaoting suggested enthusiastically, Hanin, how about we go to the bar tonight? Chen Sihan shook his head gently, a look of fatigue on his face. No, I'm a little uncomfortable now, I want to go back and rest, you guys have fun. It's not that she doesn't want to go, but she really can't afford it. If she goes to ask Lin Xie for help again, she doesn't know what excessive conditions he will put forward. Zhang Xiaoting's face was full of concern. Hanin, are you okay? It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy, I'll be fine after I go back and rest. Chen Sihan forced a smile. Zhang Xiaoting turned to look at Lin Xie, then go back and rest. Lin Xie, I'll leave Hanin to you. Lin Xie nodded and agreed, no problem. Chen Sihan pulled Lin Xie and hurried out. Zhang Xiaoting looked at their departing backs, a mocking and disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, then she turned and went upstairs. After leaving the KTV, Lin Xie suddenly stopped. Chen Sihan turned around in confusion, why did you suddenly stop leaving? Lin Xie said softly, I suddenly have something to deal with, you go back first, remember to put on the white silk sailor suit you mentioned, I will pick you up for dinner later, and then it's time to fulfill your promise. When Chen Sihan heard the news to go back first, he was secretly happy, thinking that he could escape the disaster. But after hearing the rest of the words, she felt desperate for a moment, but then she changed her mind and thought that the money had already been paid, so who could threaten her with just a recording? Ridiculous. Immediately, Chen Sihan showed a mocking smile on her face, Lin Xie, you are so naive. Do you think you can threaten me with that recording? I won't accompany you anymore. Humph. Lin Xie responded without surprise, really? If I post the recording to your school's forum and let everyone know that their innocent school beauty is actually a bitch who would sell her body for 50,000 yuan, what do you think will happen? How can you be so despicable? Chen Sihan was so angry that he was shaking all over. Okay, stop playing tricks in front of me and be obedient, so you can suffer less. Lin Xie said in a firm tone. Chen Sihan knew he couldn't escape, so he put on a tired look and tried to gain sympathy. I promise you, but I'm really not feeling well today. How about another day? Anyway, you have the recording in your hand, and I can't run away. Lin Xie did not give in at all. Sorry, Miss Sihan, I want it tonight, there is no room for negotiation. Chen Sihan was completely anxious, you will die someday. Have you never seen a woman in your 8 lifetimes? Why do we have to postpone it? What's in it for me? Lin Xie asked back. Seeing that Lin Xie was merciless, Chen Sihan changed his strategy and said sarcastically, Ha! Come on, it's normal for a loser like you to lose control when seeing a beauty like me. Then I will pity you, a little virgin. Anyway, your body can't last more than a few seconds. Humph. If the single Lin Xie was mocked by Chen Sihan like this, he would probably be so ashamed that he would give up obediently. But unfortunately, the person standing in front of her now is the Aquaman who has seen countless women, and this clumsy way of provoking him is useless to him. Lin Xie then reached out his hand, put his arm around Chen Sihan's waist and pulled her close, whispering in her ear, you'll know if it's a small body tonight. Remember what I said, put on the white silk sailor suit. You pervert. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Chen Sihan responded shyly while twisting her body. How is this considered perverted? Didn't you say you wanted to wear it before? Lin Xie felt her movements and hugged her tighter. He wanted her to get used to his close contact. After all, once the body has fallen, is it too late to fall into depravity of the mind? Feeling the big hand gently caressing her waist, Chen Sihan's pretty face turned red. She felt her body becoming more and more strange and began to struggle violently. Lin Xie knew that this was the limit. This kind of thing had to be done step by step. And tonight he could make her body remember him more naturally. He couldn't rush things now, so he let her go. After Chen Sihan pulled away, she immediately put on a disgusted expression, asshole, don't hug me without my consent in the future. Oh, Miss Sihan, do you still want to maintain a long-term relationship with me? Lin Xie asked with a smile. You are simply wishful thinking. Chen Sihan responded angrily, but he subconsciously knew that after tonight there might be a long period of entanglement between them, so he said that. Okay, go back and get ready. Remember to take a shower. I don't want to spend a night with a woman who smells of sweat. Lin Xie teased. Go to hell, how could I smell like sweat? Chen Sihan quickly sniffed himself. You can't smell the sweat anymore, go back and wash it quickly. Lin Xie continued to tease her. Ah. I smell good, smell it yourself and apologize to me quickly. Chen Sihan stretched out his hand in front of Lin Xie's face. Ugh. Take the pig's trotter away. I can't stand it anymore. Lin Xie pretended to be disgusted. Asshole, I'll bite you to death. This completely infuriated Chen Sihan, and she bit Lin Xie's shoulder. Hiss, let me go. Lin Xie gasped in pain. Apologize. Chen Sihan refused to give in. That's enough. If you don't let go, I'll kiss you. Lin Xie suddenly shouted. Chen Sihan was frightened by the sudden voice. When he looked up and saw Lin Xie's domineering eyes, he felt a little flustered. He quickly let go and took a step back, pretending to be calm and said, "Asshole, I will teach you a lesson sooner or later." After saying that, he turned around and fled in a hurry. At this time, Lin Chia heard a system prompt, "Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 15,100, the host gets 500 rescue coins." I didn't expect that my little experiment of emotional tug-of-war would actually yield some results. It turns out that getting along with women can't be too dull, you have to properly stir up the emotions. "Chen Sihan, you can't escape." Then, he turned around and walked into the KTV again. Chapter 5, Fake Friendship, Chen Sihan is shocked. Queen KTV, Box 308. Lin Chia stood in front of the half-open door, holding his cell phone and listening carefully to the words coming from inside. "Ting Ting, has that little green tea girl and that fat otaku left?" A female voice came. "Well, let's go." I didn't expect that Bootlicker would really come up with 50,000 yuan for her. I miscalculated. This little bitch is really good at tricks. His words were full of regret. What a pity. I originally wanted to make that little bitch look bad, but I didn't expect to have such good luck. Another voice said hatefully. "Humph, she's like that and still dreams of hooking up with Ting Ting's brother. Brother Siching is the only one she can dream of." There was disdain mixed in her contemptuous tone. "That's right. She pretends to be pure and innocent all day long. It really makes people want to vomit. Let's find another opportunity to humiliate her. I don't believe that she is so lucky every time to have a dog to pay the bills for her." His tone was also full of malice. "Alright, I will never allow my brother to date this poor little bitch. Don't let her affect your mood. Let's continue singing." As the arrogant words fell, noisy music came from the box. Lin Chia had noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Xiaoting before, so he came back to try his luck and see if he could find out anything. He didn't expect to hear these words. I didn't expect that they were just fake sisters. Women are really born performers. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Sihan knew that her good girlfriends had such great malice towards her. If you don't know, you might end up helping others count money after you were sold out one day. After realizing that there was no value in talking about this anymore, I ended the recording and went downstairs. Lin Chia took the bus according to his memory and came to Sunshine Community, the original home address. This residential complex was a bit old. He walked into Building A, Unit 4, and stepped onto the old stairs. On the right side of the third floor is the original Bodia's home. When I opened the door, the house was not as old as I had imagined. When the original Body was in the first year of high school, his parents unfortunately passed away in a car accident, leaving him only a legacy of 200,000 yuan. Now, he is the only one living in this 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. The old neighborhood is already quiet, and the empty room seems even more lonely. However, Lin Chia unexpectedly liked this quietness. But he knew that with the system in place, such peaceful days would probably not last long. He walked into the bedroom and opened the closet, which was filled with all white t-shirts and jeans. He picked up a set and walked into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, he finished his shower and stood in front of the sink, looking carefully at himself in the mirror. The original Body actually had good facial features, but his thin figure and decadent aura seriously affected his appearance. It seems that he must exercise from now on. He can't stand the image of this dark and gloomy otaku. It was time to go find Chen Sihan. After packing up, I went out and took a taxi to the downstairs of an ordinary rental house 10 minutes away from Jiangnan Academy of the Arts. It's already 7:20, but because it's summer, it's not completely dark yet. According to the original Body's memory, Chen Sihan said that she would do a part-time job whenever she had time. As for why she moved out of the school, it was probably because she didn't want her classmates to know about her embarrassing situation. Chen Sihan said that he was the only one who knew his address. No one knew whether it was true or just to drain Lin Chia's wallet. But it didn't matter now. Lin Chia took out his phone and called Chen Sihan. After a while, the call was connected and Chen Sihan's voice came from the phone. "Hello. I'm downstairs at your rental house. I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't make me wait too long, or you'll bear the consequences." After saying this, Lin Chia hung up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Sihan came running over. She was wearing a white sailor suit that fit her figure perfectly, outlining her proud curves. Her pleated skirt swayed gently with her steps, making her look playful and cute. Her waist-length black hair fell softly behind her, with the ends slightly curled up, fluttering gently in the breeze. Black patent leather shoes wrapped around her legs clad in white silk stockings. The white silk had a soft luster, making her legs look even more slender and graceful. With every step she took, her little leather shoes made a crisp sound as they hit the ground, her white silk stockings were faintly visible under her skirt, and her youthful aura attracted the attention of passers-by. But she was wearing a hat that covered most of her face, making it difficult to see her expression. When Lin Chia saw her like this, a barely perceptible hint of possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Although this bad woman has a bad personality, her appearance and figure are impeccable. This further strengthened Lin Chia's determination to save her. "Hey, what are you looking at? Go!" Chen Sihan urged anxiously. Today was the weekend and she was afraid that she would be recognized by students at school and see her with a strange man. Then she would lose her title as the pure school beauty and would also attract countless criticisms. "Well, let's go." Lin Chia responded indifferently, used his mobile phone to locate a medium-sized Chinese restaurant, and then took Chen Sihan into a taxi. After dinner, Lin Chia took Chen Sihan to a 5-star hotel. Chen Sihan looked up at the luxurious hotel in front of her, her eyelashes trembling, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. "Why, did you bring me here?" Lin Chia raised his lips in a smile, his eyes were full of amusement. "Miss Sihan, it seems that your memory is not very good." "Of course, I am here to collect the debt." "Of course I know." Chen Sihan's cheeks flushed instantly, and her body under the white sailor suit became stiff. "For something like this, can't we just find a small hotel? How can that be possible?" Lin Chia raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek, his eyes passing over her slender legs wrapped in white silk. "Top quality ingredients must be top quality ingredients, otherwise it would be a waste of food, right? Don't you agree?" "Bah! Pervert!" Chen Sihan spat and turned her face away, her pleated skirt swaying slightly with her movements. Although she was cursing, the tips of her ears were red and hot, and her heart felt like it was gently brushed by a feather, causing waves of fine itching. A strange emotion quietly grew in her heart. At this time, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Chia's mind. "Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 2100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins." As expected, it worked. Then Lin Chia took her in his arms and walked into the hotel. He really wanted to know how much salvation value he would gain by taking away Chen Sihan's purity. Chen Sihan knew what was going to happen next, so she stopped struggling and just bit her lower lip and let Lin Chia carry her forward. Her fresh student spirit forms a wonderful contrast with the luxurious hotel environment. However, people passing by did not pay too much attention to them. After all, in this age of decadence and dissipation, it was not uncommon for low-key rich second generations who indulged excessively to bring schoolgirls to check into a hotel. It cost Lin Chia 10,000 yuan to complete the formalities and get the presidential suite room card, but he didn't feel the slightest bit sorry. Chen Sihan looked at him paying generously and felt a strange feeling in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seemed a little handsome. Soon the waiter led the two to the presidential suite. The moment the door opened, the dazzling light from the crystal chandelier poured down, and the luxurious decoration inside the house came into view. Chen Sihan was stunned for a moment. She had only seen such scenes on the internet before, but now she experienced it personally and was shocked. She couldn't help but think that if she ended her first time here, maybe it wouldn't be too regrettable. While she was stunned, Lin Chia's eyes behind her had already become blazing, staring at her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 6, The First Time, a Sci-Fi System Store. The sound of the door slamming heavily against the doorframe startled Chen Sihan. The warm yellow light suddenly dimmed, dyeing the entire presidential suite into an ambiguous amber color. Lin Chia walked quickly behind Chen Sihan, hugged her with both hands, put his palms on her lower abdomen, rested his chin on her right shoulder, and said ambiguously in her ear, "Sihan baby, are you ready?" Chen Sihan bit her lower lip and turned her head away, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with tears as she cursed in a low voice, "Asshole, don't call me that. We are about to get to the point. This is to help you relax and get into the mood quickly. You can treat me as your man." "Humph, you are not worthy to be my man." Chen Sihan spoke with resistance, but in her heart she still did what Lin Chia said, and the resistance was surprisingly lessened a lot. "Sihan baby, I'm coming." After Lin Chia finished speaking, Chen Sihan felt the temperature beside his ear, trembled all over, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, grabbed Lin Chia's hands on his abdomen and shouted, "Asshole, you are very proud. Come on." Although her words were fierce, the trembling ending of her voice revealed her panic beneath her forced calmness. She thought that since she couldn't resist, she might as well indulge herself and enjoy herself. Chen Sihan's words were like a stimulant to Lin Xie. He had absolute confidence in this important link on the road to salvation. Then he turned her around and kissed her on the lips. 2 hours later, Lin Xie lay on the sofa contentedly. His body really couldn't bear the burden. It seemed that he had to exercise as soon as possible. However, with his rich experience, he still achieved the results he wanted. Then he turned his gaze to Chen Sihan in his arms. At this moment, she had fallen asleep, with a thin blanket covering her body. Lin Xie held Chen Sihan's slender waist with one hand and gently combed her messy hair with the other hand. The sleeping girl curled up in his arms, her pretty face slightly flushed, her eyelashes drooping like butterfly wings, and her pink lips slightly pouted. Her calves wrapped in white silk were exposed, rubbing against his legs unconsciously from time to time. At this moment, she looked like an exquisite doll, so cute. This extreme tenderness stirred up an undercurrent in his heart. In addition to the sympathy and desire for revenge aroused by the memory of his original body, a kind of aggressive possessiveness was quietly taking root. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. You will be rewarded with 3 primary body potions gradually strengthen physical fitness within 10 days, reaching 70% of the human limit, and 10,000 rescue coins. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 40, current rescue, 6,100, the host obtains 4,000 rescue coins. Body potion? It seems he doesn't need to exercise himself. What he didn't expect was that this time Chen Sihan's rescue value actually increased by 40 points. It seems that the words of a certain female master are still too classic. Then Lin Xie planned to study the system store. He wanted to see what these rescue coins could be exchanged for. With curiosity and anticipation, he opened the system store. In an instant, countless streams of light exploded before my eyes, and the dazzling array of goods was dazzling. From the most basic money to various items, and even supernatural props and super scientific skills. Lin Xie focused on the supernatural props and super scientific skills area. Save System Store. 1. Basic Item Area. Money Exchange, 1 rescue coin equals 100 renminbi. Daily limit 100,000 renminbi. Night Rose Set, 100 coins with charm plus 5 effect. Primary Body Potion, 5,000 coins bottle. Sensitivity Enhancement Spray, 500 coins times sensitivity plus 10, effect lasts for 1 hour. Recovery Dew, 500 coins eliminates fatigue and bruises. 3. Supernatural Props. Rescue Socks 2,000 coins, these appear to be ordinary socks, but once the target puts them on, they will gradually become dependent on the user up to plus 10. Mask of Salvation 10,000 coins, wearing this mask will cause the target to see the wearer as the object of their dreams. Memory Pocket Watch 10,000 coins, the bronze pocket watch can modify a certain memory of the target within the last 24 hours, but each time it is used, the host will randomly lose a certain memory within the last 24 hours, cooling down for 24 hours. Honest Plum 1,000 coins piece, you will be unable to tell a lie for 1 minute after eating it. 4. Super Science Skills. Sight Acquisition 2,000 coins. Gain line of sight to the target for 5 minutes 24-hour cooldown. Fatigue Transfer 2,000 coins. Transfer your fatigue to others 24-hour cooldown. Neural Invasion 2,000 coins. Temporarily changes the target's behavior logic for 3 seconds 24-hour cooldown. Emotion Visualization 5,000 coins. See the desire others have for you. Fantasy Manifestation 8,000 coins. Visualize the target fantasy into a 3-dimensional projection. Crisis Prediction 10,000 coins. Sense Fatal Danger 3 seconds in advance, no cooldown. When Lin Xie saw these props and skills that were beyond his understanding, he felt it was absurd. If someone didn't know him, they would think he had traveled to a science fiction world. But these things were too expensive, and he didn't have anything he wanted to exchange for now, so he exchanged for a set of night roses. He couldn't help but imagine what Chen Sihan would look like wearing this outfit, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He believed that Chen Sihan would never let him down. After putting the suit into the system space, Lin Xie stood up, picked up Chen Sihan, and walked towards the bed. He was really tired and needed to rest. The girl moaned in her sleep, her warm breath unconsciously brushing against his chest. This intimate gesture made his heart tremble. He was looking forward to Chen Sihan's reaction tomorrow morning. Chapter 7, Bad Woman Lang Ruoshi, Lin Xie's Decision. The next morning. The sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel, and Chen Sihan slowly opened his eyes amid a tingling pain. She blinked, consciousness gradually returning, and the memories of last night came flooding back, instantly staining her cheeks red. She suddenly propped herself up, but fell back onto the soft bed due to excessive fatigue. Only then did she realize the thin blanket covering her body and the clothes scattered on the sofa not far away. Woke up? A deep voice came from the bedside. Chen Sihan turned her head suddenly and saw Lin Xie leaning against the head of the bed with a playful smile on his face, his eyes wandering over her without any hesitation. Chen Sihan felt the sharp pain in her lower back. She was both ashamed and annoyed. She grabbed the pillow and threw it at him. Asshole. You. Before she finished speaking, her voice choked and her eyes became red. Lin Xie caught the pillow easily, sat down on the bed, and reached out to tuck the hair that was scattered on her cheeks behind her ears. Chen Sihan instinctively wanted to dodge, but he held her wrist tightly. You're just getting rid of me. Didn't you enjoy yourself last night? Lin Xie moved closer, his warm breath spraying on her ears. That's enough. Chen Sihan suddenly pushed Lin Xie away, wrapped herself in a thin blanket and sat up. She raised her head with flames of anger in her eyes, her cheeks flushed red, and even her neck was flushed with anger and shame. Shameless bastard. I don't want to see you again. Get out of here. Her chest heaving violently showed her inner anger, and her lips were white from being bitten by her teeth. Oh, baby Sihan, doesn't he want to delete the recording? Lin Xie looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Stop calling me that disgusting name. Do you want to threaten me with the recording? Chen Sihan felt ashamed and angry at first, then uneasy when she heard Lin Xie's words. How could that be? Baby Sihan made me very satisfied last night, so what do you want? Chen Sihan automatically ignored his teasing. He didn't know what Lin Xie wanted, and began to shout louder and louder with increasing nervousness. So I decided to delete the recording now. Ah? Chen Sihan was in disbelief when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be willing to delete the recording on his own initiative. This made Chen Sihan unable to understand. After all, according to the plot of the novel, shouldn't he continue to threaten and harass her with the recording? Don't be so surprised. After all, we've already played everything we need to play. There's no point in keeping it. Besides, I'm afraid that you enjoyed it too much last night and couldn't help yourself to me, so you used this as an excuse to harass me. Lin Xie shrugged lazily, with an indifferent expression on his face, showing the image of a narcissistic scumbag, ruthless. Then he took out his mobile phone in front of Chen Sihan and decisively deleted the recording. But of course he kept a backup. This was just a risky move of retreating to advance. Get out of here, you bastard. Get out now. When Chen Sihan heard Lin Xie's scumbag quotes and the look on his face that he didn't want to have anything to do with her, she immediately became furious. I should have been the one saying these words to him, but I didn't expect that the roles had been reversed. I felt a sense of frustration that I had nowhere to vent, filling my chest. Chen Sihan grabbed the pillow again and threw it hard. His chest heaved violently, his red eyes filled with anger and humiliation, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he looked like a lit powder keg. Lin Xie seemed not to see it. After taking the pillow, he stood up, put on his clothes and walked towards the door. With a bang, the door was closed, and Chen Sihan was the only one left in the spacious room. Seeing Lin Xie leaving without any reluctance, Chen Sihan felt a sense of loss in her heart, and then an inexplicable feeling of emptiness came over her, making her hug the pillow and cry. Lin Xie, who had just arrived at the hotel gate, received a system prompt. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 65,100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. After hearing this, Lin Xie looked up towards the top of the hotel, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that his bet was right. Chen Sihan, you can't escape from my control. After that, he didn't know what to do next, so he simply took out his cell phone, opened Fission, and his thumb stopped at the second contact at the top, senior sister Ruoshi, and then clicked. The most recent conversation was a message Lin Xie sent to Lang Ruoshi, which happened 5 days ago. Senior sister, you have ignored me for half a year. I have applied to Jiangnan University. I will come to see you soon. Scroll to the top of the chat history and then scroll down. Xiaoya, I haven't finished the PPT that I need to submit tomorrow, but my bestie asked me out shopping tonight. Don't worry, senior. I'll work all night and I promise to send it to you before 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Oh, I'm so sorry to ask Xiaoya for help. I'm really sad when you say that, senior. I'm so happy to be able to help you. Then it's up to you. I'm so tired. I haven't had dinner yet since the club rehearsal today. What do you want to eat, senior? I'll order Pizza Hut for you. How about durian pizza and a snack platter? Wow! How did you know I wanted to eat this? You really understand me, but this will cost Xiaoya a lot of money. How could that be? As long as senior likes it, that's fine. Happy birthday, senior. I have prepared your favorite Coach bag. Can I go to school and give it to you in person? Half an hour later. My best friends and I are out celebrating, and we won't be back until very late tonight, so please send the gift to my school. Well, then have fun, senpai. 2 hours later. Are you sad, Xiaoya? I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free to make it up to you. Really? That's great. Senior, you said before that you would treat me to a meal. Are you free recently? I'm too busy lately. I'll contact you when I'm not busy anymore. Okay, senior sister, you should pay more attention to rest and don't be too tired. I see. Xiao Ye is a very good brother. Senior, can I meet you? I bought you a present. Senior, what are you doing? Why don't you reply to me? Are you sleeping? 2 hours later. Senior, are you awake? I'm at the gate of your school. Can you come out? I'll treat you to a delicious meal. 5 minutes later. Lin Qiye. Why did you come to my school without my permission? Don't contact me again. I'm sorry, senior, I was wrong, please don't block me. 2 minutes later. Humph, this won't happen again. Leave the gift with the guard. You should go back soon too. Senior, are you still mad at me? I'll buy you a lipstick as compensation. Please don't ignore me. Since you are so sensible, I will forgive you. But remember, don't come to my school without my permission in the future. I know, but I really want to see you. Then I'll meet you when I'm free during the holidays. Very good. But before that, you have to be obedient. Promise to be obedient. According to his memory, Lin Qiye met this senior student in the second semester of his senior year in high school. She is now a sophomore at Jiangnan University. It can be seen from the chat records that this so-called senior sister has been keeping an ambiguous distance with Lin Qiye since high school, pua him, and treats Lin Qiye like a puppy. She never gave up feeding this humanoid pet dog until she went to college. Fortunately, this senior sister didn't seem to be short of money. Every time, Lin Qiye would buy gifts for her himself, and he only spent a little over 20,000 in 2.5 years. It seems that this senior student just enjoys the pleasure of raising a dog. However, the PUA level of this senior sister was too low. Only a virgin like the original body with no emotional experience, who regarded her as his white moonlight goddess, would be pua by her for so long. Since half a year ago, Lang Ruoshi began to deliberately ignore Lin Qiye. Before, she would share soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast with Lin Qiye and complain about interesting things on campus. When she was in a good mood, she would tease Lin Qiye with ambiguous words and cute emoticons. The little virgin Lin Qiye was so amused that he could only say senior sister is the best, senior sister is the most beautiful, I definitely only like senior sister, I will always be senior sister's good brother. In the past 6 months, she has not done these things anymore. It was only Lin Qiye who sent messages unilaterally. Maybe it's because it's no longer fresh, or maybe they have other dogs to boot. Therefore, Lin Qiye, whose emotions were not reciprocated, could only seek comfort on the internet again. By chance, he fell into the trap of Chen Sihan, who was fishing. During the next 3 months of contact with Chen Sihan, I spent a lot of money on her, but did not get the corresponding emotional value. Simply put, Chen Sihan only thinks of him when she needs to spend money. Comparing the senior sister with Chen Sihan, Lin Qiye felt that the senior sister was simply too good. So I wanted to go to her school to find her and ask her what happened and why she ignored me for half a year. Just a week ago, Lin Qiye, who had just finished the college entrance examination, applied for Jiangnan University and sent a message to his senior. According to the original body's memory, he decided to cut off contact with Chen Sihan after attending her birthday party and focus on pursuing his senior. Unexpectedly, when it was time to pay, there was not enough money, and he was so anxious that he passed out, allowing Neptune Lin Qiye to travel through time and space. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will fulfill your obsession for you, but in a different way. It would be fun to have a puppy. Chapter 8 Lang Ruoshi's annoyance and her best friend's suggestion. Lang Ruoshi has been in a terrible mood recently. She swiped the screen of her phone impatiently, and the message she had received 5 days ago was still glaringly visible in the dialog box. This little bootlicker she had previously raised had actually lost control and was even going to find her at the school where she had applied to. I deliberately reduced contact with him and finally cut off all contact. Why hasn't he given up yet? She bit her lip and threw the phone heavily on the bed. Half a year ago, Lang Ruwashi felt that raising a puppy was no longer fun, so she began to deliberately distance herself from Lin Xia. The reason why she did not completely delete the contact information was entirely out of caution. It was all her fault for being too young at the time and revealing the school and her name. She was really worried that this puppy would be desperate and run to the school to make a scene, making her lose face. What should I do to make him give up? Lang Ruwashi grabbed the pillow at the head of the bed and buried her face in it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She sat up abruptly, grabbed her phone and made a video call to Su Qing. The screen quickly lit up, revealing a face applying a facial mask. Oh, our Miss Lang actually took the initiative to find me? Su Qing adjusted the position of the mask, and her voice seemed a little unclear because of the restraint of the mask. Qing. Do you still remember the dog I had before? Lang Ruwashi made an exaggerated crying face to the camera. Su Qing sat up straight immediately after hearing this, her face wrinkled. Isn't it that Lin Xia, who obeys you in everything and works hard for you without complaint? Why are you suddenly mentioning him? He actually applied to our school. He even said he would come to see me. But I have lost interest in him a long time ago, and I haven't contacted him for half a year. Su Qing's chuckle came from the other end of the video. If you ask me, you deserve it. Who allowed you to play with others for more than 2 years? I never keep fish in my fish pond for more than 2 months. How can you break it so easily? Hey, stop laughing at me. Lang Ruwashi acted coquettishly in front of the camera. Help me think of a solution. Su Qing took off the mask, revealing a delicate face. As she patted the essence on her face, she said, I do have a simple and crude method, but I'm afraid you don't want to do it. What method? I'm willing to try anything as long as I can get rid of him. Lang Ruwashi moved closer to the camera eagerly. Find a boyfriend. Su Qing raised a finger. Lang Ruwashi's face fell immediately. That's it? If I could find a boyfriend, would I still be so worried? Lang Ruwashi's singleness is not due to her own lack of conditions. She is 168 centimeters tall and has a voluptuous figure with a size 36D, and a bright and attractive appearance. Even when standing next to Su Qing, who is a veteran in the love field and has an outstanding appearance, her temperament and appearance are superior. This outstanding appearance makes her always stand out in the crowd. However, her requirement for her partner is that appearance comes first, and her superior family environment means she doesn't need to worry about material things. With Lang Ruwashi's charm, it is not difficult for her to find a handsome guy. However, she maintained a stubborn obsession in her heart, which could even be called pride. She believed that actively pursuing men would put her at a disadvantage, and she would never bow her head. Even if she meets someone she likes, she will suppress her feelings and instead use some means to attract the other person's attention, forcing the other person to actively pursue her. This is probably a common problem among handsome men and beautiful women. As a result, she has never been actively pursued by any handsome guy. This is probably one of the reasons why Lin Xia could become his bootlicker. Who told you to really look for it? Su Qing rolled her eyes. I mean, find an extra, and then ask your little licker out to meet him, so that he can see with his own eyes that you have someone else, and then he will give up completely. Lang Ruwashi bit her lower lip and thought for a moment before saying, but what if he finds out it's fake? Wouldn't that make him even more obsessed? Su Qing continued to analyze, our school is so big, with tens of thousands of people, and students from different majors may not meet each other for 4 years. And as long as the performance is realistic, how can he doubt it? But Lang Ruwashi was still a little hesitant. Su Qing interrupted and said, no buts. I have a party tonight, so I can introduce you to some reliable candidates for temporary boyfriends. Are you in such a hurry? I'm not mentally prepared to pretend to be a couple with a stranger. Lang Ruwashi subconsciously shrank back. It will be too late when he officially enters school. Choose early and practice well to avoid being exposed. By the way, Chang Shubai, a senior from the Party Performance Club, will also be here. He has won several campus film performance awards and his acting skills are absolutely reliable, Su Qing explained. Seeing Lang Ruwashi still looking confused, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. If it really doesn't work, you can ask your beloved Sasuke for help. Lang Ruwashi's eyes suddenly lit up. but she lost her temper after a moment and sighed heavily. How can it be that easy? He is a school idol, and the girls chasing him can line up at the school gate. Speaking of this Sasuke, he is Lu Yuanzhou, the president of the cosplay club. He is 183 centimeters tall, with an upright figure, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and delicate and three-dimensional facial features. Whenever the club was recruiting new members, he would stand in front of the booth and become the center of attention. There were so many girls who wanted to join that he couldn't count them. Lang Ruoshi still remembers her first meeting with Lu Yuanzhou. At that time, she was a freshman in college and attended the club recruitment day, where she saw Lu Yuanzhou. He stunned the audience in his costume as Sasuke. Under the flamboyant black wig, he had a cold and handsome face, cold eyes, and a tall stature. The posture of holding the Kusanagi sword was heroic, which instantly captured Lang Ruoshi's girlish heart. She filled out the application form on the spot with almost no hesitation. However, her inherent pride made her unwilling to take the initiative to express her love. In the club, she always quietly organized props, carefully prepared character information, and took the opportunity of discussion to interact with Lu Yuanzhou. Although the club members had already assumed that they were a couple and the other girls viewed her as their biggest rival in love, Lu Yuanzhou always maintained a polite distance and never crossed the line, clearly expressing his love for her. This kind of close yet distant relationship makes their relationship always remain more than friends but less than lovers. Letting Lu Yuanzhou pretend to be your boyfriend can not only solve the current troubles, but also take the opportunity to get closer to you. It's killing two birds with one stone. I think it's great. Su Cheng continued to instigate. Absolutely not. If he knew that I had a dog, wouldn't the perfect image I have worked so hard to create in front of him for more than a year be destroyed? Lang Ruoshi waved her hands quickly, her delicate eyebrows twisted into a ball. My dear lady. Who asked you to tell the truth? Just say that you are being harassed by a high school junior who has a crush on you, and you want him to pretend to be your boyfriend to help persuade him to quit. He will not lower his status to ask Lin Chia for confirmation. Su Qing held her forehead inside. Then she leaned closer to the camera, her tone full of temptation. This is a great opportunity, maybe through acting, your relationship can break through that level. Lang Ruoshi fell into deep thought, biting her lip and weighing the options again and again. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like I can really give it a try. As he spoke, he had already gotten out of bed. I'll go to the clubroom to find him now. That's right. I'm waiting for your good news. Su Qing smiled with relief and gave a cheering gesture to the camera. Before hanging up the video, she did not forget to tease, after the matter is done, remember to buy me milk tea. Lang Ruoshi fixed her makeup in front of the phone screen, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the dormitory. Chapter 9: The Evil Lu Yuanzhou. Jiangnan University, the highest institution of learning in Jiangnan City. In the university rankings over the years, it has always been ranked in the top 10. As a comprehensive university, it has a profound foundation and has demonstrated outstanding strength in many disciplines. The most famous club in Jiangnan University is the Cosplay Club. The reason why it has attracted so much attention is mainly due to two factors. The first is the extremely high popularity of the club's president Lu Yuanzhou, and the second is the special nature of the club. After all, there are quite a lot of otakus and housegirls who like anime, and this place can be regarded as a 2.5-dimensional world, which is naturally attractive. Lu Yuanzhou can be called a campus legend. Since the beginning of school, his exquisite face with idol potential and his tall stature of 183 centimeters have attracted not only girls but also boys. Every time there is a club activity, he would be the focus of the whole crowd as soon as he stood in front of the stall, with a constant stream of girls coming to see him. To this day, the legend about him is still widely circulated on campus and has become a hot topic of conversation among crazy girls after dinner. In the eyes of female fans, he is a male god who perfectly recreates two-dimensional characters and can amaze the audience every time he cosplays. However, before Lu Yuanzhou took over, the cosplay club had been criticized in various ways. Many otakus who join the club with a passion for female anime characters find that reality is far from their imagination. So all kinds of slander and belittlement of the cosplay club began to spread on the school forum. In fact, the main reason is that they couldn't find sex partners and they were just angry and embarrassed. So after Lu Yuanzhou became the president, his image became extremely controversial. His fans regard him as the pillar of the society and believe that his presence improves the overall style of the society. Those who hate him regard him as a synonym for chaotic social interaction, and some even call him the King of Pa. On the school forum, Faced with these mixed reviews, Lu Yuanzhou always maintained an elegant smile. He neither refuted nor explained, and continued to maintain his sunny and gentle image, which made him even more mysterious. 2 years ago, the club welcomed a beautiful junior schoolmate, Lang Ruoshi. As soon as this junior girl, who was 168 centimeters tall and 36D, appeared, she attracted the attention of everyone in the club. She has an enviable perfect figure, a slender waist that can be held in one hand, long legs with graceful lines, and an exquisite face, making her a goddess-level existence. Although she had never publicly expressed her affection for the club president, Lu Yuanzhou, her eyes would always unconsciously follow the president's figure during every club activity. This implicit admiration naturally could not escape everyone's eyes. The reactions of the members of the community were mixed. Some girls regard Lang Ruoshi as their number one love rival and are always sarcastic towards her. Some of them just wanted to watch the fun and add fuel to the fire between the two from time to time. Some people are just spectators, waiting to see how this campus love drama develops. However, as time went by, Lang Ruoshi and Lu Yuanzhou's relationship seemed to be getting closer and closer, which made the rumors about their relationship more and more intense. But whenever someone asked, they always got ambiguous answers, which made everyone more curious. That afternoon, after the cosplay club activities ended, the members left one after another, leaving only Lu Yuanzhou alone in the activity room. He was sitting in a chair, concentrating on watching anime, when he heard light footsteps coming from outside the door. Lang Ruoshi quietly poked her head in, looked around to make sure no one was around, then walked in quietly and called out softly, "President, I'm here." "Oh, Xiaoxi, you are finally here. You just said you had something important to talk to me about. What is it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanzhou put away his phone, turned around and smiled gently. Yes. Lang Ruoshi clutched the corner of her clothes, her eyelashes trembling, and spoke nervously. "Xiaoxi, what can you not say to me? If you have anything, just tell me. I will never refuse to help you if I can." Lu Yuanzhou leaned forward, looked up at Lang Ruoshi and encouraged her. "Then I'll tell you, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Lang Ruoshi bit her lower lip and answered nervously. "Ah, why?" A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Yuanzhou's eyes, and then he frowned in confusion. "I have a high school classmate who has been bothering me lately, so I want to find a fake boyfriend to make him give up." Lang Ruoshi stared at Lu Yuanzhou's face, observing his expression as she spoke. "Oh, so that's how it is. Your junior is indeed a bit unreasonable. I promise you, don't worry, I will definitely make him give up." Lu Yuanzhou leaned back in his chair with a calm expression, supporting his chin with one hand, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. "Great, thank you, President." Seeing that Lu Yuanzhou had no doubts, Lang Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief and then thanked him happily. "Are you still calling me President now?" Lu Yuanzhou stood up, walked to Lang Ruoshi, lowered his head and spoke softly. "Then, what should I call you?" Lang Ruoshi shrank back uncomfortably due to Lu Yuanzhou's sudden approach, and raised her head and spoke in a low voice. "What do you think? I'm your boyfriend now, you can call me Yuanzhou." Lu Yuanzhou continued to tease. "Then, Yuanzhou." Lang Ruoshi stammered, her face turned red with embarrassment before she finished speaking, and she lowered her head in a hurry. "Well, Xiaoxi, let's start practicing the interactions between lovers now. Let's start with holding hands, how about that?" Seeing Lang Ruoshi's shy look, Lu Yuanzhou struck while the iron was hot. "Ah, are we going to practice now? Isn't it too fast?" Lang Ruoshi immediately looked up in surprise. "You have to practice sooner or later. You also want to get rid of that junior as soon as possible," Lu Yuanzhou said, and stretched out his right hand to Lang Ruoshi. "Okay, all right." Lang Ruoshi hesitated for a moment and stretched out her hand. Lang Ruoshi felt shy but also happy about Lu Yuanzhou's initiative. This might really be an opportunity to make a breakthrough in the relationship. However, what Lang Ruoshi didn't know was that beneath Lu Yuanzhou's gentle and elegant appearance, there was a kind of dirty thought hidden. Looking at Lang Ruoshi in front of him, Lu Yuanzhou thought to himself, "For more than a year, this woman has always been distant from me. I didn't expect that she would let me pretend to be her boyfriend this time. I must seize the opportunity to make her fall in love with me." He planned to have intimate contact with her under the pretext of practice, creating an ambiguous atmosphere and letting her fall gradually. In fact, Lu Yuanzhou is not as upright and sunny as he seems. With his outstanding appearance, he has been popular with many girls since he joined the club. Almost all the seniors, classmates, and even junior girls in the club, as long as they were good-looking, were seduced into bed by him. After becoming the president in his sophomore year, he restrained himself a little and only extended his claws to girls with a beauty score of 85 or above. With his superb skills in flirting, he maintains long-term sex relationships with 3 girls at the same time, and he can cleverly keep them unaware of each other. However, the frequent sex gradually made him unable to cope. Once, due to excessive overdraft, he performed poorly when having sex with one of the girls and was almost discovered by the other party that he was dating multiple people at the same time. This accident made him change his strategy. He would have sex with each woman no more than 5 times. Once that number reached 5, he would break up. After all, even if you don't perform well if the number of times is small, it's easier to find an excuse to cover it up. Although doing so forced him to give up some girls he was particularly compatible with, it also effectively prevented women from discovering his shortcomings. If women spread the news that he was a quick shooter, he would be socially doomed and would have no chance of staying in school. Lu Yuanzhou, now a junior in college, has clearly felt that his health is not as good as before. He can only satisfy a woman twice a week at most. So he urgently wants to find a true partner with whom he can be open and honest for a long time, while occasionally maintaining ambiguous relationships with other girls, so that he can not only keep up physically but also be spiritually satisfied. In fact, Lu Yuanzhou started paying attention to Lang Ruoshi since her sophomore year, when she just joined the club. Not only does she have the tall and hot body that he covets, but her appearance is also impeccable. She is perfect to be his official girlfriend. However, every time I sent her ambiguous signals, she never fell completely in love with me and always kept a distance from me. He knew that as long as he took the initiative to express his feelings to her clearly, she would most likely agree. But this would be too degrading for him. In the past, all the girls he slept with would come to him obediently as long as he beckoned them with his finger. It was impossible for him to confess his love to her. This time, Lang Ruoshi took the initiative to offer to pretend to be her boyfriend, which gave him a good way out. Fake boyfriend? Humph. He has absolute confidence that she can't leave him. Chapter 10: Lu Yuanzhou's Frustration and Ambition. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed quietly. It was 8 o'clock on Friday night in a high-end Western restaurant. Lu Yuanzhou and Lang Ruoshi sat opposite each other in an excellent position by the window on the second floor. The dim candlelight cast a layer of hazy soft light on the two of them. Lang Ruoshi was wearing a floor-length white dress with a waist-hugging design that outlined her graceful figure. She was wearing a pair of white satin high heels that wrapped her slender feet. At this moment, she was sitting elegantly holding the knife and fork. Lu Yuanzhou also changed into a well-tailored white suit with a simple silver brooch pinned to his collar, adding a touch of sophistication. At this moment, he was holding the red wine and watching Lang Ruoshi taste it carefully. "Yuanzhou, why did you bring me here to eat Western food today?" Lang Ruoshi looked up and spoke, her voice soft and with a hint of doubt. "Isn't this the place every couple comes to? I'm here to let you feel the atmosphere and quickly put yourself in the role of my girlfriend." Lu Yuanzhou put down the wineglass, leaned forward slightly, supported his elbows on the table, folded his hands and supported his chin, and explained seriously. "I see. Thank you, Yuanzhou. It's all my fault that I never practiced the role of girlfriend well." Lang Ruoshi bit her lower lip and said with a somewhat annoyed look. Lu Yuanzhou looked at the frustrated Lang Ruoshi in front of him and felt aggrieved. He thought that by pretending to be a couple and having intimate physical contact with her, within a few days she would obediently lie on the bed and let him do whatever he wanted. But unexpectedly, after 10 days, the level of intimacy between them was limited to holding hands, let alone kissing. Whenever Lu Yuanzhou wanted to take a step further, Lang Ruoshi would run away in a hurry, saying that she was not ready. After a few times, Lu Yuanzhou felt that Lang Ruoshi was deliberately playing with him, just to make him feel so excited that he had no place to vent his anger. This made him extremely uncomfortable. You know what? In order to have a perfect first experience with Lang Ruoshi, he abstained from sex for 10 days. During this period, several friends asked him out many times, but he rejected them all with various excuses. Now he is about to explode and needs to release urgently. So he was going to make a final attempt today, booking this high-end Western restaurant to create a good atmosphere, and then give her a few bottles of red wine. He was sure she would fall in love with him. He couldn't wait any longer. Lang Ruoshi saw Lu Yuanzhou's face full of apology for thinking about her. But it couldn't be entirely her fault, because every time Lu Yuanzhou wanted to have close contact with her, he didn't show any reaction, as if it was just for practice. How could she let him get close to her so easily just for practice? It was too cheap. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. Whenever Lu Yuanzhou said, "Xiaoxi, I like you, and I want you to be my real girlfriend," she wouldn't have any resistance, but he didn't show any expression, which made her very embarrassed. "Okay, Xiaoxi, let's have a toast. How about I take you to ride the Ferris wheel later?" Lu Yuanzhou spoke immediately. "Oh, okay." Lang Ruoshi came back to her senses when she heard Lu Yuanzhou's words. "I wish us good luck in practice." At this time, Lu Yuanzhou raised his glass and stretched it in front of Lang Ruoshi. "Yeah." Lang Ruoshi responded and raised her glass to clink it with Lu Yuanzhou's. Half an hour later, dinner was over. At this moment, Lang Ruoshi, who had already drunk 2 glasses of red wine, had a slightly flushed face, which made her even more charming. Lu Yuanzhou also drank a few cups and felt a little dizzy. Seeing Lang Ruoshi's appearance at the moment, he became even more excited, but he knew that he couldn't be impatient now. It was nighttime now and there should be many couples in the amusement park. In that ambiguous atmosphere, if he took her to ride the Ferris wheel, he didn't believe she could control herself and not fall under his crotch. Then the two of them quickly went downstairs and took a taxi to the nearby amusement park. 20 minutes later, we arrived at our destination. Today is Friday, and it is evening, so there are a lot of people coming and going in the amusement park. And just as Lu Yuanzhou expected, there are a lot of couples there. Lang Ruoshi looked at the couples coming and going. Some were walking together with their fingers interlocked, some were sitting on chairs feeding each other intimately, and some were kissing in a remote corner. These scenes made Lang Ruoshi blush and her heart beat fast. She fantasized even more about becoming a couple with Lu Yuanzhou, and her body unconsciously moved closer to Lu Yuanzhou. Lu Yuanzhou noticed her movements and was immediately delighted. His decision was indeed correct. In the past, whenever he met a slightly reserved girl, he would use this trick and she would always fall for him. Lang Ruoshi, you will not be a surprise. They bought 2 marshmallows, strolled around for a while, and came to the Ferris wheel. Xiaoxi, have you ever ridden a Ferris wheel before? Lu Yuanzhou looked at Lang Ruoshi's red ears, his Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed a mouthful of inexplicable heat. "Ah, I only sat on it with my parents when I was a child. I haven't sat on it again since I grew up," Lang Ruoshi said with some nostalgia. "Then let's quickly relive the feeling." Lu Yuanzhou extended his right hand to Lang Ruoshi. "Yeah, okay." Looking at the couple getting off the Ferris wheel which had just stopped, Lang Ruoshi placed her hand in Lu Yuanzhou's palm. "After buying the ticket, I boarded the Ferris wheel, which slowly turned at a slightly higher height." Lang Ruoshi gazed at the scenery below, and she finally understood why couples would come to ride the Ferris wheel. It really did have a romantic atmosphere. Lu Yuanzhou stared at Lang Ruoshi, who was looking down at him in a trance with a look of delight on her face. He knew that his goal was not far away. He wanted to take her first kiss from the top of the Ferris wheel. Then he slowly moved over. Soon the Ferris wheel will reach the top. "Xiaoxi." Lu Yuanzhou leaned close to Lang Ruoshi's ear and whispered. Lang Ruoshi withdrew her gaze, and when she turned around, she saw Lu Yuanzhou's handsome face so close to her, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. "Let's kiss," Lu Yuanzhou said, closing his eyes and leaning forward. Looking at the face getting closer and closer, Lang Ruoshi was in a trance. Are they really going to kiss? At the last moment, emotion still couldn't overcome persistence. Lang Ruoshi finally stretched out her hand and pressed it against Lu Yuanzhou's chest and whispered, "Yuanzhou, I'm still not ready." Feeling the palm on his chest and hearing these heaven-defying words, Lu Yuanzhou opened his eyes instantly. At this moment, he was already furious, with his gun loaded. In the end, he was poured a bucket of cold water. He really wanted to rape this ungrateful woman in front of him. But he still held back, and then he used both hands to push Lang Ruoshi against the wall in the corner, and said in a low voice, "Lang Ruoshi, is it fun to play with me like this? It's you who said that pretending to be a couple must be so convincing, and it's you who has been resisting all the time. What do you want? If you really can't do it, go find someone else to play this boring game with you. I won't play with you anymore." After saying that, Lu Yuanzhou moved away and sat aside. This certainly didn't mean he was giving up, but it was just his strategy. "I have to turn passivity into initiative. Otherwise, if I continue like this, it will take forever to get what I want from her. It's also my fault that I have created a gentle, gentlemanly and stupid image for myself from the beginning. Yuanzhou, it's my fault, don't be angry." Lang Ruoshi knew that Lu Yuanzhou was really angry this time. After all, the fact was just as he said, the problem was with her. I'd been planning to ask that junior out this Sunday. Seeing that Lu Yuanzhou was unmoved, Lang Ruoshi continued. Oh, in your current state, aren't you worried that he will find out that we are pretending to be a couple? What if he asks us to kiss? Lu Yuanzhou still had his back to her, but his gaze remained on Lang Ruoshi's reflection in the glass window. Ah, that shouldn't be the case. Lang Ruoshi responded guiltily after hearing this. Huh, do you believe it yourself? If he really makes that kind of request, I will do it. Lang Ruoshi struggled for a long time before speaking. Lang Ruoshi looked at Lu Yuanzhou's angry and lonely back, feeling unhappy. She couldn't help but wonder if her persistence was really that important. What's the point of taking the initiative? After all, it's not easy to meet someone you really like, and it would be a pity to miss him/her. Thinking this way, she decided that after she resolved Lin Xia's issue, she would confess her feelings to him and become his real girlfriend. Since you are willing, why can't we practice first? Lu Yuanzhou was a little surprised to hear what she said and then spoke. Yuanzhou, please stop pushing me. After we get rid of that junior, I have something important to tell you. Lang Ruoshi clasped her hands and spoke in a pleading tone. What important thing? Can't you tell me now? Lu Yuanzhou asked in confusion. No, you will know when that day comes. I won't let you down. Lang Ruoshi's eyes were filled with firm tenderness, and a soothing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lang Ruoshi's words made Lu Yuanzhou think a lot. Was she planning to have sex with that junior after she dealt with him? As Lu Yuanzhou thought about it, he could no longer wait for that day to come. It seems that all she needs to do is show her perfect charm in front of that junior on that day, and make that junior retreat obediently in shame. Wouldn't that make her more determined? Lang Ruoshi. Don't let me down again. If you still tease me like this, I don't mind using some despicable means to bring you down. I must taste this piece of delicious meat of yours without leaving any room for regret. Chapter 11 Chen Sihan's Desire, Lin Xia Calls. Saturday night at 10 o'clock. Chen Sihan returned home, opened the door of the rental apartment, took off her thin strap sandals, and gently placed her expensive bag on the entrance cabinet. Then he walked quickly to the living room and threw himself heavily onto the sofa. The just concluded gathering with her best friends left her physically and mentally exhausted. As usual, she accompanied the group of rich girls to visit all the boutiques on the commercial street, and she had to stay on her toes to deal with their topics. But what made her most disappointed was that she failed to meet her long-cherished target this time. The target is the eldest son of the Zheng family who just returned from studying abroad. He is completely different from ordinary dandies, and his every move shows his elegant demeanor. Ever since he drove his Maybach to pick up Zheng Xiaoting and took her home, Chen Sihan secretly listed him as the first target. After that, after every party, Master Zhang would always show up on time to take Zheng Xiaoting home. Even if he didn't come occasionally, he would rush over after receiving Zheng Xiaoting's continuous phone calls. Gradually, he became familiar with this group of girls, and Chen Sihan took every opportunity to chat with him. But just when she was about to ask for his contact information, young Master Zhang suddenly stopped showing up and was picked up by a professional driver instead. Unwilling to give up, Chen Sihan asked Zheng Xiaoting for information many times, but only got a perfunctory reply like "My brother is busy with work recently." After finally waiting for her birthday, Chen Sihan wanted Zheng Xiaoting to invite her brother to her birthday party, so that she could take this opportunity to get his contact information. However, fate played a trick on her. Not only did she fail to wait for young Master Zhang, but her virginity was taken away by Lin Xia. Since then, Chen Sihan's obsession with young Master Zhang has become stronger, but Zheng Xiaoting's mouth is like locked, not revealing a single word. Today was also fruitless. What made her even more annoyed was that every time she inquired about young Master Zhang's news, the person who came to her mind was not the gentle and elegant nobleman, but the hateful Lin Xia. Chen Sihan didn't know what was wrong with her. Lin Xia's hateful face and the feeling that made her sink that night were always with her. Especially late at night, her body would become inexplicably restless. My heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and my skin felt unnaturally hot. This strange feeling made her panic, frightened, and extremely ashamed. She didn't know what to do. Chen Sihan was lying on the sofa, with two completely different figures appearing alternately in his mind. One is a rich and elegant young man who has been gilded overseas and has advanced knowledge, a distinguished family background, and is a man of great manners. One is a stinky loser who has no achievements, is despicable, shameless and perverted. Oh, now he can't be called a loser, he should be called a scumbag. But for some reason, Lin Chia's figure always occupies the majority of the time. Why is this happening? Is it because of fear? Hatred? Or missing? No. No way. How could she miss that bastard? Chan Si-han. Are you a cheap bitch? Just because you were fucked by a stinky loser once, your body has become slutty. Ah. Chen Si-han began to curse himself and slapped the sofa. 2 minutes later, Chen Si-han was tired of venting. Lin Chia's figure began to occupy the high ground in her mind again, and her reason gradually lost control. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the phone in my jeans pocket suddenly rang. This movement scared Chen Si-han and also pulled her back from the abyss of desire. After waking up, Chen Si-han felt extremely ashamed and angry about her fantasy about Lin Chia just now. If she really did that, would she still be able to face Lin Chia calmly afterwards? Would she still be able to call him a pervert with a clear conscience? Chen Si-han took out her cell phone gratefully, but the name Lin Chia on the screen made her almost throw the phone away. It's this bastard. She cursed under her breath. After that ridiculous night, she should have completely blocked and deleted Lin Chia's phone number. However, when her hand rested on the delete button, she gave up for some unknown reason. She didn't know why she didn't click it, and then she selectively forgot about the matter. Humph. Didn't this bastard say before that he was afraid that I would harass him? Why is he calling me now? Could it be that you have become obsessed with my body and can't help yourself, and want to date me again? If this was true, she must humiliate him severely, then hang up the phone and avenge herself for all the humiliation she had suffered from him before. Chen Si-han didn't hesitate any longer and answered the call. Hey, you bastard. What are you looking for me for? You don't want me to give you a night of charity, do you? There was a sharp sarcasm in her deliberately raised tone. But she regretted it as soon as she said it. Her tone sounded as if she cared a lot about it. Miss Si-han, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. Even if it's charity, it's me who's giving it to you. After all, I believe that apart from me, no other man can give you such a wonderful experience. There was a low chuckle from the other end of the phone, followed by Lin Chia's slow words, each word wrapped in irritating calmness. Chen Si-han's face suddenly became hot, and the memory of that night instantly came back to her. She shook her head violently, shaking off those shameful images. Ugh! Any man I find on the street is better than a toad like you. Chen Si-han retched exaggeratedly, then sneered. Oh, then do you think young Master Zhang is better than me? Lin Chia's voice suddenly became frivolous. The 3 words young Master Zhang were like a basin of ice water poured on Si-han's head. Her body tensed up immediately, and she asked in panic, how do you know about Master Zhang? What do you mean? I know you very well now. As for what it means, can you guess? Lin Chia seemed to be in a good mood and deliberately dragged out his tone. Fuck you. Forget it. You're wasting my phone bill by talking to a scumbag like you. Chen Si-han's chest heaved violently, and the collar of her t-shirt opened slightly with her breathing, revealing her delicate collarbone and cleavage. Are you so impatient? It seems that you will never see your young Master Zhang again, alas, Lin Chia sighed and said in pretended disappointment. Can you help me see him? This sentence pierced Chen Si-han's heart like a needle, and she asked anxiously. You're not that stupid, but why should I help you? Lin Chia chuckled. Asshole. What are your conditions? Chen Si-han's temples were throbbing and she sat up abruptly. Conditions. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other end of the line, and then Lin Chia's voice continued to be heard, his tone like a cat playing with a mouse. You will know when you come to the mixed C next to Tianhai University tomorrow. By the way, remember to wear a white silk suspender skirt and high heels. You pervert. You're not going to fuck me again, are you? Chen Si-han thought he wanted to have sex with her again. Her face turned red instantly, and she grabbed the pillow on the sofa and threw it to the ground. Ha ha. Miss Si-han, you overestimate your charm. Don't worry, I won't rape you this time. Lin Chia's laughter was low and joyful, and he deliberately emphasized the word pa. Pervert. Scum. Beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Si-han cursed into the phone like a machine gun. After a while, there was a beep from the cell phone. Looking at the phone that was hung up, Chen Si-han was stunned. She couldn't guess what Lin Chia's conditions were, nor was she sure whether she could meet young Master Zhang tomorrow. But she had no choice. Chapter 12 Meeting again, Chen Si-han's accident. The scorching summer sun scorches the city. At 9 a.m. on Sunday, at the main entrance of the Mixi shopping mall near Jiangnan University. Chen Sihan hid in the shadow of the door eaves wearing a sun hat, using the air conditioning coming out of the mall to dispel the heat. She glanced down at her phone, her brows furrowed. It's time, why hasn't that bastard come yet? Just as I was secretly complaining, a cool breeze suddenly blew past my back, and then I felt a lightness on my head. My sun hat was taken away. Her long hair fell apart in an instant, and she turned back sharply, glaring at the culprit. She saw a fresh, clean, well-proportioned, and somewhat handsome sunny boy who looked very energetic. Are you Lin Chiye? Chen Sihan spoke in surprise. Although the person in front of me was very different from the sloppy, skinny otaku in my impression, I could still infer from his facial features that he was Lin Chiye. I didn't expect that he had changed so much in just 10 days. Why? You're so handsome. Lin Chiye spun the sun hat around his fingertips, then deliberately took a step closer and raised his eyebrows. Bah, narcissist. I've seen all kinds of handsome guys, and you can't even get a number. Give my hat back to me now. After saying this, Chen Sihan tried to snatch the hat back, but because she moved too hastily, she almost bumped into his arms. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. His eyes unconsciously looked at Lin Chiye carefully. I couldn't help but think that if the first time was given to him now, it wouldn't be too bad. Now, when they stand together, they will no longer attract attention because of the contrast in their images. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lin Chiye's ears. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value +2, current rescue value, 67,100, the host obtains 200 rescue coins. People are really visual animals. After taking the physical potion, Lin Chiye's body has been improved to a very healthy state, completely changing his previous decadent image. Now he is 1.80 meters tall, with 6-pack abs and good facial features, which makes him perfectly show the good image he should have. Lin Chiye expected Chen Sihan's reaction. After all, even if she really had to be a slave to others, a good-looking master could make the slave less resistant, right? Miss Sihan, I didn't expect you to be so obedient. You're quite sexy. Lin Chiye glanced at her slender neck, the slightly exposed cleavage, and the beautiful legs wrapped in white silk under her skirt, and smiled teasingly. You are a pervert. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want in exchange for taking me to see young Master Zhang? Chen Sihan felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, as if countless ants were crawling on her body. She raised her chin and pretended to be calm. What? Are you so impatient? You can't see me today. You have to fulfill my conditions today. Lin Chiye admired her shy look and said slowly. Asshole. You can't contact young Master Zhang at all, right? Chen Sihan's eyes burned with anger when she heard this, and she clenched her slender fingers. Believe it or not. Lin Chiye shrugged, and suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, but except for me, there shouldn't be anyone who can help you, right? The warm breath sprayed on his ears, making Chen Sihan tremble all over. Chen Sihan quickly took a step back, but his chest was heaving violently because of anger, and finally he unclenched his fists in frustration. Despicable. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Well, I'm going to meet someone later, and you can pretend to be my girlfriend. Lin Chiye stood up and said seriously. Why? Chen Sihan narrowed his eyes vigilantly. This is not something you should worry about. You just need to play the role of a girlfriend well. Lin Chiye remained calm. So what should we do? Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Chen Sihan did not ask any further questions. She just wanted to fulfill his conditions as soon as possible and hoped to meet young Master Zhang. Lin Chiye walked straight to Chen Sihan, stretched out his right hand and hugged her in his arms. Ah! What are you doing? Chen Sihan struggled violently like a frightened rabbit, her long hair drawing messy arcs in the air. This is what we're teaching you. Lin Chiye blew gently into her ear and watched with satisfaction as the small earlobe quickly turned red. Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Chen Sihan's cheeks instantly turned red, and tears of shame and anger welled up in her eyes. That doesn't have to be the case. I've done more intimate things, this is nothing. Lin Chiye tightened his arms with a wicked smile, pressing her soft body closer to him. You bastard, do you really think you can defeat me? Chen Sihan became angry when she heard this, and then stepped hard on Lin Chiye's sneakers with the heel of her high heels. Hiss. Lin Chiye instantly revealed a painful expression. Humph. You deserve it. Chen Sihan took the opportunity to break free, and seeing how he was in pain, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing her gloating look, Lin Chiye suddenly became angry. He stretched out his hands, grabbed Chen Sihan's hands and raised them above her head. He put his right leg between her legs and pushed her against the wall. Ah, bastard, what are you doing? Looking at Lin Xia's approaching face, Chen Sihan turned her face away in panic, her eyelashes trembling violently, and the pulse in her neck beating rapidly. Of course it's to punish the bad woman who doesn't obey, Lin Xia said and was about to kiss her. At this moment, a rough voice that destroyed the atmosphere came from behind. Hey, boy, are you forcing a girl in broad daylight? Lin Xia glanced sideways and saw two muscular men with dyed yellow hair. He leaned over to Chen Sihan's ear and said, Okay, there's free practice. You're my girlfriend now, don't let me down. The warm breath made Chen Sihan tremble all over. What? You want to interfere with my intimacy with my girlfriend? Lin Xia turned around and hugged Chen Sihan again, speaking in a lazy but provocative tone. Your girlfriend? You were clearly forcing this sister just now. The green-clad thug sneered, his greedy eyes wandering over Chen Sihan. My girlfriend likes this kind of style. It's called romance, you know? Lin Xia deliberately pulled Chen Sihan closer to him. The red-clothed thug stepped forward and said, Boy, do you think I will believe you? Don't be afraid, sister. Just be brave and tell your brother the truth. We will definitely seek justice for you. His greasy smile made Chen Sihan wrinkle his nose in disgust. Yes, he is my boyfriend. We were just being intimate just now, and you guys were too nosy and interrupted our intimacy. Chen Sihan then raised her face, smiled sweetly, and snuggled in Lin Xia's arms, casting a look of contempt and disdain at the gangster. Fuck. You stinky bitch. I was helping you out of kindness, but you actually accused me of meddling in other people's business. If you don't let me smack you today, you can't leave. The man in green instantly became angry when he saw Chen Sihan's contemptuous look. In fact, he didn't mean to be a hero. He was simply tempted by Chen Sihan's sexy figure and wanted to taste her. Even if they were really boyfriend and girlfriend, he couldn't stop his thoughts. He didn't expect to be fed a mouthful of dog food and be despised by this stinky woman. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he walked up to Chen Sihan and said fiercely, Oh, are you planning on stealing my girlfriend? Lin Xia took a step forward to block his view. Isn't it obvious? How can a slut like this be satisfied by your small body? If you don't want to be beaten, get out of the way. The man in green said jokingly. He could even imagine Lin Xia kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. I would like to try how strong your body is. Lin Xia raised his head slightly and said calmly. Lin Xia, why don't we run? Seeing this, Chen Sihan pulled the corner of Lin Xia's clothes and said in a low voice. No need. To deal with these two pieces of trash, all you need are hands. Lin Xia responded confidently. Before Chen Sihan could try to persuade him again, the man in green started to attack. Who the hell are you calling a waste? The words came along with a fist attacking Lin Xia. Lin Xia took a step back and then quickly kicked the man in green in the abdomen. In an instant, the man in green screamed, flew several meters away, and then knelt on the ground holding his abdomen. Seeing this, the man in red also attacked Lin Xia angrily, but was kicked to the ground by Lin Xia. Looking at this scene, Lin Xia nodded. The effect of the primary physical potion was quite good, making him almost twice as strong as an ordinary adult man. Chen Sihan behind him showed a surprised expression. She really didn't expect Lin Xia to be so powerful. It seems that he has changed more than just his image, which also makes Chen Sihan feel a little safe. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value +2, current rescue value, 69,100, the host obtains 200 rescue coins. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He was really surprised. Then he turned around and saw Chen Sihan, who was surprised. He smirked and moved closer. Hey, pretty girl, do you have to be so surprised? He lifted her chin with his fingertips and scanned her body with an ambiguous gaze. There are even more powerful ones. Do you want to see them again? Bah, pervert. Chen Sihan felt his gaze and of course knew what he was referring to. She immediately slapped his hand away and turned away. Okay, you did a good job just now let me get to the point. Lin Xia stopped teasing her, restrained his expression and naturally put his arms around her slender waist. Ah. So fast. This time Chen Sihan did not struggle, but just asked in confusion. Perform well. Lin Xia didn't say anything, and then he hugged Chen Sihan and walked to the third floor of the mall. Chapter 13: A pet puppy needs to be rescued. The third floor of the mall. In the VIP box of the Tea Time Milk Tea Shop, the air-conditioned air is filled with rich fragrance. Lang Ruwashi leaned back on the light pink cushioned sofa, her fingertips unconsciously circling the straw of her bubble milk tea. Her outfit today was extremely sexy. She was wearing a black bodysuit that showed off her perfect curves. 8 centimeters black high-heeled strappy sandals, casually sticking to the ground. The most attractive part is the pair of black silk garter stockings, with metal buckles firmly fixing the stockings on the thighs. Such an extremely hot outfit made Lu Yuanzhou's Adam's apple, who was sitting next to her, roll more and more frequently. He pretended to be concentrating on browsing his phone and lowered his head to drink milk tea, but his eyes actually never left Lang Ruwashi's beautiful legs in black stockings. The air conditioner in the room was turned to maximum speed, but the thin layer of sweat on the back of his neck still soaked through the collar of his shirt, and the straw of his bubble milk tea was deformed by his teeth. "Xiaoxi, why hasn't your junior come yet?" Lu Yuanzhou had asked the question for the third time, his tone filled with irritation and irrepressible desire. He couldn't wait any longer. Once he dealt with that kid, he would have to start a fight here. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Lang Ruwashi thought it must be Lin Xie who arrived. Soon the door was opened, and a sunny boy in a white t-shirt walked in, hugging a pure and beautiful girl intimately. "Are you Junior Lin?" Lang Ruwashi opened her mouth wide while biting the straw, her face full of disbelief. Although they had shared photos with each other and occasionally made video calls in the past 2 years, Lang Ruwashi's impression of Lin Xie was that of a nerd wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. But after not contacting him for more than half a year, he has changed so much and looks quite handsome. What made her most uncomfortable was that he was so close to a girl who was almost as pretty as her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Didn't he look like he was going to pester her to the end? It had only been so long and he had already fallen in love with someone else. This made her feel furious. Lu Yuanzhou next to him also looked over, glanced at Lin Xie, and gave him an evaluation of being a little handsome, but still far behind him. He had the confidence. Immediately, his eyes were attracted by Chen Sihan, her slightly red face, the cleavage that seemed to be revealed but not yet revealed, and her delicate legs slightly restrained by white stockings, a mixture of purity and sexiness. However, Lin Xie's hand on Chen Sihan's waist made him jealous and crazy. Fuck. This guy has such a beautiful girlfriend but he still comes to bother Xiaoxi. Is he trying to play the black and white devil? Why? He has decided to seize this beautiful woman with white silk stockings. Only he is worthy of enjoying the taste of the black and white devils. As I fantasized like this, my head lowered a little. Lin Xie focused his attention on Lang Ruwashi and nodded secretly in his heart. He didn't let him down. Only such a pet is worth adopting. Name, Lang Ruwashi. Age, 20 years old. Identity, sophomore student majoring in foreign trade at Jiangnan University. Current rescue value, 0-100. Appearance 9'5". Body, 97 168 centimeters, 36D. Bad woman value, 40. Sensitive point, neck. Personality, face control, narcissism, hidden attributes. What? You can't recognize me after not seeing me for half a year? When Lin Xie saw the hidden attribute, a playful smile appeared on his face. This senior sister really needs to be saved. When Lang Ruwashi heard Lin Xie say this, she quickly looked at Lu Yuanzhou and found that he seemed not to have heard it, and was looking at the door in a trance. Only then did Lang Ruwashi breathe a sigh of relief. She stood up and said to Lin Xie, "Well, it's really unexpected. Who is this girl?" There was a hint of inquiry at the end of his words, but his peripheral vision suddenly stopped when it touched the girl next to him. "Oh, can't you tell? Of course she's my girlfriend." Lin Xie gently stroked Chen Sihan's wrist with his fingertips and spoke calmly in the other's surprised eyes. How is it possible? Weren't you just? Lang Ruwashi clenched her fists and stared at Lin Xie coldly. How is it impossible? Can't I have a girlfriend? Come on, baby, give me a kiss. Lin Xie interrupted her and lowered his head to speak to Chen Sihan in his arms. Although Chen Sihan didn't know what was going on, she knew that they knew each other. But this was none of her business, so she could only obey Lin Xie's orders and raised her head to kiss him on the face. This scene made Lang Ruwashi instantly furious. Shouldn't this bastard be my bootlicker? Why would he like another girl, and a beautiful girl who is willing to kiss him? Even if I don't like you. You can only like me. You can only be my dog. Or what? To pester you? I'm so sorry, but I haven't met anyone better before. Lin Chiye ignored Lang Ruoshi's angry face and looked calm. You bastard. Seeing Lin Chiye's calm and nonchalant expression and his outrageous remarks, Lang Ruoshi gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. Senior, I have a girlfriend, why are you so angry? Didn't you say you had something to talk to me about today? Hurry up and tell me, don't delay me and my baby from having fun. Lin Chiye looked like he didn't want to stay any longer and waste time. Lin Chiye's words also reminded Lang Ruoshi of today's important business. At this moment, she no longer had the idea of getting rid of Lin Chiye, because Lin Chiye's infatuation and indifference deeply angered her. She has vowed to make him fall in love with her again and be her only lapdog. So the first step is to severely undermine his self-confidence and let him know that his boyfriend is many times better than him. Then he turned to Lu Yuanzhou, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, I forgot to introduce you, this is my boyfriend Lu Yuanzhou. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that I already have a boyfriend. Please don't bother me anymore in the future. Do you understand? Really? Then your boyfriend is too low class. He doesn't even stand up to greet guests when they come? Lin Chiye looked at Lu Yuanzhou behind Lang Ruoshi and said jokingly. Yuanzhou, Yuanzhou. Seeing Lu Yuanzhou, who was unmoved, Lang Ruoshi reminded him softly. What's the matter, Xiaoxi? Lu Yuanzhou then came back to his senses and looked up at Lang Ruoshi and asked. Stand up and introduce yourself. Lang Ruoshi didn't notice his abnormality and started to explain. Oh well. After saying that, Lu Yuanzhou was about to stand up, but when he was halfway up, he discovered a big problem. Fuck. If he stood up now, he would be killed on the spot. As he was struggling between his conscience and his desires, he suddenly had an idea, and without making a sound, he squeezed the milk tea hard towards his lower body. As expected, the milk tea sprayed through the straw onto his abdomen and crotch. Is Yuanzhou okay? When Lang Ruoshi saw the scene, she immediately went to the table, pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Lu Yuanzhou with concern. Thank you, Xiaoxi. I'm fine. I'd better go to the bathroom and take care of it. You guys can talk first. Lu Yuanzhou took the tissue and pretended to wipe it a few times and said to Lang Ruoshi, then he deliberately bent over and tidied himself while running towards the door. Looking at Lu Yuanzhou approaching, Lin Chiye pulled Chen Sihan aside to make way. Lu Yuanzhou paused when he reached the door, put on a smile that he thought was handsome, and said to Lin Chiye and Chen Sihan, sorry, juniors, please wait for me. After saying that, he left. This smile was specially made for Chen Sihan to see. He wanted to impress her with this handsome face. She was already on his prey list. He doesn't care about Lin Chiye's thoughts at all, because he has no moral constraints at all. He just enjoys the pleasure of seducing other people's girlfriends into depravity. What's more, she is such a beautiful girl, he believes that he will feel a great sense of accomplishment after winning her over. Chen Sihan was indeed stunned when she saw Lu Yuanzhou's face, but she quickly came to her senses. After all, there were handsome guys who chatted with her who were as handsome as him. However, for her, appearance has to give way to financial resources. She just wants to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady. She doesn't have high requirements for her face. As long as it is not the outrageous fat pig type, it is enough to reach the average level. Lin Chiye looked at Lu Yuanzhou's departing back with a hint of amusement on his face. He had been keeping an eye on him out of the corner of his eyes since he entered the door. Lin Chiye saw all his actions. As a man, he certainly knew what that meant. Puppy, you really have a bad eye. Let me save you. Chapter 14, The Resentful Lang Ruoshi and the Humiliated Lu Yuanzhou. Afterwards, Lin Chiye, with a faint smile on his lips, elegantly took Chen Sihan to sit on the sofa opposite Lang Ruoshi. Then he raised his head slightly, looked at Lang Ruoshi with a teasing look in his eyes. Senior sister, aren't you tired of standing? Sit down. Humph, you don't need to tell me. Lang Ruoshi snorted coldly, her delicate eyebrows raised, her eyes full of disdain. What's your name, sister? When did you get together with him? Lang Ruoshi put on airs and looked Chen Sihan up and down with a scrutinizing look. Chen Sihan showed no weakness and glared back at her fiercely. You don't look that old, so why do you call me sister? And why should I answer your questions? She raised her chin slightly, with a provocative arc at the corner of her lips. I didn't expect my sister to have such a strong personality. Lang Ruoshi's lips curled up into a meaningful smile, with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Lang Ruwashi, a sophomore at Jiangnan University, and also the person Lin Xie has always liked. Having said this, she deliberately dragged out the last syllable, her eyes full of pride. Really? Then why aren't you with Lin Xie? Chen Sihan crossed his arms across his chest, his face full of doubt. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking questions? Lang Ruwashi stared at Chen Sihan. My name is Chen Sihan, I'm a freshman, you can answer the questions now. Chen Sihan spoke in a cold tone, with impatience in his eyes. Sister Sihan, didn't you see it? Lang Ruwashi deliberately pulled her hair up, revealing her slender neck, and glanced at Lin Xie. I have a boyfriend, and he's much better than Lin Xie. After saying that, she shook her hair gently, with a look of boasting on her face. Ah? Why didn't I see how good he is? Chen Sihan opened his eyes exaggeratedly and tilted his head innocently. You. He's the most handsome guy in our school. Her appearance immediately made Lang Ruwashi angry. School hunk? So what? Can it be eaten as food? Chen Sihan first realized what was going on, then looked disdainful. You are totally unreasonable. Lang Ruwashi was so angry that her face turned red, her chest rose and fell violently, but she suppressed it again and continued. I'll tell you, Lin Xie has liked me for more than 2 years. He even applied to our school and said he would come to see me. You don't know all this. There was pride in her eyes. I know. We've been together for 3 months. He told me about what happened before. It turns out you're the bad woman who treated Xie like a lapdog. I asked him to send that text message. I just wanted to let you know in person that he's not without beautiful women who like him. When Chen Sihan heard Lang Ruwashi's words, he was immediately furious. He didn't expect that he would become a spare tire. This Lin Xie looked harmless before, but he turned out to be a scumbag. However, she still suppressed her anger, thought for a moment, pretended to be knowledgeable and said to Lang Ruwashi with a chuckle. She absolutely cannot say that she didn't know now, otherwise in Lang Ruwashi's eyes, she would become a scapegoat, her substitute. She was unwilling to feel inferior to this woman who was comparable to her. And now she also wants to know whether Lin Xie really likes this woman, so he comes to her to make her angry. Thinking of this, she didn't know why she became even angrier. She reached out and pinched Lin Xie's waist. Lang Ruwashi's face was full of disbelief. She sat up straight with her eyes wide open, full of shock and anger. Lin Xie, what she said is true. Yes, my baby said the truth. Lin Xie took a deep breath, reached out and held Chen Sihan's hand, stopped her with his eyes, then turned to Lang Ruwashi and chuckled. In fact, he was also shocked by Chen Sihan's words. He didn't expect that she could fight back so fiercely even though she knew nothing. It can only be said that women's IQ doubles when they are competing. Are you kidding me, you bastard? Lang Ruwashi stood up suddenly, her chest heaving violently. Because of her sudden movement, a few strands of her carefully groomed long hair fell down, ruining her originally perfect image. Why are you so angry? You've been playing tricks on me for so long, isn't it reasonable for me to play tricks on you once? Seeing her excitement, Lin Xie only raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression remained calm, with a sly smile on the corner of his mouth and a teasing look in his eyes. Lin Xie had already thought of a preliminary plan after deciding to take Lang Ruwashi as a pet. The first step is to change Lin Xie's image as a useless bootlicker in Lang Ruwashi's mind. After all, who would serve as a dog for a bootlicker? At the same time, it left a deep impression in her heart, making her unable to forget this feeling of contrast and humiliation. After all, who could stand being teased by the previous dog licker? After that, she would only think about how to make him submit to her again. In this way, she will take the initiative to contact Lin Xie, which will also give Lin Xie the opportunity to fall in love with her. Are you here just to show off, you bastard? Lang Ruwashi said coldly. Isn't it worth showing off? Lin Xie deliberately hugged Chen Sihan tighter. Isn't my baby prettier than you? And she can satisfy me in everything, right? When he said this, Chen Sihan's ears flushed and she bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value +2, current rescue value, 71,100, the host obtains 200 fallen coins. The sudden system prompt surprised Lin Xie a little. He really couldn't fully understand a woman's thought process, but he didn't care too much. Damn bastard, what are you so proud of? Lang Ruwashi saw Lin Xie's actions and Chen Sihan's shy look, and her face turned pale with anger. She clenched her fingers tightly. My boyfriend is 100 times better than you, and do you think you can keep such a beauty like this? Her eyes quickly turned to mockery as she tried to hold on to her pride. Are you really boyfriend and girlfriend? How come you don't have any intimate contact at all? Lin Qiye glanced at Lang Ruoshi with a scrutinizing look, then straightened up slightly with confidence in his eyes. As for whether I can hold on, a man needs to be more than just handsome. I have my own strengths, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh, that's ridiculous. What strengths do you have? And why don't you believe me? Are you jealous? Lin Qiye's gaze made Lang Ruoshi's body stiffen for a moment, but she still spoke calmly. What strengths? You will find out later. It doesn't matter to me whether you are really a couple or not. After all, I am not interested in you now. I also hope you don't regret it. Lin Qiye did not expose her pretended calmness and spoke calmly. Why would I regret it? Regret not being with you? That's ridiculous. Lang Ruoshi laughed at Lin Qiye's words. You'll know soon enough. There was a glimmer of cunning in Lin Qiye's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile made Lang Ruoshi feel creepy. What do you mean? Lang Ruoshi felt uneasy when he looked at her. She shrank back unconsciously, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and it was Lu Yuanzhou who came back from the bathroom. At this moment, he had a smile on his face, looking like a gentleman and elegant. After all, he had just relaxed in the bathroom, his mind was clearer and he felt more relaxed. He had already determined his goals for today. The first thing was to make this junior brother feel ashamed and retreat obediently, and then slap Lang Ruoshi. The second is to get the contact information of this beautiful woman with white stockings. After calming down, he came to Lang Ruoshi and said to Lin Qiye condescendingly, "Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long." He paused deliberately, and gave a warning look, "Don't blame me for being rude." Lang Ruoshi was frozen by Lu Yuanzhou's sudden intimate behavior and instinctively wanted to break free, but she held back after seeing Lin Qiye. Lang Ruoshi's actions made Lin Qiye certain that Lu Yuanzhou was not her real boyfriend. It seemed that she had found someone to pretend to be her boyfriend in order to get rid of him. This made Lin Qiye nod his head in satisfaction. After all, a defiled pet had no value in collection and was only worthy of being played with. Then he ignored Lu Yuanzhou's warning look and said calmly, "Really? You two don't look intimate at all. Have you not gotten my body yet? Otherwise, why are you staring at my baby's chest? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever look at this school girl's chest?" Lu Yuanzhou's little trick was exposed and he retorted angrily in shame. Chen Sihan's eyes were always on Lang Ruoshi, so when he heard Lin Qiye's words, he immediately looked at Lu Yuanzhou and caught his momentary embarrassed expression. This also made her realize that Lin Qiye was not wrong. She didn't expect that this seemingly decent man was actually a lustful person. That's so disgusting. She quickly covered her chest and cast a contemptuous look at Lu Yuanzhou. Seeing Chen Sihan's actions, Lu Yuanzhou was already cursing Lin Qiye's ancestors in his heart. Fuck. This bastard has ruined my image as a gentleman. It will be difficult for me to get close to this beautiful lady with white silk stockings. But he will not give up. He has one more reason to win the white silk beauty, that is to take revenge on this bastard. Lang Ruoshi's eyes were always on Lin Qiye. Hearing his words, she turned her head and cast an inquiring look at Lu Yuanzhou. Lu Yuanzhou quickly calmed himself down. He didn't want Lang Ruoshi to notice anything unusual. After all, Lang Ruoshi should be able to have sex soon, but the white stocking beauty hadn't even started yet. He still knew what was important and what was not. Then he changed the subject and said righteously, "I am not with Xiaoxi just to get her body. I like her as a whole person. I am not as superficial as you." Lang Ruoshi was somewhat moved when she heard Lu Yuanzhou's words, and she no longer thought about what had just happened. "Senior, you are so noble. But I am so superficial. My baby and I are inseparable every day. We even watch anime together and study knowledge at night." Lin Qiye stood up with his arm around Chen Sihan and said to Lu Yuanzhou jokingly, especially emphasizing the word knowledge. In order to make his words more convincing, he lowered his head and gave Chen Sihan a light kiss on the face. Then she looked up and said to Lu Yuanzhou in a playful tone, "Okay, my noble senior, I'll let you take over my position. I suddenly want to go home with my baby to study, so I won't accompany you any longer." As soon as Lin Qiye walked to the door and opened it, he turned back and gave Lu Yuanzhou a provocative look, then used his skill line of sight acquisition on Lang Ruoshi, then closed the door and left in style. Looking at Lin Qiye leaving with the white stocking beauty in his arms, Lu Yuanzhou was extremely angry. Originally, he had imagined that he would humiliate this bastard so that he would give up and stop pestering Lang Ruoshi. Then Lang Ruoshi would be so grateful that she would give herself to him and let him have sex with her. I didn't expect that this bastard would actually give up pestering me on his own initiative. Doesn't this make him seem redundant? And he humiliated me instead. What he couldn't accept the most was that the beautiful girl with white stockings snuggled in the bastard's arms, letting him do whatever he wanted with her shyly, which made him believe that what the bastard said about watching anime and having sex with her every day was most likely true. This made him extremely jealous and aggrieved. This beautiful woman with white stockings who was of the same level as Lang Ruoshi must have been toyed around with by this bastard who looked inferior to him. And what about himself? He had never even kissed Lang Ruoshi's mouth. In comparison, he was such a failure. No way. I have to fuck Lang Ruoshi today no matter what. This is about a man's dignity. If Lang Ruoshi offered herself voluntarily, he would make her feel better. If she continued to tease him like before, he would definitely. Having made up his mind, Lu Yuanzhou cast an aggressive look towards Lang Ruoshi. Chapter 15 Lu Yuanzhou reveals his true face. Xiaoxi, that junior student won't bother you anymore. Can you tell me the important things now? Lu Yuanzhou's deep voice brought Lang Ruoshi back to reality from her trance. I'm a little uncomfortable today. Let's talk about it another day. Yuanzhou, I'm leaving first. Hearing Lu Yuanzhou's voice, Lang Ruoshi came back to her senses from her trance-like state of staring at the door. She did not feel any joy at all because of getting rid of Lin Xie. All she could think about was Lin Xie. She had forgotten her previous plan to confess to Lu Yuanzhou after getting rid of Lin Xie. I was teased by Lin Xie today, and was fed dog food by him and a beautiful woman as pretty as me. He also acted like he didn't like me and had no attachment to me, as if I was dumped by him. This made her feel like a clown today. How could her pride allow herself to accept it? This sense of disparity made her extremely unbalanced. Why could the little bootlicker who used to obey her in everything now be so arrogant and say that he didn't care about her? And this is not just talk. Shen Sihan's existence proves that what he said is true. He really has the qualifications to not care. When will a licker have the right to say no to a goddess? Only the goddess can abandon the licker. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She just wanted to go back to her best friend Su Qing for help. As a female sea king with countless licking dogs, she believed that she could think of a way to make Lin Xie kneel down and lick the soles of her high heels again. After making up her mind, she broke free from Lu Yuanzhou's hand, grabbed the bag on the sofa and was about to leave. Lu Yuanzhou saw that she had no intention of sacrificing herself, which completely infuriated him. This stinky bitch was playing tricks on him again. He, Lu Yuanzhou, was the campus hunk of Zheng University. He always teases women. When has he ever been teased by a woman like this? I really gave her too many good looks. She felt so confident. Today I must let her know that I am not some slutty old lady who can be toyed with and played around with at will. Then he angrily grabbed Lang Ruoshi's arm and said in a low voice, I still think it's better to say it now. Yuanzhou, I'm really not feeling well today. Let's do it another day. Lang Ruoshi was very annoyed and didn't notice the other party's anger at all. She just wanted to leave quickly. After saying that, she tried to struggle against Lu Yuanzhou's hand, but how could Lu Yuanzhou do as she wished? He suddenly threw Lang Ruoshi onto the sofa with great force. Lang Ruoshi, who was dumped, screamed, then looked up at Lu Yuanzhou with a confused look on her face and said, Lu Yuanzhou, what are you crazy about? You stinky bitch. You've driven me crazy. You obviously like me, but you're still flirting with me and won't even let me kiss you on the mouth. Why are you pretending to be a pure saint? Today, I'm going to. While roaring angrily, Lu Yuanzhou unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt and pounced towards Lang Ruoshi. Lang Ruoshi was completely shocked by his words. She never expected that the perfect man she had always dreamed of would be such a beast. Just when she was panicking, Lu Yuanzhou had already pushed her down, and was about to hold down her hands and kiss her lips hard. Lu Yuanzhou. You bastard. Stop it now. Lang Ruoshi struggled violently while moving her limbs around and cursing in resistance. However, her resistance made Lu Yuanzhou even more excited, because before this, women always knelt down obediently and let him have sex with them, without any resistance at all. But today he experienced a different kind of freshness, and he has decided to try this kind of gameplay more often in the future. Help! Help! Ah! At this moment, Lang Ruoshi's hands had been pressed above her head by Lu Yuanzhou, and her legs were also clamped by Lu Yuanzhou. She could only twist her body uneasily and scream with fear on her face. Hearing her call, Lu Yuanzhou quickly freed up one hand to cover Lang Ruoshi's mouth and steady her head. The soundproofing of the box was not very good, which made him realize that he was careless and should have opened a hotel so that he could show his skills. But on second thought, wouldn't it be better to stay here? Fuck. His blood is boiling. Seeing Lang Ruoshi's fearful, angry, and uneasy eyes again. This was like a stimulant that stimulated Lu Yuanzhou's nerves and made him feel extremely happy. He decided to feel it more, so he stared into Lang Ruoshi's eyes and slowly lowered his head to watch her eyes gradually widen. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuanzhou was extremely excited. Pa 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 pa. Just then there was discordant applause from the door. Chapter 16 Lin Chia's threat, Lu Yuanzhou's fear. The applause scared the two people on the sofa. Lu Yuanzhou turned around subconsciously and saw Lin Chia taking pictures of them with his mobile phone with a joking look on his face. Lu Yuanzhou instantly became angry and flustered. He didn't know why he didn't hear the door opening and just thought he was too engrossed. He quickly let go of Lang Ruoshi, stood up, stared at Lin Chia and said in a low voice, "Why are you back? And what are you doing?" "Oh, I left my umbrella here. I came back to get it. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. Of course I have to record it." The noble senior really opened my eyes. In fact, after Lin Chia knew Lu Yuanzhou's true nature and Lang Ruoshi's reaction, he deliberately said those words to stimulate Lu Yuanzhou to see if he would reveal his true nature. He also gave Lang Ruoshi a skill to gain her sight for 5 minutes, making it easier to check the situation. If it was really as he expected, he would be able to grasp the opportunity to enter the scene. He also used one rescue coin to exchange for a pack of DLS and placed it on the sofa, which gave him a reason to come back. Lin Chia had just gone out and not far when he asked Chen Sihan to go back. Although she was very angry, Lin Chia told her that he would take her to see young Master Zhang tomorrow, so she could only hold back her anger and leave. After that, Lin Chia was about to go to the nearby bathroom to wait and check the situation. Unexpectedly, something happened before he had taken a few steps, so he hurriedly turned back. When Lu Yuanzhou pushed Lang Ruoshi down on the sofa, Lin Chia cast a one-time 3-second silent item on the door of the box, which was exchanged for 200 rescue coins, allowing him to enter the room silently. He immediately thought of Lang Ruoshi's hidden attribute, and he made a plan. Perhaps this was a chance to corrupt her, so he started recording the video without hesitation. Asshole. Delete the video now. Lu Yuanzhou quickly rushed to Lin Chia and tried to snatch his phone. Ah. However, Lin Chia easily dodged it and punched him in the abdomen, causing him to scream and fall to his knees. Lin Chia then squatted down and pinched his chin, forcing him to look up. Looking at his painful and angry face, Lin Chia said playfully, "Senior, you just committed the crime of forced molestation and will be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment of less than 5 years. Do you think I should enforce justice? I haven't really done anything to her yet, you can't threaten me." Lu Yuanzhou panicked for a moment when he heard this, and then forced himself to remain calm. "It seems that you don't understand the law, so let me explain it to you." Lin Chia immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for the definition of the crime of forced molestation and showed it to him, and then played the recorded video for him. What do you want?" Lu Yuanzhou was now completely panicked. His behavior just now was indeed the crime that Lin Chia mentioned. And there is video evidence. If this bastard really helps Lang Ruoshi sue him, he won't be able to escape and will probably end up in jail for several years. He is really scared. He wanted to struggle to stand up and snatch his phone, but Lin Chia's punch was too heavy, making him unable to exert any strength. He could only stay where he was and wait for Lin Chia's decision. "Let me think about it. How about I post this video on your school's forum first, so that everyone in your school can know the true face of our noble and upright school idol?" Lin Chia thought about it and smiled happily. You are a devil." Lin Chia's words made Lu Yuanzhou feel sick. If Lin Chia really did that, he would definitely die in school, and not just in school. He might as well spend a few years in jail. Then, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, he tilted his head back and begged Lang Ruoshi for mercy. "Xiaoxi, I was wrong. I was bewildered just now. I will let you punish me from now on. Please tell him not to do this again." Lang Ruoshi sat on the sofa and watched the scene. At first, she was very grateful to Lin Chia for saving her, but his smile and words afterwards made Lang Ruoshi feel scared. What on earth had Lin Xie experienced in the past 6 months that made him a completely different person? His calmness and evilness made Leng Ruoshi no longer dare to think could she really make him turn back into the dog who obeyed her in every way? Humph! You deserve it, you scumbag! Hearing Lu Yuanzhou's cry, Lang Ruoshi looked at him with disgust and contempt. She was really blind before to fall in love with such a beast in human clothing. It seems that one should not only look at the appearance when choosing a man. Hey, senior, you've asked the wrong person for help. The video is in my hands, and no one else can interfere with what I want to do. Lin Xie straightened his face. At this moment Lang Ruoshi knew that Lin Xie was not threatening Lu Yuanzhou just to help her, which made her feel disappointed. What do you want me to do in order to delete the video? When Lu Yuanzhou heard Lang Ruoshi's reluctance to pay attention and that Lin Xie didn't care about Lang Ruoshi's thoughts at all, he felt disappointed and said in despair. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Senior, please give me some time to think about it. Lin Xie really hasn't figured out how to use this handle. If he helps Lang Ruoshi to put Lu Yuanzhou in jail or posts him online to make him socially ruined, what would that get him? In exchange for Lu Yuanzhou's hatred? He is not afraid of this, but the other party will only go to jail for 5 years at most. When he is released from prison, if he wants to take crazy revenge and targets the little pets he has collected, it will be dangerous. By that time, he would definitely have too many pets to take care of, but even so, he would still feel sad if one of them was harmed by Lu Yuanzhou. Judging from his appearance, he should be a well-known figure in school. I will be going to Jiang University soon, and I may need him in school. Letting him do something would be the best choice for him. However, he would not tell Lu Yuanzhou about this idea now. He wanted Lu Yuanzhou to spend the next month or so in fear and terror. After all, this kind of unresolved threat is what makes people sleepless and panic. You don't know what you will encounter in the next second. How come you don't receive a little punishment for daring to covet the prey you have set your eyes on? As for Lang Ruoshi's gratitude? He doesn't care, he just needs her submission. Chapter 17, Evil Lin Xie, Lang Ruoshi's first kiss. Lin Xie lowered his eyes and stared at Lu Yuanzhou's pale face for a while, with a hint of sneer at the corner of his mouth. Then she patted his face, took his phone, stood up and walked to the sofa behind him, sat next to Lang Ruoshi, put her arms around her slender waist and held her in her arms, with his hands pressed against her lower abdomen. Ah, Lin Xie, what are you doing? Lang Ruoshi was startled by Lin Xie's actions and spoke angrily. I can't tell I'm hugging you. Lin Xie lowered his head close to her ear and blew hot air onto her swan neck. Who allowed you to hug me? Didn't you say you didn't like me? The warm breath made Lang Ruoshi struggle at a loss. Lin Xie suddenly chuckled. I really don't like you. He paused when he felt the shudder, but your body is quite tempting, I want to taste it. You pervert. Let me go. I didn't expect you to be as much of a scumbag as Lu Yuanzhou. Lang Ruoshi felt the position of the fingers and struggled violently in disbelief and shame. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Xie smiled happily. Lu Yuanzhou, who had turned around long ago, knelt on the ground, looking at Lang Ruoshi who was held in Lin Xie's arms, and listening to Lin Xie's incredible words. He didn't expect that this guy was also a scumbag. He thought he was a righteous person. And his hand that was caressing Lang Ruoshi's abdomen made his eyes red with jealousy. Fuck. I've known Lang Ruoshi for more than a year, and I haven't enjoyed this kind of benefit. How long has this guy gotten it? Lu Yuanzhou's face flushed, veins popped up on his neck, and he stared at Lin Xie with wide eyes. Then he roared at Lin Xie angrily, asshole, I didn't expect you to be a scumbag. Let Xiaoxi go quickly, you are also molesting me. I have a handle on you, we are even now. His voice became sharp due to frustration, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Lin Xie raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of teasing, and asked slowly, it's even? Senior, you are too naive, where is the evidence? His tone was full of contempt. I saw it with my own eyes. I am a witness. Lu Yuanzhou stiffened his neck, his chest heaving violently. Lin Xie's smile deepened when he heard this, and he said jokingly, oh, then will the judge believe you, or the video in my hand? You, damn it. Lu Yuanzhou was choked by his words and wanted to pick up his phone, but suddenly remembered that his phone was just taken away by Lin Xie. He finally knew why Lin Xie took his phone. Asshole, you are committing a crime, let me go. Lu Yuanzhou's words reminded Lang Ruoshi, and she tried to use these words to make Lin Xie let her go. Do you think the video just now can only bring ruin to Lu Yuanzhou's reputation? Lin Xie let Leng Ruoxi sit with her back in his arms. He held her waist with both hands, rested his chin on her shoulder, raised his head slightly and breathed into Leng Ruoxi's earlobe. Leng Ruoxi trembled all over, her voice trembling, with a bit of confusion. What do you mean? When Lu Yuanzhou saw this scene, he was so angry that his eyes widened, his face turned green, and his neck turned red. He wanted to go up and separate them, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. He didn't understand why that kick would hurt him so much and last so long. This was of course because Lin Xie had used a disposable prop that doubled the pain. What do you think would happen if I edited the video from a slightly different angle, added a title like "Sexy and Lustful Woman Seduces the School Idol," and used your face photo and your name as the cover, and posted it on your school's forum? Lin Xie whispered playfully into Leng Ruoxi's ear. How can you be so despicable? What on earth do you want? When Leng Ruoxi heard Lin Xie's vicious plan, her body froze. If Lin Xie really did that, she would definitely not be able to survive in school. After all, Lu Yuanzhou had the image of a perfect male god in school, and most people would believe that this post was true. She didn't dare to imagine that scene, and could only bite her lip and curse in shame. Didn't I just say that I want to taste your seductive body? Lin Xie's left cheek was already pressed against Leng Ruoxi's right cheek. Ugh, asshole. The close and hot body, the evil threats, and the ambiguous and obscene teasing made Leng Ruoxi not know what to do. Lin Xie felt her body gradually softening, glanced at Lu Yuanzhou, whose face had turned green from anger, and smiled playfully. Then he freed one hand to touch Leng Ruoxi's face and kissed her lips aggressively. Leng Ruoxi's eyes widened instantly. Her first kiss was taken away by Lin Xie so domineeringly, and her body was imprisoned and she could not resist. She could only clench her fists and let him do what he wanted. Lin Xie also opened his eyes and kissed her while staring at her with an aggressive look. Ah! Asshole! Let her go! Lu Yuanzhou shed tears of humiliation and roared. The red lips that he had coveted for so long were ruthlessly taken away by this bastard, but he could only kneel on the ground and watch like a turtle. Ah! Who can stop this beast? However, his fantasy was shattered. The room had been blocked by Lin Xie using props for 5 minutes. 3 minutes later. Lin Xie let go of Leng Ruoxi's red lips. At this moment, Leng Ruoxi slowly opened her eyes that had been closed again, and saw Lin Xie's playful smile. This made her feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed because she had just been immersed in the kiss and was unable to extricate herself. What? Still want it? Don't worry, I will continue to satisfy you later, but not here. The more passionate things we will do later are not something you can watch, senior. Lin Xie glanced at Lu Yuanzhou, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued to tease. Leng Ruoxi was very scared when she heard his words, but she also had a hint of expectation. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yuanzhou, who was kneeling on the ground like a turtle. This look made Leng Ruoxi more and more disgusted. If she really had to be defiled, she would rather be defiled by Lin Xie. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she quickly shook her head. She was not a slutty bitch. Ding, Leng Ruoxi's rescue value plus 25, current rescue value, 25,100, the host obtains 2,500 rescue coins. Lin Xie didn't expect that just a domineering kiss would add so much rescue value. It seems that she really has that attribute, as the system said. Don't worry, he will definitely bring out Leng Ruoxi's true nature today. Then he stood up holding Leng Ruoxi, and said to Lu Yuanzhou on the ground with a condescending attitude as a winner, "Sorry, senior, the following content is not for you to watch. Senior sister can't wait any longer. I have to go and save her. Goodbye." After saying that, he dragged the distraught Leng Ruoxi away, and when he reached the door, he turned back and said meaningfully, "Oh, by the way, it won't be too long, I will be able to go to Jiangnan University to witness the style of my senior." Then he strode away. Lu Yuanzhou felt extremely humiliated when he saw Leng Ruoxi's disgusted look towards him and her posture of letting that bastard hug her. Fuck. Was this bitch conquered by just a kiss? If he had known this would happen, he should have taken possession of her. But now there is no chance. He knows that this bitch will definitely be toyed with by that bastard today. The delicious meat that I had been longing for so long was taken away from me so easily. Moreover, he was caught by that bastard and couldn't save himself. And Lin Xie's last words made him feel like a thorn in his side, as if he would be killed by the king of hell at any time. Then he turned around and saw his cell phone on the sofa. By the way, do you want to call the police? But if you report it too early, there will be no evidence. If you report it too late, the bitch might be beaten into submission and accuse him together with that bastard. Isn't he just asking for his own death? Grass. What should he do? Chapter 18 Lang Ruwashi's attributes are activated, and the road to salvation begins. Lang Ruwashi picture. Lin Chiya, let me go. Lang Ruwashi, who had just come out of the milk tea shop, suddenly woke up and struggled and shouted violently like a frightened rabbit. Her almond-shaped eyes were now filled with anger, and her originally blushing cheeks became even redder because of excitement. This scene immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, some of whom pointed and whispered. This scene attracted the attention and discussion of many passers-by. What happened to these two? It looks like a couple is arguing. Why do you think they quarreled? Look at this woman dressed so provocatively. Could it be that she cheated on her boyfriend and got caught? It doesn't look like that. If that were the case, this man wouldn't be so calm, unless he is the turtle god. That makes sense, and the woman is so pretty. I'd really like to know why. So do I. Senior sister, do you want to be treated like a monkey? When Lin Chia leaned over, a barely perceptible cunning flashed in his eyes, and his warm breath swept across her reddened ears. Lang Ruwashi trembled all over and glanced around in panic at the curious eyes cast at her. Only then did she realize that their posture was ambiguous enough to make any bystander imagine something. Her fair cheeks flushed instantly, and she bit her lower lip and whispered, "Then let me go." Hearing this, Lin Chia raised a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth, and raised his eyebrows with a smile. "Senior sister, do you want to become a celebrity in the school? Besides, there will be more important scenes later. Isn't it nice to get familiar with it now?" As he spoke, he gently rubbed the skin on the inside of her wrist with his thumb, his eyes teasing and playful. Despicable. Shameless. Lang Ruwashi was shaking with anger, her eyes wide open, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. A voice of shame and anger squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. "Oh." Lin Chia just sneered, and the curve of his mouth became more and more wanton. Not long after, in the presidential suite of a high-end hotel, the soft sunlight cast a warm color on the room, but the atmosphere of the room was not warmed by it. Lin Chia leaned lazily on the leather sofa, crossed his legs, and folded his arms across his chest, looking up and down at Lang Ruwashi, who was standing uneasy in front of him, with a playful look, as if he was appreciating a delicious meal that was about to be eaten. He said jokingly, "Senior, go take a shower quickly, or do you want to keep it as it is?" "I'm fine with that." Lang Ruwashi clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She straightened her back and forced herself to look him in the eye. "Lin Chia, are you taking revenge on me for what I did to you before?" There was a slight tremor in her voice. "I know I was wrong. What compensation do you want? Apart from this, I can satisfy you in any way." Lin Chia suddenly stood up, stretched out his right hand and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up, and gently stroked her lips with his thumb. "You don't deserve my revenge like this, because this kind of revenge is more satisfying for you, not me. How can you be so shameless?" Lang Ruwashi suddenly turned her head to avoid his touch, tears flashing in her eyes. "I'm serious." "I'm serious too." Lin Chia slowly withdrew his hand, turned around and walked towards the wine cabinet, poured a glass of red wine and walked back to where he was, put it on the coffee table. This was a flirt for later, and then approached Lang Ruwashi. "How about this? I want to have a pet recently. What about you?" "You still say this is not revenge?" Lang Ruwashi's voice suddenly rose, and then it was suppressed. "Is there no room for negotiation at all? You have two choices, lie down obediently, or be my dog." Lin Chia leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "Just like a real dog, I promise not to touch you." Shameless pervert. Lang Ruwashi pushed him away violently, her chest heaving violently. "Why did you become like this?" "This is who I really am." Lin Chia smiled instead of getting angry, with an aggressive light in his eyes, and then suddenly reached out and hugged her by the waist. "It seems that it is difficult for you to choose, so I will help you choose one." "Asshole. What are you doing?" Lang Ruwashi struggled desperately in his arms, kicking her legs wildly. "If you don't want to take a shower, I'll help you." Lin Chia easily suppressed her resistance and strode towards the bathroom. "I'm going to sue you for rape tomorrow." Lang Ruwashi's voice was filled with tears. Lin Chia paused, looked down at her tearful appearance, and suddenly smiled. "Then I have to edit the video tonight and clean your body." "Ugh, bastard, I hate you." Lang Ruwashi punched his chest weakly with her fist. Soon they came to the bathroom, and Lin Chia placed her on the sink, with his hands on both sides of her body. He stared at her pitiful appearance with burning eyes and said ambiguously, "Are you trying to seduce me with this look?" Shameless. Lang Ruwashi felt the eyes that wanted to devour her, and turned her face away in panic. She knew that she could not escape the fate of being slapped today. 3 hours later. Lang Ruoshi curled up in Lin Xia's arms, the tears in the corners of her eyes not yet dried, announcing that Lang Ruoshi's road to salvation had officially begun. Lin Xia put one hand behind his head and looked out the window with a gloomy expression. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value plus 40, current rescue value, 65,100, the host obtains 4,000 rescue coins. The system's prompt sounded like a satisfied smile on Lin Xia's lips, thinking that all his efforts were worth it. Tiredness came over him, he hugged the beauty tightly in his arms, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 19, Ruthless Lin Xia? Painful Lang Ruoshi. A little after 7 p.m., in the presidential suite. Lang Ruoshi woke up slowly, and when she opened her eyes she could only see faint light coming in from the floor-to-ceiling window. She tried to move, and the pain made her gasp and almost cry. She immediately felt Lin Xia's presence, and countless embarrassing memories from before were instantly awakened, which made her feel ashamed and angry. This bastard. What made her feel most embarrassed and ashamed was that she. Ugh. I just hope this bastard doesn't notice this, otherwise she might really be manipulated by this bastard. Lin Xia had already woken up when he felt Lang Ruoshi's movements, but he deliberately did not move. Instead, he wanted to see how Lang Ruoshi would react. Feeling that she didn't yell or scream in an emotional way, it also foreshadowed that his journey to save her would be smooth. Then he deliberately tightened his arms and hugged her tighter, just to test her endurance limit. Lang Ruoshi felt the arm tightening around her waist, making her and Lin Xia stick closer together. She was ashamed and angry and quickly pushed Lin Xia away with both hands. Asshole, wake up. The puppy is awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Lin Xia then pretended to wake up, loosened his hand, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Asshole. What did you call me? When Lang Ruoshi heard the name puppy, she instantly became furious and roared at Lin Xia. Didn't you look like an obedient puppy before? Lin Xia answered as if it was a matter of course. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Lang Ruoshi sat up trembling with anger and was about to pounce on Lin Xia. However, as soon as she moved, her whole body ached and she could not use any strength. She could only hold on to the bed with both hands to steady her body. And because of her movements, the ultra-thin sheet had left her body, but her attention was now all on Lin Xia, and she did not notice anything unusual. So angry? It seems you are still a dishonest puppy. Do you need me to help you recall? Lin Xia was not moved by her anger at all. He admired Lang Ruoshi's body with the help of the weak light from the window. Not to mention, this posture where only the outline could be seen was even more attractive, making Lin Xia want to pamper her again. Lang Ruoshi knew that her previous embarrassing behavior was already known to this bastard. If this bastard kept holding on to this matter and humiliated her, what should she do? She really didn't know. Shameless bastard. Then she came to her senses and noticed that he was staring at her body. Lang Ruoshi quickly lowered her head, her face flushed instantly, and after cursing, she hurriedly grabbed the bedsheet to wrap herself. As a result, she used too much force and pulled the entire bedsheet over. Even if you want to see my body, you don't have to be so forceful. Lin Xia didn't care at all and didn't try to cover it up. He raised his arms lazily and said with a mischievous smile in his eyes. You pervert. Who wants to see this? Lang Ruoshi knew that this bastard would never change calling her puppy. No matter how angry she would only be helpless and furious, and he would tease her back and make her very angry. There was no way, she could only force herself to ignore the name, and then instinctively look towards Lin Xia, which made her instantly embarrassed and angry, and she quickly turned her head away. Isn't it? But you have already seduced me, so you have to be responsible for cooling down the fire. Lin Xia moved towards Lang Ruoshi, then held Lang Ruoshi, who was wrapped in an ultra-thin sheet, in his arms and said jokingly. Tear it, don't. It hurts. Lang Ruoshi's wrist was suddenly grabbed forcefully, and the pain in her wrist made her scream. What's wrong? Lin Xia asked with a little concern. It's all your fault, you bastard. It hurts so much. Ugh. Lin Xia's words made Lang Ruoshi completely collapse and cry loudly. You can't blame me entirely for this. I see that you seem to like it very much, so of course I have to do my best to satisfy you. Lin Xia continued to tease. You bastard. Come on, let me die in pain. When Lang Ruoshi heard Lin Xia's words, she became even more emotional and began to beat Lin Xia's body. However, Lin Xia did not stop her. After all, pets also have the right to be naughty. What's more, her strength was no different from tickling or flirting to Lin Xie. 2 minutes later, Lang Ruoshi stopped and sobbed softly. It doesn't tea hurt anymore? Lin Xie chuckled and spoke. Lang Ruoshi did not respond, and Lin Xie did not ask any further questions. He got up and got out of bed. Where are you going? Lang Ruoshi then looked up and asked. Of course I'm going home. You can't spend the night with me in this state. I'm afraid someone might get killed. Lin Xie said seriously. Go to hell, scumbag. Lang Ruoshi heard that he didn't care about her at all and was just treating her as a disposable pet to vent his anger on, so she roared angrily, picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it at Lin Xie. This room expires at noon tomorrow. You can take a good night to recover. Consider it a benefit for satisfying me. Lin Xie dodged the pillow easily, put on his clothes on the sofa and walked towards the door, speaking without looking back. Lang Ruoshi was so angry that she didn't know what to curse, so she could only grab another pillow next to her and throw it towards the door. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Lang Ruoshi burst into tears again instantly. She never expected that Lin Xie would be so unsympathetic and just wanted to take revenge on her by spanking her hard and humiliating her. This made her extremely painful. Her pride had been ruthlessly shattered by Lin Xie. How could she accept this result? She had already decided to take revenge on Lin Xie, even if it meant dying together with Lin Xie. Chapter 20, Salvation Lies in the Details. Half an hour later, the door of the presidential suite reopened, and soft light instantly filled the room. Lang Ruoshi, who had been sitting on the bed, suddenly came to her senses, looked up, and saw Lin Xie walking in with a bag. Although it was unclear why he turned back, Lang Ruo still felt a hint of joy and a hint of anticipation in his heart. However, she still frowned and pretended to be angry, but her tone softened unconsciously. Asshole, why did you come back? I just thought of this halfway through the journey, Lin Xie answered nonchalantly as he walked towards the sofa. If you really become paralyzed, I'm afraid I'll have to go to jail. Of course, Lin Xie couldn't really leave. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let go of the little cutie he was about to rescue. Huh, you're afraid too? Lang Ruoshi could feel that Lin Xie was worried about her, but he was just being stubborn. This made the corners of her mouth curl up slightly. Why not just let me become paralyzed, so that you, a scumbag, can go in and get reformed? My destiny is in my own hands. After Lin Xie put the things on the coffee table, he took out a box of ointment, walked to the bed and said to Lang Ruoshi, lie down. What are you doing? Lang Ruoshi raised her head vigilantly. Can't you see that? Apply medicine to the pig's butt. Lin Xie said seriously. You are the pig, I don't need your help. Lang Ruoshi knew what he was going to do when she heard his words, but the word pigs but made her so ashamed and angry that she cursed. Okay, then you can do it yourself. Lin Xie opened the package, threw the ointment in front of her, and stood there with his arms folded. You, turn around. Lang Ruoshi held the ointment in her hand, and seeing that he didn't move at all, she couldn't help but urge him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in pig butts right now. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows. I have to watch you apply the medicine properly. You pervert. She was so angry that she wanted to wrap herself with the bedsheet, but the moment she moved her whole body ached. She couldn't help but gasp. It was all because of this beast who tortured her like this. At this moment, Lin Xie suddenly sat down beside the bed and reached out to pull her. What are you doing? She reflexively shrank back. Behave yourself if you want to get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Xie pulled her to his side without saying anything, let her lie on his legs, and used his other hand to lift the bedsheet. Lang Ruoshi hurriedly pressed down in shame. No. I've seen everything I should and shouldn't have seen. Lin Xie gently pushed her hand away. Why are you still shy? These words immediately deflated Lang Ruoshi, and she stopped struggling. Soon, she felt the cool touch of the ointment from behind. Lin Xie's movements were unexpectedly gentle, which gradually relaxed her tense nerves and also dissipated a lot of the resentment in her heart. In this comfort, she closed her eyes unconsciously. 3 minutes later. There was a soft pop sound, followed by the man's low voice. Is it so comfortable? Ah. You, humph. Lang Ruoshi woke up suddenly, feeling embarrassed and angry but unable to find the right words, and finally could only turn her head away angrily. Are you hungry? Lin Xie helped her turn over, let her lean against the head of the bed with a pillow, then stood up and asked. After he mentioned this, Lang Ruoshi immediately felt hunger rising up and responded softly. She hasn't eaten a single grain of rice since noon, and in the meantime. Thinking of this, her ears turned red again. Lin Chia looked at her submissive appearance, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned and walked to the coffee table, took out 2 steaming lunchboxes from the plastic bag and walked to the bed. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge and soup dumplings. Lin Chia unpacked the disposable chopsticks neatly, and a crisp click sound was heard when he broke them apart. Can I eat it by myself? Lang Ruoshi stared at his palms, and suddenly remembered that these hands were just wandering on her body, and her face immediately turned redder. She stretched out her hand with forced calmness, of course. Before she finished her words, her arms suddenly went limp and the chopsticks fell onto the bed with a clack. My aching muscles felt like they were being pricked by thousands of needles, and I didn't even have the strength to lift my hands. It seems that I can't. Lin Chia sat down on the bedside, scooped up a spoonful of porridge and blew on it. Come on, open your mouth. The aroma of porridge wafted over, and Lang Ruoshi's stomach immediately made a growling sound. But to accept this kind of feeding, this scene was like an intimate interaction between lovers, which made her feel dazed for a moment. Strangely, she didn't have much resistance in her heart. Could it be that she had fallen in love with this bastard? This thought even frightened her. Although his current image is pretty good, his personality has become very bad, and he even used threats to take away my virginity. He even knew the shameful side of me that I didn't know about before. Now I am so ashamed that I can't even raise my head in front of him. There is no reason for me to not hate him but instead like him. Lang Ruoshi bit her lip, frowned, and tried to sort out her thoughts. What? Seeing that she was in a daze, Lin Chia waved the spoon in front of her and asked jokingly, do you want me to feed you with my mouth? You. Lang Ruoshi suddenly came back to her senses, raised her head, and met Lin Chia's teasing eyes. The chaotic memory fragments, the burning breath, the intertwined tongues. Lang Ruoshi's face flushed and she was too flustered to know how to answer. Lin Chia had already put the spoon against her mouth. Open your mouth. Lang Ruoshi opened her mouth unconsciously and then held it in her mouth. The warm porridge slid into her mouth, the rice grains were cooked soft, and the mellow aroma of the preserved egg melted on the tip of her tongue, making her sigh with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Chia fed her more than 10 spoonfuls, and Lang Ruoshi opened her mouth obediently. Tasty? Lin Chia saw her satisfied expression and asked happily. After all, it is quite fulfilling to have a pet obediently let its owner feed it. Well, why don't you eat? Lang Ruoshi spoke instinctively, but as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. How could she eat him now? You're eating so deliciously, I'd like to try some too. Lin Chia said naturally after hearing this, and then ate 2 spoonfuls of porridge. Well, it's really good. Lang Ruoshi watched him eat directly from the spoon that had been used to feed her. The intimacy of this indirect kiss made her heart beat faster. Strangely, this indirect kiss seemed to be more embarrassing than a direct kiss. The former touched the soul, while the latter only touched the body. Lang Ruoshi's cheeks turned redder. Lin Chia had actually been observing her reaction. He smiled inwardly when he saw her reaction. The path to depravity was hidden in every detail. Then Lin Chia picked up a soup dumpling, held it to Lang Ruoshi's mouth and said, try it too and see if it's delicious. Ah. Lang Ruoshi obediently opened her mouth and took a bite, but was scalded by the scalding soup and quickly opened her mouth to spit it out. How stupid. Lin Chia quickly stretched out his right hand to catch the bun she spit out, walked quickly to the coffee table and threw it away, wiped the grease off his hands with a tissue, and went to the bathroom to wash them clean. After coming back, he poured a glass of water, took a few tissues and went back to the bed. He first wiped Lang Ruoshi's mouth, fed her a sip of water, and then said to her, you still don't admit that you are a puppy. You can get burned by eating a bun. Do you still want to eat it? Lang Ruoshi was already confused by his facial movements just now. This was exactly like the scene in a TV drama where a boyfriend takes care of his girlfriend. Even the name puppy sounded doting at this moment. The sweet feeling in her heart made her overwhelmed and she could only stare blankly at the man in front of her. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 7100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 21 The Sweet Illusion designed by Lin Chia. The puppy is not only dumb but also stupid? Will he still eat? Lin Chia looked at her like this and heard the prompt sound of the system in his mind, and he found it extremely interesting. He only used a little trick and she was at a loss. His trick has not been fully exerted yet. I wonder if he can raise the depravity value to 80 tonight. You're stupid, of course I'll eat it. Lang Ruoshi came back to her senses and retorted subconsciously. But the tone sounded more like coquettishness, and even she herself did not notice the change. Ah. Lin Shiye didn't continue teasing her. He picked up the box of buns on the bedside table, poked a bun with chopsticks, and when the soup inside it was almost exposed, he lifted it up, blew on it a few times, and then handed it to Lang Ruoshi's mouth. Lang Ruoshi obediently opened her mouth to take it. This time the temperature was just right, allowing her to chew and swallow it with confidence. Oh! Lin Shiye couldn't help but chuckle. I have to say, she looked quite cute. You, what are you laughing at? Lang Ruoshi saw Lin Shiye laughing, stopped chewing and asked vaguely. Because I saw a big rat eating. Lin Shiye teased with an unreserved smile. Poof. Lang Ruoshi knew that he was making fun of her again. This bastard never missed any opportunity to tease her. The strange thing was that she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger in her heart at this moment. She could only turn her slightly hot cheeks away and continue chewing the food in her mouth. While she was eating, Lin Shiye had already prepared the next bun. When Lang Ruoshi swallowed the food in her mouth and turned around, Lin Shiye put the bun to her mouth, and she naturally opened her mouth to take it. After eating 5 buns in a row, Lang Ruoshi suddenly covered her mouth and burped. Her cheeks flushed as she said, I'm full. Aren't you hungry? Of course I'm hungry. Aren't I feeding the little cutie? Lin Shiye responded jokingly. Then go and eat quickly. Lang Ruoshi then realized that she had asked a stupid question and hurriedly urged. Her intuition told her that Lin Shiye was saying something inappropriate again. Lin Shiye didn't say anything else. He took out 2 tissues from the bedside table and wiped his hands. Then he used 2 more tissues to wipe the oil stains from the corners of Lang Ruoshi's mouth. Then he bent down and gently picked her up, who was wrapped in the bed sheet. Lin Shiye, what are you doing? Lang Ruoshi did not struggle, but just blinked in confusion. Lin Shiye did not answer. He walked straight to the sofa and asked her to sit across his legs. Then he whispered, now it's your turn to feed me buns. Can't you eat it yourself? And I can't hold the chopstick steadily. Lang Ruoshi didn't know what his purpose was in doing so many things, she could only ask in confusion. My service is not free. Even if you raise a pet, after feeding it, it will wag its tail at the owner to make the owner happy. Lin Shiye looked down at her and said as a matter of course. Humph, you cheapskate. How am I supposed to feed you then? Lang Ruoshi wasn't sure if what he said was the real reason or if he just liked to play tricks on her. It was just feeding her a bun, and she had no problem accepting it, so she pouted and said. Well, since your hands are too weak, just feed it with your mouth. Lin Shiye pretended to think for a moment, then said with a smirk. You bastard. Will you die if you don't tease me? Upon hearing this, Lang Ruoshi angrily punched Lin Shiye lightly on the chest and cursed in a low voice. I'm just teasing you. Just feed it with your hands. Lin Shiye stretched out his right hand and brought the box of buns on the coffee table to Lang Ruoshi, chuckling and speaking. But I didn't wash my hands. Lang Ruoshi looked at the buns in front of her and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can still bear this little bit of bacteria. After all, Lin Shiye suddenly lowered his head and spoke ambiguously in Lang Ruoshi's ear. Ah! You pervert! Disgusting! When Lang Ruoshi heard his words, her whole body trembled instantly. She was extremely ashamed and angry. She buried her head in Lin Shiye's arms with a red face, beating him and cursing, this bastard never misses any opportunity to tease me. Lin Shiye just quietly admired the shameful and angry look until a minute later, when Lang Ruoshi finally calmed down. After a while, Lang Ruoshi suddenly sat up, pulled Lin Shiye's right hand, grabbed a bun and stuffed it into Lin Shiye's mouth, then said angrily, I'll eat you to death. Lin Shiye seemed to ignore her feelings. He pressed down her raised left arm with his left hand and whispered, it's so hot. Do you want me to spit on you? Snort! Lang Ruoshi could only raise her arm and blew hard on the bun in her hand a few times before handing it to Lin Shiye's mouth again. Lin Shiye bit it and deliberately bit Lang Ruoshi's finger. Lang Ruoshi hurriedly pulled her fingers away. She didn't know if Lin Shiye did it on purpose. When she took the next bun, she just pinched a small corner. Lin Shiye didn't bite her this time. Afterwards, Lang Ruoshi continued to feed Lin Shiye buns obediently. The scene was quite heartwarming. Lang Ruoshi watched Lin Shiye eating the buns she fed him with a satisfied look on his face, and she felt happy inside. She probably knew why Lin Xie smiled when he fed her before. If this bastard wasn't so bad in character and kept teasing her, he would actually be quite cute. After Lin Xie finished eating the 6 buns that Lang Ruoshi fed him, he took out 2 pieces of paper to wipe Lang Ruoshi's hands, then picked up the remaining portion of porridge and drank it slowly. Lang Ruoshi looked up and watched the scene quietly, a little absent-minded. Lin Xie noticed it but did not disturb her. 2 minutes later, after finishing the porridge, Lin Xie threw the box into the trash can. After taking 2 pieces of paper to wipe his mouth, he turned around and found Lang Ruoshi still in a daze. He stretched out his right hand and stroked her left cheek, and asked softly, "Is the puppy stupid?" Lang Ruoshi came back to her senses and looked at Lin Xie's face so close to her. She felt that she was really stupid now. What was her relationship with Lin Xie now? Enemies? Lovers? Or the master's pet? She didn't know how to deal with this strange relationship. Lin Xie understood the confusion and entanglement in her eyes. After all, this disharmonious relationship and atmosphere was designed by him personally. He did not ask any more questions, but said softly, "Take you to take a bath?" Lang Ruoshi knew that this meant that they would be honest with each other later. Because of the previous combination and the sweet interaction just now, Lang Ruoshi didn't have much resistance to this matter at the moment. She was just a little shy. Lang Ruoshi immediately buried her face in the crook of his neck, pressed her body tightly against his chest, wrapped her arms around his back, and her ears were so red that they were almost bleeding. Lin Xie stopped teasing her. He lifted her up with one hand and supported the back of her head with the other. He stood up and walked steadily towards the bathroom. Chapter 22: The Fall of Lang Ruoshi. An hour later, Lin Xie carried Lang Ruoshi out of the bathroom. Both of them were wrapped in bath towels, and Lang Ruoshi's wet long hair was loosely wrapped in the towel. After a while, they came to the bed. Lin Xie asked Lang Ruoshi to sit on the edge of the bed with her back to him. Then he took off the towel on her head, took out a hairdryer from the bedside table, knelt on one knee beside the bed, and started to blow her hair. Lang Ruoshi's cheeks were still flushed at this moment, and her thoughts had not yet escaped from the beautiful scene in the bathroom. "Is Lu Yuanzhou famous in your school?" At this time Lin Xie suddenly asked. "Well, he's a junior now, he's the most handsome guy in our school, and he's also the president of the cosplay club. Half of the girls in the school like him." Lang Ruoshi didn't know why Lin Xie suddenly mentioned that scumbag, but she still replied with a frown and some disgust. "Oh, does that include you?" Lin Xie suddenly turned off the hairdryer and lowered his head to ask in her ear. How could I possibly like that scumbag now?" The breath beside her ear made Lang Ruoshi tremble slightly. She explained with a little excitement, her tone obviously flustered, fearing that Lin Xie would misunderstand something. But after she said it, she realized why she cared so much about his opinion. "Who do you like now?" Lin Xie continued to ask. I don't know." Lang Ruoshi was in a trance when she heard this question, her mind full of scenes of today and Lin Xie. She suddenly realized that she had only spent 1 day with him, but it seemed like she had experienced a lot. She found that she really wanted to stay with Lin Xie like this forever, but she didn't know how to say it, so she could only answer vaguely. "Is that so? Then what do you want to do with him?" Lin Xie did not ask her who she liked because the answer was obvious. He chuckled and continued to blow his hair. The video is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with him." Lang Ruoshi answered as a matter of course that she didn't want to see that scumbag at all now, and she would quit the club immediately after returning to school to avoid meeting that disgusting bastard again. "You are the one involved. Don't you have any ideas?" Lin Xie continued. "Do you care about my thoughts? Didn't you say before that no one can interfere with your thoughts?" When Lang Ruoshi thought of this, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. "I didn't expect you to remember my words so clearly. But the past is the past. Given our current relationship, how can I not help you?" Lin Xie's voice was filled with a smile. "So, what is our relationship now?" When Lang Ruoshi heard him say this, her heartbeat began to accelerate, and she nervously asked the question that she desperately wanted to know the answer to. "Guess what, cutie?" Lin Xie found it funny to see her like this. He thought that there was no essential difference between him and Lu Yuanzhou. It's just that the means are different. He gets the little cutie's disgust, while she gets the little cutie's dependence. Then he leaned in close, his warm breath touching the tip of her ear. You're just an asshole." Lin Xie's words poured a bucket of cold water on Lang Ruoshi's heart. It seemed that she was the only one lost in everything that happened before. And he always stayed on the sidelines, teasing her like a little cutie, just wanting to see her at a loss. Yes, didn't he mention the second condition before? He said he wanted to adopt a little cutie. Maybe he has been teasing me as a little cutie from the beginning, but I still indulge in it and let my imagination run wild. How despicable. After she figured it out, anger and shame made her push Lin Chie away, and she lay down on the bed, burying her face in the sheets to prevent herself from crying. Seeing this, Lin Chie knew that she had been deeply trapped in the so-called love script he had compiled for her. Then he turned off the hairdryer, leaned over and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong, little cutie?" The word cute once again irritated Lang Ruoshi's nerves, causing her to turn over and roar at Lin Chie, "Yes, I am a little cutie, and you are a scumbag pervert." When Lin Chie saw her crying, he felt a little distressed and kissed her without hesitation. Lang Ruo felt the lips on her mouth, her eyes widened, and she began to struggle, but Lin Chie restrained her limbs. 3 minutes later, Lang Ruoshi calmed down. Lin Chie then raised his body slightly, stared into Lang Ruoshi's eyes and said, "I don't really think of you as a little cutie." "Then why do you keep calling me cutie?" Lang Ruoshi sobbed softly, staring into Lin Chie's eyes and asked stubbornly. "I just think this title suits you very well, doesn't it?" Lin Chie replied with a chuckle. "Ah. I'll bite you to death." After listening to his explanation, Lang Ruoshi felt ashamed and angry. She raised her head and was about to bite Lin Chie. She probably knew what it meant. This shameful incident will surely allow this bastard to control her for the rest of her life. Well, give it to the little cutie to bite. Seeing this, Lin Chie did not stop her, but instead stretched his arm to Lang Ruoshi's mouth. When Lang Ruoshi saw his actions, she felt that her brain was not enough. She really didn't know what this bastard was thinking. However, Lang Ruoshi still bit his right wrist lightly as he wished, wanting to see how he would react. However, seeing his chuckle, Lang Ruoshi immediately increased the force of her bite. She wanted to see if this bastard felt the pain. 10 seconds later, seeing that Lin Chie still looked calm, Lang Ruoshi could only let go reluctantly. This bastard was really thick-skinned, but this made her suppress her shame very well. "The teeth are so sharp, do you think I should get a rabies vaccine?" Lin Chie supported the bed with his left hand, raised his right arm and said jokingly. "Go quickly. Otherwise you will die tomorrow." Lang Ruoshi spoke angrily. This bastard really made her angry all the time. Her emotions were always controlled by this bastard. "Then I'll have to drag you down with me." After saying this, Lin Chie leaned down, buried his head in Lang Ruoshi's neck, and pretended to bite her. "No." Lang Ruoshi felt the breath on her neck and trembled all over. She was a little scared and held Lin Chie's chest with both hands. At this moment, Lin Chie's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Chie stood up and picked up the phone on the bedside table. He saw the note was Si-han. He turned around to look at Lang Ruoshi and then answered the call. Lang Ruoshi's attention was also attracted, and she was also curious about who called Lin Chie. "Lin Chie, what are you doing now? When will you take me to see young Master Zhang tomorrow?" Chen Si-han's voice sounded in Lin Chie's ears. "Are you in such a hurry? See you at the usual place tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Don't lie to me. I lied to you and you won't get any candy. I'm dead." "Wait a minute, where are you now?" Chen Si-han asked anxiously. "Spending the night with a beautiful lady in a hotel." Lin Chie replied jokingly. "You bastard!" Came an angry curse from the other end of the phone. "Why are you angry? I will feed you tomorrow." Lin Chie said indifferently and hung up the phone. When I turned around, I saw Lang Ruoshi looking distraught. Chapter 23 Lang Ruoshi calls master. Lin Chie deliberately said the last sentence just to let her know that he had slept with someone else. He wanted to brand Lang Ruoshi as a scumbag in her heart. He just wanted her to submit to him, knowing that he had other women. This was a test of the timing of the attack. Now is a good time. While she has not yet sorted out her thoughts and still has beautiful fantasies about him, he wants to completely define their relationship as a nominal master-pet relationship, so that he can occupy an absolute dominant position. Although he could deliberately make her ignore the fact that he had other women, this would indeed be a good way to win her over, and it would not be a problem even if he could make her really become his girlfriend tonight. But I will definitely be entangled with many women in the future. If she asks me to break up with other women, what should I do? You can't give up a forest for a tree. Then I can only abandon her, but what if she takes revenge crazily? I am not afraid now that I have a system, but other women are in danger. He had experienced in his life what it was like for a woman to go crazy. In his previous life, he was cheating on multiple women without any of his women knowing, but eventually the truth could not be hidden and he ended up with a tragic ending. He decided not to repeat the same mistake in this life, he just wanted all his women to know each other's existence and accept each other. Therefore, he must occupy the absolute dominant position in every relationship. This is the inspiration given to him by the fallen system. After all, an owner can keep many pets at the same time, but a pet can only have one owner, right? He wants all the women he wants to collect to accept this setting so as to avoid backlash. Little cutie, what's wrong? Lin Chia asked knowingly. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? Lang Ruoshi also knew that this was a woman with whom he had a close relationship, but she still couldn't help but ask. Another little pet. Lin Chia replied with a chuckle. What do you mean? Lang Ruoshi frowned. Just like our current relationship. Lin Chia leaned closer. You are a scumbag. Lang Ruoshi became emotional. What's wrong? Are you jealous, little cutie? Lin Chia raised his eyebrows. You're a damn bastard. Although Lang Ruoshi was angry, she still wanted to know who that woman was. Who is that person? You saw it today. Lin Chia answered truthfully. That Shin Si-han? But didn't you say she was your girlfriend? Lang Ruoshi quickly thought of the figure she saw today. Have you ever seen such a docile girlfriend? She is my real pet. Lin Chia explained. Are you telling the truth? What is your relationship? Lang Ruoshi asked with a look of shock and confusion. It's my responsibility to play with her as I please. She has to obey all my orders, but I don't want you to be naughty at any time. Lin Chia said in a serious tone. Did you threaten her too? Lang Ruoshi saw that he didn't look like he was lying, so she believed it a little and couldn't help but worry. I didn't threaten her. She asked me for something. Lin Chia looked very serious, as if he was taking it very seriously. Then can you break up with her as soon as possible? Lang Ruoshi believed what he said. After all, apart from threatening her at the beginning and taking away her virginity, which she regarded as revenge for what she had done to him before, he didn't seem to threaten her with anything afterwards. Oh, why? Lin Chia pretended to be confused. Your relationship is so wrong. Lang Ruoshi became excited when she saw his reaction. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I helped her realize her wish, and she let me play with her obediently. It's consensual, so there's nothing wrong with that. Lin Chia disagreed. Why should I give up a well-behaved and beautiful beauty who is at my mercy just because of your words? What can I get? You can get me. Lang Ruoshi roared without thinking. Do you want to replace her and become my pet? Lin Chia sat on the bed, picked up Lang Ruoshi and placed her on his lap, and asked jokingly. No, I mean being your girlfriend. Lang Ruoshi didn't know why she said those words without thinking before. She buried her head in Lin Chia's shoulder, her face flushed with embarrassment, but since things had come to this, she just went for it. Oh, are you in love with me? Lin Chia's smile became more intense. I don't know. Lang Ruoshi knew without even looking that Lin Chia was definitely laughing at her, and she could no longer hold her head up in front of him. But why should I give up an obedient pet for a disobedient and dishonest girlfriend? Besides, Lin Chia stroked her back gently, you are not prettier than her. You are a hopeless bastard. Lang Ruoshi roared in complete collapse and began to beat Lin Chia's body. But it's not impossible to discuss. Seeing this, Lin Chia held her hand and spoke softly. So what do you want? Lang Ruoshi stopped what she was doing, raised her head and looked at Lin Chia curiously. How about this, you call me MT first? Lin Chia chuckled and spoke. You bastard, do you think it's fun to tease me? Lang Ruoshi was instantly angry. I'm not teasing you. That's what she calls me in private. Lin Chia comforted her. How is that possible? Lang Ruoshi asked back with a look of disbelief. Then I'll call her now and ask her to scream for you to hear? Lin Chia confidently pretended to take out his cell phone to make a call. That's enough. Seeing his confident look, Lang Ruoshi finally held his hand. If it was really as he said, she would find it even more difficult to accept it, so it would be better not to know the answer. Oh, you figured it out? Lin Xie looked at her face and asked jokingly. You pervert. Lang Ruoshi became angry when she saw his expression and cursed angrily. Thanks for the compliment, so will you scream? The curve of Lin Xie's mouth became even bigger. You, bastard. Lang Ruoshi really wanted to beat his face into a pig's head. After a while, Lang Ruo calmed down, as if she was beginning to build up her mental strength. Finally, she blushed and whispered. After calling out this, Lang Ruoshi laid motionless in Lin Xie's arms. It was as if her soul was invaded when she heard this name. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 75-100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Lin Xie heard the satisfied chuckle and leaned over to whisper in Lang Ruoshi's ear, I didn't hear it clearly. MT. Are you satisfied? Lang Ruoshi, who had been motionless just now, suddenly shouted and cursed loudly. You're not good. After Lin Xie finished speaking, he pushed Lang Ruoshi onto the bed. You, what are you doing? Lang Ruoshi hugged herself tightly in panic, raised her head with a look of alertness and fear, and said tremblingly. Do you think this title is the only thing that makes me satisfied with her? Lin Xie said to Lang Ruoshi with an aggressive look. Well, what else do you want? Lang Ruoshi turned her face away, avoiding his frightening, wolf-like gaze. Lin Xie didn't say anything. He grabbed her hands and raised them above her head, then kissed her alluring red lips. 10 minutes later, Lin Xie let her go, then picked her up and let her lie in his arms. Lang Ruoshi was completely still in the state she was in, and looked at Lin Xie in confusion. Let me teach you how she pleases me first. Lin Xie looked at her with a playful expression. Chapter 24 Lang Ruoshi's Decision, Sexy Chen Sihan. The next morning, at 9:20. The sunlight poured into the hotel suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Lang Ruoshi slowly opened her eyes. She subconsciously reached out to her side, but only touched the cold sheets. Lin Xie was gone. This discovery made her wake up instantly. The last memory of last night came to her mind. She could feel Lin Xie's pity for her, and this tenderness made her feel warm in her heart. Although his subsequent actions were indeed a bit asshole-ish. But the strange thing is that she didn't have any resistance, only uncontrollable shyness. Although Lin Xie did not give a clear statement in the end, she thought that Lin Xie had agreed to her request. I didn't expect that he disappeared so early in the morning. Could it be that in his heart, I am not as good as Chen Sihan? This thought made her feel lost and aggrieved. Lang Ruoshi stared blankly at the ceiling for 5 minutes before reaching out to take the phone from the bedside table. The moment the screen lit up, a Feishan notification sent at exactly 9 o'clock came into view. She hurriedly unlocked her phone, and saw Lin Xie's message clearly, Little cutie, I bought you breakfast and put it on the coffee table. The room is extended for another day. Wait until you have rested before leaving. I have something to do. The brief words brought sweet ripples to her heart. I didn't expect that he cared about me so much, but why did he have to make it like the relationship between a pet and its owner? Does he just like others calling him that? Ha! I don't know where I learned this bad habit. If you think about it carefully, although he called her a little cutie, he always kept his distance in his actions and didn't really treat her as a little cutie. This realization made Lang Ruoshi determined. She must make sure that Lin Xie and Chen Sihan completely break off their abnormal relationship. In terms of conditions, how can she not compare to Chen Sihan? Her legs are not longer than hers. Her curves are not as impressive as hers. That bastard actually said Chen Sihan was more obedient? Lang Ruoshi bit her lip. If this is what he likes, then she can satisfy him. Isn't it just called MT? The main entrance of Mixed Shopping Mall. Chen Sihan sat upright on a bench in the shade, the light from her cell phone screen reflected on her slightly anxious face. She looked up from time to time, then looked down at the time. It was already 9:20. That bastard asked her to meet him at 9 o'clock. She arrived on time, but he was nowhere to be seen. Today, she has changed her previous pure style and put on a sexy outfit. A black slit-hip hugging miniskirt outlines her graceful curves, black stockings wrap her slender legs, black strappy high-heeled sandals make her ankles look particularly slender, and the bright red nail polish is particularly eye-catching in the sun. The whole person exudes a fatal temptation, which can be described in 2 words. She herself didn't know why she was dressed like this. Was it because she was going to meet young Master Zhang? Or maybe she was stimulated by Lin Xie's words last night and wanted to compete with Lang Ruoshi. She herself didn't know. She only knew that she didn't sleep well last night. All she could think about was whether Lin Xie really slept with someone else, whether it was the Lang Ruoshi from yesterday, and whether she was really being used as a tool by him. She had to find out clearly today. Just as she was stunned, a shadow loomed over her. "Miss Sihan, why are you dressed so coquettishly today?" Lin Xie's frivolous voice came from above her head. "Why did you come just now? It's none of your business." After hearing this, Chen Sihan immediately looked up and saw Lin Xie's playful expression. At the same time, she also noticed that he did not change his clothes and was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, which made her even more certain that this bastard really went to check into a hotel with that slutty woman. She was immediately furious and continued, "Where did you go last night? Didn't I tell you that I checked into a hotel with a beautiful lady? I have you to thank for this." Lin Xie chuckled. "Is it that Lang Ruoshi?" Chen Sihan's eyes were filled with anger. "That's right. After what you did yesterday, she was extremely jealous and wanted to prove to me that she was 100 times better than you. But I managed to win her over with just a little trickery." Lin Xie ignored her anger and spoke calmly. "You bastard." Chen Sihan couldn't hold it in any longer, so she picked up the bag in her hand, stood up and threw it at Lin Xie. "Miss Sihan, why are you angry? Are you jealous?" Lin Xie grabbed her bag and asked playfully. "You are a scumbag." After Chen Sihan finished speaking, he slapped Lin Xie again. "Miss Sihan, there's no reason for you to be jealous. This is just a deal between us. You help me act, and I help you meet young Master Zhang. You're not in love with me, are you?" Lin Xie easily grabbed her wrist, pulled her to his side, and whispered jokingly in her ear. "Even if I like a pig, I won't like a scum like you." After hearing his words, Chen Sihan calmed down. Yes, why should she be angry? With what identity should she be angry? Fuck buddy? Ha, isn't this the only relationship between him and me? It's really ridiculous, but why do I care so much? She suddenly had an urge to cry, but she still raised her head stubbornly and looked at Lin Xie. That's good. Stay calm. We're going to meet that young master later. Don't let him know about our relationship, otherwise your dream of marrying into a wealthy family will never come true. Lin Xie said this seriously, as if he was really considering Chen Sihan. You don't have to tell me. I have nothing to do with you. Chen Sihan became even more annoyed when she saw him trying to distance himself from the matter. Marrying into a wealthy family was her dream, but now she just couldn't be happy at all. She couldn't find any solution to Lin Xie's attitude for a while, so she could only respond bravely, planning to sort out her confused thoughts after completing this trip. Are you sure you don't want to change your outfit? Lin Xie shot Chen Sihan up and down. What? Are you unable to bear it? Chen Sihan noticed Lin Xie's wanton gaze, and instead of feeling shy, she raised her head and chest to show off her curves more perfectly. She glanced around and saw the LS who was secretly glancing at her. She was full of contempt for this. She thought that this kind of loser was not worthy of appreciating her true charm. I really can't stand it. Can I understand that you deliberately wore this to seduce me? Lin Xie was indeed tempted by her contrasting image. He walked up to her, grabbed her hands and pressed her down on the bench, locked her legs with his legs so that she could not move, and spoke condescendingly while staring into her eyes. Oof, you pervert, stop being so conceited. I'm wearing this to charm Master Zhang. When Chen Sihan heard him say that he really couldn't stand it anymore, she felt a little happy. It seemed that she was still very attractive to him, but she still spoke angrily on the surface. You irritate me so much. Aren't you afraid that I will drag you to a hotel right now so that you can't see young Master Zhang? Lin Xie's voice was low and there was a dangerous light in his eyes, as if he was ready to act at any time. You, bastard. When Chen Sihan saw his expression, she was a little scared and turned her head away with a blushing face. It was not that she was afraid of not being able to see young Master Zhang, but she was afraid that this bastard would really take her to get a room. Chapter 25 Sad Chen Sihan. Lin Xie stared at Chen Sihan's seductive appearance, with a strong possessive desire in his eyes. He originally planned to let the innocent young master become Chen Sihan's lapdog, while he himself would be her master and enjoy a Minotaur game. But her outfit at this moment made him change his mind. Although the Minotaur planned not to let young Master Zhang touch her, who could resist her sexy look? Even if young Master Zhang was watching from the side, he would feel that he was being taken advantage of today. He would completely put an end to her fantasy about the young master of a wealthy family. Afterwards, Lin Xie stood up, let go of her, and called an online taxi to go to the agreed coffee shop. In the car, the two sat side by side in the back seat, and Shen Sihan also calmed down at this moment. Lin Xie suddenly said, "Don't you want to know how I know young Master Zhang? How did you meet?" Shen Sihan's curiosity was aroused and she turned to look at Lin Xie. She remembered that she had never mentioned young Master Zhang to him. "Kiss me and I'll tell you." Lin Xie had a playful smile on his face. "Asshole, you can say whatever you want." Shen Sihan turned her head away in annoyance. This bastard always teased her. "Actually, he found me first." Lin Xie continued. "Ah? When?" This answer made Shen Sihan even more curious, and he couldn't help but turn back to look at Lin Xie. "It was the morning after we checked into the hotel, when I went back." Lin Xie stopped teasing her and reached out to pull her into his arms, gently stroking her abdomen with his palm. "What? Then why did you take me to see him?" Shen Sihan was shocked by his words. She looked up at Lin Xie and did not resist his intimate actions. Anyway, this bastard had taken all the advantages. "Don't worry, I fooled him, and he wants to see you. He looks like he likes you very much." Lin Xie chuckled and spoke. "How did you trick him?" Shen Sihan asked in confusion. She didn't know why she wasn't very happy about what she said. Young Master Zhang seemed to like her. If she had heard this before, she would have been so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep all night. "I said you were in a bad mood on your birthday, and no one was with you, so you dragged me to drink a lot of wine and got drunk. As your liquor, I didn't know where the goddess's home was, so I arranged a high-end hotel for you, and I slept on the sofa and took care of you all night." Lin Xie explained slowly. "Do you think he's a fool? He'll believe what you say." Although Chen Sihan didn't know why Lin Xie helped her conceal the truth, she was also puzzled as to why young Master Zhang would believe such an outrageous reason. "He will definitely ask his sister for confirmation. His sister knows my identity, so he must believe my words to some extent, don't you think?" Lin Xie looked at her meaningfully. "You already knew he was Zhang Xiaoting's brother?" Chen Sihan didn't know when Lin Xie knew that young Master Zhang was Zhang Xiaoting's brother. "No, it's just because of some things that I knew his identity the moment I saw him." Lin Xie answered truthfully. "Then why are you helping me?" Shen Sihan didn't ask what it was. After all, it was not an important matter. A day of marriage brings 100 days of grace. "You made me very satisfied last time, so..." Lin Xie lowered his head and leaned close to Chen Sihan's ear, deliberately dragging out his voice. "I'll help you realize your dream of marrying into a wealthy family, and that's your reward." "You bastard!" Shen Sihan was hurt by his words, and angrily tried to grab Lin Xie's hand around her waist and shake it off, then moved to the side. Just as she lowered her head, she noticed the teeth marks on Lin Xie's right wrist, which made her raise her head instantly. She stared at Lin Xie angrily and said through gritted teeth, "Is it because of that slut?" "Don't use the word slut, you're not much more innocent than her. It is indeed half her fault. After all, she has a good figure, with a curvy figure. And she was so unrestrained in bed yesterday that I couldn't help myself. After the passion last night, she even said that she wanted to be my girlfriend and that we could have fun every night. But her request is that I cut off contact with you, and I think her request is reasonable." Lin Xie spoke seriously. "She's a slut. You bastard. You're breaking up with me because of that slut." Shen Sihan could no longer suppress his anger. He stared at Lin Xie with flaming eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. She had wondered why this bastard was so kind to help her. It turned out that he was completely bewitched by that slut and planned to completely break off the entanglement with her so that he could live together with that slut. "Little brother, it's really wrong of you to have such a beautiful girlfriend and still cheat on her." At this time, the middle-aged driver couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and said something to Lin Xie indignantly. Although he was confused by their previous conversation and had no idea what was going on, he saw through the rearview mirror how intimate they were and deduced that they were probably a couple. So after hearing Shen Sihan's angry shout, he still wanted to say something to ease the tense atmosphere. "It's none of your business. Just drive your car." However, Shen Sihan did not appreciate his righteous speech at all, and shouted at the driver, as if he wanted to vent his anger on him. Seeing this, the driver could only shut up. He felt that good things did not come easily. He spoke up for the girl but was rebuked. He felt extremely upset, but he had no choice but to keep driving. "Brother, our relationship is complicated, just drive carefully." Lin Xie said something comforting to the driver. The driver felt better after hearing Lin Xie's words. Although this guy was not a human being, he was still a reasonable person. Then Lin Xie turned his gaze to Chen Sihan. Looking at her angry expression, he felt amused. Women's jealousy is really a good weapon that can make them lose their minds. But this is exactly what I want. Only when they lose their sanity can my will invade, right? Then he said slowly and matter-of-factly, Miss Sihan, please be careful with your words. We are not together, so how can we talk about breaking up? Or do you like me and want to pester me? Oh, you bastard, you thought you could get rid of me so easily after having sex with me. I'm telling you, no way. After Chen Sihan roared at Lin Xie, he grabbed Lin Xie's right hand, aimed at the tooth mark and bit it hard. Lin Xie did not stop her. The angrier she was, the happier he was, because this showed that his plan was successful and she would soon become his pet. However, Lin Xie still pretended to be angry and whispered, "Open your mouth." But how could Chen Sihan be obedient at this moment? She stared at Lin Xie fiercely and bit him even harder. Seeing this, Lin Xie could only tickle her. Pfft, ha ha. Soon Chen Sihan couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. Seeing her crying and laughing expression, Lin Xie just found it funny. Then he grabbed her hands and pressed her down on the seat, then stared into her eyes and said calmly, Chen Sihan, don't be unreasonable. We are in a business relationship. You helped me take down Lang Ruoshi, and now I will help you to pursue young Master Zhang. This is good for both of us, and young Master Zhang seems to be a good person. It would be a good choice for you to follow him. Woo woo. Chen Sihan's heart was broken when she heard his calm and rational words. Even though what he said was right, she just couldn't accept it. She didn't feel happy at all. She turned her face away, tears instantly burst out and she sobbed softly. Lin Xie felt distressed when he saw her tearful appearance, but in order to achieve his ultimate goal, he had to harden his heart. Don't worry, you will only cry in my bed from now on. Chapter 26 Chen Sihan's resentment, Zheng Xiqing's expectations. Then Lin Xie sat up straight and motioned to the driver to hand him some tissues. He gently wiped away Chen Sihan's tears, and said with a teasing tone, don't cry, it will be difficult to explain to Master Zhang if your makeup is ruined. Chen Sihan turned her face away angrily, her shoulders still twitching slightly. Seeing this, Lin Xie simply stuffed the tissue into her palm, leaned back in his chair, and said no more. At this time, the phone beeped. Lin Xie took out his phone and swiped the screen. It was a message from Lang Ruoshi. Breakfast is delicious. Did you go to see Chen Sihan? Well, I have to fulfill the deal with her today. Lin Xie's lips curled up with a playful smile. After this is done, can you break up with her? The message was followed by a pitiful emoticon. What? You really want me to be your boyfriend? That's right. Are you satisfied? As long as you agree, there will be a surprise tonight. I didn't expect her to admit it so generously, with a hint of coquettishness in her words. Oh? If the surprise isn't big enough, then I'm at a big disadvantage, right? Humph. You won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. I will wear clothes that you like and call you MT. Are you satisfied, pervert? The ending was accompanied by an angry rabbit expression. Lin Xie's smile deepened. This is a good surprise, but I don't think you like it. Who would like it? Isn't it just to satisfy a pervert like you? Do you agree or not? One could seem to see the other person's blushing face between the words. The conditions are indeed tempting. Lin Xie deliberately paused for a few seconds before replying, but I can still tell the difference between one meal full and another. Bad guy. You just keep pushing your luck. As long as you're willing. I can cooperate with you anytime, okay? There was a hint of coquettishness between the lines. The little cutie's bargaining chips are indeed irresistible. I will give you an answer after completing the transaction with her. Don't let me down, MT. The last title made Lin Xie's eyes flash with a gleam of success. After locking the screen, he looked out the car window happily. I didn't expect that the final training last night was so effective that it made Lang Ruoshi so proactive. It was really interesting. She probably doesn't know that if you call her MT for a long time, people will suddenly think of her as a pet. When Chen Sihan saw Lin Xie take out his cell phone to reply to the message, she stopped crying, sat up and stared at Lin Xie. Seeing his happy expression, I knew without a doubt that it was sent by that slut. However, the bastard's determination to sever ties with her left her helpless and she could only clench her fists in anger. Oh, don't cry, hurry up and tidy up, I'm sure you'll be able to charm young Master Zhang later. Lin Xie pretended to have just noticed her, turned to Chen Sihan and spoke with a chuckle. Do you need me to tell you? You're the only one who's blind. Chen Sihan looked at his nonchalant expression and felt extremely aggrieved. She could only say this to pretend to be decent. Keep this confidence, you will definitely be able to capture young Master Zhang today. I will help you. Lin Xie suppressed his smile and spoke seriously. After a pause, he added, by the way, I will take you to have a hymen repair surgery later to keep your soul and body pure and flawless. This way, there will be no possibility of failure. Oh. Chen Sihan sneered. She didn't understand why this bastard was so concerned about this matter. Was it out of guilt? Was it a way to make up for the mistake of taking away her virginity that night, so that she could leave with a clear conscience? She gritted her teeth secretly. Scum. Don't even think about it. The more you want to get rid of me, the more I won't let you do it. You want to live with that bitch? Dream on. Lin Xie noticed her resentful expression and whispered in his heart, hate me as much as you can. Hate me to the point where you can't tolerate anyone else. Let me help you cut off your last fantasy today. In the window box on the second floor of Platinum Cafe. Zhang Xiqing, with a handsome face, was wearing a well-tailored white suit, and his slender fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the leather sofa. He raised his wrist for the third time. It was 9:55, and there were only 5 minutes left before the meeting with Lin Xie. Thinking about meeting Chen Sihan, whom he hadn't seen for a month due to his sister's obstruction, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The pure girl who always had a charming look, was gentle and considerate, and at this moment, she made his palms sweat slightly. His memory uncontrollably went back to the night that kept him awake. At that time, he was negotiating cooperation with an important client in the hotel. When the elevator door was about to close, he caught a glimpse of Lin Xie, who was dressed shabbily, walking into the elevator with his arm around Chen Sihan. Although Chen Sihan's face was buried in the other's shoulder, he would never mistake the familiar outline and temperament. Could it be that they came here to get a room? Do you want to ask in person? He suppressed the urge as soon as it came up. This client is related to whether he can maintain his position as the president of the group and is the key to shutting up those old foxes on the board of directors. In the end, reason overcame impulse, and he decided to make plans after the negotiations were over. The contract was signed at 11 o'clock in the evening, and he almost ran to the hotel entrance to wait for Maybach. Time passed slowly, and until 1 o'clock in the morning, there was still no sign of Chen Sihan at the hotel entrance. Two possibilities battled fiercely in his mind: either they had left, or they stayed here overnight. What a joke! He pounded on the steering wheel. Given Chen Sihan's conditions, how could she possibly fall for that ordinary-looking, shabby-dressed boy? In order to verify this ridiculous guess, he set the alarm for 7 in the morning and tossed and turned in the car until dawn. At 9 o'clock the next morning, when Lin Xie walked out of the hotel alone, Zhang Xiqing rushed forward in 2 steps. Where is Chen Sihan? What did you do last night? Who are you? Lin Xie took a half step back vigilantly. Her friend, Zhang Xiqing. Zhang Xiqing explained, suppressing his anger. Hearing this name, Lin Xie's expression suddenly froze. So you are Zhang Xiqing? There was unspeakable bitterness in his voice. What do you mean? Zhang Xiqing asked puzzledly. So you are the male idol that Sihan often mentions, Lin Xie said with a wry smile. This sentence was like a spoonful of honey poured into Zhang Xiqing's heart. He didn't expect that he would be Sihan's idol, but he quickly restrained his emotions. What did you do in the hotel last night? Yesterday was her birthday, but she was in a bad mood for some reason, so she asked me to come out and drink with her, and I ended up drinking too much. Lin Xie pretended to be honest and scratched his head. I don't know where she lives, so I had to get a good room for her to rest. I slept on the sofa to look after her. This explanation made Zhang Xiqing's tense nerves relax a little. It also explained why they were in such an ambiguous posture in the hotel. But a new question immediately emerged: why was she unhappy on her birthday? Was it because of my absence? Thinking of his sister's obstruction, he clenched his fists unconsciously. When he confessed his affection for Chen Sihan to his sister, her words "she is not worthy of our Zhang family" were like a sharp knife stabbing his heart. Although he knew early on that he had no control over his marriage to a wealthy family, he still longed for a pure relationship. What made him even more frustrated was that Chen Sihan had never taken the initiative to ask for his contact information, nor did she show any special feelings towards him. This ambiguous attitude made him want to give up at one point. But when he saw Chen Sihan and Lin Xie appear in the hotel with his own eyes, all his rationality collapsed. How could that extremely mediocre boy possess such a pure flower? This obsession entangled Zhang Xiqing like a poisonous snake, driving him to find out the truth. Now that the truth is out and he knows that Chen Sihan is interested in him, he decides to officially start pursuing her. On impulse, Zhang Xiqing wanted to rush to the hotel room immediately, but then he thought it was inappropriate showing up so rashly would not only be rude, but might also embarrass her. What's more, there is an important meeting later. So he gave Lin Qiye a business card and left Lin Qiye's phone number, asking Lin Qiye to help him contact Chen Sihan for a meeting, and repeatedly told Lin Qiye that he met by chance. After returning, he specifically asked his sister about Lin Qiye's background. He's just a bootlicker. His sister's disdainful comment made him completely relieved. However, 10 days later, he repeatedly urged Lin Qiye to arrange a meeting between him and Chen Sihan, but the other party always made excuses. It wasn't until yesterday that he finally agreed and said he had contacted Chen Sihan and asked him to set a time and place. Knock knock. The crisp knock on the door interrupted his memories. Zhang Xiqing stood up quickly, subconsciously straightened his suit, which had no wrinkles to begin with, and walked towards the door with steady but slightly nervous steps. Chapter 27. Zhang Xiqing confesses his love, Chen Sihan resists. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Xiqing saw Chen Sihan, who was dressed sexy. She was so different from the image he had in mind that he almost couldn't recognize her. Did she go through something? He was going to ask about it later, so now was not the time to speak. He then smiled appropriately and greeted Chen Sihan. Sihan, long time no see. Brother Xiqing, long time no see. When Chen Sihan saw Zhang Xiqing's gentle and handsome face, she didn't know why she didn't feel the same excitement as before, and just responded with a forced smile. Her expression made Zhang Xiqing feel uneasy for a moment, and then he saw Lin Qiye behind him. Lin Qiye's current image also shocked him greatly. Is this still the poor boy he met 10 days ago? He is now standing with Chen Sihan, and there is no sense of incongruity. This made his heart even heavier. Brother Zhang, long time no see. Lin Qiye, who had been watching Zhang Xiqing, spoke at the right time with a harmless smile on his face. Brother Lin, long time no see. Although Zhang Xiqing was very angry at Lin Qiye for playing tricks on him for 10 days, he couldn't get angry because Chen Sihan was present, so he planned to find a chance to ask him about it. Brother Zhang, why don't we go inside and talk? At this time, Lin Qiye continued to speak to Zhang Xiqing, who was in a daze. Oh, come in. After Lin Qiye's reminder, Zhang Xiqing also realized that the door was not a place to chat. After the three of them sat down on the sofa, Lin Qiye deliberately sat opposite Zhang Xiqing. I didn't expect that Brother Lin has changed so much. Zhang Xiqing was the first to break the silence, his eyes swept towards Lin Qiye with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Lin Qiye lowered his eyes and pulled the corners of his mouth in self-mockery, his knuckles unconsciously rubbing the edge of the coffee cup. Brother Zhang, you must want to know why I brought Sihan to see you now. His eyelashes trembled. Actually, when I saw you that day, I knew that you were Sihan's idol, which made me feel so inferior that I couldn't even raise my head. It turns out that the person Sihan likes is so outstanding, but I don't plan to give up just like that. So I spent 10 days working out and taking care of my image to get what I look like today. This also gave me more confidence. Just yesterday I confessed my feelings to Sihan, but she still rejected me. I asked her if it was because of Brother Zhang. She didn't answer me, but I knew the answer from her expression. So I gave up and only contacted you yesterday. Sorry, Brother Zhang, please forgive my selfishness. It seems that you are the only one who is worthy of Sihan. Lin Qiye's tone was full of bitterness and loss. I see. Zhang Xiqing had no doubt about Lin Qiye's explanation. After all, the dog felt inferior because his rival was too powerful, and selfishly prevented the goddess from meeting her rival. He wanted to make a final effort and change his image to pursue the goddess, but was still rejected. He finally decided to let go. What a reasonable reason. So, I hope you can treat Sihan well, otherwise I will never let you go. Lin Qiye looked at Chen Sihan affectionately, and then spoke solemnly to Zhang Xiqing. Chen Sihan felt sick when she saw his expression. If she didn't know Lang Ruoxi existed, she would have believed his words a little and been deeply moved. But now she knew that this bastard was just acting. Is this what he meant by helping himself? How ridiculous. Zhang Xiqing felt amused as he watched Lin Qiye's warning with a forced calmness. You guys chat first, I'm going to the bathroom. Lin Qiye suddenly said, then used a prop on Zhang Xiqing, used the vision acquisition skill on Chen Sihan, and then turned and left. Zhang Xiqing looked at his back and nodded secretly. He didn't expect that this boy had such good eyesight. He still had a lot of questions to ask Sihan. Sihan, how have you been lately? At this time, Zhang Xiqing turned and spoke gently to Chen Sihan. Yeah, it's okay. Chen Sihan was staring at Lin Qi's back in a daze. After hearing Zhang Xiqing's words, she turned around and gave him a forced smile, and replied absent-mindedly that she wanted to end the meeting quickly. Sihan, why are you wearing so? Zhang Xiqing looked at her clothes and asked hesitantly. Flirtatious, huh? Chen Sihan said in a nonchalant and self-deprecating tone. Sihan, that's not what I meant. I want to ask you what you've been through that has changed you so much. Zhang Xiqing hurriedly explained anxiously. Chen Sihan thought about it and felt that the reason for her drastic change was probably because of Lin Xie. She was so pissed off by him. He suddenly wanted to tell Zhang Xiqing that he became like this because he was defiled by Lin Xie. Didn't Lin Xie say that Zhang Xiqing liked her a little? If she was defiled, would he help her take revenge on Lin Xie? It shouldn't be difficult for him to torture a poor boy with no background to death with his status as a rich young master. That way he won't have the chance to live happily with that slut. But on second thought, Lin Xie was indeed helping her realize her previous dream, and she didn't want Lin Xie to get hurt. It was just that the way he was bewitched by that slut made her angry. Even if I really want to torture someone, I would torture that slut. It was obviously me who came first. Finally, he said, I'm fine, brother Xiqing, I just want to try a different style. Is that so? Sihan, Lin Xie said that you regard me as your idol. Is that true? Seeing that Chen Sihan didn't want to tell the truth, Zhang Xiqing didn't force her. He thought there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so he changed the subject and asked Chen Sihan with hope. I. Chen Sihan looked at Zhang Xiqing's handsome face that was full of hope and longing for affirmation. She didn't want to discourage him and wanted to say yes, but Lin Xie kept circling in her mind, as if she answered yes, there would be no possibility for her and Lin Xie anymore. It's all my fault for being so abrupt. How could I ask a girl such a question? Sihan, actually the reason I asked you to come here today is to tell you that I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Your sweet smile is a treasure that I want to protect for the rest of my life. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Zhang Xiqing half knelt on the ground and looked up at Chen Sihan. His eyes were sincere and his tone was gentle, just like a prince confessing his love to a princess. When Chen Sihan saw the scene she had dreamed of, she didn't feel the excitement or thrill she should have felt. Instead, she felt panic, because Lin Xie's face was becoming clearer and clearer in her mind. The face of Zhang Xiqing, who was half squatting on the ground, had been replaced by Lin Xie, which made her think about what her feelings were towards Lin Xie. Could it be that I like him? But why would I like that abominable bastard? Sihan, what's wrong with you? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhang Xiqing called out to her anxiously. He did not see the happiness and excitement he wanted on Chen Sihan's face. Why is this happening? This made him feel depressed. That Xiqing brother, I can't accept you. Although Chen Sihan hasn't figured it out yet, her subconscious mind has made her make a decision to reject Zhang Xiqing. After she said this, she felt inexplicably relieved, as if she had let go of some obsession. Why? Zhang Xiqing grabbed Chen Sihan's hand with disbelief on his face and asked with a little excitement. Xiqing brother, I'm sorry. Chen Sihan reflexively shook off Zhang Xiqing's hand and stood up. She didn't know why she reacted so strongly when Zhang Xiqing touched her, when it was clear that Lin Xie could touch her casually and nothing would happen to her. Could it be that what Lin Xie said was false? You don't like me at all? Zhang Xiqing also stood up and approached Chen Sihan and asked with an unwilling look on his face. Sorry, Xiqing. Hearing his question, Chen Sihan's mind instantly appeared Lin Xie's smirking face. It seemed that she really fell in love with that bastard. Who is that person? Is he better than me? Chen Sihan's answer let Zhang Xiqing know she really didn't like him. He wanted to grab Chen Sihan's shoulders, but she took a step back to avoid him. This made him even more sad, and he could only stand there and ask in a low voice. Yes. Chen Sihan steadied herself and saw how excited he was, and wanted to tell him the truth. Sihan, you are so beautiful and sexy, please be my woman. At this moment, Zhang Xiqing suddenly felt that Chen Sihan in front of him exuded a fatal temptation. His rationality collapsed instantly, and he wanted to kiss her and possess her. Then he pushed Chen Sihan down on the sofa, put his hands on both sides of her shoulders, and wanted to kiss her. Chen Sihan was shocked at his sudden change. She didn't expect Zhang Xiqing to go so wild just because she rejected him. Could this be his true face? Was his gentle and polite appearance just an act? Thinking of this, she instantly became frightened and disgusted. She really didn't want Zhang Xiqing to touch her, so she slapped him hard and got up. Don't go, Sihan, I love you. Although the slap made Zhang Xiqing stunned for a second, he soon went into a state of madness and pounced on Chen Sihan, who had just stood up. No! Lin Qiye! Save me! Looking at Zhang Xiqing, who was pressing on her, Chen Sihan turned her head away, supported his chest with both hands, kicked her legs wildly to prevent him from pressing down, and instinctively called for help from Lin Qiye. At this moment, the door of the box was opened violently with a bang. Chapter 28: Despicable Performance. Master Lin Qiye. The moment Lin Qiye opened the door, he rushed to the sofa in 2 steps, grabbed Zhang Xiqing by the back of the collar, and threw him to the ground. Sihan! Lin Qiye quickly squatted down and helped Chen Sihan up. Seeing that she was about to throw herself into his arms, Lin Qiye quickly held her shoulders. His current identity is her dog, so he cannot flirt in front of Zhang Xiqing. Then he stood up and stood in front of her. Zhang Xiqing staggered to his feet, but his eyes were still staring at Chen Sihan fanatically. Sihan, you are mine. Lin Qiye pushed him down again, but did not slap him to wake him up. After all, he would only be in this state for 5 seconds. Sure enough, Zhang Xiqing, who had just collapsed on the ground, had regained his clarity of expression, replaced by shock and shame. What happened to me? Master Zhang didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You actually want to rape Sihan? At this time, Lin Qiye shouted loudly, his voice full of anger and disappointment. Chen Sihan had already stood up and leaned against Lin Qiye's back, tightly grasping the corner of Lin Qiye's clothes, her body still shaking slightly. At this moment, leaning against Lin Qiye's tall and straight back, an unprecedented sense of security flooded her heart like a tide. Sihan, I'm sorry, I don't know why I was like that. Zhang Xiqing got up in a panic and tried to explain to Chen Sihan, who was standing behind Lin Qiye. His voice was trembling, but he could not find a reasonable reason to explain his brutal behavior. He didn't know why he suddenly became a sex maniac. Was it because he was rejected by Sihan and thought that she liked someone else, so he became beastly? This made him feel extremely ashamed, and he felt that he was no longer worthy of having such a pure girl. That's enough, Master Zhang. I originally thought you were a gentleman who would not hurt Sihan and could give her a bright future. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I won't let go again. It doesn't matter if Sihan rejects me. I will work hard to become excellent. I believe that one day Sihan will fall in love with me. After that, I will carefully protect her for the rest of her life and will never let her be hurt by a scum like you. Lin Qiye interrupted him and shouted in a low voice with great righteousness, anger and infatuation. After hearing Lin Qiye's words, Zhang Xiqing felt even more ashamed and lowered his head a little. However, seeing Zhang Xiqing's look, Lin Qiye was already laughing in his heart. Zhang Xiqing's ugly appearance just now was naturally a good show directed by him using the 5 seconds of desire erosion prop. It can activate the mind within 10 meters and can make people lose their mind and turn into a sex maniac for 5 seconds. He had been standing outside the door, monitoring the conversation between Zhang Xiqing and them through Chen Sihan's sight and the bug in her bag. As long as he activates the prop at the right time, he can cut off the possibility between them. He originally thought that Chen Sihan would hesitate about Zhang Xiqing's confession because of him, and he just needed to activate the props when she hesitated. Even if she really wanted to agree to Zhang Xiqing, she would be disgusted by his beastly behavior. I didn't expect her to refuse. It seems that I have a very important position in her heart. If so, I can make her call me master tonight. I am really looking forward to it. Based on Zhang Xiqing's business card, he also knew that this young master was the heir to the Zhang Group, the third-ranked family business in Jiangnan City. From the conversation with Zhang Xiqing that day, I could tell that he was a simple and upright person. After all, is it really possible for a man and a single woman to be in the same room without anything happening? Even if he is a bootlicker, wouldn't he take advantage of the goddess when she is drunk? But he was deceived by his own performance and reasons, but he must not be regarded as a fool. Therefore, there must be a reasonable way to make Zhang Xiqing give up Chen Sihan on his own initiative, and not to pester Chen Sihan and interfere with his training. Giving up voluntarily will ensure that Zhang Xiqing will never know the true identity of Chen Sihan when he approaches him. In fact, a big part of the reason is because he is a disciple of a wealthy family. Let Chen Sihan's image always be pure in the eyes of this young master, which can be regarded as his kindness. The way he thought of was to turn Zhang Xiqing into a sex maniac. Although the method was low-level and cliché, it could achieve the goal very well. If an upright person like this were to commit such a beastly act, he would definitely blame himself for the mistake, feel ashamed, and not be able to face his beloved girl again. This method can also make Chen Sihan lose her filter for rich young masters and no longer fantasize about marrying into a wealthy family. As for why he tried his best to play the role of a bootlicker, on the surface it was to explain why he had changed so much. Actually, it was because after this scene, it would not be so awkward for him and Chen Sihan to be together, so as to prevent the young master from suspecting that he and Chen Sihan had already colluded with each other, knowing Chen Sihan's true face, and launching revenge. Although he is not afraid, it is still a trouble after all. The best choice is to eliminate this trouble at the lowest cost. I'm sorry, Master Zhang. Thinking of this, Lin Xie apologized softly in his heart. I will never give away the prey I set my eyes on. Meanness is the pass for mean people. As long as I can achieve my desired goal, I can use any shameless means. Let your image of a hypocritical beast be frozen in Sihan's mind. This will make her wary of all men in the future, but she will be defenseless only towards me, and she will rely on me wholeheartedly. I really have to thank you for being such a good tool. Master Zhang, you disappoint me so much. Let's just pretend we have never met. Please don't contact me again. Chen Sihan showed half of his face from behind Lin Xie's shoulder and looked at Zhang Xiqing with disgust in his eyes. She really didn't expect that the upright young man she liked before, who was completely different from the dandy boy, would be this kind of person. How much she liked him before, how much she hates him now. It seems all the young masters from rich families are the same. She felt a little reluctant to reject him before, but now she has no burden at all. She didn't know whether what Lin Xie said just now, that he would take care of her for the rest of her life, was true or false. If it's true, then I'll confess to him, as long as he dumps that bitch. If it was fake, she would really beat this bastard to death. Then he pulled the corner of Lin Xie's clothes and said softly, Lin Xie, let's go. Okay, Sihan. Lin Xie glared at Zhang Xiqing angrily, turned around, grabbed Chen Sihan's wrist and walked out. Sihan. Zhang Xiqing stood there and saw Chen Sihan's disgusted eyes and resolute back. He felt hopeless and clenched his fists, but he could do nothing. He really hurt this pure girl. Perhaps he is a beast at heart. He is no longer worthy of her, nor of pure love. Chapter 29. Pretending to be a couple, Lin Xie's ambition. As soon as she walked out of the cafe, the glass revolving door blocked the warm light of the cafe behind her, and the tears condensed on Chen Sihan's eyelashes suddenly burst. Lin Xie sighed and gently wiped the tears from Chen Sihan's face with his hand. Don't cry, your makeup is ruined. Asshole. Chen Sihan punched him in the chest, but then threw herself into his arms and cried even harder. I was scared to death just now. Lin Xie was slightly startled. He looked down at Chen Sihan, who was crying in his arms, and a faint smile unconsciously rose at the corner of his mouth. It's really a kitten who just wants comfort from its owner. Then he held her in his arms and walked quickly towards the corner about 10 meters away, his hand gently stroking her back. Only after he stopped did he speak softly, It's okay. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He looks like a gentleman. Don't mention that scumbag. Chen Sihan whispered in disgust and calmed down to feel the peace. It was not until she heard Lin Xie's strong heartbeat and smelled the reassuring scent on him that her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. She blushed and hesitated before speaking. What you said before, is it true? What? Lin Xie lowered his eyes, a smile flashed in his eyes, but he deliberately frowned to show a confused expression. Just saying you'll take care of me for the rest of my life or something. Chen Sihan tightened her arms and buried her burning cheeks deeper into his chest. A suspicious blush appeared on the tips of her ears, and her fingertips unconsciously tugged at his t-shirt. Lin Xie felt the warmth on his chest and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He pretended to be serious and answered, This is half true. I will protect you until I help you find a suitable young master from a wealthy family and realize your dream. You bastard. Lin Xie's words made Chen Sihan instantly furious. She pushed Lin Xie away with force. Her eyes, which had been red from crying, were now burning with anger. She bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. Do you really want to push me to someone else? Lin Xie looked at her angry expression, secretly laughing in his heart, but on the surface he looked helpless. It's not that you helped me take down Leng Ruoxi, I also hope that you can have a good home. Is that bitch so fascinating to you? Chen Sihan dug her nails deep into her palms. I am obviously your first woman, how can I be inferior to her? Sihan, Lin Xie sighed, his tone suddenly becoming serious. We were just doing a deal that time, don't be unreasonable anymore. Yeah, I'm a bitch who would sell her virginity for 50,000 bucks. Chen Sihan suddenly broke down, tears welling up in her eyes again. Now that you have the goddess, why do you care what I do? Lin Qiye stared into her red eyes and said seriously, Sihan, why are you so irrational? Could it be that you like me? Yes. I just fell in love with you, a bastard and a scumbag. Are you satisfied? Chen Sihan almost shouted these words, then turned away with flickering eyes, as if frightened by his own impulse. Hearing her words, Lin Qiye shook his head gently. You just have the instinctive possessiveness because it's the first time you're possessed by me, and you're jealous and unwilling to accept Ling Ruoxi. This is not true love. How is this possible? Chen Sihan was stunned, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She began to think confusedly, is it true that her feelings for Lin Qiye are as he said? Sihan, have you ever had a boyfriend? Lin Qiye asked at the right time. You bastard. Chen Sihan glared at him in shame and anger. I gave you my first time, how could I have ever had a boyfriend? Isn't that right? Lin Qiye smiled confidently, so you don't know what it feels like to really like someone. Don't you know? She asked, unconvinced. Lin Qiye replied calmly, I've seen it online before. One answer that received a lot of likes was, true love means wanting to see him every day, missing him terribly if you can't see him, and not wanting him to leave you. With every word he spoke, he took a step closer to her until he could smell the fragrance of her hair. I would be very happy with his compliments, and I would not be disgusted by his close contact. Instead, my heart would beat faster and I would want to please him. I feel safe when I'm around him, and I can't help but want to rely on him. Lin Qiye finished the last sentence, looking directly into her eyes with his deep eyes. I think this should be true love. Chen Sihan stepped back unconsciously, his back against the wall. She felt her heart beating unnaturally fast and her cheeks were hot. Is that so? Chen Sihan turned her head away somewhat awkwardly, and began to recall the scenes of their interactions in her mind. All right. Lin Qiye suddenly took a step back, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in Chen Sihan's thoughts. I have thought of the most effective way to test whether you really like me. What is the solution? Chen Sihan asked without giving it much thought. I'll just pretend to be your boyfriend for a day and do things that couples do. Lin Qiye showed a sly smile. If you don't have the feelings you just said about me, then you don't really like me. Well, okay, so what do we do now? Chen Sihan agreed without much hesitation, as she also wanted to know the answer. Lin Qiye watched her easily take the bait, with a gleam of success flashing in his eyes, and laughed in his heart. In fact, if he had confessed to her right after leaving the coffee shop, she would have accepted it 100%, but she would definitely break up with Ling Ruoxi. This puts him in a passive position and he can only choose one of them. This is not what he wants. His goal is to have both. He understood Chen Sihan's current state of mind too well. After all, it was he who caused it. Possessiveness, jealousy, reluctance, these emotions filled her mind with him, and she thought this was love. The pretending to be a couple scene he proposed was precisely to make her fall completely in the deliberately created intimate interaction and transform her unknown heartbeat into an attachment that she could clearly understand. The most important part of this process is actually close contact. If a woman's body can't accept your touch, how can you touch her heart? He took her virginity and kept having close physical contact with her from time to time, just to make her body accustomed to his touch. He had already made Chen Sihan's body dependent on him before her consciousness, and now he had cleverly implanted his own standard of liking into her cognition. In this way, he is taking an open book test and just needs to fill in the blanks. Let Chen Sihan feel that the feeling he brings to her during their day together completely meets these standards, which will make her firmly believe that she really likes him. By then, the initiative will be firmly in his hands. He only needs to stimulate her appropriately, make her express her feelings strongly and be unwilling to let him go, and then he can make a gesture of helpless acceptance. And after a night of passion, Chen Sihan's dependence on him will definitely reach a higher level. If he proposed at this time that he wanted to have both her and Ling Ruoxi at the same time, she would most likely choose to compromise in order to prevent him from leaving. However, she will definitely think of various ways to make Ling Ruoxi give up. After that, as long as he makes Ling Ruoxi unwilling to let go, she will compete with Chen Sihan for the female. He just needs to fan the flames. If he can get them to compete for the bed, he will be halfway to success. After sleeping together a few times, they should be able to reduce their resistance to each other. In addition, if Ling Ruoxi's M attribute is utilized well, it will not be difficult for her to hug him openly. Thinking of this, Lin Xie pretended to think it over and said to Chen Sihan, "The dating process of couples that I saw on the internet usually involves eating, shopping, watching movies, and riding a Ferris wheel. So what are we going to do now?" Chen Sihan asked. "It's just after 10 o'clock. Lin Xie glanced at his watch and thought for a moment. "Let's go shopping first, then have dinner, go swimming in the afternoon, and watch a movie and ride the Ferris wheel in the evening. What do you think?" "It's a good arrangement." Chen Sihan nodded slightly. She didn't expect Lin Xie to be able to arrange the itinerary in such a short time. She was a little excited. "Then where should we go shopping now?" "Let's go to the pedestrian street." Lin Xie took out his phone and checked the map. "It's not far. It only takes 10 minutes by taxi." "Okay." Chen Sihan responded softly, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Lin Xie's profile. The online hailing car arrived soon. Lin Xie opened the back door for her like a gentleman and gently placed his hand on her waist without leaving any trace. This made Chen Sihan feel a tingling sensation throughout her body as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart beat faster and she quickly and shyly got into the car. Seeing Chen Sihan's shy look, Lin Xie chuckled inwardly, "Little cat, let me give you a perfect date experience today that you will never forget." Chapter 30 Lin Xie's Power, Chen Sihan's Sincerity. Lin Xie opened the car door, moved his body, and sat down only 10 centimeters away from Chen Sihan. The sunlight coming through the car window cast fine shadows on his angular profile. He tilted his head slightly and his eyes fell on Chen Sihan beside him. Chen Sihan held his breath unconsciously, feeling the body temperature coming from his side. Suddenly, Lin Xie's large palm covered her right hand, which was placed on her leg. The warmth from the back of his hand made her heart skip a beat. "How do you feel now?" Lin Xie suddenly asked, his deep voice sounding particularly clear in the car. "Ah." Chen Sihan suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Xie, his watery eyes full of confusion. Lin Xie explained seriously, "I will use different degrees of intimate contact to help you test whether you are disgusted with me or your heartbeat speeds up, so that you can confirm whether you really like me." He tightened his grip slightly. "Is this annoying now?" "Oh, I don't hate it." Chen Sihan replied softly, her cheeks flushed with a light pink. Only then did she understand Lin Xie's intention. The hand he held gave her a reassuring warmth, just like when he pulled her out of the cafe just now. "How about this?" Lin Xie suddenly interlocked his fingers with hers, with their fingers pressed tightly together. He keenly noticed that the tips of Chen Sihan's ears turned red instantly. Chen Sihan shook her head in panic, her chest beating rapidly, and she was even worried that the other party would hear it. Lin Xie's eyes flashed with understanding, but his voice remained calm. "There will be more intimate tests next. Tell me if you feel uncomfortable." Lin Xie secretly laughed. He didn't expect that simply interlocking their fingers could make her so flustered. Of course he knew that she would not hate his close contact. After all, she was used to it. Also, because he had saved the beauty twice, she instinctively felt that he was reliable and she would feel safe staying with him. Next time, he won't ask her if she hates it every time she does something, because even if she doesn't hate it, she might get shy after being asked so many times, and say she hates it and run away. This would reduce the time I could have for close contact with her, and prevent her from feeling her heartbeat faster and feel at ease, making her more convinced that she likes me. Thinking of this, Lin Xie loosened his clasped hands and instead put his arms around her slender waist. Before Chen Sihan could react, she was brought into the arms of a gentle force. Lin Xie wrapped her clenched fists in his palms, and with a gentle push, her forehead rested against his shoulders. The reassuring aura from Lin Xie instantly surrounded her, causing her to hold her breath unconsciously. In the 1-minute silence, Lin Xie felt the body of the person in his arms gradually relax. He deliberately allowed her this time to adapt, and then suddenly exerted force, lifting her horizontally across his legs. Chen Sihan exclaimed, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few strands playfully brushing his cheeks. "Don't be afraid," Lin Xie whispered, gently stroking her tense fingers with his left hand and stroking her silky long hair with his right hand. Such an intimate posture made Chen Sihan's face completely red. Although she had been hugged by him many times, this was the first time she was hugged so intimately except for that night. This reminded her of that night, and her heart was beating so hard that she could even hear her own heartbeat. However, as Lin Xie stroked her rhythmically, her heart gradually calmed down. This made her unconsciously think of Lin Xie's definition of like. Her heart was beating faster and she felt at ease at the same time. "It seems that the probability that I like him is very high, but this is just the beginning, and I still have a day to feel it well. Sihan baby. Lin Chia suddenly called softly in her ear, and his warm breath swept across her sensitive earlobe. This title hit Chin Sihan's heart like a straight ball, making her tremble all over. Because that was how Lin Chia called her that night when they first met, which made her clutch Lin Chia's clothes in shame and anger, and she asked in a low voice, "Why did you suddenly call me that?" Lin Chia chuckled and explained, "It's normal for couples to call each other baby, I will keep calling you that today." Liking someone means not only not being averse to intimate contact, but also not being averse to intimate names. I am now playing the role of a perfect boyfriend, and all the details must be in place, and no detail can affect your judgment. I understand. Chen Sihan bit her lower lip, her heartbeat going out of control again. She always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell why. Then she began to recall how she felt about this intimate name. She didn't hate it, just shyness. She planned to listen to it a few more times to see how it felt. Noticing her shyness, Lin Chia changed the subject at the right time. "What kind of clothes do you like to wear, baby?" He deliberately emphasized the endearment. "In summer, I like to wear dresses and short skirts." Chen Sihan's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. "I'll buy anything I like later," Lin Chia said generously, curling a strand of her hair with his fingers and playing with it. "I'm not short of money now." Chen Sihan looked up suddenly, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. "Are you rich now?" Lin Chia's appearance had changed so much that she had forgotten that he was a poor boy. He had spent more than 100,000 on himself and had almost used up all his parents' inheritance, which made her feel very guilty now. She planned to sell all the luxury bags she had bought before and return the money to him. The most important thing was that she really didn't want that night to be just a transaction, and she didn't want to be inferior to that slut. She had previously cheated those men of her money just to buy high-end bags and clothes to make herself look more classy, so that she could fit in with the group of rich girls, have the opportunity to meet rich boys, and marry into a wealthy family. Now she didn't know why she was not so obsessed with money. It might be because of her disappointment with Zhang Xiqing and the wealthy family. However, looking at Lin Chia's face, she felt that the main reason was because of him. Lin Chia looked at her with a half-smile, and deliberately said in a frivolous tone, "That night made me realize that it is very expensive to check in with a beautiful woman, so I worked hard to make some money in the past 10 days. I'll give you your money back." Chen Sihan struggled unnaturally to get up from his arms, but was held firmly by Lin Chia. "No need, I don't get women for free, and I think the money is worth it," Lin Chia said casually on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart. The guilt in Chen Sihan's eyes clearly goes against her usual style of doing things. "It seems that she is really attracted to me. In this case, let's deepen this love for me today." Lin Chia's words instantly ignited Chen Sihan's anger. "In your eyes, am I just a whore who can sell her body at will? That's why you want to draw a line between me and you? So that you can live with that bitch?" Her voice trembled with excitement and her eyes were slightly red. "Sihan, don't get excited. You'll know the answer after the test is over. You don't like me, so there's no need to pester me." Lin Chia patted her back soothingly. "Don't you really believe that I like you?" She almost cried. "Well, there is no reason for you to like me just because we have slept with each other and you gave me your first time. This is too abnormal. Let's continue the test. Let the results speak for themselves." Lin Chia sighed, pretending to be helpless. "Okay. Let's continue testing." Chen Sihan responded with gritted teeth. She now knew clearly in her heart that she had fallen in love with this bastard. Although she doesn't know what true love means yet, she has rejected young Master Zhang because of this bastard. Doesn't this count as love? When the date was over, she said that her feelings for him were exactly in line with what he said he liked, and let's see what he would do. Chapter 31, Dating in Progress. Before long, we arrived at the pedestrian street. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Chia got out first, opened the door like a gentleman, and reached out to help Chen Sihan, who had calmed down, get out of the car. Lin Chia looked down at the sexy black slit-hip skirt and black silk high heels she was wearing, with a hint of possessiveness in his eyes. "Baby, you are too tired to go shopping in this outfit. How about we pick out some casual clothes first and then change into a pair of flat shoes?" "Well, I'll listen to you." Chen Sihan agreed. Her current hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels were indeed not suitable for shopping. She also noticed that many obscene men were looking at her, which made her feel very disgusted. Seeing Lin Chia acting like the perfect boyfriend, her heartbeat quickened slightly. Although he said it was just for a test, she couldn't help but take it seriously. And she was sure that she just fell in love with this bastard, so she decided to enjoy his boyfriend's service for the day. Soon, Lin Xia put his arm around Chen Sihan's waist and came to the nearest large clothing store, which had both men's and women's clothing, including clothes, pants, and shoes. Under the bright lights, there is a dazzling array of clothing. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, do you want to buy clothes? At this time, a young female clerk with a sweet smile came up and looked between the two of them, obviously thinking they were a couple. Well, could you please help us pick out some casual clothes for summer, something comfortable? Lin Xia took over the conversation very naturally, his tone so familiar that it seemed as if they had really been together for a long time. Okay. The female clerk nodded enthusiastically, we just got some new couples outfits. Would you like to take a look? Couple outfits? Chen Sihan was stunned, the tips of his ears felt slightly hot, and he subconsciously looked at Lin Xia. Okay, take us to see it. Lin Xia held Chen Sihan's hand and responded to the clerk without hesitation, then explained in Chen Sihan's ear, this should also fall within the scope of intimate contact. Chen Sihan's heart beat faster. Wearing couple outfits should be considered an intimate contact between souls. Soon the female clerk took them to the couple clothing area. Hanging on the hangers are a range of refreshing summer couple outfits, from simple t-shirts and shorts to lightweight sun-protective shirts and dresses. The female clerk picked up a set of white printed t-shirts and matching women's short skirts and introduced them. This fabric is very breathable and the design is simple, so it's also suitable for daily wear. Lin Xia took the men's t-shirt, tried it on himself, then picked up the women's skirt and handed it to Chen Sihan with a gentle smile in his eyes. Baby, want to try it? Chen Sihan looked at the short skirt handed to her and felt a little shy. She didn't understand why she had such a big reaction when it was just a piece of clothing. She took the skirt, turned around and walked towards the fitting room in a panic. Lin Xia found it funny when he saw her flustered back. He didn't expect that she was so innocent. A few minutes later, Chen Sihan changed his clothes and came out. The white slim-fit short t-shirt perfectly shows off her proud figure. The length of the short skirt is just above the knees. The black stockings have been taken off, revealing her slender and smooth calves perfectly. She is no longer sexy and coquettish, and her whole body has returned to her pure appearance. Lin Xia has also changed into a t-shirt. His broad shoulders and narrow waist can handle any clothes. The female clerk's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, you two are really a perfect match. Baby is so pretty. Lin Xia looked at Chen Sihan, who had changed into a pure style, and nodded. She was indeed his favorite little cat, and she looked good in anything she wore. Chen Sihan was very happy to hear his praise, although she didn't know whether he was really praising her or just testing her. Then Lin Xia looked at the female clerk and said, we want this set, and help her pick out a few different styles. T-shirts, skirts, and shorts to try. Etc. Chen Sihan interrupted, she glanced at the price tag, this set costs 899, it's too expensive. She didn't want Lin Xia to spend money. Oh, baby, are you worried about my money? Don't worry, I have plenty of money now. Besides, my baby is so pretty, it would be a waste if I don't buy her some more clothes. Lin Xia was a little surprised when he heard her say it was too expensive. In his memory, Chen Sihan was not so easily satisfied and only bought expensive things. It seems that I have had a great influence on her. Isn't she more worthy of collection? Beauty, your boyfriend is so nice to you. I wish I had such a generous boyfriend. The female clerk smiled at the side. Hearing what the female clerk said, Chen Sihan smiled and agreed. Now she really didn't know what Lin Xia was thinking. Did he need to buy so many clothes for her to pretend to be her boyfriend for a test? Okay, beautiful, get her some more clothes that will fit her. Lin Xia urged. Okay, handsome. The salesgirl responded and went to choose clothes. Soon she took out 2 pieces of clothing and introduced them to Chen Sihan. Beauty, your skin is really fair, bright colors will definitely look good on you. This light yellow dress is especially slimming and elegant, and this set of denim shorts is very refreshing to wear in summer. Before Chen Sihan could refuse, Lin Xia had already taken the clothes and gently pushed her shoulder, go and try it. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 sets of matched summer clothes were piled on the sofa outside the fitting room, and each one looked particularly suitable for Chen Sihan. Lin Xia sat by her side the whole time, looking at her intently, nodding or shaking his head occasionally, like a caring boyfriend who was carefully keeping an eye on his girlfriend. Is it almost done? Chen Sihan changed back into his original casual clothes, stood in front of Lin Xia, and asked him in a low voice. Lin Xia stood up and said to the female clerk, pack up all the items you tried just now. All? Chen Sihan grabbed his arm and said, why buy so much? Can I wear all of them? Lin Xie suddenly raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head, his tone was somewhat doting. How can you not wear them all? It's just a different outfit every week. Lin Xie's doting gesture reminded Chen Sihan of the way a domineering CEO would pat his girlfriend on the head in a TV drama. Before, she didn't understand why those young girlfriends would lower their heads and be shy because of this action, but now she understands. The female clerk packed the clothes swiftly. Lin Xie picked up the shopping bag and held her hand very naturally with his other hand. Let's go, baby, let's go look at shoes. Chen Sihan let him lead the way, and soon Lin Xie brought her to the women's shoes area. A wide variety of summer women's sandals are neatly displayed on the display racks, with all kinds of styles available. Lin Xie's eyes scanned the shelves and finally stopped on a pair of white thin-strap low-heeled sandals. The upper has a simple cross design and the heel is only 3 centimeters, which is elegant and will not tire your feet. Lin Xie picked up the shoes, turned to Chen Sihan and said, try this pair? Chen Sihan took the sandals, sat on the shoe-trying stool, and was about to bend down when she saw Lin Xie already kneeling on one knee, gently lifting her ankle. How can I let my baby change his shoes himself? His voice was soft, but it could not be refused. Chen Sihan was stunned for a moment. This reminded her of the scene when Zhang Xiqing confessed to her. However, the two scenes gave her completely different feelings. She was very happy now. Lin Xie gently helped her untie her black high heels, supported her arch with his warm palms, and gently changed her into white sandals. The warmth wrapped around her feet made Chen Sihan feel numb all over. This was not just a physical intimacy, but also a spiritual one. Do they still fit? After changing his shoes, Lin Xie looked up and asked softly. His gentle look made Chen Sihan nod hurriedly, and her toes curled up unconsciously. The leather of the sandals is very soft, and the thin straps perfectly outline her slender ankles, making her skin look even whiter and the contours of her feet perfectly presented. The bright red nail polish adds a bit of contrast. Take a few steps and see. Lin Xie stood up, but still maintained the supporting posture. Chen Sihan stood up with a red face and tried to walk a few steps. The sandals were unexpectedly comfortable and did not rub her feet at all. The female salesperson exclaimed, this pair of shoes really suits this beautiful lady. It makes her feet look particularly nice. The handsome guy has good taste. Lin Xie nodded with satisfaction, this is the pair. Then he went to get the other shoe. Chen Sihan quickly pulled him back, wait, what else are you going to do? One pair is not enough. Lin Xie had already picked up another pair of beige flat sandals. Looking at Lin Xie's serious profile, Chen Sihan didn't want this to be just a test. She wanted to be treated so gently and lovingly by Lin Xie all the time. Chapter 32, Dating in Progress Part 2. After paying, Lin Xie and Chen Sihan walked out of the clothing store side by side, with him carrying large and small shopping bags in his hands. Chen Sihan looked at Lin Xie curiously and couldn't help asking, Lin Xie, even if it's a test, you don't have to buy so many clothes for me. Lin Xie explained with a natural expression and a smile, it is said on the internet that if a woman sees a man buying a lot of clothes for her and feels sorry for him spending money more than the joy of getting new clothes, then that is true love. Of course, I am happy today, so I will give it to you as a gift, don't feel burdened. Of course he couldn't say now that he just wanted to buy it for her, but this definition of liking was real. After hearing this, Chen Sihan also felt that what was said on the internet was very reasonable. After all, caring about the other person more than considering oneself, this is what love is, and it also made her more certain of her love for Lin Xie. However, she was not happy about receiving Lin Xie's gift. Instead, she fell into wild thoughts, is he happy because he is shopping with me, or because he can get rid of me and be with that bitch? Thinking of this, she clenched her hands unconsciously. Noticing Chen Sihan's mood change, Lin Xie quickly changed the subject, pointed ahead and said, there's a milk tea shop in front, how about we go buy a cup of milk tea? Chen Sihan simply responded, but he had already made up his mind in his heart that he would never let this bastard leave tonight. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan with concern, his eyes full of tenderness, what do you want to drink? Can I have something cold today? Chen Sihan responded casually, I'm fine with anything, I can drink it cold. As soon as she said this, she suddenly realized why Lin Xie asked her if she could drink ice, and her cheeks instantly flushed, could this bastard really be so thoughtful? Okay, 2 glasses of iced lemon tea. Lin Xie was relieved to hear that she could drink ice-cold drinks, otherwise he would have no choice but to retreat tonight. Okay handsome, wait a moment. The clerk responded with a smile. 3 minutes later, the lemon tea is ready. Lin Xie handed a cup to Chen Sihan. It's so cold. Chen Sihan was shocked by the coldness as soon as he took it, and almost dropped the lemon tea on the ground. Give me. Lin Xie hurriedly stretched out his right hand to take it, with a large bag of clothes in his left hand and a cup of lemon tea in his other hand. Seeing this, Chen Sihan reached out to take the clothes from his left hand. Give me the clothes. Well, here you go. Just tell me if it's too heavy. Lin Xie handed over the clothes naturally. Chen Sihan took it with both hands and tested the weight. It's not heavy, I can lift it. Lin Xie didn't say much. He put a straw into the lemon tea on the right and handed it to Chen Sihan. Well, here you go. This intimate gesture made Chen Sihan's cheeks hot. She was a little shy, but still obediently took a sip. Is it delicious? Lin Xie asked softly, looking at her intently. Chen Sihan nodded, not bad. Then I'll try it too. As he spoke, Lin Xie naturally took a sip of the milk tea that Chen Sihan had drunk. Why did you drink my milk tea? Chen Sihan was embarrassed and annoyed, and her face turned red instantly. Lin Xie explained seriously, this is also part of the test. If you hate the other person drinking milk tea that you have drunk, then you don't really like him. How do you feel now? I don't feel anything. Chen Sihan glared at him in shame and anger, then asked, how do you feel now? Lin Xie didn't expect that this little kitten would actually become the host. How interesting. Seeing Chen Si staring at him seriously, he felt amused in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be serious and said, well, this is mainly to help you test it. I didn't feel it carefully. I'll try it again. After saying that, he took another sip, looked at Chen Sihan's nervous and expectant expression, and replied with a forced smile, there is no bad smell, no nausea or disgusting feeling, and no accelerated heartbeat. It's no different from drinking my own milk tea. Asshole, of course my mouth can't stink, why are you saying that? Chen Sihan felt embarrassed and angry. She felt a little disappointed when she heard him say that his heartbeat didn't speed up. But fortunately, he didn't say that he hated her. I saw you staring at me seriously, and I thought you were worried about this. Lin Xie said as a matter of course. Asshole, I want more. Chen Sihan also wanted to try what it felt like to drink the milk tea he had drunk. Lin Xie handed the milk tea to her mouth without hesitation. The moment Chen Sihan bit the straw, the image of Lin Xie biting the straw while drinking milk tea and the image of her being kissed by him that night instantly emerged in her mind. Her face instantly became hot and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Seeing her blushing and gritting her teeth, Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh and said, hey, is it necessary to bite so hard? Bah, it stinks. Chen Sihan immediately opened his mouth, turned his head and cursed in shame and anger. Lin Xie pretended to be irritated and shouted in a low voice, Chen Sihan, if you don't finish this cup of milk tea, I will forcefully kiss you for 10 minutes and let you feel whether it stinks or not. Chen Sihan looked back at his serious expression, feeling a little scared, and muttered softly, humph, you stingy guy. Chen Sihan muttered stingy guy, but her eyes secretly glanced at Lin Xie's tense jawline. Her heart beat faster and she began to think about what it would feel like if he really kissed her forcefully. After a while, she blushed and took the milk tea from her mouth, then lowered her head and sipped it. The cold lemon tea slid down her throat, but it did nothing to lower the temperature of her cheeks. She secretly looked up at Lin Xie and found that he was staring at her intently with a playful smile on his face. Asshole. What are you laughing at? She opened her mouth and looked away in panic, her heart beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of her chest. Laugh at someone like a hamster. Lin Xie said without disguising, and then reached out to gently wipe away the water droplets from the corners of her mouth. You can drink milk tea and get it all over your face. This intimate action made Chen Sihan tremble all over. She did not have any aversion to his series of intimate contacts. Instead, she had an indescribable expectation. Lin Xie did not let her finish the milk tea in one gulp. The two began to walk side by side, sharing the cold cup of lemon tea together. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Chen Sihan stared at the overlapping shadows on the ground, and suddenly stopped. He asked tentatively, did you really see the definition of love you mentioned on the internet? That's right. Why? You don't believe it? Lin Xie didn't know why she asked this. Was she doubting this? But he was not panicked at all, because what he said was indeed true. Do you really believe it? Chen Sihan asked. If I don't believe it, why would I say it out loud? Lin Xiye responded seriously. Humph, don't regret it. Chen Sihan rolled his eyes at him and asked, where are we going now? Let's go get a room now. Lin Xiye uttered these words with a normal expression. Ha! It's only noon. Chen Sihan's face instantly turned red, and even her ears felt hot. She stammered, her heart beating fast, could it be that the test also includes this item? We haven't even had lunch yet. Chapter 33, Dating in Progress Part 3. What are you thinking? I just booked a room to store my stuff. I bought so many clothes, I can't carry them around shopping all the time, right? Besides, a day of dating can be tiring, and booking a room in advance can help you get a better rest tonight. Lin Xie looked at her panic and a sly smile appeared on his lips. This was just a test from him, and her reaction was exactly in line with his expectations. Who has the wrong idea? Chen Sihan glared at him angrily, but couldn't hide the shame in her eyes. However, Lin Xie changed the subject and continued, but you are not completely wrong. Sex is indeed the most intimate contact. If you don't have this thought about the other person at all, and even if you do it you feel disgusted and don't feel pleasure, then you definitely don't like it. After all, if you don't like it physically, then you definitely don't like it in your heart. Lin Xiye was very confident about this. Unless the woman hated men, even if she was forced to go to bed with him, she might be able to resist with her willpower at first, but she would be completely unable to resist and her body would sink into it later. At the end of that night, she took the initiative to respond. After a pause, he pretended to feel guilty and continued, but I'm not going to test this with you today. I don't want to hurt you again. Humph, I understand. After hearing his explanation, Chen Sihan also felt that it made sense. This reminded her of that night. She was indeed very happy afterwards. How would it feel if she were to do that with him now? It had been 10 days since then, and she couldn't remember the specific feeling, but after he mentioned it, she had no resistance to having sex with him now, and even had some anticipation. But hearing his guilty words and not wanting to hurt her anymore wasn't really hurtful to her right now. Tonight she was going to do that with him in the name of testing, to make him feel even more guilty about himself, and even make him fall in love with her. Didn't he say before that the slut made him unable to extricate himself in bed? That slut must be so good in bed that she could satisfy him in anything. And that time I was just passively catering to him and didn't give him much feedback, which made him absolutely bored. That's why he became extremely obsessed with that slut in just one day and had no intention of getting entangled with her at all. Thinking of this, she finally understood why she always felt something was strange about today's test. Now she knew the answer, because what she wanted was for Lin Xiye to be with her and give up that slut. Even if the test shows that I really like him, but he doesn't like me, I still don't want to be entangled with him, I will just feel more guilty about it. This was not the result she wanted, but the test was not without effect, because it made her realize clearly that she liked him, which was equally important. She will not end this test. She will show her charm in the coming time and make Lin Xiye fall in love with her. But thinking of this, Chen Sihan felt a little troubled. It was always others who pursued her, but she had never pursued others. Even for Zhang Xiqing, she just dressed herself up nicely and maintained a good image to attract him. Is it that I can only compete with that slut? Just as Chen Sihan was stunned, Lin Xiye suddenly put his arms around her waist. Ah! Chen Sihan was startled by the sudden embrace and yelled. She calmed down only after realizing it was Lin Xiye. She punched him lightly on the chest and said coquettishly, "Asshole, you scared me. Baby, you suddenly stood there motionless. I thought you were possessed by a ghost." Lin Xiye raised his hand, clenched his fist in front of his chest, chuckled and spoke. "Humph, you are possessed by a ghost." Chen Sihan glared at him in embarrassment but did not pull her hand away. "What were you thinking about just now?" Lin Xiye restrained his smile and asked softly. "I'm wondering how that bitch made you blind." Chen Sihan turned his face away and said angrily. "Why do you bring this up all of a sudden?" Lin Xiye raised his eyebrows and looked at her angry expression with interest. "Who do you think is prettier, her or me?" Chen Sihan immediately turned around and raised his head to ask Lin Xiye seriously. Lin Xiye looked at her nervous and expectant expression, pretended to ponder for a moment, and then said seriously, "Objectively speaking, they are both very beautiful, you can't tell who is better. She is the cold and elegant queen type, and you are the pure girl type. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes. It's the same as saying nothing, but you're not blind yet." Chen Sihan curled her lips, even though she didn't get the answer she wanted. But what he said was indeed true, that bitch was indeed pretty, and then he asked unwillingly, then why do you like her and not me? Well. Lin Chiye deliberately dragged out his tone, his eyes wandering over her, she has qualities that you don't have. Is it because she is so sexy in bed? Chen Sihan said angrily. That's indeed the reason. Lin Chiye did not deny that this was also to stimulate Chen Sihan to take the initiative. Besides, it was a fact that Lang Ruoshi's physique possessed this characteristic. You damn pervert. Chen Sihan pulled his hand back angrily, then reached out to twist his waist. His words made Chen Sihan more certain of her guess. It seemed that she had to make sure this pervert couldn't control himself tonight. Food and sex are human nature. Lin Chiye easily held the hand around his waist and spoke frankly. Bah, that's just making up a story. Chen Sihan couldn't do anything about his shamelessness. Soon Lin Chiye took a taxi to the nearest high-end hotel. Chapter 34, Dating in Progress Part 4. After completing the check-in procedures, Lin Chiye took Chen Sihan's hand and took the elevator to the presidential suite. When you open the door, a spacious and bright space comes into view. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the panoramic view of the city. Lin Chiye put the shopping bag on the soft sofa, turned to look at Chen Sihan, and asked gently, "Are you hungry?" Chen Sihan responded softly. As soon as she entered the room, her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the large bed, and her cheeks instantly blushed. Noticing Lin Chiye turning back, she hurriedly shifted her gaze, pretending to be interested in the scenery outside the window, and nodded repeatedly. Seeing her absent-minded look, Lin Chiye walked over to her, took the milk tea from her naturally, and said, "The hotel restaurant should be pretty good. Let's take a break and go have some Chinese food." As he spoke, he drank the rest of the lemon tea in one gulp, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as he swallowed. Chen Sihan stared at his movements unconsciously until he put down the cup, then she hurriedly looked away as if waking from a dream. "Why are you staring at me? Why is your face so red?" Lin Chiye keenly noticed her gaze and teased. Looking at her slightly red face, I secretly wondered, could it be that this room reminded her of the scene that night? Thinking of this, he smiled. "Kitty, are you shy now? You have to take the initiative at night." I'm going to the bathroom." Chen Sihan turned around in panic and almost ran into the bathroom. After closing the door, she looked in the mirror, at her blushing cheeks and eyes sparkling with shyness, and shook her head helplessly. Turning on the faucet, the cool water splashed on her face. She tried to calm herself down. "Chen Sihan, you are so useless, why are you so nervous? You still have to take the initiative to win him down later." But when she thought about what was going to happen tonight, her heart beat uncontrollably faster, like a deer pounding in its tracks. When coming out of the bathroom, Chen Sihan had adjusted his mood. She saw Lin Chiye leaning against the window and making a phone call. The afternoon sun shone through the glass onto him, outlining his tall and straight figure. His handsome appearance fascinated her for a moment. "Well, let's arrange it this way." Lin Chiye hung up the phone, turned around and smiled at her. "Let's go eat now." Chen Sihan blushed and nodded, and replied softly, "Okay. Let's go, then." Lin Chiye picked up the room card, and just as Chen Sihan walked towards the door, he suddenly reached out to stop her. "What's wrong?" Chen Sihan looked up in confusion. Lin Chiye did not answer, but reached out and gently stroked her cheek, his thumb gently rubbing the corner of her mouth. "The hair is stuck to your mouth." His movements were so gentle as if he was treating a rare treasure. Chen Sihan felt like his heart was about to jump out. Okay? She asked stutteringly. "It's okay." Lin Chiye withdrew his hand, took her hand and went downstairs. Led by the waiter, they came to the hotel restaurant. The restaurant has an elegant environment, and the soft sound of piano flows in the air like gurgling water. They were placed in a private corner by the window, and the view outside the window complemented the romantic atmosphere inside. After finishing the meal and returning to the room, Lin Chiye looked at Chen Sihan and suggested, "How about we take a lunch break and go swimming at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?" "Okay." Chen Sihan responded softly. After they put their feet together, they went to bed together. Lin Chiye gently held Chen Sihan in his arms and said softly, "Have a good rest. You will be very tired in the afternoon." Chen Sihan snuggled in his arms and no longer asked if this was also a test. She had made her intention clear. No matter what intimate actions he took next, she would not ask any more questions. She wanted to enjoy his perfect boyfriend service today. She felt completely at peace in his warm embrace. Thinking about how she was so angry with him that she couldn't sleep last night, now she just wanted to have a good sleep and recharge her energy for the battle in the evening. Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan, who was lying quietly in his arms. A doting smile appeared on his lips, and he slowly closed his eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the alarm clock rang on time. Lin Xie and Chen Sihan woke up slowly, and after some rest, they both felt full of energy. After making a simple face, they took a taxi to the nearby open-air swimming pool. After buying swimsuits at the front desk, we went to the changing rooms. Lin Xie changed into her swimsuit and stood in the lobby waiting. He was only wearing a pair of tight swimming trunks, showing off his six-pack abs and perfect body, attracting the attention of many women around him. Chen Sihan changed into a pink regular swimsuit. The simple design made her figure look extremely sexy. When she walked out of the changing room and saw Lin Xie waiting not far away, she couldn't help swallowing and her cheeks turned red instantly. The moment Lin Xie saw Chen Sihan, his eyes became hot. He had two purposes for coming to swim. One was to let her see his perfect body, and the other was to see what she looked like in a swimsuit. He didn't expect that she looked so pure and sexy that he couldn't control himself. Lin Xie took a deep breath, walked towards Chen Sihan, put his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Baby, what are you thinking? Let me take you swimming." Chen Sihan felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen and her brain was blank. She could only let him lead her to the swimming pool. Soon, they arrived at the outdoor swimming pool. The gentle sunlight sprinkled on the water, making the ripples sparkle, which calmed Chen Sihan's originally nervous mood a lot, but she still didn't dare to look directly at Lin Xie's strong body. "Baby, can you swim?" Lin Xie looked at her dazed expression and found it very cute. "I know a little." Chen Sihan lowered his head and responded in a low voice. "Then I'll teach you." Lin Xie was the first to go into the water, looking up at Chen Sihan on the shore. "Sit down first and use your feet to get used to the temperature." Chen Sihan sat down obediently and put his feet into the water. The water was warm, but she still clenched her fists nervously. After a while, Lin Xie stretched out his arms and said, "Dive down, I'll catch you." Chen Sihan looked at Lin Xie, who opened his arms to her in the water, and her heart couldn't calm down. The sunlight danced on his wet shoulders, and water droplets slid down the lines of his abdominal muscles. She felt her throat tighten. I'm scared," she whispered softly, her fingertips tightly gripping the edge of the swimming pool. Lin Xie raised the corners of his mouth, and suddenly took a step forward, placing his hands on the edge of the pool on both sides of her body, trapping her in his arms. He looked up at her, water dripping from the ends of his hair. "With me here, what are you afraid of?" Chen Sihan was startled by his sudden approach and leaned back, almost losing her balance. Lin Xie was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed her waist and pulled her into the water. Before the exclamation had completely died down, Chen Sihan had already fallen into the warm pool water and was steadily caught by Lin Xie's strong arms. As the water surged, her legs subconsciously wrapped around his waist and her hands tightly hugged his neck. "How is it? Are you okay?" Lin Xie laughed softly, holding her hips with his hands and pulling her up. Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Chen Sihan could clearly feel the warmth of his skin and the texture of his muscles. She was so embarrassed that she buried her face in the crook of his neck. She felt the hand on her waist tighten slightly, and her ears heard his hoarse voice, "Relax, I'll support you." Chen Sihan tried hard to calm her breathing and slowly stretched her body under his guidance. Lin Xie held her lower abdomen with one hand and protected her neck with the other. His hot body temperature passed through the thin swimsuit fabric. "Straighten your legs, like this." His lips were almost touching her earlobe, and his breath sprayed on her sensitive neck. "Relax, don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen Sihan suppressed her embarrassment and did as she was told. Under Lin Xie's patient guidance, 10 minutes later, Chen Sihan gradually relaxed and even dared to try swimming a short distance. When she successfully swam 5 meters, she turned around excitedly and shouted to Lin Xie, "Lin Xie, I got it." Lin Xie smiled and swam to her side and touched her head. "Baby, you are so smart and you swim very well." His praise made Chen Sihan feel as happy as if she were eating honey. She felt excited and her face was filled with a happy smile. Just then, 2 pretty girls in bikinis swam over. One of them boldly approached Lin Xie and said, "Handsome boy, you are a great swimmer. Can you teach us?" Chen Sihan's face darkened instantly and he quickly stood in front of Lin Xie. She didn't expect to meet such a slutty bitch here, so she said to the woman without any hesitation, "Can't you see he is teaching me? Little sister, we just want this handsome guy to teach us how to swim. We don't want to steal your man." Why are you so angry? Said the bold girl disapprovingly. You have no shame. Get out of here. Chen Sihan growled angrily. Little sister, watch your mouth. The bold girl said as she was about to take action. My baby is right, get out of here now, I don't teach ordinary girls. Seeing this, Lin Chia reached out and pulled Chen Sihan into his arms, grabbed the bold girl's hand and shook it off, saying jokingly. Asshole, why are you so cocky? You're acting like I'm so precious. Seeing Lin Chia's firm attitude, the bold girl could only leave a harsh word and left in shame with her best friend. Seeing Lin Chia defending her, Chen Sihan was very happy in her heart, but she deliberately said, those two are so coquettish, why don't you teach them a lesson? I'm not that hungry. Lin Chia lowered his head and whispered in her ear, besides, I like sexy girls, not coquettish ones. They are not even 1/10 as sexy as you. Jealous little darling. You are a bad guy. Chen Sihan had already put herself in the role of girlfriend. Upon hearing this, she shyly broke away from Lin Chia and swam 2 meters away. That bad guy is here to catch the little white rabbit. Lin Chia looked at her shy appearance, shouted deliberately, and swam towards her. Ah! Chen Sihan screamed instinctively and began to swim hard with his legs kicked. Lin Chia always kept a distance from her, just to let her experience this continuous stimulation. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Sihan could no longer swim and lay on the shore gasping for breath. At some point, the straps of her swimsuit slipped off. Lin Chia swam to her side quickly, and when he saw her fallen shoulder strap, his eyes darkened. Then he gently reached out and fastened her shoulder straps, his fingertips brushing her collarbone, and then he touched her red cheek and smiled softly. My dear, are you so scared? Will I eat you? It's all your fault that you've been chasing me. Chen Sihan said coquettishly, ignoring his actions. You look very happy, do you want to come up and sit for a while? Lin Chia rubbed her head and said gently. Yeah. Chen Sihan responded softly. Lin Chia went ashore first, then pulled Chen Sihan ashore and picked her up. Chen Sihan was no longer as shy as before. She naturally put her arms around Lin Chia's neck, pressed her hot cheeks against his shoulder, and breathed slightly. Lin Chia bought a drink and went to the lounge chair area. Although there were many empty lounge chairs, he did not put Chen Sihan down, and she had no intention of getting down. The two of them lay casually on a chair, drinking drinks one after another, enjoying this pleasant time. Afterwards they played on the slide, surfed and other activities. Happy times are always short-lived, and soon it was 6:30 in the afternoon. When the sky gradually darkened, they reluctantly went ashore and left. Chen Sihan, who was standing at the door of the swimming pool, had not yet recovered from her excitement. At this moment, she leaned intimately in Lin Chia's arms, telling him about the happiness she had just experienced. After the almost naked intimate contact just now, Chen Sihan has changed from being shy at the beginning to being accustomed to dependence. She is now very confident about the action in the evening. Lin Chia responded to every one of her words with a chuckle and waited for the car to take her to the reserved Western restaurant. Chapter 35, Dating in Progress End. Not long after, a black car slowly stopped in front of them. Lin Chia opened the door and let Chen Sihan get in first, and he followed. The coolness of the air conditioner in the car made Chen Sihan shiver. She sat in Lin Chia's arms again, hugged him tightly, and lay her face sideways on his chest. Where are we going? She asked as she watched the city lights gradually light up outside the window. La Vie, a French restaurant. Lin Chia looked at her dependent look with a smile on his face. He really wanted to see how she would react after they had sex tonight, and he said he wanted both. Chen Sihan looked up at Lin Chia in confusion. Why do you want to eat French food? Well, the internet said that couples would go there to eat, so I wanted to try what it feels like. Lin Chia said lightly, stroking her back. This was of course to allow her to experience a romantic atmosphere that she had never experienced before. Women are emotional creatures, and a romantic atmosphere can make them fall faster and deeper. In his previous life, he often created various romantic scenes for women, making them indulge in them and find it difficult to extricate themselves, and they were unable to extricate themselves from their love for him. This is the embodiment of emotional value. Oh. Chen Sihan had never eaten French food, and she wanted to see what it was like. La Vie is located on the top floor of a tall building. As soon as the elevator door on the top floor opened, Lin Chia took Chen Sihan in his arms and walked to the door of the Western restaurant and pushed it open. The scent of roses and sandalwood wafts in the air, the crystal chandelier casts a warm yellow glow in every corner, and the melodious sound of violin is faintly discernible. There were many elite men and women eating Western food in pairs. The waiter in a tuxedo respectfully led them to the window seat. On each table was an exquisite candlestick, and the silver tableware gleamed softly in the candlelight. "Mr. Lin, this is the seat you reserved." The waiter pulled out a chair, and when Chen Sihan sat down, he realized that from this angle, the lights of the entire city were in full view, like an inverted starry sky. "Do you like it?" Lin Xie sat down opposite her, looked at her slightly dazed expression, and laughed in his heart. No woman can resist such a romantic atmosphere. Like. Chen Sihan came back to her senses. This dreamlike scene made her feel unreal. The waiter brought appetizers and champagne in due course. Lin Xie opened the champagne and poured half a glass for himself, and Chen Sihan raised his glass and said, "Today." "Today." Chen Sihan agreed in a low voice, and the glasses made a crisp sound when they clinked together. The main course arrived, a delicate French foie gras and steak. Lin Xie carefully cut the goose liver into small pieces and put them into Chen Sihan's mouth. "Is it delicious?" Chen Sihan nodded. "Yeah, it's delicious." The foie gras sauce melted on the tip of her tongue, and the aroma of truffles lingered. "Open your mouth." Lin Xie picked up another piece of steak and handed it to her mouth. Chen Sihan opened her mouth obediently. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Xie staring at him, Chen Sihan asked unnaturally while chewing the juicy piece of meat. Lin Xie reached out and wiped the sauce off the corner of her mouth with his thumb. "Kitty, the sauce is stuck to your mouth." This intimate name and action was too unfair. Chen Sihan felt a warm current rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. She hurriedly took a big gulp of champagne, but accidentally choked. Lin Xie quickly stood up and patted her back to help her calm down. "Drink slowly, no one is competing with you for it," he said in a doting tone. "It's all your fault," Chen Sihan said coquettishly. "Little cat is really unreasonable. I am just trying to help you out of kindness." Lin Xie chuckled. "Humph, I'm not going to tell you." Chen Sihan didn't dislike this name, she could only glare at him in embarrassment. Soon the dessert was served. It was a beautifully shaped chocolate lava cake. When the waiter poured hot chocolate sauce on it, the center of the cake slowly collapsed, revealing the flowing chocolate filling inside. Lin Xie returned to his seat, cut off a small piece and put it to Chen Sihan's lips. "Try it." Chen Sihan opened her mouth and took it. The moment the chocolate exploded in her mouth, she squinted her eyes in happiness. Soon they finished their meal, left the restaurant and went to the cinema downstairs. Lin Xie naturally held Chen Sihan's fingers tightly and asked, "What movie do you want to watch?" "I'm fine with anything." Chen Sihan took his arm, looked down at their clasped hands, her heart filled with sweetness. Lin Xie chose a youth romance movie and deliberately picked the love sofa seat in the last row. When the lights dimmed, he put his arm around her waist and let her lean against him. The movie started playing. The plot of the movie was very cliched. The hero and heroine met on the university campus and fell in love at first sight. They went from being ambiguous to officially becoming a couple, enjoying the wonderful campus time together, and then successfully started a business together after graduation. In the end, they held a grand wedding, the two kissed each other, and the movie ended. However, because the male and female protagonists are very good looking, it is easy for people to empathize with the story. Lin Xie didn't have any feelings about this kind of movie. It was mainly to let Chen Sihan put herself in the role and give her a beautiful fantasy. Seeing her focused look, he knew the effect was quite good. His goal today was to create a perfect romantic love experience and make her immersed in it. I let her know at the top of the Ferris wheel that today was just a test. This huge sense of gap made her unwilling to accept that these were fake, and she wanted to make all of this real. So she will definitely try every means to keep me, and if I ask for both of them, she will have no choice but to accept it. Although the means were a bit despicable, he had to do it in order to get the harem ending he wanted. If he was a scumbag, why would we need to do all this? But he is Aquaman, not a scumbag, and he cannot turn people into the Holy Grail, so his initial strategy is to enslave them emotionally and make them his pets in name but women in reality. This is the best harem ending. Walk out of the cinema and come to the fun playground at night. The colorful lights make the entire amusement park look like a fairy tale. Lin Xie stopped in front of a shooting game stall and paid the money confidently. "Look, I'll win the biggest doll for you." He picked up the toy gun, squinted one eye and aimed. Chen Sihan stood aside, looking at his focused profile, and her heart skipped a beat. Lin Xie was shot 10 times in a row, and the stall owner reluctantly took down the pink cat at the highest point and handed it to him. "Here, little kitty." Lin Xie looked at her with admiration and waved the doll in front of her. Chen Sihan was somewhat obsessed with looking at Lin Xie in front of her. He completely gave her the love experience she had imagined. After taking the doll, Chen Sihan suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Xie on the cheek. "Thank you, big bad guy." This bold move surprised even herself, and she quickly turned and ran towards the carousel to hide her shyness. Lin Xie touched the place where he was kissed, and a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He chased after her, and after Chen Sihan chose a white wooden horse, he turned over and sat behind her. This is for one person," Chen Sihan exclaimed, but he held her waist and held her in his arms. "Who said that?" Lin Xie rested his chin on her shoulder, breathing in her ear. "I think it's very suitable for a double ride." The music started, the carousel began to spin, and colorful lights flowed across their faces. Chen Sihan relaxed her body and leaned into Lin Xie's arms, feeling his hands quietly intertwining their fingers. "Look at the camera." Lin Xie suddenly took out his mobile phone and pressed the shutter button when the wooden horse reached its highest point. In the photo, Chen Sihan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, while Lin Xie looked at her tenderly. Their heads were leaning against each other, with the gorgeous night view of the amusement park behind them. After getting off the carousel, they finally walked towards the finale of the night, the Ferris wheel. After buying the ticket, the car slowly rose, the night view of the city unfolded under our feet, and the lights twinkled like stars. Chen Sihan held the cat doll and sat in Lin Xie's arms. She felt very dreamy looking at the scenery below. She wanted this moment to be frozen forever. Feeling Chen Sihan's emotions, Lin Xie didn't want to break it, but for his goal he had to do it. "Sihan, next is the last test. The internet says that if you kiss someone you really like on the top of the Ferris wheel, you will want to be with him for the rest of your life." Everything that Lin Xie had planned today showed its fangs at this moment. He said this deliberately to guide Chen Sihan to think, do you want to be with him for the rest of your life? The answer is yes, everything done today is not in vain. Bring it on. Lin Xie's words pulled Chen Sihan out of her dream. She clutched the doll tightly with her eyes blazing and responded with gritted teeth. Does this need a kissing test? She now wishes she could stay with this bastard every day. She was completely immersed in the role of the girlfriend and forgot about the damn test, but this bastard was still thinking about the test. Was he being so nice to me today just to play the role of a perfect boyfriend and test me? Was he not attractive to me at all? That slut makes you so obsessed in bed. Just wait, you bastard, you will never get rid of me in this lifetime. Although Lin Xie felt her anger, he pretended not to notice it. He lowered his head and kissed her softly, beginning to show off his Sea King kissing skills. 2 minutes later, Lin Xie let her go. Chen Sihan has not yet recovered from the passionate kiss just now. She didn't expect that kissing would be so comfortable that she didn't want to stop. The feeling was completely different from the first time he did it, so this must be proof that I liked him. Sihan, how do you feel? Do you hate it? When Chen Sihan came back to her senses, Lin Xie spoke at the right time, with a serious look on his face, expecting her to answer yes. I don't feel disgusted, and there is still a most important test to be done. When Chen Sihan saw his expression, she really wanted to punch his face into a pig's head. That shouldn't be the case. Lin Xie frowned in confusion, with just the right amount of hesitation in his tone. What other important test is there? He pretended to be serious on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. He didn't expect the kitten to be so smart, and all his preparations were not in vain. Didn't you say that yourself? Chen Sihan wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head up and leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing his earlobe, her voice carrying a hint of shame and ambiguity. Lin Xie's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his eyes swept across her blushing cheeks. She looked so alluring, her moist eyes held stubbornness, her lips were bitten lightly, and her chest rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. He had never expected that Kitty would be so seductive when she took the initiative. He was already feeling very hot inside, but he still managed to stay calm. He reached out and held her wrist, speaking in a low and serious tone. Sihan, I don't think this is necessary. I don't want to hurt you anymore. How can the results be accurate if we don't measure the most important thing? Chen Sihan panted slightly, her voice trembling a little, but she looked him in the eyes stubbornly. Besides, I've already been fucked once by you, a bastard, so what's the big deal if I fuck you again? Don't worry, if I find out that I really don't like you, I will never bother you again. There was a soft nasal sound at the end of her voice. Oh, okay. Lin Xie pretended to hesitate for a long time, but finally agreed reluctantly. His right hand was already on the mobile phone in his trouser pocket. He did not reply to Lang Ruoshi's message that day and turned to silent mode, leaving it up to the kitten to call its owner on its own. Chapter 36, Shura Field, the active and seductive Chen Sihan. 10:30 in the evening, in the presidential suite of the Heaton Hotel. Soft lighting shines into the spacious living room, and the leather sofa has a low-key luster. The two of them sat there, each with their own thoughts. Lin Xie wants to take this opportunity to completely conquer Chen Sihan and make her unable to leave him. However, Chen Sihan wanted Lin Xie to fall completely in love with her and make him give up Lang Ruoshi. There is a subtle atmosphere in the air. Sihan, go take a shower first. Lin Xie's voice broke the silence. He saw Chen Sihan's clenched fists and knew that she was getting nervous. Chen Sihan nodded in response. She didn't expect that when it came time to really do it, she would actually start to get nervous. Chen Sihan wanted to get some new underwear to change into, but found that no new ones were bought. However, she would take it off anyway, so she took a deep breath and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at Chen Sihan's back as she walked into the bathroom, Lin Xie chuckled to himself, "How can you be nervous, little kitty? This won't achieve the perfect effect I want, so let me help you." Then he took out his cell phone, and on the screen were dozens of unread messages from Lang Ruoshi. 12:06 p.m. Bad guy, the deal hasn't been completed yet? With a bit of curiosity and anxiety. Please tell me as soon as you finish it. 7:10 p.m. Bad guy, why is it taking so long? What deal hasn't been completed for so long? Doubt began to mix with uneasiness, followed by a pitiful emoticon. You must reply to me before 10 o'clock, otherwise. This was a subtle threat mixed with a hint of coquettishness. 10:15 p.m. Asshole. Why didn't you reply to my message? You clearly promised me this morning. There was a hint of anger in her coquettish tone. Asshole. Are you going to spend the night with her again? I don't agree. There was a strong sense of dissatisfaction and jealousy between the lines. Bad guy, I bought several sets of daring pajamas just for you, can you please come back soon? She said in a seductive, aggrieved and flattering tone. My little cutie will be scared staying in a hotel alone overnight. The tone of weakness was full of dependence and uneasiness. Missed video calls 3. After reading it, Lin Xie's lips unconsciously raised. He felt happy about her attachment, but also a little distressed. Gently stroking the screen, it seems as if I can see Lang Ruoshi's cute face with her lips pouting and looking angry. But I have to bear with it tonight, my little cutie. I will love you well tomorrow. Edited a message. Go to bed early, little cutie. I can't go back tonight. I'll go back tomorrow morning to save you. His thumb rested on the send button, waiting for Chen Sihan to come out. 20 minutes later, Chen Sihan came out wrapped in a bath towel. Lin Xie pretended to come to his senses, pressed the send button and put away his phone. At this moment, Chen Sihan was wrapped in a snow-white bath towel, with a belt loosely tied around her slender waist. The ends of her hair were still a little wet, sliding down her swan neck into the depths of the bath towel. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes dodged, she moved in front of Lin Xie with small steps, and said shyly in a soft voice, I'm done, you go and wash. Yeah. Lin Xie's gaze stayed on her for a moment, then he walked towards the bathroom. At this time, the mobile phone video ringtone rang, and Lin Xie pretended to be helpless and picked up the phone to answer it. I immediately saw Lang Ruoshi's angry face. I pressed the hands-free button and her angry voice with a hint of crying was heard immediately. Asshole, where are you now? Are you still with her? That's right. Lin Xie sighed and responded. Asshole, didn't you say you were going to break up with her today? Why did you go to a hotel with her again? Lang Ruoshi's voice became a little louder. Okay, little cutie, don't cry. We will be done for good after tonight. You should get some rest early. Lin Xie said softly and comfortingly. Bad MT, I don't want you to spend the night with her again, come back soon. After hearing Lin Xie's gentle consolation, Lang Ruoshi's anger subsided a lot and she began to show weakness. Lin Xie frowned and pretended to struggle and hesitate. At this moment, Chen Sihan suddenly snatched the phone in anger and shouted at the screen, shameless slut, Lin Xie is mine. He hung up the video and threw his phone on the sofa. Chen Sihan, you're going too far. Lin Xie pretended to be angry and said in a low voice. What? I feel bad. I didn't expect you guys to play so wildly. No wonder you were so obsessed with that bitch in just one night. Chen Sihan sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. At this time, the cell phone rang again. Lin Xie pretended to reach out to take it, but Chen Sihan grabbed his wrist. Don't answer the phone. You are my boyfriend now, so you can't think about other women. Otherwise, the test results will be inaccurate and I will pester you for the rest of my life. Chen Sihan said firmly with red eyes. Okay, calm down first, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xie pretended to be helpless, gently pushed her away, turned and walked towards the bathroom, ignoring the unlocked phone. As soon as the bathroom door was closed, Chen Sihan immediately rushed to his phone and quickly answered the video call. Lang Ruoshi's delicate face instantly enlarged on the screen, her slender willow leaf eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were burning with rage. Why is it you? Where is Lin Xie? Lang Ruoshi's voice exploded from the receiver, her red lips were tightly pursed, and her fair cheeks flushed unnaturally with anger. Chen Sihan raised her chin upon hearing this, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of her lips, and her eyes were full of provocation. The bad guy MT went to take a shower. What do you want to do, you slut? Shameless. Lang Ruoshi squeezed out these words from between her teeth, her chest heaving violently. You are the one who has no shame. Chen Sihan suddenly raised her voice, her eyes slightly red. I am obviously his girlfriend, it was you, a perverted slut, who seduced him. Lang Ruoshi's face turned pale instantly. She took a deep breath, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her emotions. You are just a trading relationship. Lin Xie doesn't like you. Oh? Chen Sihan suddenly chuckled, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she lazily lifted her long hair. I have cancelled the deal, he is my real boyfriend now. She deliberately slowed down her speech, each word was as sharp as a knife, and I will make him like me tonight, so please don't seduce him again, you perverted bitch. Lang Ruoshi's pupils suddenly contracted. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long time. Her face in the video turned from pale to blue, and she could only stare at Chen Sihan, with complex emotions surging in her eyes: anger, unwillingness, and a hint of panic. Chen Sihan looked at Lang Ruoshi's frustrated look and felt relieved. He hung up the video like a winner and started looking at their chat history. Lin Xie deleted all the previous records, leaving only the ones after Lang Ruoshi made the appointment with him. Chen Sihan became angrier and angrier as he read the chat records. She really didn't expect Lang Ruoshi to be so shameless. She called her master so easily. No wonder she made Lin Xie so infatuated with her in one night and didn't want to get entangled with her. Good. It seems that I have to risk it all later. 10 minutes later, Lin Xie finished his shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel. As soon as I sat down on the sofa, Chen Sihan immediately crawled over. She sat face to face in Lin Xie's arms, her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and lowered her head slightly. The warm breath sprayed on his ears, and the voice was soft and charming, with a bewitching sweetness. Bad guy MT. Please save me. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks were faintly flushed, her lips were almost touching his ear, and her breath was full of ambiguous warmth. Lin Xie's Adam's apple rolled, he reached out to straighten her shoulders, and pretended to be calm and said, Sihan, you don't have to do this. But she didn't back off, instead she pressed her body even closer to his, her red lips curled up in a sly smile. Bad guy, don't you like this kind of tune? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with confidence and seduction. I will make you more comfortable than she can. Looking at her alluring appearance, Lin Xie really wanted to save her for a day and a night. But I can't be impatient now. I pretended to be a little tempted, breathing a little quickly, and said in a low voice, Chen Sihan, you are playing with fire. Lin Xie's expression gave Chen Sihan a boost of confidence. She was very sure that he liked this style, but she was not disgusted. Instead, she was looking forward to it. Let me satisfy you today. I will make sure you only think of me from now on and forget about that shameless bitch. Then he challenged, then, let the fire of the bad guy MT burn all over my body. Lin Xie looked at her expectant and confident look, and laughed in his heart. Little cat, you want me to sink? You are too naive. The only one who can't help himself is you. His eyes darkened. The time had come. He didn't need to endure any longer. He suddenly tightened his arms, lifted her up, and strode towards the bed. Chapter 37 Chen Sihan's Downfall, Lin Xie's Showdown. The moment Chen Sihan was thrown onto the soft mattress, the waistband of the bath towel came loose, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of snow whiteness. But instead of covering it up, her eyes sparkled with tears, and she stretched out her slender arms towards Lin Xie, pouting her pink lips. Bad guy, come on. Seeing this, Lin Xie pressed himself on the bed and got close to her, his hand on her collarbone. He leaned over to her ear, bit her earlobe and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you really want me to save you?" Chen Sihan raised her swan-like neck and spoke in a coquettish tone. Before she finished her words, she gasped, closed her eyes shyly, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Lin Xie said nothing more. 3 hours later. Lin Xie lay on the sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Sihan lay on Lin Xie's chest, her hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, her eyes half closed. Her back was covered only by a thin blanket, which outlined her seductive curves as her breathing rose and fell slightly. Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan, who was still breathing slightly, with messy hair and flushed face, with a look of satisfaction on his face. He had just done what she wished and met her request. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 14, current rescue value, 85,100, the host obtains 1,400 rescue coins. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value is detected to be above 80, which meets the standard. Reward skill, truth-telling. Hypnotize the target for 5 seconds, during which time you can only tell the truth to the host's questions. It can only be used 3 times within 24 hours and can be used cumulatively. The system's prompt sound confirmed Lin Xie's guess. He didn't expect that he could get extra rewards when the rescue value reached 80. The rewarded skills were very good, which made him even happier. After a while, Chen Sihan finally came to her senses and slowly stood up, supporting herself on Lin Xie's chest with both hands. Although she was exhausted, she still wanted to see Lin Xie give her the answer she wanted. "Bad guy MT, are you comfortable?" Lin Xie turned over, lifted her hands and pressed them under him, stared at Chen Sihan and said domineeringly, "It's true, little cutie, I wanted to let go, but you insisted on pestering me, so be prepared to be imprisoned by me for the rest of your life." Then, the bad guy MT can imprison me for life, but you can only imprison me and not other little cuties. Chen Sihan was not scared, but smiled charmingly. Lin Xie looked at her obedient appearance and thought that his rescue was successful. But she was already exhausted, and she was still thinking about Lang Ruoshi. Now he should make his attitude clear. Lin Xie turned over again and let Chen Sihan lie on top of him. His large hands gently stroked her smooth back, and his voice was low and gentle. "Little cat, why are you so hostile to Lang Ruoshi?" Chen Sihan raised her red eyes and bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. "Humph. It's that bitch who wants to take you away." Her voice was choked with suppressed sobs. "I asked you to break up with me." Lin Xie frowned slightly and wiped away the tears from her eyes with his thumb. "You can't blame her for this. I told her that we are just a business relationship. This is the truth. It is reasonable for her to ask me to break up with you. Does that bitch fascinate you so much?" Chen Sihan suddenly stood up, her long hair scattered on her shoulders, and a hurt light flashed in her eyes. "You have no attachment to me." Lin Xie stared into her red eyes and said calmly, "I didn't expect you to like me. Besides, wasn't your goal to marry into a wealthy family? What about now?" Chen Sihan knew that he was in the wrong, so he leaned down, put his nose against his chest, and breathed warmly with trembling. "Are you still going to give up on me?" Lin Xie looked at her slightly trembling eyelashes and reached out to tuck her scattered hair behind her ears. "I am a responsible man." He stroked her flushed cheek with his thumb. "How could I give up on you when you've given so much?" Then call that bitch right now." Chen Sihan suddenly stood up excitedly, with tears of hope in her eyes. "Tell her to stop pestering me." "I won't do that." Lin Xie looked into Chen Sihan's eyes and said seriously with a determined look. Chen Sihan's body froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Is she that important?" Her voice broke. "I still can't compare to her, right?" "That's not the case." Lin Xie held up her tear-soaked face and gently wiped away the tears on her face with his fingertips. "The little kitten also fascinates me, but she gave me her first time and loves me just as deeply. I can't give up on her." His eyes were deep. "You should understand how important the first time is to a woman." "Humph. Didn't I give you my first time? Why don't you take responsibility like this?" Chen Sihan suddenly pounded his chest excitedly and choked. Lin Xie let her vent, and when her strength gradually weakened, he held her red fist. "Your previous dream was to marry into a wealthy family. I am responsible for helping you realize your dream. I don't want it." Chen Sihan knew that this was indeed his own problem and could not refute it. She could only shake her head violently, her long hair drawing messy arcs in the air, and said in a tearful voice, "Bad guy MT, you only have me as your little cutie, you can't have any other little cuties." Her fist fell weakly on his chest like a wounded kitten. Lin Xie looked at her red nose and trembling lips, and his heart softened. Instead of saying anything to comfort her, he suddenly held her pretty face and kissed her deeply. 5 minutes later, Chen Sihan had calmed down from her choking state, and Lin Xie ended the kiss. Holding her slightly hot cheek, he let her look into his eyes, and said in a gentle but firm voice, "Don't worry, little kitty, no one can take me away. I promise that I will always love you like I do today. Big bad guy." Chen Sihan looked at Lin Xie's gentle and firm eyes, knowing that he was telling the truth and that his decision would not change. She could only lean over, bury her face in his neck, and whispered in a muffled voice, "I hate you." Although she said it with hatred, her tone did not contain a trace of hatred and was more like a show of coquettishness. She can't live without him now. Is she just going to accept becoming sisters with that slut? Would he be partial to that slut? After all, he had been very determined not to get entangled with me before, and I did have a trading relationship with him at the beginning, so I was at a disadvantage. But now she had no way to change his decision. It seemed that she could only find a way to make that slut give up. Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan, who was lying motionless in front of him. He knew what she was thinking. Although she had no choice but to compromise now, she would definitely find a way to make Lang Ruoshi give up. However, with Lang Ruoshi's rescue value of 75, she will definitely not give up easily. As long as he does it properly and then lets them have close contact a few times, they will definitely be less resistant to each other. In addition, I can satisfy them both physically and mentally, and then I just need to let them know that I will not be partial even if there is one more person. Tomorrow I should go and completely save Lang Ruoshi. Chapter 38, Lin Xie's Clever Methods. 9 a.m. the next day. The sunlight poured into the presidential suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a golden hue on the soft carpet. On the leather sofa, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. Chen Sihan was still curled up in his arms, her slender fingers unconsciously grasping his arm, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in his sleep. He gently pulled out his arm, which was numb from being pressed, and picked up his cell phone. The moment the phone was turned on, more than 30 unread messages and a dozen missed video call notifications popped up one after another, all from Lang Ruoshi. The latest one was posted at 7 a.m. "Asshole. Why don't you come back? I hate you." Lin Xie frowned slightly. He knew the true meaning of this sentence better than anyone else. What hurt her more than him sleeping with Chen Sihan was that he abandoned her for Chen Sihan. "I didn't expect that I was so important to her that I made her sleepless all night. It seems I have to comfort her quickly. Contacting her so early? Can't you let it go?" Chen Sihan's jealous voice came from his arms. She had woken up without knowing when, her fingertips were casually drawing circles on his chest, her tone full of grievance. Lin Xie tightened his arms and hugged her tighter, then lowered his head and kissed her slightly frowned brows. "If it were you, I wouldn't be able to let go either." As he spoke, he turned the phone screen towards her so that she could see the message sent by Lang Ruoshi. Chen Sihan stared at the words, as if he could see Lang Ruoshi's angry, unwilling, and aggrieved expression through the screen. What if it were me? If Lin Xie chooses Lang Ruoshi and gives up on herself, she would probably go crazy, right? Do I really have to accept her? Even if I compromise, can she accept me? Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan's conflicted expression and knew that she had begun to waver. In fact, as long as one of them compromises first, the other one will have no choice but to accept it if she doesn't want to leave him. And it would be easy for him to get them to reach a consensus on the surface and truly accept each other. "I'll take you to have breakfast later and then send you home." Lin Xie spoke to break her thoughts. "You want to go find her?" Chen Sihan looked up at him, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. "Well, I'm afraid she might hurt herself." Lin Xie said this deliberately. In fact, with Lang Ruoshi's current level of depravity, she would not commit self-harm, but Chen Sihan was different. "Not really?" She frowned. "If it were you, would you be upset?" Lin Xie asked back. His purpose was to make Chen Sihan empathize and reduce resistance. Let her imagine what would happen if she was abandoned by herself. Given her current level of depravity, there is a high probability that she would commit self-harm. Hearing Lin Xie's question, Chen Sihan was stunned. If she was the one who was abandoned, she would probably do something extreme, and self-harm might even be possible. Finally, she had no choice but to compromise and said sullenly, "Well, okay, but you have to come back to accompany me at night." Lin Xie chuckled, his palm sliding down her smooth back, his tone lazy but unquestionable. "I can't guarantee that. I accompanied you for the whole day yesterday, so I should accompany her today. I can't favor one over the other." After a pause, he added, but you can bring her to accompany you in the evening. Ah? Chen Sihan was confused. They were arguing fiercely last night, and now they are meeting as sisters tonight? Don't worry, I will make her accept you. He pinched her face and said, but you can't be hostile to her anymore, especially don't call her a slut anymore. You two are equally flirtatious. Do you understand? Chen Sihan did not refute Lin Xia's words. She was indeed quite flirtatious last night. She bit her lip and said unwillingly, okay. Last night, she was still thinking about how to make Lang Ruoshi give up, but now, if the other party can accept her, if she continues to speak harshly to him and express her unwillingness, will Lin Xia hate her and turn to favor Lang Ruoshi? And finally give up on her? This is not the result she wanted. Could it be that I really have to be sisters with her? Chapter 39 Strong Conquest, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value reaches 90 deleted. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xia arrived at the hotel where Lang Ruoshi was staying. As the elevator slowly rose, various possible reactions of Lang Ruoshi kept appearing in his mind: anger, grievance, and even hysteria. But these emotions were not a bad thing for him, but proved that she cared. Arriving at the door of the presidential suite, he knocked. He had previously sent her a message to inform her that he would come to see her. Although he did not receive a reply, the fact that he did not reply was itself a response. Soon, the door opened. Lang Ruoshi was wrapped in a translucent black lace nightgown, her hair was disheveled, her eyes were red and bloodshot, and she reeked strongly of alcohol, obviously having not slept all night. The moment she saw Lin Xia, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, then she clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Asshole, why did you come to me when you died on that bitch's bed?" Lin Xia was not frightened by her anger. Instead, he hugged her, closed the door, and pushed her against the wall of the entrance. No explanation, no apology, he just bent down and kissed her lips. This is the most effective way to comfort you at this moment. Lang Ruoshi struggled and hit his shoulders at first, but soon fell limp in his arms. After she calmed down, Lin Xia whispered in her ear, "How could I abandon you, my little cutie? I came here early in the morning to apologize to you." After saying that, he picked her up by the waist and walked to the bed. She bit her lip and murmured incoherently, "Asshole. I hate you. I hate you so much." The bedroom was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and there were several empty wine bottles on the bedside table. Lin Xia gently placed her on the bed, his eyes gentle yet reproachful. "Why did you drink so much?" Lang Ruoshi's eyelashes trembled slightly, tears welled up in her eyes. "It's all your fault." She choked up and said, "She clearly promised me yesterday morning, but she was seduced by that bitch and didn't come back last night." At this time, Lin Xia activated his truth speaks skill and looked directly into her eyes. "Tell me, what are you most afraid of right now?" Lang Ruoshi's eyes suddenly became dazed, and she answered mechanically as if controlled by some force, "I'm afraid you'll fall in love with her. I'm afraid I can't compare to her. I'm afraid you'll abandon me." 5 seconds later, she snapped back to reality and blinked in confusion. What happened to me just now?" Lin Xia did not answer, but leaned over and kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. This information is enough. Lang Ruoshi's fear stems from insecurity and fear of being abandoned. To resolve this problem, he had to assure her that she would not be replaced. "Silly girl." He bit her earlobe gently. "How could I abandon my little cutie?" Lang Ruoshi's body trembled slightly, and this intimate name obviously touched her heartstrings. Lin Xia took the opportunity to deepen the kiss, placing his hands on her waist and feeling her increasingly rapid breathing. "But, you slept with her last night, and you clearly promised me to break up with her." Lang Ruoshi's voice was fragmented, and her fingers were tightly grasping his t-shirt. Her appearance made Lin Xia feel distressed. In the end, he just sighed softly, stroked her tear-soaked cheek with his thumb, wiped her tears. His movements were so gentle that they were almost cruel. "She took the initiative to give up the deal and said that she wanted to be my woman, even if it was just to be my pet." Lin Xia's voice was low, with the kind of self-righteousness that made her hate it. "Besides, she gave me her first time, I can't just abandon her." "Then why did you come to me? Go and spend time with her." Lang Ruoshi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the tears in her eyes instantly solidified. Her voice became sharp and piercing, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. Lin Xia held her face and said seriously, "I can't abandon you either." "What's the meaning?" Lang Ruoshi didn't understand what was going on and her chest was heaving violently. "What I mean is," Lin Xia leaned over and whispered in her ear, his warm breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe, "I will take care of both of you." "Asshole, I don't agree." This sentence exploded like a bomb in Lang Ruoshi's mind. She pushed Lin Xie away violently, jumped off the bed and stood on the ground, the hem of her nightgown lifted up with the movement. Her reaction was within Lin Xie's expectations, and he didn't think she would accept it so easily. Serious illness requires serious medicine, so today he planned to use a strong approach to let her know that she couldn't live without him. To make her realize that she couldn't accept him abandoning her more than he wanted both of them. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Xie stood up calmly and slowly took off his t-shirt, revealing his strong chest and perfect abdominal muscles. Looking at Lin Xie's actions, Lang Ruoshi blushed unconsciously, swallowed, but quickly turned her face away. "Look at me," Lin Xie ordered. Lang Ruoshi stubbornly refused to turn her head, but her body had reacted before her consciousness did. Her neck turned slightly, and her eyes glanced uncontrollably at his naked upper body. Lin Xie took the opportunity to bend down, hugged her in his arms, and pressed her on the bed. Lang Ruoshi struggled a few times, but the difference in strength was too great, and she was eventually pinned under him, breathless and unable to move. "Let me go, you bastard." Her protests became weaker and weaker. "This little cutie is so naughty and needs saving." Lin Xie's voice was low and dangerous. Lang Ruoshi should have resisted fiercely, bit him hard and slammed the door and left. But her body betrayed her will and lay limply under him. "Asshole, don't do this." Her voice was crying, but her hands had unconsciously wrapped around his waist. Lin Xie chuckled, knowing that her will had wavered. He bent his head and kissed her lips. This kiss was domineering and possessive and could not be refused. Lang Ruoshi wanted to resist at first, but soon she gave in to his attack and opened her mouth to respond. Soon, Lang Ruoshi had completely turned into a puddle of mud and could only whimper. Lin Xie's fiery gaze swept over every inch of her skin. Lang Ruoshi felt the gaze that wanted to devour her, and her eyes were blurred. Lin Xie raised his head and looked directly into her moist, half-closed eyes. "No one can take me away, but I will not let go of either of you." This sentence should have made Lang Ruoshi even more angry, but she was already unconscious at the moment and could only hug the man tightly, like grabbing the only drifting wood. Her consciousness gradually faded. Delete. 2 hours later, Lang Ruoshi collapsed on the bed, without the strength to move a finger. Lin Xie lay on his side, letting Lang Ruoshi lean her back against his arms, and gently stroked her smooth and tender belly. "Calm down now?" he asked in a low voice, his chin resting on her shoulder. Lang Ruoshi hummed softly, her eyes still a little dazed. Lin Xie's toughness just now made her certain that she just wanted to be loved deeply by him. She had clearly realized that she could not resist him at all and could not live without him. If he wanted 2 women, then she seemed to have no choice but to accept it. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 85-100, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value is detected to be above 80, which meets the standard. Reward skill, heart desire stimulation stimulates the target's inner desire for 5 seconds, causing his consciousness to fall into fantasy. It can only be used 3 times within 24 hours and can be used cumulatively. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xie's mind, which also proved that his method was effective. But he did not feel the slightest pleasure or sense of accomplishment. The tough and rough means he had just used undoubtedly hurt her. Thinking about how he had kept her awake all night last night and how she was being treated so roughly by him now, Lin Xie felt that he was worse than a beast. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply and whispered softly in Lang Ruoshi's ear to apologize. "Little cutie, I'm sorry, I hurt you just now." It's okay." When Lang Ruoshi heard Lin Xie's words, tears instantly welled up in her eyes again. She thought that Lin Xie treated her so toughly just now just to force her to accept his decision of having both of them, without considering her feelings at all. What made her even more ashamed was that her embarrassing appearance just now was completely revealed to him. She thought Lin Xie would look down on her because of this, and even thought desperately that if she did not accept his decision, he would definitely use this as an attack point, regardless of her feelings, and imprison her, making her worthy of being his. But at this moment, his gentle apology completely broke down her defenses. Unexpectedly, he didn't think so. She no longer had much resistance to his decision to have both of them. She just hoped that he would treat her well in the future. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 90-100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The system prompt sounded again. Lin Xie was not happy about the unexpected success, he just felt distressed. What a silly woman. He gently turned Lang Ruoshi around, wiped the tears from her face, and said softly, "Don't cry, silly girl, and have a good sleep. When you wake up, I'll take you out to relax. I said I'm here to apologize to you, and I will definitely make it up to you today." I can't take her to see Chen Sihan tonight, I have to spend the whole day with her. Well, big bad guy. Lang Ruoshi sobbed in response, burying her burning cheeks deeply into his chest. Chapter 40 Sweet and Romantic Date. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun poured into the presidential suite through the floor-to-ceiling windows, giving the messy sheets a layer of gold. Lang Ruoshi woke up with her eyelashes trembling, and found herself tightly held in Lin Qia's arms. She murmured softly, moved her body slightly and rubbed Lin Qia's neck like a sated cat. His unique scent lingered at the tip of her nose, mixed with the lingering scent of their sweat, making her ears blush unconsciously. She was only wearing a thin lace nightgown with the neckline open, revealing the mottled kiss marks and snow-white skin on her collarbone. Lang Ruoshi raised her head slightly, her eyes tracing the jawline of Lin Xia. The sunlight danced on his eyelashes, casting tiny shadows. She was so fascinated that her fingertips unconsciously wanted to touch it. Spying on the master? But at this time Lin Xia suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse. She was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, but she couldn't hide her suddenly accelerated heartbeat and flushed cheeks. Get up, I'll take you to take a shower, and then we'll go have dinner. A low laugh came from above her head, followed by a light kiss on her forehead. Lang Ruoshi then slowly opened her eyes and met Lin Qia's smiling eyes. The doting in those eyes made her heart tremble. She obediently let Lin Xia pick her up and buried her face in his shoulder to hide her shy expression. Half an hour later. Lang Ruoshi stood in the middle of the living room, pulling at the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. The white lace dress that Lin Xia picked for her outlines her slender waistline, and the white high heels make her legs look even longer. What's wrong? Lin Xia also changed into a white casual thin suit, which complemented her outfit perfectly. Where are we going next? It was the first time Lang Ruoshi saw Lin Xia dress so formally. He looked so handsome that she couldn't take her eyes off him. There was a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. Is it necessary to be so formal? Life should have a sense of ritual, you will know it later. Lin Xia didn't explain much and pulled Lang Ruoshi towards the door. His outfit was just to add atmosphere to what they were going to do next. Not long after, Lin Xia took Lang Ruoshi's hand and walked into a Western restaurant on the top floor of a high-rise building. Please come this way. The waiter led them to the VIP seats by the window. Through the 270-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of the entire city poured down like a galaxy, casting tiny spots of light in Lang Ruoshi's pupils. Lin Xia pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman and whispered in her ear, "Baby, you are so beautiful." Lang Ruoshi's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head to hide her shyness, but she couldn't hide the upward curve of the corners of her mouth. The waiter came over with 99 Ecuadorian roses. Lin Xia took the bouquet and handed it to Lang Ruoshi. "Baby, this is for you. Beautiful flowers go with beautiful women." Lang Ruoshi caught the heavy rose, and her fingertips felt itchy from being rubbed by the velvety petals. Suddenly I found a gold-stamped card hidden among the flowers. On the front was an embossed love heart with the cursive characters embedded in it like two intertwined snakes. When she turned to the back, her eyelashes trembled violently. On the card was written, "MT will protect the little cutie for the rest of her life, and the little cutie will only belong to MT for the rest of her life." Seeing this, Lang Ruoshi did not have the slightest resistance. Although this was different from what she had imagined, it was very consistent with their abnormal relationship that was like a couple but also like, wasn't it? For a lifetime? She would love it. Then he put away the card, looked up at Lin Xia and said lovingly, "Thank you, bad guy MT." "Wait me a moment." Lin Xia gently rubbed the top of her head, then turned around. Before Lang Ruoshi could react, he walked towards the grand piano in the middle of the restaurant, talked in a low voice to the staff, and sat on the piano stool. His slender fingers stroked the piano keys, and after trying a few notes, a smooth and beautiful melody soon flowed out. Lang Ruoshi opened her eyes wide in surprise. She didn't expect Lin Xia could play the piano, and she didn't expect him to play for her in front of so many people. Lin Xia in front of the piano seemed like a different person, with his eyes slightly closed, his body swaying gently with the melody, his fingertips dancing on the black and white keys. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the city, and he sits at the intersection of light and shadow, like a prince charming in a fairy tale. The guests in the restaurant couldn't help but stop what they were doing and start to appreciate and listen. When the last note fell, Lin Xia looked up, his eyes passing through half of the restaurant, looking straight at Lang Ruoshi. Lang Ruoshi looked at Lin Xia's gaze and felt as if her heart was hit by something and was beating violently. Amid the applause of the crowd, Lin Xie calmly returned to Lang Ruoshi, as if the romantic act just now was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Lang Ruoshi come back to her senses from the beautiful world she had imagined. Her reaction was within Lin Xie's expectations. After all, as the king of the sea, how could he not learn this skill that was most likely to attract women's admiration and create a romantic atmosphere? Wearing a white suit is also to suit the occasion, allowing her to immerse herself in fantasy and look forward to a better future. Give me your hand. Lin Xie suddenly stretched out his hand to her. Ah! Lang Ruoshi didn't know what he was going to do, so she instinctively reached out her hand. Holding her hand, Lin Xie led her to the piano stand. Lin Xie sat on the piano stool first, then put his arm around her waist, let her sit with her back in his arms, and placed her hands on the piano keys. I won't. Lang Ruoshi's fingers were stiff with nervousness. Relax, Lin Xie's lips were close to her ears, and his warm breath made her ears burn. I'm here, just follow my rhythm. Lin Xie will fully squeeze out the value of every skill. Compared to solo performance, duet accompaniment is more romantic, because two people perform the beauty together, which will bring their hearts closer. Then, I started playing the simple song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star with her. In the stumbling melody, Lang Ruoshi gradually found the rhythm. She became happier and happier as she played. Lin Xie also gradually relaxed his grip on her hand. When the last note fell, Lang Ruoshi turned her head back happily, her bright eyes full of anticipation, wanting Lin Xie's praise. The moment she turned her head, Lin Xie kissed her lips. Lang Ruoshi was surprised at first, then relaxed in Lin Xie's arms, holding Lin Xie's hands on her abdomen, and responded enthusiastically. This romantic scene caused exclamations from all around. The ladies either covered their lips and gasped, or looked at him with envy, and some even touched their chests unconsciously. After a moment, Lin Xie's lips left her ear with a faint smile. Baby, you play really well. His deep voice was wrapped in warm breath, sweeping across her sensitive earlobes like a feather. Shall we play another song? Lang Ruoshi raised her eyes suddenly, with mist still in her eyes, but they suddenly brightened up when she heard these words. May I? She blurted out, her voice filled with unconcealed joy. Certainly. Lin Xie chuckled softly, and the two words sounded gentle and doting when he pronounced them. The second piece of music was much smoother than the previous one. Lang Ruoshi gradually loosened the strength of her fingertips, and occasionally she would playfully tap the back of his hand. Lin Xie indulged her in her behavior, his eyes always fixed on her blushing face. When the song ended, Lang Ruoshi stroked the piano keys with reluctance in her eyes. Lin Xie suddenly leaned forward and put his thin lips on her earlobe. Baby, do you want us to be watched by so many people all night? Ah! She suddenly woke up from her dream and looked around in panic. When she met countless burning gazes, her whole body froze instantly, and even the tips of her small ears turned red and transparent. The next second, she turned around like a frightened rabbit, buried her whole face in Lin Xie's chest, and her fingers unconsciously clenched his collar. Lin Xie was amused by her overreaction and hugged her tighter. Don't worry, I will bring you here often in the future. Lang Ruoshi responded in a low voice. Lin Xie stopped teasing her. He put his arm through her knees and easily picked her up sideways. Lang Ruoshi exclaimed and reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck. As she walked past everyone's astonished gazes, she quietly opened one eye and met the envious gazes of several ladies. This discovery made her unconsciously raise the corners of her mouth and bury her face deeper into Lin Xie's shoulder, but she couldn't hide the pride and sweetness in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. After dinner, Lin Xie took her to a nearby night market. The lively atmosphere, which was completely different from that of a high-end restaurant, made Lang Ruoshi excited. She looked around like a child. This is so cute. She suddenly stopped in front of a stall and picked up a pair of furry cat ear headbands with surprise. Lin Xie looked at her like this, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It's really cute. He paid the money neatly, took the headband and put it on her gently. The fluff on the headband glowed softly under the light, making her look even more charming and lovely. Lang Ruoshi shook her head playfully, and her cat ears trembled slightly with her movements. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie, her eyes full of expectation. Does it look good? Nice. Lin Xie's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he reached out and pinched her pretty face. You wear it too. She laughed happily when she heard Lin Xie's praise, then picked up another pair of black cat ears and stood on tiptoe to put them on Lin Xie's head. A real man wouldn't wear something childish like that. Lin Xie took a step back pretending to resist, but deliberately did not hide too far away, with a smile in his eyes. Just wear it for a bit. Lang Ruoshi shook the cat ears in her hand, her cherry lips slightly pouted, and her eyes moved with a coquettish look. Lin Qiye remained unmoved. He grabbed her shaking hand and shook his head. Seeing this, Lang Ruoshi suddenly hugged his arms and moved closer to him. Master, please, please. On her upturned little face, her almond-shaped eyes were wet and her pink lips were slightly pursed, revealing a pitiful expression. This look made Lin Qiye's breathing pause. He was just pretending to resist, waiting for her to ask him for the third time before pretending to agree reluctantly. Let her experience the sense of accomplishment of completing the small guide and make her happier. After all, there are things that are easy to get, but not those that require a little effort, which makes people happier. I didn't expect to see her looking so pitiful and coquettish. She is so adorable. I really want to carry her back to the hotel right now. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he bent down inside in pretended helplessness. I really can't do anything about you. There was a suppressed hoarseness in the low voice. Lang Ruoshi suddenly smiled like a flower, with the joy of victory flashing in her eyes. She couldn't wait to put the cat ears on Lin Qiye's head, and pecked his cheek when he was not paying attention. MT is the best. Her voice was as soft as if it was mixed with honey. Lin Qiye was aroused by her sudden intimacy. He didn't expect Lang Ruoshi to become so charming and lovely, and the string of rationality broke in an instant. He grasped her slender waist with his big hands and lowered his head to seal her lips in the busy night market. Lang Ruoshi opened her eyes wide at his sudden enthusiasm, but she didn't think much about it and responded to his kiss passionately. Her slender fingers unconsciously grasped his collar, and her eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes. It was not until her breathing became rapid that Lin Qiye reluctantly let her go. He leaned over to her ear, his hot breath spraying on her sensitive earlobe, and said in a low voice, "From now on, you can only call him T when no one is around." Yeah, bad guy. Lang Ruoshi's cheeks flushed, thinking that he was thinking about her and didn't want her to be looked at strangely by strangers. Although she didn't care much about it, she was very happy that Lin Qiye thought of this, and sweet ripples appeared in her heart. When Lin Qiye let her go, she looked up and saw Lin Qiye with cute cat ears on his head. The contrast of his cute image made her burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Qiye frowned in a serious manner, but the doting look in his eyes completely betrayed him. He reached out and pinched her pink cheeks that were red from laughing. Nothing, I just didn't expect the bad guy to be so cute. Lang Ruoshi took out her cell phone, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. She shook her phone and said coquettishly, "Let's take a picture. I want it to be my screensaver." Lin Qiye shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were full of indulgence. He lowered his head and hugged her waist cooperatively, resting his chin on her shoulder affectionately. The two of them were leaning head to head, freezing this sweet moment under the colorful lights of the night market. Lang Ruoshi looked at the photos on her phone, feeling a little dazed. They looked like a couple in love in the photos. They really were a perfect match. Where are we going next? Lang Ruoshi happily put away her phone and asked Lin Qiye. Well, take you to the amusement park. Lin Qiye answered without hesitation. 20 minutes later, they were standing under the colorful lights of the amusement park. The amusement park at night is more dreamy than during the day, with various amusement facilities flashing charming lights. I want to play that. Lang Ruoshi pointed at the bumper car field, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Qiye bought the tickets and they each chose a bumper car. As soon as the bell for the start of the game rang, Lang Ruoshi drove the car straight towards Lin Qiye, laughing like a silver bell. A sneak attack? Lin Qiye dodged flexibly and frowned in a pretended serious manner. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. In the next few minutes, the two chased each other in the field, and Lang Ruoshi laughed constantly. Lin Qiye deliberately let her bump a few times. After each car accident, she would make faces at him smugly. Her lively and cute appearance was completely different from her angry and upset appearance in the morning. After getting tired of playing bumper cars, Lang Ruoshi dragged Lin Qiye to ride the carousel. She chose a white horse, and Lin Qiye sat behind her to protect her, allowing her to open her arms and shout loudly to express her happiness. Not long after, the carousel stopped, and Lin Qiye brought Lang Ruoshi to the bottom of the Ferris wheel. Lin Qiye looked up at the towering Ferris wheel with a serious expression. I'll take you to ride the Ferris wheel. It's said on the internet that two people who kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel can be together for life. Lang Ruoshi also looked up and nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. While waiting in line, she naturally leaned on Lin Qiye's shoulder, feeling the sense of security from him. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the night view of the city gradually unfolded beneath their feet. Lang Ruoshi leaned against the window, resting her face on the transparent glass, admiring the beautiful city view below. When the car approached its highest point, Lin Xie suddenly hugged her from behind. "Baby," Lin Xie said in a low and serious voice, "look at me." Lang Ruoshi turned around and met his deep eyes. On the 100-meter-high Ferris wheel, with the lights of the entire city as witness, Lin Xie held her face and kissed her deeply. This kiss was different from the previous one that was domineering and strong. Instead, it was gentle and lingering, as if expressing endless love. Lang Ruoshi closed her eyes and responded to the kiss, feeling that her heart was about to melt in this sweetness. When the Ferris wheel was about to reach the ground, Lin Xie reluctantly ended the kiss. He stared at Lang Ruoshi's flushed cheeks and confused eyes, and said domineeringly, "Little cutie, you can only be mine in this life." Lang Ruoshi leaned against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and responded softly and lovingly, "Well, the little cutie will be MT's for life, MT must love the little cutie well for life." Lang Ruoshi has been completely immersed in the sweetness of today. If she can stay with him every day in the future, she will be happy. Lin Xie tightened his arms and hugged her tighter. He knew that today's date had achieved its purpose. Not only had he compensated her well, but it had also made her open her heart to him one step further and submit to him more deeply. Ding, Lang Ruoshi's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 95-100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xie's mind, but his attention at the moment was all on the woman in his arms. The Ferris wheel slowly stopped, and Lin Xie took Lang Ruoshi's hand and walked out of the car. The night breeze blows gently, bringing the warmth of early summer. The two figures gradually walked away under the gorgeous lights of the amusement park and merged into the night. Chapter 41, Two women meet and decide who will be the older sister. The next day at 7 p.m. Lin Xie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, overlooking the dazzling night view of the city. He called Chen Sihan and told her that he would bring Lang Ruoshi to pick her up soon and then have dinner together. After a brief silence on the other end of the phone, there was an aggrieved "I see, Master." As soon as he hung up the phone, a pair of soft and boneless arms wrapped around his waist from behind. When Lang Ruoshi pressed her face against his back, the faint scent of jasmine lingered between her hair. The voice was sweet and said, "Are we going to meet Chen Sihan?" Lin Xie turned around, held her face and said gently, "Well, but she is a little aggrieved, and she will probably have a little temper later. Don't bother with her, I will handle it. I hope you can get along well in the future." Lang Ruoshi raised a relaxed smile, "Well, I believe in the master, I will be very good." She no longer has any resistance to Chen Sihan. She just hopes that Chen Sihan's personality will not be as bad as before, and she will not think about driving her away or anything like that. She is willing to live in harmony with her. Then she stood on tiptoe and pecked Lin Xie's lips lightly, "But master, you have to promise me that you will love me more tonight." Lin Xie chuckled and pinched her nose, "Didn't you love me enough last night?" Although what Lang Ruoshi wanted to express was that she didn't want Lin Xie to favor Chen Sihan. But when she heard Lin Xie's ambiguous words, her face instantly turned red. She did not refute and lowered her head slightly. "You still don't believe in my ability? I can complete all the courses I have to teach with all my strength." Lin Xie took a step forward and hugged Lang Ruoshi into his arms, whispering teasingly in her ear. Of course Lang Ruoshi knew this. If it wasn't for the need to take care of herself, Lin Xie would have no problem teaching her until dawn. So she could only bury her red face in Lin Xie's chest. Lin Xie looked at her shy appearance and stopped teasing her. He took her to the door. Half an hour later. When Lin Xie arrived downstairs at Chen Sihan's building, he immediately saw Chen Sihan waiting on the side of the road. At this moment, she was wearing a black lace puffy dress and black high heels. The neckline of the skirt revealed just the right amount of cleavage, and the hem just reached the middle of her thighs, making her look sexy without being coquettish. I didn't expect her to be dressed so sexy again. It seems like she wants to compete with Lang Ruoshi for beauty. But tonight Lang Ruoshi was wearing a slightly conservative white round neck dress with a knee-length skirt and white high heels. The two form a sharp contrast, both contrary to their usual styles, but they are close to their real personalities. Seeing that she looked a little dazed, Lin Xie approached and called out Sihan. Only then did she come back to her senses from her slightly trance-like state, turned around and called out "Master" before throwing herself into Lin Xie's arms. I don't know if she really didn't notice Lang Ruoshi holding Lin Xie's right arm, or if she deliberately ignored it. Lin Xie took advantage of the situation and put his left hand around Chen Sihan, kissing her on the forehead. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" This action made Chen Sihan feel more at ease. She shook her head and said, I just arrived not long ago. She had been informed by Lin Xie yesterday that he would not bring Lang Ruoxi to see her last night. She was both disappointed and relieved. She was disappointed because he would accompany Lang Ruoxi all night, and she was relieved because she didn't have to meet her rival for favor so soon. But all day today, Lin Xie stayed with Lang Ruoxi, except for sending her words of comfort and telling her that he would take her to see Lang Ruoxi in the evening. This made her think that Lin Xie was fascinated by Lang Ruoxi, and she felt a little anxious. However, his gentle behavior made her feel a lot more relaxed. Seeing Chen Sihan, who was unwilling to get up in his arms, Lin Xie helped her up and said to her seriously, This is Ruoxi, you are sisters from now on, you must get along well, rest assured that I will never favor one over the other. Chen Sihan looked at Lang Ruoxi, who was holding Lin Xie's right arm. The style she wore today was completely opposite to the style she wore when they met before, but it was similar to the pure style she liked. Could it be that she has the same idea as herself, that is, to compete with the other party and let Lin Xie see who is prettier? It seems that she was not as willing to accept it as Lin Xie said. Thinking of this, Chen Sihan clenched his fist slightly and prepared to speak. However, Lang Ruoxi spoke first, with a gentle smile on her face, and said softly to Chen Sihan, Sister Sihan, I am now a cute MT just like you. We will be sisters from now on. You can call me Sister Ruoxi. Then he extended his right hand to shake hands with Chen Sihan to express his goodwill. Chen Sihan was a little confused by her attitude. She really didn't expect Lang Ruoxi to have this attitude. Judging from her eyes and tone, she didn't seem to be pretending. Doesn't she care about this kind of thing? Impossible. I was still struggling with myself the night before yesterday. How could so much change happen in less than 2 days? What did Lin Xie do in the past 2 days to cause her to change so much? And what is most shocking is that she can actually call out master so generously and naturally in public. I don't have the courage to do that now and only dare to call him that in private. Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan, who was still in a daze, reached out and touched her head, and said gently, What are you thinking about, little kitty? Only then did Chen Sihan put away her thoughts, and then turned to Lang Ruoxi and snorted, Did you hear that? I'm a kitten, not a cute little girl, and I was here first, you should call me sister. Lang Ruoxi didn't feel too disgusted when she heard her words. After all, she was much gentler than she was that night. Chen Sihan's reaction was also within Lin Xie's expectations. After all, there was a gap between the rescue value of 85 and Lang Ruoxi's rescue value of 95. But tonight, he was confident that he could increase her saving value. Then he stretched out his left hand to hug Chen Sihan into his arms, and used his right hand to hug Lang Ruoxi, holding Lang Ruoxi's small hand and gently stroking it to comfort her. Then he said ambiguously, Who will be the older sister and who will be the younger sister is actually very easy to decide. How about you two compete? When Chen Sihan heard this, his ears turned red instantly. Feeling the arm around her waist, it seemed that she could not escape, but she was still confident about it. Since she was destined to be unable to avoid it, she had to be a sister. After thinking it through, he said to Lang Ruoxi provocatively, Sister Ruoxi, I will definitely be your big sister. Lang Ruoxi did not respond, but just leaned her red face against Lin Xie's right shoulder. She had no objection to Lin Xie's proposal. This was indeed the simplest and most brutal way to solve the problem. She just hoped that she could win tonight. She didn't want to call a woman younger than her sister. Lin Xie chuckled at the two people's consent. In fact, using this method, who will be the younger sister or the older sister is entirely up to him. He decided to let Lang Ruoxi be the older sister. Chapter 42 Lang Ruoxi wins the first round, Chen Sihan accepts The online ride-hailing car was driving smoothly in the night. Lin Xie sat in the middle of the back seat, his left arm around Chen Sihan, while Lang Ruoxi held his right arm tightly, with their fingers interlocked. The car was filled with two completely different scents of perfume, Chen Sihan's charm and Lang Ruoxi's elegance, intertwined together. Bad guy MT, which restaurant are we going to? Chen Sihan drew circles on Lin Xie's palm with her fingertips and looked provocatively at Lang Ruoxi opposite her. Lin Xie did not answer immediately, but first felt Lang Ruoxi gently pinching his right hand. Go to Hentang, where you can see the night view of the whole city. Lin Xie said, squeezing Lang Ruoxi's hand to comfort her. MT decides. Chen Sihan pressed her body closer to Lin Xie and spoke obediently, raising an eyebrow at Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi pretended not to see it and turned to look at the flowing scenery outside the window. The neckline of her white dress opened slightly as she moved, revealing a shallow cleavage. Lin Xiye's eyes were involuntarily attracted and he looked down to admire her, his big hands caressing her smooth and delicate little hands. Chen Sihan suddenly spoke up, with a tone of deliberate surprise, "Didn't you go for the sexy route before? Why are you suddenly pretending to be innocent today?" Facing Chen Sihan's perverseness, Lang Ruoshi turned her head with a normal expression and said with a gentle smile on her face, "Sister Sihan is also very different today, very sexy, the master must like it very much." Her attitude towards Chen Sihan now is like that of a naughty sister. Seeing her attitude, Chen Sihan felt like he was punching cotton. His original plan was to irritate her, and then act pitiful to win Lin Xiye's attention. This left her with no choice but to ask Lin Xiye, "MT, who do you think looks better today, me or her?" Lin Xiye found it interesting to see Chen Sihan trying to compete with Lang Ruoshi. It seemed that she was still reluctant to accept this kind of relationship or wanted to be an older sister. He pretended to look them up and down, then said seriously, "You are all dressed very beautifully. After all, if you are beautiful, you will look beautiful in anything. But I care more about inner beauty, such as..." He raised a teasing smile, S-style. "MT is really bad," Chen Sihan said coquettishly. Every time she asked a serious question, Lin Xiye would always divert it to that matter, leaving her too embarrassed to ask further. Lang Ruoshi also blushed and responded in a low voice, "Bad guy MT. Ha ha ha, are you starting to feel shy already? You still have a competition to go." Lin Xiye smiled happily. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped in front of a tall building and the three people got out one by one. Under the envious gazes of the men passing by, Lin Xiye hugged two beauties at the same time, took the elevator and came to the VIP box reserved in the restaurant on the 28th floor. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the brilliant lights of the entire city. The waiter handed them the menu and then respectfully withdrew, leaving them alone. Lin Xiye sat in the main seat and motioned the two to sit on either side of him. Chen Sihan couldn't wait to move his chair closer to him, while Lang Ruoshi sat down gracefully. "MT," Chen Sihan flipped through the menu, "I remember you like filet mignon. Do you want me to order it for you?" Lin Xiye nodded, but at the same time turned to Lang Ruoshi, "Where's Ruoshi? What do you want to eat?" Lang Ruoshi was about to answer when Chen Sihan interrupted, "She must have ordered a salad or something, just to pretend to be innocent." There was obvious mockery in his tone. Lang Ruoshi didn't agree with her and said, "Sister Sihan is right. I really want to eat something light." Then he looked at Lin Xiye, "But the workload for MT has been quite heavy these past 2 days, so he should replenish his nutrition. I'll order some French foie gras for MT." These words, which seemed to have no counter-attack power, made Chen Sihan clench his fists. Of course she knew the true meaning of this sentence. Was this slut implying that Lin Xiye was so obsessed with her and loved her so much in the past 2 days that he was overworked? Humph. Pretending to be tolerant of me, you just want to compete with me. You wait. Even if following the crowd cannot change my mind, I am determined to get the position of sister. Then I'll listen to Ruoshi, Lin Xiye decided happily, "I want both filet steak and foie gras." He looked at Chen Sihan, "Sihan, what do you want to eat?" Chen Sihan said angrily, "I want the most expensive one." After saying this, she realized how childish this was and couldn't help biting her lip in annoyance. After ordering the food, Lin Xiye stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to the two of them to admire the night view. He could feel 2 pairs of eyes behind him staring at his back, which made him feel extremely satisfied. "MT." Lang Ruoshi's gentle voice came from behind, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiye didn't look back, "I'm perfecting the rules of tonight's game." I heard the sound of a chair being moved behind me, followed by brisk footsteps. Lang Ruoshi hugged him from behind, her cheek resting on his shoulder. "Whatever the rules are," she said softly, "I will try my best to satisfy the master." This obedient attitude made Lin Xiye feel relieved. He turned around and hugged Lang Ruoshi in his arms, and was about to say something. "Pretend." Chen Sihan rushed over and occupied the other half of Lin Xiye's position. With sparks of jealousy in his eyes, he looked at Lang Ruoshi angrily and said, "Do you think you can win the game like this?" "Okay, Sihan." Lin Xiye suddenly spoke, his voice carrying unquestionable authority. The two of them immediately fell silent, waiting for his next words. "Tonight's match," he said slowly, "is divided into 3 rounds." Chen Sihan and Lang Ruoshi held their breath at the same time. "In the first round, we'll see who can please me more and guess my thoughts in the second and third rounds." He paused deliberately, glanced at the two of them, lowered his head and whispered something in their ears, causing both of them to blush. This explicit rule made Chen Sihan's legs go weak, and she had to lean close to Lin Xie to stand firmly. Lang Ruoshi lowered her head deeply, and the blush on the back of her neck spread all the way to her ears. The one who wins 2 games is my sister, Lin Xie concluded. I will be absolutely fair. Of course, he added in his mind, the so-called fairness was entirely under his control. At this time, the waiter knocked on the door and came in to serve the dishes, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. The 3 of them sat back in their seats, but the air was still filled with a tense and ambiguous atmosphere. The first round begins now. Lin Xie's words broke the tense atmosphere. During the meal, Chen Sihan kept trying to attract Lin Xie's attention, deliberately leaning over, then rubbing Lin Xie's arm, slowly licking the food on the fork with the tip of her tongue, and rubbing her ankles gently against his calves under the table. Lang Ruoshi just carefully cut steak and foie gras for Lin Xie, refilled his glass when it was almost empty, and looked at him intently while talking. Lin Xie enjoyed 2 completely different ways of pleasing others, but deliberately did not show obvious preference. Because this uncertainty will make them work harder to please him, and he can enjoy it a little longer. After finishing the meal, Lin Xie put down his cutlery, wiped his mouth and said, "Now is the final question of the first round. I want each of you to use 1 sentence to convince me to choose you as my sister." Chen Sihan immediately raised his hand. "I'll go first." She took a deep breath and looked directly into Lin Xie's eyes. "I can serve MT better than she can. No matter what MT wants to do, I will fully cooperate." After saying that, she looked at Lang Ruoshi provocatively. Lang Ruoshi did not respond immediately. She thought for a moment, then whispered, "I will always put the MT's wishes first, even if the MT wants to save other little cuties." This answer made Lin Xie feel relieved. It seems that Lang Ruoshi has thoroughly understood his thoughts. In the future, he will have more and more pets, so the eldest sister must have a heart of complete submission and tolerance. Chen Sihan was completely stunned. She suddenly realized that in this game, she might be at a disadvantage from the very beginning. It's not because she is not beautiful or sexy enough, but because she has not fully accepted the reality of the public. In the first round, Lin Xie announced, "Ruoshi wins." "That is not fair." Chen Sihan stood up suddenly and shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Xie looked at her calmly. "Reason?" "Because she. Chen Sihan stuttered for a long time and still couldn't give a reason, because she suddenly realized that Lang Ruoshi's answer was indeed more in line with Lin Xie's wishes. An unprecedented panic gripped her. Lang Ruoshi's position in his heart might be higher than hers now. At this time Lang Ruoshi stood up and walked to Chen Sihan, gently holding her hand. "Sister Sihan," she said sincerely, "there's no need for us to be jealous of each other. Since we can't live without the master, we can't make the master unhappy, right?" Chen Sihan wanted to shake off her hand, but found that he couldn't. The understanding and tolerance in Lang Ruoshi's eyes made her feel strangely comforted. Maybe accepting this sister isn't so unbearable? Lin Xie watched the scene with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to allow them to gradually accept each other through healthy competition and eventually form a harmonious relationship centered on him. After eating dessert, Lin Xie took them to the night market for shopping. This was to increase their interaction and allow them to completely relax before the battle and devote themselves wholeheartedly to the enjoyable activities that would follow. Time passes quietly amid laughter and joy. At 10:30 in the evening, looking at the 2 people playing in front, Lin Xie was very pleased. After tonight they would be real good sisters. Lin Xie approached them, hugged them both and said, "You're having so much fun, there will be more fun later." Lin Xie's words shocked both of them and they looked up into each other's eyes. After the previous contact, Chen Sihan has accepted the fact that she and Lang Ruoshi have become sisters. However, she was too proud to be willing to be inferior to her younger sister. She was very confident about what was going to happen next, and her eyes were instantly filled with fighting spirit. Lang Ruoshi responded without giving in. Chapter 43 Lang Ruoshi wins another battle deleted. The lights in the living room of the presidential suite were adjusted to the lowest brightness of warm yellow, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights are bright, twinkling in the night. Lin Xie stood in front of the window, his eyes wandering freely between the 2 beauties. Chen Sihan sat on the sofa, her long legs crossing and spreading uneasily under her black lace skirt. Her hands were placed on her thighs, sometimes clenched and sometimes relaxed, her eyes fixed on Lang Ruoshi, who was standing by the window, not far from Lin Xie. Lang Ruoshi looked very calm, as if she was ready. "Are you ready?" Lin Xie's voice broke the silence. "The second round begins." He walked slowly towards Chen Sihan. Lang Ruoshi nodded slightly. Chen Sihan bit her lower lip and twisted her fingers together. Do we have to compare like this? Her voice was no longer as confident as it had been on the way back. It sounded a little scared, with an unconscious hint of coquettishness. Lin Xie stopped in front of Chen Sihan, leaned over, pinched her chin and asked her to raise her head. What? Are you scared? Weren't you full of confidence just now? His thumb stroked across her delicate lower lip, removing a trace of lipstick and making her lips a little lighter. No. Chen Sihan immediately retorted, but gradually softened under his overbearing gaze. It's just not fair. Oh? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows and waited for her to explain. Chen Sihan glanced at Lang Ruoxi. She looks so weak, she will definitely pretend to be pitiful later. Lang Ruoxi chuckled when she heard that, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. She walked towards Chen Sihan, stopped in front of the sofa, looked up at him, and said gently to Chen Sihan, Sister Sihan, you think too highly of me. The big bad guy will definitely not favor anyone. Lin Xie looked at Lang Ruoxi with appreciation, and the latter immediately stepped aside obediently. Delete. 30 seconds. Lin Xie calmly told the time, stood up and turned to Lang Ruoxi. Lang Ruoxi took a deep breath and walked slowly towards the sofa. Her steps were steady, but her slightly trembling body and clenched fists revealed her inner nervousness. 50 seconds. Lin Xie announced, then turned to Chen Sihan and said, Ruoxi wins. Chen Sihan widened his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? When Chen Sihan heard this, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. 2 consecutive losses meant that she had completely lost the chance to become a big sister. What made her even more embarrassed was that Lang Ruoxi did not seem proud of it. Instead, she gave her a comforting look. Don't cry, baby. Lin Xie let go of Lang Ruoxi and walked in front of Chen Sihan, wiping the tears from her face with his thumb. The game isn't over yet. Chen Sihan raised her tearful face and said aggrievedly, what's the point of competing? She has already won 2 games. The third leg is just as important. Lin Xie bewitched, don't you want to know who can make me feel better faster? He added meaningfully, if Ruoxi wins, she will be your legitimate sister. If you win, at least it proves that you are more attractive to me, right? These words rekindled Chen Sihan's fighting spirit. Yes, as long as I can make Lin Xie lose control first, doesn't it prove that I am more charming? Even if she becomes a sister in the future, Lin Xie will still love her even more. After she figured it out, she wiped away her tears and raised her chin stubbornly. Go on, big bad guy. I won't give in easily. Seeing this, Lin Xie nodded with satisfaction. In the third round, he decided to let Chen Sihan win by a narrow margin. He turned around and asked Lang Ruoxi, does Ruoxi have any objection? Lang Ruoxi nodded obediently, no objection. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to get ready, then come in. Lin Xie walked towards the bedroom after he finished speaking. The bedroom door was immediately closed, leaving the two of them looking at each other. Chapter 44, The relationships among the people are completely solid, Lin Xie's expectations deleted. After deleting 1,000 words, it has become a mess. This is the only way. Chen Sihan was adjusting her torn skirt uncomfortably. She stole a glance at Lang Ruoxi, whose fair arms were still flushed with red, and who was adjusting her hair. Sister Sihan. Lang Ruoxi suddenly spoke, without a trace of sarcasm in her voice, you have performed very well. Are you showing off? Chen Sihan suddenly raised his head and said angrily, but there was no hostility in his tone. No. Lang Ruoxi said sincerely. This unexpected confession stunned Chen Sihan. She looked at Lang Ruoxi carefully and found that there was only understanding and sympathy in her eyes, which made her feel better. The big bad guy. Lang Ruoxi added softly, a look of reminiscence appearing on her face. He was actually very gentle to you today. After all, she truly realized his toughness and dominance yesterday. Chen Sihan couldn't believe her ears. You call this gentle? Lang Ruoxi smiled slightly. I believe you will see his true dominance tonight. There was some hidden emotion in her tone that Chen Sihan could not understand, a mixture of awe and excitement. It's not like she had never been treated domineeringly by Lin Xie before, but it seemed that it had never been as intense as it was just now. Just as she was about to ask more, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Time is up. Lin Xie leaned against the door, said something to the two of them, and turned away. Lang Ruoxi immediately pulled Chen Sihan up and walked towards the bedroom together. When they reached the door, She suddenly leaned close to Chen Sihan's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Remember, no matter what the result is, we are both the bad guy's women. I can feel that he will not treat anyone differently. He wants us to get along well. If we keep being jealous, he will be unhappy." Chen Sihan was stunned. She suddenly realized that Lang Ruoshi's victory was not accidental, but because she understood Lin Xie's mind better. These words were like a key that suddenly opened a lock in her heart. Yes, no matter who is the elder sister, they are all Lin Xie's women, and Lin Xie does not seem to show that he likes Lang Ruoshi more. There is no point in being jealous, and it will only disgust him. This realization dispelled most of her worries. But she still has to win this last round. In the bedroom of the presidential suite, the lights were adjusted to the softest warm yellow. Lin Xie was already leaning against the head of the bed, waiting, with a faint smile on his lips. "Come over." His voice was low and unyielding. Chen Sihan bit her lower lip and took a step forward. She can't lose this round again. 10 minutes later, Lin Xie saw that she was a little tired. It's time to end. After all, we can't let her get tired just by warming up before the massage. After a while, Chen Sihan looked at Lin Xie nervously, waiting for him to tell the time. She didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt so long. Was she going to lose again? Lin Xie said calmly, 10 minutes and 40 seconds, very good. Although Lin Xie was praising her, she couldn't be happy and felt that 10 minutes was too long. When 11 minutes were up, Lin Xie announced the end. He wanted to use this tiny margin to let Chen Sihan win the last game. If she loses this round, it will be a big blow to her. She will feel that she is inferior to Lang Ruoshi in everything and start to complain about herself. This is not what he wants to see, and it is not conducive to the harmony of their future relationship. The reason why she was allowed to win narrowly was to prevent her from becoming too proud and harboring illusions about the position of the older sister, and to continue competing. Another thing is to make her feel a sense of crisis, and then seize this opportunity and work harder to please herself. When Chen Sihan heard Lin Xie's time announcement, he knew he had won. Although she was relieved, she was not very happy because she had completely seized the initiative and Lin Xie did not rest in the middle. If she had let her go first, she would definitely have lost. It seemed that the sister had to accept this. "My dear, you are great, but from now on Ruoshi will be your good sister, so you two should get along well with each other." At this time, Lin Xie looked at Chen Sihan and spoke. "Elder sister." When Chen Sihan heard Lin Xie's words, she turned to look at Lang Ruoshi, stuttered for a long time, and still couldn't coherently say the word sister. "Okay, Sister Sihan, don't worry about this. We will be good sisters from now on and we need to take care of each other." Lang Ruoshi saw Chen Sihan's embarrassment, crawled towards her to show her understanding, hugged her gently and comforted her. She knew that Lin Xie let Chen Sihan win on purpose. After all, he was well aware of his strength, and the time difference was so short. She knew his intention and agreed with it. After all, she had already won 2 games and her position as the big sister was secured. If she wins another game, Chen Sihan will definitely be very sad, and may even become hostile to her again, which will be detrimental to their harmonious coexistence in the future. Then she thought of an idea that could quickly bring them closer together, and whispered to Chen Sihan, "Sister Sihan, how about we? After all, with a common big boss, even enemies can become allies, right?" Although she didn't think they would win, they could enhance their relationship with each other through this cooperation against the enemy. After hearing her words, Chen Sihan thought about it and nodded. Her situation was the same as Lang Ruoshi's. She had never seen him look tired before, and she wanted to see it today. After hearing Lang Ruoshi's words and seeing the two women turning their heads at the same time, Lin Xie first cast an approving look at Lang Ruoshi. He knew what she meant. It seemed that she had the demeanor of a lady. Then he pretended to be vicious and approached them. Chen Sihan became a little scared when she saw that Lin Xie seemed really angry, and buried her face in Lang Ruoshi's neck. Lang Ruoshi didn't seem to be afraid at all, and challenged Lin Xie, "How do you want to punish us, bad guy MT?" After hearing Lang Ruoshi's bold speech, Chen Sihan began to admire her. She really had the demeanor of an older sister. "Okay, since you want to be punished so badly, go get a basin of hot water and give me a foot soak and massage. Demonstrate to Sihan." Lin Xie said, pretending to be very angry. "Ah, is that all?" Lang Ruoshi asked in surprise. "Oh, you think this punishment is not severe enough and want another punishment?" A playful smile appeared on Lin Xie's face. I'll go right away." Lang Ruoshi blushed instantly when he looked at her like this, and she quickly ran to the bathroom. 4 hours later. It was late at night and the moonlight poured into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Ding, Chen Sihan's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 95-100, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the stage victory, reward advanced body potion X1 gradually improved the host's physical fitness to human perfection within 30 days. The system's prompt sound confirmed that Lin Qiye had completed today's goal perfectly. Did the system reward him with advanced body potion because they were afraid that he would have too many pets in the future and wouldn't be able to handle it? How thoughtful. However, the joy of conquest was fleeting, replaced by an inexplicable emptiness. For him, the true meaning of life is to conquer all kinds of beauties to get pleasure in the process and prove that he is alive. It's time to find a new beloved pet. Although he doesn't get tired of the old and love the new, the meaning of his life is to conquer again and again, to bring one stunning beauty after another into his night palace and make them beloved pets that only he loves. With the support of the system, money is not a problem. It can also improve his own strength and raise his upper limit, enabling him to conquer beauties of higher status, more noble identity and better quality. Thinking of this, he is full of expectations for the future. He hopes to meet more difficult bad women in the future. After all, only more difficult conquests can bring more extreme pleasure, right? Who will be the next pet? Chapter 45, University begins, a new journey. 2 months passed in a flash, and it was August 20th, the first day of school for freshmen at Jiangnan University. On the grand and solemn school gate archway, a banner with the words "Welcome the class of 2025" fluttered in the wind. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lang Ruoshi drove a pink BMW 5 Series to take Lin Qiye to Jiangnan University. The car belongs to Lang Ruoshi. She has a good family background and assets worth hundreds of millions. She is a real rich woman. Although the peak registration period has passed, there are still many new students and parents gathered at the school gate to take photos, and there are also many vehicles coming in and out. Lin Qiye looked at the gradually enlarging school gate and fell into memories. During these 2 months, the three of them rented a high-end 2-bedroom apartment near Jiangnan University and lived together inseparable. He often took them to play various fun activities, such as bungee jumping, surfing, paragliding, etc., allowing them to experience excitement they had never experienced before. The rescue value of both of them was fixed at 95. It was not that it could not be improved, but he deliberately did not improve it. After all, theoretically it could not reach 100. Even if he could reach it, he would not do it. However, these 2 months have not been without more gains, and now the two have become very well behaved. Especially Lang Ruoshi, who completely let go of herself under his superb guidance. He also did not tell Chen Sihan that Lang Ruoshi had a special physique. If she knew about it, she might look down on Lang Ruoshi. If she didn't know, she would just think that he liked this kind of play, and Lang Ruoshi was just doing her best to satisfy him. This would make her admire Lang Ruoshi even more, and she would learn from him and try her best to please him, which also made her develop this hobby. During this period, he also deliberately looked for new goals, but he never succeeded. Finally, he thought about it and decided to wait until the university started and then look for a job there. Because in university, he has the right identity and enough time to find high-quality prey. After all, it is one of the top 10 universities in the country, with a large number of students and high-quality personnel, so there will definitely be no shortage of suitable prey. More importantly, there must be many more pure beauties in the university than in society. He will not keep a slut as a pet. If her body is not pure, he will not even be interested in training her no matter how beautiful she is. The system's criteria for qualifying as a pet may also include this point, because in the past 2 months, he has also met several beauties of the same level as Lang Ruoshi, but the system did not prompt them. "Honey, we're at school." After arriving at the gate, Lang Ruoshi suddenly spoke in a sweet voice, and whispered to Lin Qiye, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Looking at Lin Qiye's pensive profile, she felt a sense of happiness in her heart. After these 2 months, she knew that she could no longer live without him. There are many reasons, such as he always takes them to experience different and exciting things. Being with him is never boring, and every day is a different and interesting day. What intoxicated her the most was that he knew very well that his hobbies were embarrassing, but he never looked down on her. After all, even she herself looked down on herself for being so embarrassing. His tough and domineering attitude towards her does not carry over into his daily life. In daily life, he loved and respected herself very much, and he did not tell this to his sister Sihan, allowing her to preserve her sister's dignity. So this allowed her to fully express her preferences without any worries, and she worked even harder to please him. She felt that there would never be another person in the world who was so compatible with her. I know, baby, aren't you tired? You have to send me off. Lin Xie turned around and pinched her rosy cheeks. Last night he was about to start school and insisted on living on campus for a semester, only going back on weekends, so I was pestered until late at night. But Lang Ruoshi had to make things difficult for herself and insisted on sending herself to school. Although the three of them had visited Jiangnan University all over in the past 2 months, he knew where every teaching building and dormitory building, as well as the 5 canteens, were. After all, it is close to home and he has plenty of time. He must learn more about the school where he will stay for 4 years in advance so that he will not be lost after school starts. But she insisted on sending it, and he didn't stop her. After all, it was an insignificant matter. As long as I'm with my husband, I won't feel tired. Lang Ruoshi moved her face closer and pecked Lin Xie lightly on the face, saying coquettishly, her eyes full of attachment. Silly girl. Lin Xie touched her head lovingly. He couldn't let go of her obedient look. After his rescue, she now calls herself slightly differently in different situations. In daily life, she can call him husband or Chia, and in private, little cutie can bring her into another realm. Because the school is very large, covering more than 8,000 acres, and there are many pedestrians and vehicles on campus, it is not suitable for fast driving, so the car drove for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at the teaching building of the School of Economics and Trade. Lin Xie got out of the car first and stood in the open space in front of the teaching building, while Lang Ruoshi went to find an empty parking space. Just as he was about to go to the freshman reception desk downstairs in the Jingshi building not far away, someone suddenly patted his right shoulder. A sweet female voice sounded behind me. Senior, can you help me with my luggage? Chapter 46 New Prey Su Chang'e. Lin Xie instinctively turned his head and lowered his gaze. A petite and beautiful girl appeared in sight. Her long chestnut hair falls to her waist, with a strawberry-shaped cartoon hairpin pinned on top of her head, making her look playful and cute. She had an oval face, her skin was porcelain white and pink, and her cheeks were tinged with a faint peach color, which made her round almond eyes look even clearer and brighter. She was wearing a cherry blossom pink round neck dress. The lace outlined her delicate collarbone. The fluffy skirt fell just mid-thigh, fluttering lightly in the breeze, revealing her slender and straight legs. A thin silver chain around the ankle swayed slightly, reflecting tiny spots of light. 5-centimeter pink high-heeled sandals wrapped around the delicate jade feet. The 10 round toes were painted with pink nail polish, like neatly arranged pink pearl shells, revealing the unique charm of a girl. The strawberry crystal bracelet on her wrist jingled softly as she moved, and the heart-shaped earrings on her earlobes sparkled in the sun. Her whole body is wrapped in a sweet halo, and her purity carries a temptation that cannot be ignored, making people want to hold her in their arms and love her tightly. Just as Lin Xie was about to answer, a light blue screen suddenly appeared in front of him, displaying the girl's information. Name, Su Chang'e. Photo. Age, 18 years old. Identity, foreign trade major at Jiangnan University, freshman in class 2501. Current rescue value, 0-100. Appearance 9'6". Body, 92-158 centimeters, 36B. Bad woman value, 80. Sensitive point, jade feet. Personality, a lowly with a queen's heart, pure, sweet and lovely personality. He thinks he is the most noble and will be the focus of everyone wherever he is. He cannot accept being a supporting role. She loves to see the boys falling at her feet, vying for her, and humbly trying to please her. At that moment, her heart as a queen will be extremely satisfied. Even the best friends around her are just green leaves carefully selected by her to set off her own brilliance. Senior, what's wrong with you? When Su Chang'e saw Lin Xie staring at her in a daze, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. She raised her chin slightly and laughed inwardly. Humph, you are bewitched by this queen. Sure enough, no stinky man can resist my charm. When I saw his back just now, I thought he was tall and nice, which met her requirements. I didn't expect that his front face would also make her very satisfied. Very good, you are qualified to be my first slave in college. The corners of her lips curled up sweetly, but deep in her eyes was the pride and playfulness of a queen. Ah, it's my junior schoolmate who has me mesmerized by it. Lin Xie pretended to come back to his senses, put an awkward smile on the corner of his mouth, and then reached out and touched Su Chang'e's head. He was as excited as Su Chang'e. He didn't expect that prey would come to him on the first day. Su Chang'e's personality made him imagine how much her surrender would elevate a person's soul. As the king of the sea, he certainly knew that he was seen as prey. But who is the hunter and who is the prey is entirely up to him, and he has already thought of a way to conquer her. That is to show your charm and make her determined to conquer herself. Then, while she was trying every way to conquer him, he acted distant and seemed to be fascinated but not completely. This made her unwillingly lower her bottom line and gradually increase her bargaining chips. It's like a lottery. When you spend $100 and don't get the prize you want, you will unwillingly increase your investment, even if it means a loss. By then, I will become her obsession, and it will be easy to conquer her. He originally wanted to tell her that he was not a senior. He had nothing in his hands, was dressed in black, and looked relaxed and casual. He had none of the nervousness and trepidation of a freshman, so it was no surprise that he was mistaken for a senior. However, when he found out that she was a bad girl, had a cute persona, and was in the same class with him, he decided to tease her. What would be her reaction when she later found out that I was also a freshman in the same class as her? As a queen, the only thing she would think in her mind is that she would be angry at being teased and become more determined to conquer herself, and then take revenge on herself by making her kneel down and lick her shoes or something like that. However, her cute personality will make it unlikely that she will show anger at being played, but will instead show annoyance at being deceived. Make yourself agree to one of her conditions as an apology or compensation, such as treating her to a meal or something, so that she has the opportunity to contact you and conquer you. As for why she has a cute persona, it's probably because of her body shape. Just like a woman with a mature image wearing Lolita to look cute, it will only make people feel incongruous and funny. You little cutie who loves to perform, is hypocritical, arrogant and ruthless, please use all your skills to conquer me. Show me how capable you are, don't let me down. Ah. Senior. You are so rude. How can you touch a girl's head when you first meet her? Su Chang's face showed anger that was consistent with her character. She took a step back and broke free from Lin Xia's hand on her head. But her eyes were already filled with disgust and resentment. This was the first time she was touched on the head by a man other than her father. Because she has a queen's heart, she has always felt angry and inferior about her petite figure. So seeing boys who are much taller than her humbly trying to please her will reduce her inferiority complex and satisfy her queen heart. But she has never been touched by any man other than her father, because she thinks other men are dirty and will defile her pure body. At this moment, Lin Xia had completely touched her bottom line. She had decided that she must make him submit to her feet and kneel down on the playground for 10 laps to relieve her hatred. Sorry, you're so cute, Junior. I couldn't help it. Lin Xia smiled and withdrew his hand. He caught the anger in Su Chang's eyes. I didn't expect such a big reaction. From now on I will have more physical contact with you to see where your tolerance limit is and whether your true nature will be exposed. I'm looking forward to it. Humph, I won't bother with you for the first time, but you have to help me carry my luggage and take me to the registration desk in front. After hearing Lin Xia's words, Su Chang'a did not feel happy about being praised, because she hated being called cute the most. Today he has already violated 2 of her most taboo reverse scales. Damn bastard. You wait. Sooner or later you will kneel down to this queen. But she was still very proud in her heart. After all, didn't this just prove that she had fascinated him? This is a good start. She believes that it won't be long before he will obediently kneel down under her high heels. However, this time she did not get the expected answer. Oh, what a coincidence. My girlfriend is here. Let's see if she's willing to let me help you. Lin Xia smiled gently and looked behind her. When Su Chang'a heard his words and saw his actions, she instinctively turned her head. Immediately, she saw a tall and plump beauty, wearing a black slim-fitting fishtail dress and 7 cm black high heels, walking towards her, looking like a queen. At this moment, Su Chang'a felt extremely inferior, and her heart was instantly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because this is what she has always dreamed of. She clenched her fists tightly in anger, her chest heaving violently as she screamed in her heart. Ah! Stinky woman! Why don't you just die? Why do you appear in front of me? Chapter 47 Su Chang'a's Little Trick. Husband, why don't you report first? Are you waiting for me? Who is this? Lang Ruoshi walked towards them in high heels, her slender arms naturally around Lin Xia, her red lips slightly raised, looking down at the petite girl in front of her with a condescending look. Indeed, she is waiting for you. This girl seems to be a freshman in the Department of Economics and Trade. She wants me to help her carry her luggage and take her to the Jingshi building in front to register. Lin Xie took his arm around her waist and looked down at Su Chang'e with a playful smile on his lips. He deliberately showed his affection in front of Su Chang'e in order to stimulate her and increase her determination to conquer him. Because of the effects of advanced body potions, Lin Xie's height has reached 185 centimeters, his figure has become more perfect, and he has 8-pack abs. Standing together with Lang Ruoxi, who is 168 centimeters tall and wearing 7 centimeters high heels, they are simply a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. The 158 centimeters tall Su Chang'e stood in front of them, as petite as their daughter. Su Chang'e didn't expect that Lin Xie actually had such a beautiful girlfriend, but this was not surprising. After all, he did look good. Doesn't this prove that her vision was correct and her goal was right? She now has another reason to conquer Lin Xie, which is to snatch Lin Xie from Lang Ruoxi and prove that even if she doesn't have the queen's figure, she is still charming and unstoppable. However, looking at the two people's slender and matching figures, she gritted her teeth unconsciously. Their condescending gazes pierced her heart as a queen like needles. What also annoyed her was that she realized that Lin Xie might also be a freshman, and she had just been severely teased. Her heart was filled with jealousy and resentment, but her face was filled with a sweeter smile, her eyes curved into crescents. "My classmate, why did you tease me just now?" Her voice was soft, with just the right amount of grievance, as if she had really been bullied. Lang Ruoxi leaned on Lin Xie's shoulder without saying a word, looking at Su Chang'e quietly. She also wanted to know how Lin Xie teased this schoolmate. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows innocently. "Oh? How did I tease you?" "Huh, you're not a senior. Why didn't you explain it to me just now?" Su Chang'e puffed up her cheeks and looked angry. "So that's it." Lin Xie suddenly realized, and then smiled as if it was natural. "Isn't it because the schoolgirl is so cute that people can't help but tease her?" Cute again. Su Chang'e's temples were throbbing. Lin Xie was touching her weak spot again, but her personality and appearance made it impossible to refute it. "You still call me schoolgirl? I'm angry." She raised her little fist and spoke in a coquettish tone, but in her heart she had already cut Lin Xie into pieces 1,000 times. "How dare you, you despicable man, tease and offend me like this? I will never let you go. I will break up you two dogs and make you my dog." Lin Xie looked at her trying to suppress her anger, and the smile in his eyes deepened. It was so funny. Then he pretended to apologize. "I'm so sorry, classmate should also be from the Department of Economics and Trade, right? Which class are you in? Maybe we are classmates. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking this question?" Su Chang'e raised her chin slightly and snorted proudly. "You're right. My name is Lin Xie, and I'm from Foreign Trade Class 2501. What's yours?" Lin Xie knew she would say that and answered gently. "My name is Su Chang'e, and I'm also from the Foreign Trade Class 2501. Su Chang'e was immediately extremely surprised. "I didn't expect that I was in the same class with this scumbag. God must be helping her. Now I don't need to deliberately create opportunities to meet him. You can't escape, scumbag. It's fate, classmate Su, we will be classmates from now on." Lin Xie pretended to be surprised, and then said domineeringly, "Don't worry, I'm here, and no one will bully you in the future." His tone, like that of an older brother caring for his younger sister, made Su Chang'e's teeth itch, but she could only smile and respond, "It's not good to say such misleading words in front of your girlfriend, right?" She glanced at Lang Ruoxi meaningfully and continued, "Also, it's impolite to touch a girl's head casually. Since we are classmates, I won't bother with you. Not all girls have such a good temper as me." She said these words deliberately to make Lang Ruoxi mistakenly believe that Lin Xie had such thoughts about her and to create a conflict between the two. Lin Xie almost laughed out loud when he heard her words. The little cutie was still a little scheming, but this low-level method of sowing discord had no effect on him and Lang Ruoxi. "Okay, Su Shueme, my name is Lang Ruoxi, I will be a junior soon, and I am your direct senior. My husband just likes to play tricks on people, so I apologize to you on his behalf." Lang Ruoxi's tone was relaxed and natural, and she didn't look provoked at all. She also knew the whole story. Lin Xie pretended to be a senior and touched her head and teased her. She didn't feel anything about it because she knew Lin Xie just liked to play tricks on people. As for whether Lin Xie had feelings for Su Chang'e, she thought it was impossible. After all, she had seen beauties of the same level as herself in the past 2 months, but Lin Xie did not approach them. He probably would not like this short-armed and short-legged junior high school girl who was just a little sweet and cute. Even if he really likes me, I have no choice but to accept it. After all, I can't live without him. Moreover, this junior schoolmate seems to be easy to get along with, so I can accept her. Is that so? Then senior sister has to take good care of him. If he meets someone with a bad temper, he might sue him for sexual harassment. Su Chang'e didn't expect Lang Ruoshi to be a junior. How could she be with a freshman? It seemed like they had been together for a long time. But now is not the time to think about this. She doesn't care about this at all. I don't know if she is stupid or just like that, so she can only continue to worsen Lin Xia's behavior. Lang Ruoshi didn't care about Su Chang'e's reminder, because she felt that most girls would not get angry if they were teased by Lin Xia. After all, didn't she know Lin Xia's charm? With a light laugh, she raised her hand and gently punched Lin Xia on the arm. Did you hear me? Bad husband, don't touch a girl's head casually in the future. Lin Xia smiled and nodded in agreement. Got it, baby. Su Chang'e smiled relaxedly. However, he was filled with resentment that his methods did not work and instead he was fed a mouthful of dog food. This woman is really slutty. She can be so shameless and naturally call this bastard husband in front of others. Maybe she has been fucked to death by this bastard. Humph. This queen will never be so lowly as to let a stinky man defile her pure body. A stinky man is only fit to be a dog. Lang Ruoshi gently pushed Lin Xia and said, Don't stand there. Help the schoolgirl with her luggage. Let's go and register. Okay, baby. Lin Xia responded gently, then took a step forward and easily picked up Su Chang'e's large pink suitcase. Student Su, let's go. He was extremely happy at this moment. The little cutie really performed the sweet character very well. His future life would not be boring anymore. Thank you, senior sister, thank you, Lin. Su Chang'e responded sweetly, but there was a coldness in her eyes. Chapter 48. Su Chang'e, who has been wearing the mask for a long time. Lin Xia dragged Su Chang'e's pink suitcase with his left hand, and naturally put his arm around Lang Ruoshi's waist with his right hand. Su Chang'e walked on the other side of Lang Ruoshi, her eyes occasionally sweeping over their intimate postures, her pink lips slightly pursed. How did senior sister and classmate Lin know each other? Su Chang'e suddenly asked, her voice so sweet that honey could drip out. It seems like they have a very good relationship. Lang Ruoshi tilted her head and smiled. We met during a bungee jumping trip. Lin Xia took over the conversation, his fingers gently stroking Lang Ruoshi's waist. She was so scared that her legs went weak and she didn't dare to jump. I held her in my arms and jumped. After that, we got together naturally. Lang Ruoshi's cheeks turned slightly red, and she glared at Lin Xia in reproach. Whose legs are weak? It was obviously you who forced me to dance. A hint of disdain flashed across Su Chang'e's eyes. Humph, she was taken down so easily. She is indeed a big-breasted and brainless woman. But on the surface, she still maintained a sweet smile. Wow, so romantic. Lin Xia glanced at Su Chang'e and saw her disdain from the slightly tense corners of her mouth. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Student Su, do you like exciting sports? Me? Su Chang'e blinked her big eyes and pretended to think. I have only ridden on a merry-go-round. I don't dare to try those sports that are too dangerous. Lang Ruoshi was amused by her appearance and reached out to touch her hair. Xiaomei Su really looks like a little princess. Cute? Little princess? These words are simply insults to her. Su Chang'e turned her head away reflexively, but immediately realized that she had lost her composure and quickly covered it up with an exaggerated hand-waving motion. I actually want to be a goddess like you, senior sister. She stared at Lang Ruoshi's slender neck, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy, and her throat felt sour. I wish I were as tall as my senior. You are still young and will definitely grow taller. Lang Ruoshi comforted him, not noticing the gloom in the other's eyes when he stared at her collarbone. Lin Xia almost laughed out loud when he saw Su Chang'e's jealous look. He deliberately interrupted. Student Su's height is also perfect, like an elf. Elf? This bastard must have done it on purpose. Is he hinting that he is a dwarf? Su Chang'e took a deep breath and changed the subject. Are we there yet? In the square in front of the Jingshi building, welcome booths for various majors are neatly arranged. There were only a few freshmen going through the formalities in front of the foreign trade booth, while most of the students had already registered. Student Su, wait a minute. I'll go get the form. Lin Xia let go of Lang Ruoshi and walked towards the stall. Su Chang'e immediately moved closer to Lang Ruoshi, her perfume smelling sickly sweet. Senior, is classmate Lin so passionate towards everyone? She deliberately left an ambiguous pause on the word passion. Lang Ruoshi looked at Lin Xia's back, her brows softened unconsciously. He is only passionate towards those who are worthy. Su Chang'e showed an innocent expression. Then the senior sister must be very outstanding, right? Me? Lang Ruoshi shook her head. I was just lucky to meet him. Su Chang'e pinched the hem of her skirt tightly. Snort! Why are you pretending to be so humble? Lin Xia came back with 2 forms and handed a pen and paper to Su Chang'e, asking her to fill it out first. Little cutie, you fill it out first. Su Chang'e almost couldn't control her expression. It's little cutie again. This bastard definitely did it on purpose. She forced a smile and said, Thank you, Lin, but can you please stop calling me cute? It sounds so childish. Ah, sorry. Lin Xia showed an apologetic expression. I just thought you were cute and called you that unconsciously. How about calling you Xiao Chang'e? What's the difference between this and a little cutie? It's even a little ambiguous. Could it be that this bastard has a crush on me? Is he teasing me on purpose? I didn't expect that you're such a scumbag. Just wait, I will soon make you kneel down and call me Queen Chang'e. Su Chang'e then pretended to be confused and annoyed and asked, Why do you have to add a small word? Actually, I've always wanted a younger sister, and you completely fit my fantasy of a younger sister, so I want to recognize you as my sister, that's why I call you that. Lin Xia explained seriously. I don't want you to be my brother. And don't call me Xiao Chang'e anymore. Lin Xia's words made Su Chang'e instantly angry. She wanted to be his queen, so how could she be ridden over by a man who was destined to be her slave? And does this bastard really just want me to be his sister? Doesn't he have any thoughts about me in that regard? It seems like she has to show her charm. Okay, let's call her Qiangu. Lin Xia pretended to be disappointed and responded. His eyes caught her expression from doubt to determination, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Humph, that's more like it. Su Chang'e snorted proudly and took the form and pen from Lin Xia's hand. Lin Xia deliberately slid his index finger across her palm. She shrank back as if she had been electrocuted. A hint of disgust flashed across her face, but she quickly returned to her sweet smile. Seeing her fleeting expression, Lin Xia thought it was so fun to tease her. Su Chang'e placed the form on the password box, bent down and began to fill it out. At this time, Lin Xia leaned over to her ear and whispered softly, Shengu, I'm really sorry for touching your head just now. Hearing this name at such a close distance made Su Chang'e feel it was too ambiguous. Her body stiffened and she instinctively wanted to hide to the side, but she stopped herself. She didn't know whether Lin Xia did it on purpose, but no matter what, she couldn't show her weakness in front of this despicable man. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her sweet dimples. I've already said I don't care, but... She lowered her voice and said, Student Lin, if you come so close to me next time, I will be angry. Angry? Lin Xia raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the little cutie couldn't bear it anymore? Then he continued to press her. What will Chang'e look like when she's angry? I want to know if she'll bite people? Su Chang'e's pupils shrank slightly. How dare this despicable man tease her like this? Do you think she is easy to bully? But I didn't know how to respond for a moment. She suppressed her anger and tilted her head as if thinking, maybe I'll punch you in the chest with my little fist. After she finished speaking, she felt so nauseous that she wanted to vomit. Her face instantly turned red and she quickly lowered her head. Lin Xia burst into laughter. It seemed that she had been wearing the mask for so long that she couldn't take it off. The false personality overwhelmed her real character. It seems that no matter how I tease her in the future, she will just suppress her anger and pretend to be embarrassed. It's so interesting. Then he reached out to touch her head again, but Su Chang'e dodged it deftly in midair. Student Lin really has a short memory. Su Chang'e took a step back, put her hands behind her back and clenched her fists. She still had a sweet smile on her face, but her eyes had turned cold. This is because I feel that Chang'e is a little distant from me. I call you Chang'e, but you still call me classmate Lin. Isn't this just to narrow the distance between us? Lin Xia explained as a matter of course. This. After hearing his explanation, Su Chang'e felt that it made sense. If she showed resistance to him, how could she win over him? But she has never called any male classmates by their names. It would make her feel like she has a close relationship with them, and she doesn't want that. The stinky man is only worthy of being her slave. However, Lin Xie is the slave she really wants to conquer, so she should give him some special benefits. Then, from now on I'll call you Qi. Xie. She stammered as she called out the name, and an inexplicable feeling of shame surged in her heart, as if she and Lin Xie had a very close relationship. Ding, Su Chang'a's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 10-100, the host obtains 1000 rescue coins. Lin Xie was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. Recalling the effort and embarrassment on Su Chang'a's face when she called his name just now, he had a rough idea in his mind. Hasn't she ever called another man by his name? You are the queen, why are you so shy when I call you by your name? Have you ever taken the initiative to attack a man? Judging from the looks of it, she has probably always been the center of attention among the bootlickers. In this case, it seems that I have to take the initiative to adjust you. Little cutie. Okay, stop messing around and fill out the form. Lang Ruoshi saw the two of them flirting with each other and couldn't help but interrupt them. She walked up to Lin Xie and whispered in his ear, "Hubby, you're not really attracted to her, are you?" Lin Xie held her in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Don't you think Xiao Chang'e is cute?" Humph, a philandering, bad husband. Lang Ruoshi knew the answer after hearing his words and snorted with a hint of jealousy. You will always be my most beloved baby. Lin Xie comforted. Lang Ruoshi could only lean in his arms helplessly. Looking at the two people whispering to each other, Su Chang'e felt angry. However, she did not have the right identity to separate them now, so she could only turn around and continue filling out the form. Soon the two of them filled out the forms, joined the class group, and received campus cards and freshman handbooks. Lin Xie smiled and said to Su Chang'e, "Next we are going to the gymnasium to get the military training uniforms and bedding. Chang'e, come with us? I can go by myself. I won't bother you." Su Chang'e said quickly, pretending to be embarrassed. Lang Ruoshi knew that she couldn't change Lin Xie's mind, so she wanted to get in touch with Su Chang'e more and understand her personality. So he took her arm enthusiastically and said, "Don't be polite, Su's sister. The gymnasium is 20 minutes walk from here, and Taoyuan dormitory is not far from the gymnasium. I'll take you there on the way. It'll be much faster if you take my car." Su Chang'e pretended to be reluctant and nodded in agreement. She sneered in her heart, she is indeed a big-breasted and brainless woman who actually took the initiative to give herself the opportunity to conquer this cheap man. When I snatch him away and step on him, will you regret it? Chapter 49. Lin Xie's continued teasing. The three of them arrived at the parking lot, and Lang Ruoshi's pink BMW was particularly eye-catching. Su Chang'e took a glance and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. A car of this level would not even fit in her garage. But she quickly put on a sweet smile, "Senior sister's car is so beautiful. Get in the car." Lang Ruoshi smiled and opened the trunk. Lin Xie took the initiative to help Su Chang'e put away the suitcase, but deliberately got into the passenger seat first. He turned to Su Chang'e, who was still standing next to the car, and said with a smile, "Jiangu, get in the car quickly." Su Chang'e gritted her teeth secretly. This bastard actually asked her to sit in the back seat. It was obvious that he wanted her to be a light bulb. She suppressed her anger and a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Okay." As she elegantly sat in the back seat, she had already cut Lin Xie into pieces in her heart. This despicable man actually dared to tease her like this. Once I conquer him, I will make him kneel down and lick my high heels. The car started, and Lang Ruoshi drove skillfully through the campus. Where is Chang'e from? Lang Ruoshi asked through the rearview mirror. I'm from Tianjing City. Su Chang'e answered obediently. That's quite far from here. Lin Xie suddenly interrupted, didn't Xian go ask her family to take her there? Of course not, I am very independent. Su Chang'e raised her chin proudly. As a mature queen, how could she possibly need her parents' escort like a child? Although her parents insisted on sending her, she firmly refused. Oh? Aren't your parents worried? Lin Xie observed her proud expression through the rearview mirror, thought it was cute, and continued to ask questions. I have been independent since I was young, they have nothing to worry about. Su Chang'e still maintained a proud attitude. It seems that Chang'e is not as timid as she looks. Lin Xie continued to tease her. This sentence instantly ignited Su Chang'e's anger. Is this bastard hinting at her short stature again? Good. You are tall, right? You will definitely kneel down at my feet in the end. However, in order to maintain her image, she could only suppress her anger and force herself to smile sweetly, but her tone was a bit gnashing. Student Lin, I am very brave, and the word cowardly cannot be used to describe me. Is the brave classmate Su angry? Lin Qiye turned his head and looked at Su Chang'e, his eyes full of evil amusement. No, it's just that I'm not a timid person, so I don't like this word a little bit. Seeing Lin Qiye turning around, Su Chang'e waved her hand pretending not to care. I just don't like being called a coward. Then why is Qiange still calling me Lin? Didn't we agree to call me Qiye? But Lin Qiye still didn't let her go, staring at her with burning eyes and asking questions. His eyes were too intense for Su Chang'e to handle and she looked away in panic. She had never been looked at so boldly by a boy before. In the past, those stinky men regarded her as a goddess and didn't even have the courage to look her in the eyes and talk to her. How dare this stinky man? Her reaction made Lin Qiye further speculate that she must be from a well-off family and had been spoiled like a princess since childhood. Coupled with the flattery of her classmates, she developed a queen's heart. If her figure was in line with the queen style, she probably wouldn't pretend to be sweet and cute. It's so interesting. Let me tease you and see how long you can't hold back. He deliberately moved closer. What's wrong with Qiange? Is she shy? How could I be shy? Su Chang'e turned her head suddenly, but shrank back when she met Lin Qiye's eyes at close range. Oh, then why don't you dare look me in the eye? Lin Qiye continued to pester. Su Chang'e was forced into a corner by Lin Qiye, and her cheeks flushed unconsciously. She had never met such a bold man. In the past, those men were always timid in front of her and didn't even dare to speak loudly. But this guy in front of her actually dared to tease her like this. Who dares not look at you? Su Chang'e pretended to be calm and suddenly raised her head to meet Lin Qiye's eyes. But the moment their eyes met, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Those deep eyes seemed to swallow her up, making her forget to breathe for a moment. Lang Ruoshi saw this scene through the rearview mirror. She knew that Lin Qiye was deliberately teasing Su Chang'e. It seemed that he really fell in love with this junior schoolmate. Although she could accept it, she couldn't help but remind him jealously, "Hubby, don't bully Chang'e." How could I bully her? Lin Qiye chuckled, stepped back, stretched out his left hand and placed it on Lang Ruoshi's thigh to gently stroke her to comfort her. I'm just cultivating feelings with Chang'e. Who wants to develop feelings with you? Su Chang'e finally found her voice and said angrily. Lin Qiye pretended to sigh in disappointment. It seems that Qiange doesn't want to be friends with me. Su Chang'e then realized that she had overreacted. This was the slave she wanted to conquer. How could I push him away? I should let him fall in love with me. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger and said, Student Lin, it's not that I don't want to be friends with you, but anyone would be uncomfortable staring at a girl so closely when they meet for the first time, right? It's all my fault. Isn't it because Chang'e is so cute that I couldn't help but want to get close to her? Lin Qiye turned around and explained with a pretended apology. The word cute again. This instantly broke Su Chang'e's defense. Student Lin, didn't we agree before that you shouldn't call me cute? This time Lin Qiye did not compromise and turn the tables, but Chang'e dressed so cutely, isn't it just to make others praise you for being cute? His words made Su Chang'e very angry. She had always dressed like this, and those stinky men had always praised her for her beauty and called her Goddess Su. How could she possibly want others to praise her for being cute? Only this bastard kept saying she was cute. But she could only pretend to be annoyed and said, I have always dressed like this. Before, everyone just said I was pretty, no one said I was cute. That's because they have no taste. Lin Qiye looked at her seriously and praised, Qiange is not only beautiful, but also very cute. This almost confession of love made Su Chang'e instantly at a loss, and her ears turned red. Before, no man dared to say these words so bluntly to her face. At most, he only dared to write them in love letters. What does this bastard mean? Is he attracted to her? Humph. How dare you say such a thing? Don't blame me for being rude. She glanced at Lang Ruoshi and said meaningfully, Student Lin, you have a girlfriend, you can't say such misleading words to other girls. Qiange, what are you thinking about? You don't think I'm attracted to you, do you? I'm just stating the facts, baby, am I right? Lin Qiye looked innocent. That's right, I believe my husband has no other thoughts about you, Chang'e. It's just a fact that you are beautiful and cute. Lang Ruoshi echoed. Although she knew that Lin Qiye was deliberately teasing Su Chang'e, it seemed that Su Chang'e had no such thoughts about him for her own reasons, so she could only defend the dignity of her man. Damn it! Su Chang'e felt like a clown, being severely humiliated by this couple. And she couldn't find a reason to refute, so she could only pretend to be embarrassed and annoyed and said, "Isn't this to blame Lin's words? It's too misleading." Seeing Su Chang'e trying to suppress her anger and blushing with anger, Lin Xie stopped teasing her and said, "Shen Gu, you think too much. And why do you keep calling me classmate Lin?" This sentence made Su Chang'e even more angry. Was this bastard saying that she was being too sentimental? She wanted to refute but couldn't find the right words, and she felt very frustrated. What made her even more embarrassed was that under Lin Xie's deep gaze, she unconsciously called out softly, Xie. After Su Chang'e finished shouting, she blushed and lowered her head. It turns out that calling a man by a stinky name is too embarrassing. My mind unconsciously recalled Lin Xie's words that were almost a confession just now, and my heart was pounding, as if he was confessing to me and I agreed to him. Ah! Su Chang'e. What are you thinking about? How could you let your imagination run wild just because of his misleading words? All nasty men are dirty, how can you fantasize about him becoming your boyfriend? Stinky men are only fit to be slaves. Ding, Su Chang'e's rescue value plus 10, current rescue value, 2100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 50, Exposing the Disguise, Lin Xie's Plan. When he heard the system prompt, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. It seems that this queen is really innocent. Just a vague remark and a name-calling made her uneasy. We're here. You get off first. I'll find a parking space. Lang Ruoshi's voice interrupted Lin Xie's thoughts. After the two got off the car, Lin Xie deliberately used an ambiguous name to tease, "Let's go, little cutie." Today he was determined to make Su Chang'e get used to the ambiguous name. I told you not to call me cute. Su Chang'e protested angrily, but she had to maintain her sweet image, so she could only lower her voice and emphasize, "Student Lin, please respect my opinion." Okay, Xiao Chang'e. Lin Xie changed his words smoothly, his eyes full of teasing, and strode ahead without waiting for her to refute. Looking at Lin Xie's back, Su Chang'e stomped her feet in anger. This bastard was clearly teasing her on purpose. As the queen, when has she ever been teased like this? No, I must get my revenge. There were not many people in the gymnasium, and there were scattered teams from each college. There were about a dozen people queuing up from the Department of Economics and Trade. Lin Xie walked towards the team, turned around and said to Su Chang'e, "Follow me." This attitude of taking care of the little sister made Su Chang'e even more angry. She was not blind, did she need him to remind her? But seeing that Lin Xie had already turned his head away, he could only stomp his feet in anger and follow. While queuing, Su Chang'e stood behind Lin Xie and felt that his tall figure was like a mountain blocking her way, making her inexplicably breathless. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this moment, Lin Xie suddenly turned around and saw Su Chang'e, who was far away from him. He turned around and walked to her, bending down and getting close to her face. "Xiao Chang'e, is it necessary to stay so far away from me? Are you afraid of me? Didn't you say you were very brave before?" The distance between them suddenly shortened to 10 centimeters, and Su Chang'e's heartbeat accelerated instantly. She turned her face away in panic, pretending to be calm. Who is afraid of you? It's just that you are blocking my way and preventing me from breathing fresh air. Lin Xie leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Do you believe such a far-fetched reason, Xiao Chang'e?" The warm breath made Su Chang'e tremble all over, and she jumped away like a frightened rabbit. Has classmate Lin always been so frivolous? Is it necessary to get so close to a girl when talking to her? And don't call me Xiao Chang'e anymore. Su Chang'e accused with a red face. I was testing whether you were afraid of me or not. Lin Xie said innocently, "The result proves that you are afraid, you coward. From now on I will call you Xiao Chang'e." Who's afraid of you? I'm not a coward. You are not allowed to call me Xiao Chang'e. Su Chang'e retorted with her neck stiff. How about we do a test? Lin Xie's eyes flashed with cunning. If you win, I won't call you Xiao Chang'e anymore. What if you lose? Su Chang'e asked back. Well. Lin Xie pretended to think, and suddenly moved closer to her again. What does Xiao Chang'e want from me? You. Su Chang'e's heartbeat quickened by his aura, and she blurted out impulsively, "If you lose, you will have to call me queen from now on." After he finished speaking, he realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly observed Lin Xie's reaction. Lin Xie was stunned at first. He didn't expect her to speak out her true thoughts. He originally wanted to call her Xiao Chang'e so that she would have no reason to object. Calling her by this name for a long time naturally created an ambiguous feeling. After that, he kept teasing her but was distant towards her. He then deliberately distanced himself from her and paid attention to other girls to let her know that she was not an exception to him. She is so proud that she won't be willing to be outdone by others, and will definitely do everything to keep me here. By then, I just need to do a little manipulation and she will kneel down obediently. But now he was going to change his mind. He wanted to take this opportunity to expose her disguise and see what effect it would have. Then he pretended to be enlightened and said, "I see. I was wondering why Xiao Chang'e was so resistant to the word cute. It turns out you have a queen's heart." When Su Chang'e heard this, she felt so ashamed that she couldn't face anyone. Although she has always wanted to be a queen, she has never told anyone. After all, with her petite figure, if she said she wanted to be a queen or something, she would probably just be laughed at by others, right? This bastard must be laughing at her now. However, unexpectedly, Lin Qiye did not laugh at her. Instead, he asked seriously, "Since Xiao Chang'e wants to be the queen, why do you have to pretend to be sweet and lovely?" You don't laugh at me?" Su Chang'e asked in great surprise and trepidation. "Why would I laugh at you?" Lin Qiye said matter-of-factly, "It's not something shameful. I was just saying that I always felt something was weird when I was with Xiao Chang'e before. It turns out that wasn't the real you." Su Chang'e lowered her head unconsciously. She didn't expect that her disguise would be seen through by a boy she had just known for less than a day, but strangely, she felt relieved. Maybe I don't have to pretend in front of him anymore? She herself even hated this disguise, which was completely contrary to her own personality. "Do you think that you can't be a queen because of your petite figure?" Lin Qiye suddenly asked. Su Chang'e looked up suddenly, a hint of surprise and grievance flashing in her eyes. "Isn't it?" She bit her lip and asked back, with a bit of unwillingness in her voice, "With a height of 158 centimeters, everyone will just treat me as a child, right? Isn't that how you always treat me?" Lin Qiye suddenly reached out and rubbed her hair. This time, Su Chang'e didn't dodge for some reason. "Silly," he said in a surprisingly gentle voice, "a true queen is determined by her inner aura, not her external stature. How tall do you think Queen Victoria was in history?" Su Chang'e was stunned. She had never thought about the problem from this perspective. But. Besides, Lin Qiye suddenly approached with a wicked smile, "You just asked me to call you queen. Wasn't it very imposing?" Su Chang'e's face turned red. "That's because I was angry with you," she stammered in defense. "Really?" Lin Qiye raised his eyebrows. "Then how about trying it again now? Say, Qiye classmate, please let go of your stinky hands on my head. Qiye classmate, please let go of your hand on my head." Su Chang'e muttered uncontrollably. No, Lin Qiye shook his head, "Use the same momentum you just had. Come, look into my eyes." Su Chang'e plucked up the courage to look up and met Lin Qiye's smiling eyes. For some reason, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Nanao-san, please. Her voice was even softer than before. Lin Qiye suddenly reached out and pinched her chin. "Is this all the power your majesty the queen has?" This intimate action and embarrassing name made Su Chang'e completely panic. She felt that all the blood in her body was rushing to her brain, and her mind went blank and she couldn't think. "Let me go." She slapped Lin Qiye's hand away in panic, like a frightened kitten. Ding, Su Chang'e's rescue value plus 20, current rescue value, 4100, the host obtains 2000 rescue coins. Lin Qiye withdrew his hand with satisfaction. It seems that the psychological defenses of this queen are even more vulnerable than he imagined. After what he did to her, she must be dizzy and don't know how to face herself. He had planned to teach her to be a lowly queen who would maintain a proud and majestic image in front of outsiders, but be gentle and lovely only in front of him. This contrast was really exciting. At this time, Lang Ruoshi parked the car and walked over. "What are you talking about so happily?" "Nothing." Lin Qiye naturally put his arm around Lang Ruoshi's waist. "I'm teaching Xiao Chang'e how to be a queen." "Queen?" Lang Ruoshi looked at Su Chang'e curiously. Su Chang'e wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why does this bastard say everything? I'm going to line up. She ran to the end of the line in a panic. Lang Ruoshi looked at Su Chang'e's fleeing back, thinking, "Husband, you wouldn't." Are you teasing Chang'e again?" Lang Ruoshi lightly hit Lin Qiye on the chest. Lin Qiye smiled without saying anything, but just put his arm around Lang Ruoshi's waist domineeringly. "Are you jealous?" No. Lang Ruoshi denied with a red face, it's just, if you really like her. Silly girl, Lin Xie kissed her on the forehead, you will always be my big baby. Lang Ruoshi leaned sweetly in his arms, but her eyes involuntarily drifted towards Su Chang's direction. She always felt that there seemed to be something special about this petite Su Chang'a that attracted Lin Xie. On the other side, Su Chang'a covered her hot cheeks, her heart still pounding. Damn, this bastard. She never thought that her true thoughts, which she had hidden for many years, would be revealed so easily. What was even more unexpected was that Lin Xie not only did not laugh at her, but who wants his encouragement? Su Chang'a shook her head vigorously, trying to get that hateful smiling face out of her mind. But the more he resisted, the clearer Lin Xie's gentle voice became. Fool. A true queen is not determined by her figure. And when he called her my queen, it didn't sound like submission at all, it was more like flirting. Ah. This is so annoying. Su Chang'a stomped her feet madly, attracting the attention of the students around her. Su Chang'a then realized her own gaffe and hurriedly resumed her well-behaved appearance. But her heart was still in a mess, and she had no idea how to face Lin Xie in the future. Can I really conquer him successfully? She bit her lip and thought to herself, he is completely different from those stinky boys before. In the past, those stinky boys were always timid in front of her, like slaves serving the queen, afraid of making her unhappy. But this bastard was not at all cowardly in front of her. Instead, he teased her until she was dizzy. What upset her even more was that the damn bastard didn't seem to be attracted to her at all, he just thought she was cute and wanted to tease her. Teaching me how to be a queen. He must be teasing me. Su Chang'a clenched her fists, digging her nails deep into her palms. He must be holding back his laughter. Her cheeks burned again at the thought. Damn it! You stinky man! She cursed in her heart, gritting her teeth, I hate you so much. But the more he thought about it, the clearer Lin Xia's face with a smirk appeared before his eyes. The warm breath when he leaned over to speak in her ear, the gentle tone when he called her Xiao Chang'a, and the teasing look when he said the queen is just this much momentum. Ah! Don't think about it anymore. Su Chang'a shook her head vigorously, trying to drive those images out of her mind. But my heart was pounding uncontrollably, and even the tips of my ears were red and hot. She secretly glanced back at Lin Xie and found that he was hugging Lang Ruoshi's waist and they were talking intimately. Lang Ruoshi had a sweet smile on her face, and she would hit his chest coquettishly from time to time. Seeing this scene, Su Chang'a felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Humph. Slut. She turned away, but couldn't help but sneak a peek. When I get this bastard, I'll make sure you, a slut, watch him kneel down and put on my shoes every day. Chapter 51 Su Chang'a shows herself. The team moved forward slowly, but Su Chang'a was the only one who stood there with his head down, keeping a distance from the team. Lin Xie planned to continue teasing her, so Lang Ruoshi stayed where she was. Lang Ruoshi knew that he was determined to take down Su Chang'a, so she could only stay where she was and give them some space to be alone. Lin Xie walked behind Su Chang'a, leaned over and whispered in her ear, My queen, what are you daydreaming about? Su Chang'a, who was immersed in her thoughts, was startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head sharply and her cheek just brushed against Lin Xie's profile. She jumped away as if she had been electrocuted, and shouted in shame and anger, Lin Xie. What are you doing? And don't call me queen. I'm just kindly reminding you that there's no one ahead. Lin Xie stood up, chuckled and touched his face. Why, you don't like this name? Seeing him touching her face, Su Chang'a couldn't help but recall the intimate contact just now. She originally thought that she would feel disgusted, after all, the stinky man was like a slave to her before. The slave violated the queen's pure body, which of course made the queen feel disgusted and nauseous, but now she did not feel disgusted, but only shame and anger. And the way he called her queen didn't make her feel happy at all. That smile seemed to be mocking her, even more shameful than Xiao Chang'a. Asshole, do you think it's fun to tease me? Su Chang'a clenched his fists and shouted in a low voice. I'm not teasing you. Lin Xie took a step closer, leaned over and said seriously, Look, now you dare to scold me in person, this is a bit like a queen. I'm helping you find yourself again. These words made Su Chang'a stunned. Indeed, when Lin Xie teased her before, in order to maintain her sweet image, she could only curse him in her heart, and on the surface she could only pretend to be angry and ask him not to do that. Now she actually cursed out loud, and she felt refreshed in her heart. Is this the real her? But facing Lin Xie who was so close to her, she didn't know why she still didn't dare to look at him directly. She could only turn her face away and mutter softly, "Who asked you to help?" "Really? There are no slaves in the university who will obey your orders." Lin Chia leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you meet someone you hate and he pushes you too far, are you going to punch him in the chest with your little fist?" Lin Chia's words made Su Chang'e forget to dodge for a moment and she stood there in a daze. Why does he know me so thoroughly? When I was in high school, I was always the focus of the class. I was the goddess Su that everyone flattered, and no one dared to offend her in the slightest. She had never thought about how to deal with being offended. She originally thought that the situation would be the same in college. When bad men saw her, they would be so fascinated by her that they would become slaves and would only try to please her. But she was helpless to do anything after being teased repeatedly by her first target in college, the guy in front of her whom she wanted to make a slave. I am the queen, how can I keep being offended by slaves? Is there something wrong with this script? Okay, here comes a practice subject. Lin Chia saw a senior who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a decent appearance walking towards him. He gave a gentle reminder and stood up straight. Before Su Chang'e could react, she heard a strange male voice coming from behind her. "My junior, you actually have a girlfriend, why are you still flirting with this junior?" He was a junior volunteer who came to maintain order in the gymnasium. Another purpose was to see if he could meet a beautiful female junior. Because there were not many new students at this time, he noticed Su Chang'e as soon as he came in. However, when he saw Lin Chia beside him, he thought the two were a couple, so he had no choice but to give up. However, when he saw Lang Ruoshi coming over and hugging Lin Chi more intimately, he knew that the two were a couple. Lin Chia and Su Chang'e could only be classmates who came together to collect supplies. He was flirting with Su Chang'e before, but now he is still flirting with Su Chang'e in front of his girlfriend. He is definitely a scumbag. He absolutely cannot let such a cute schoolgirl fall into his clutches. He thinks he has a good appearance and a good figure. Maybe because of this heroic act of saving the beauty, this cute schoolgirl will fall in love with him. Then he said to Su Chang'e with a righteous look, "Don't be afraid, junior sister. We are here." This kind of scumbag is the best at using sweet words to deceive young girls. Lin Chia raised his eyebrows and looked at him with interest, with no intention of explaining at all. Su Chang'e turned around and looked at the man. Although he looked good, he was far inferior to Lin Chia. If she had not met Lin Chia, she might have given him a position as a substitute slave. But after meeting Lin Chia, a stinky man who didn't take her seriously and teased her, she felt that the standard of her previous slaves was too low and not worthy of her status as a queen. Only a stinky man like Lin Chia who was unmoved by her charm could submit to her, which could better reflect the demeanor of a queen, wasn't it? Looking at the man in front of her who was trying to please her, she didn't have the slightest desire to win him over. "Senior, you misunderstood. He didn't tease me," Su Chang'e said politely. "I know you are scared. Don't worry, as long as you feel uncomfortable, just tell me boldly." "I will never let him bully you," said the senior confidently. "I'm not scared, thank you for your kindness, senior." His words made Su Chang'e instantly angry. This bastard actually thought that she would be afraid and easy to bully. This really touched her bottom line. However, she still instinctively waved her hand in disguise and responded sweetly. "Is he in the same class with you? You're afraid he will get even more aggressive in bullying you." "Don't worry, I will take care of it," the senior student made a serious assurance. Seeing his reckless look, Su Chang'e became even more angry, as if she was bound to be bullied. However, she didn't know how to refute, and subconsciously looked at Lin Chia. The latter chuckled and said, "Just speak your true thoughts boldly. You want to be the queen. What are you afraid of?" This sentence reminded Su Chang'e of Lin Chia's previous words: "When you meet someone you hate who is pushing you too far, do you still have to punch him in the chest with your little fist?" Looking at Lin Chia's encouraging eyes, she took a deep breath, raised her chin slightly, and looked directly into the senior's eyes. "Senior, I think you misunderstood. There is no need for outsiders to interfere in the matter between him and me." The senior obviously didn't expect Su Chang'e to suddenly change her tone. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he soon changed it into a concerned expression. "Junior sister, you may not understand since you just came to college. I have seen a lot of such scumbags." "Senior," Su Chang'e's voice suddenly turned cold, "may I ask in what capacity you are here to take care of my affairs?" The senior was stunned by the question. I am a volunteer." "Then please do your volunteer work well and don't mind your own business." Su Chang'e's eyes were filled with a cold arrogance that didn't match her sweet and lovely appearance. Also, I don't like others labeling me as someone who is easy to bully. Please take back the name little girl. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle as he watched from the side, it was so adorable. When Su Chang'e heard his laughter, she tried to remain calm and didn't look back, but the tips of her ears turned a little red. The senior's face turned pale and blue, and he felt like he had become a part of their play. This lovely schoolgirl might have been willing to be teased by this bastard. She left in anger, saying, "You will regret it." At this moment, Su Chang'e was a little excited. She seemed to have found a little bit of the feeling of being a true queen. Because in her heart, her mother is her ideal model of a queen, always elegant and calm, and when faced with bad-looking men trying to strike up a conversation with her, she can always reject them firmly but gracefully. Those ungrateful men will always retreat in shame in front of their mother. "Not bad, Your Majesty." Lin Xie applauded. "It seems that my special training is very effective." "Who asked you to have special training?" Su Chang'e retorted with a red face, but she felt indescribably relieved in her heart. It turns out that not pretending to be cute is so comfortable. But Lin Xie suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. "The way that senior looked at me just now, I guess I was a scumbag who wanted to have two girlfriends at the same time." "Tell me, should I confirm this crime?" "What do you mean?" Su Chang'e was a little at a loss for a moment. Could it be that this bastard had been bewitched by her? "Xiao Qiange, so cute really makes my heart flutter." Lin Xie chuckled and said this, then went forward to get the supplies, leaving Su Chang'e alone in the place with random thoughts. Su Chang'e stood there in a daze, her face turning red and white. Finally, she concluded that Lin Xie was deliberately teasing her. How she wanted to be like her mother, who could make everyone bow down to her with just a glance. But now she is being teased by her first target in college. Asshole. She couldn't think of a solution for a moment, so she could only stamp her feet in anger and quickly follow. Ding, Su Chang'e's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 45,100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 52, Becoming Su Chang'e's Teaching Knight. Su Qiangu picture. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xie's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that the defense of this queen is gradually collapsing. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, he suddenly turned around and bumped into Su Chang'e, who was following him aggressively. The moment their eyes met, Su Chang'e's heart skipped a beat. She turned her face away in haste, and the tips of her ears turned a faint pink. Why is Xiao Qiange blushing? Wasn't she so majestic before? There was obvious mockery in Lin Xie's voice. Who is blushing? Su Chang'e raised her head and retorted reflexively, but she felt her cheeks getting even hotter. It's just, the gym is too hot. You performed well just now. I decided to continue training you. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows but did not expose her poor excuse. What special training? Su Chang'e looked at him warily. I will personally teach you how to become a real queen. Lin Xie leaned over and whispered in her ear. Su Chang'e felt the warmth on her earlobe and shuddered all over. She almost jumped up. Please stay away from me. Lin Xie stood up, with a smile on his face that made Su Chang'e angry and annoyed. Why, is the queen scared now? I'm not afraid. Su Chang'e straightened her back subconsciously, but when she saw the smile in his eyes, she lost her temper again. What on earth are you going to do? Lin Xie raised a finger and said, First lesson for you, look someone straight in the eye calmly. Su Chang'e glared at him unconvincingly. Am I not looking at you now? Her eyes were wide open, and after a moment her gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. The eyes are wandering, the ears are red. Is this what you call looking straight ahead calmly? Lin Xie chuckled. It seems that special training will be needed in the future. Who asked you to have special training? Su Chang'e refuted verbally, but couldn't help but recall the senior who was humiliated by her just now, and the sense of relief she felt when he left in anger. She secretly glanced at Lin Xie and found that he was looking at her with a knowing look, as if he could see through all her thoughts. This feeling is so weird. Which of those stinky boys in high school wasn't bewitched by her at a glance? But the bastard in front of her was not only out of her control, but made her heart beat faster and her mind become confused. Well, Su Chang'e hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, why do you want to help me? Lin Xie tilted his head, because it's interesting. Just because of this? Su Chang'e felt a little lost for some reason. What else? Lin Xie looked at her with a half smile, and suddenly leaned close to her red cheeks. Do you think that I am like the boys who pursued you before, and I have been fascinated by you and fallen for you, so I want to do my best to satisfy the queen's wish? Who would think so? Su Chang's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of several freshmen around. She immediately lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Xie stopped teasing her. After collecting the supplies, he turned around and saw Su Chang following behind him. She looked a little tired as she held the supplies in both hands. He teased, "My queen, is it hard for you to even carry these things? Do you need the knight's help?" Knight? Su Chang'e was stunned when she heard the name, and the handsome and tall figure in the fairy tale involuntarily emerged in her mind. She secretly glanced at Lin Xia's superior profile, and her heartbeat quickened again. Su Chang'e bit her lower lip, trying to suppress the inexplicable throbbing in her heart, and snorted in a cold voice, "Who wants your help? You are not worthy to be my knight." Lin Xia raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Su Chang'e was really thinking about the issue of knights. It seemed that she was a little cutie immersed in fantasy. So should he confirm his identity as a knight? Isn't this the right identity to save her? As the little queen's royal knight, it is of course my duty to teach her to become a qualified queen. After that, the concept of knighthood must be instilled in her. Knights are completely different from slaves. Knights only have the obligation to teach and protect the queen, but they will not obey the queen's orders like slaves. In teaching and protecting, he has plenty of ways to make her dependent on him. After that, she will definitely feel possessive about herself and want her to belong to her alone. At that time, I will emphasize the concept of knighthood and let her know that she is not someone she can control, so in order to keep her, she can only compromise with me and meet his requirements. After thinking it over, he smiled more playfully. "Oh? Then what kind of person do you think is worthy of being your knight, your majesty?" Su Chang'e was speechless for a moment. She had never thought about this question at all. After all, she felt that stinky men were only meant to be slaves. However, the knights in the fairy tale world seem to be handsome, loyal and reliable, and they respect and love the queen. But they will never beg for mercy like those servile slaves. He would never be like this hateful bastard in front of him, always teasing his queen. Wait. Why is she really thinking about this seriously? She suddenly came back to her senses and glared at Lin Xia. "Anyway, it's not like you. That's a shame. I wanted to teach you how to be a true queen as a knight." Lin Xia pretended to sigh with regret. "Xiao Chang'e, since you don't need a knight, then forget it." He would not let her feel that she really wanted to be the knight. He would make her beg him actively, so that he could take the dominant position. Anyway, he has plenty of time and there is no need to rush. Seeing that he no longer insisted and changed his words to Xiao Chang'e, Su Chang'e felt angry but also a little disappointed. Just at this moment, a boy who was running by in a hurry suddenly bumped into her shoulder. The package of the mat fell to the ground, and the boy lost his balance and fell forward. When Lin Xie heard her call, he turned around and quickly supported her, then picked up the mat on the ground and said jokingly, "It seems that the little Queen Chang'e is now very vulnerable without the protection of the knight. This damn bastard." Su Chang'e was very angry after being teased by Lin Xie many times. She clenched her hands and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with tears of shame and anger. It seems that only by becoming a real queen can I avoid being teased by him. "Hey, Lin Xie." She suddenly raised her voice and shouted, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice that she herself was not even aware of. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. I. Su Chang'e took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell slightly with his breathing. She forced herself to look up and look him in the eyes, but when she met his gaze she looked away unconsciously. "I want you to teach me how to be a true queen." Lin Xie was slightly startled. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to propose it so soon. Then he raised the corners of his lips with a meaningful arc, took a step forward and leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Yes, little Queen Chang'e, let the night teach you to be a qualified queen." After saying that, he straightened up, winked at Su Chang'e, then turned and walked towards the door. Su Chang'e stood there in a daze, her fair little face flushed. She unconsciously raised her hand to touch her hot ears and felt her heart was about to jump out. "Little Queen Chang'e. Night. She whispered softly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Why does it sound like a majestic royal knight is going to teach an immature queen? This realization made her feel an indescribable emotion in her heart, a mixture of shame and annoyance, yet also a bit of anticipation. Looking at Lin Xie's receding back, she bit her lower lip unconsciously. How come this slave whom she originally wanted to subdue became her teaching knight? She couldn't figure it out. Ding, Su Chang'e's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 53 Su Chang'e's discomfort and regret. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xie didn't react much, which was within his expectations. He deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Su Chang'e to catch up. Hey! Su Chang'e trotted a few steps to catch up with him and shouted at him angrily, "Why are you walking so fast?" What? Little Queen doesn't want to separate from the knight? Lin Xie turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of teasing. Who doesn't want to be separated from you? Su Chang'e retorted with a red face. She subconsciously tightened the corners of her clothes, but her voice unconsciously weakened. Just what? Lin Xie stopped and turned to face her. Su Chang'e was startled by his sudden movement and almost fell into his arms. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and stammered, "It's just, you haven't told me how to do special training yet." Looking at her helpless look, Lin Xie's eyes were filled with smiles. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on her head. "Hasn't the first lesson been taught? You must learn to look someone in the eye calmly. That doesn't count." Su Chang'e felt the hand on her head, but she didn't feel disgusted. Instead, his attitude as an elder made her angry. She quickly slapped his hand away and took a small step back. "That was just something you came up with at the last minute." All right. This pat on the head was a test by Lin Xie to see if she was still as resistant to his intimate contact as before. Her reaction gave him the answer, a great start. Then she shrugged and said, "Then the second lesson is learn to control your emotions. A true queen will not be easily seen through." Su Chang'e was stunned, and then realized that she really couldn't control her emotions well in front of him. She used to be the center of the class, everyone obeyed her and never offended her, and her emotions never got out of control. But she didn't expect that when she met this bastard, she couldn't keep calm. Then he bit his lip and tried to keep a straight face. I know. Also. Lin Xie suddenly leaned closer to her and lowered his voice. "The queen must also be able to tell who will not hurt her." The face so close to her made Su Chang'e feel uneasy and she almost jumped away again. But thinking of the lesson just now, she forced herself to stay where she was, but the tips of her ears turned red uncontrollably. Of course I know," she said with forced calmness. "Really?" Lin Xie stood up and looked at her with a smile. "Then do you think I am someone who would hurt you?" This question left Su Chang'e speechless for a moment. She looked up into Lin Xie's eyes, trying to find the answer. There was a smile in those deep eyes, but they seemed to hide something deeper that she couldn't see through. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to answer. "Okay, little queen, there's still a lot of time, you will know what kind of person I am." Lin Xie suddenly turned around. "Let's go, Ruoshi is still waiting for us." When Su Chang'e heard him call Lang Ruoshi's name gently, she felt inexplicably blocked in her heart. She jogged a few steps to catch up with him, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, "When does the special training start?" Lin Xie turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of smiles. "Isn't it starting now?" Su Chang'e looked confused. "Special training is available anytime and anywhere." Lin Xie explained, "For example, right now, you need to learn to control your expression and tone." Su Chang'e finally understood and quickly adjusted her expression, trying to make herself look calmer. "Not bad, there has been progress." Lin Xie nodded, "But your eyes are still too vague." I will try my best." Su Chang'e nodded solemnly, looking just like a well-behaved student who listened attentively to the teacher in class. Lin Xie couldn't help but feel amused when he saw her serious expression. This little queen is so innocent and cute. Teaching knights is so much fun. The two of them immediately left the gymnasium and Lang Ruoshi was standing by the car not far from the door, waiting for them. Seeing them coming together, Lang Ruoshi's eyes flashed with complicated emotions, but she soon returned to her smile. "Have you collected all the supplies?" she asked. "Yes." Lin Xie naturally put his arm around her waist. "Let's go and send the little queen to Taoyuan dormitory." "Little queen?" Lang Ruoshi tilted her head in confusion. "Because Qian Ge likes people to call her that." Lin Xie laughed jokingly. "Who likes it?" Su Chang'e immediately shouted angrily. She didn't know why she was so angry. Perhaps she felt that this was a private secret between the two of them that should not be known by outsiders, and Lang Ruoshi knew it. "Okay, this is a secret between Qian Ge and me. No one else should know about it. From now on, I will only call you this when we are alone." Lin Xie seemed to see through her thoughts that she herself was not aware of. "Humph, what secrets can I have from you?" Su Chang'e didn't appreciate her rival's words and turned away, but her tone became much softer. Lang Ruoshi looked at the two of them, and her intuition told her that they did have a secret, and they seemed to be much closer. It seemed that she would have a younger sister soon, and she felt a little sad. Okay babe, open the trunk. Lin Chia noticed her depressed mood and hugged her to the back of the car. Oh. Lang Ruoshi came back to her senses. Even if Chiang'a really became her sister, Lin Chia would not ignore her. This was the sense of security that Lin Chia gave her. It's just that he may be taken away from you with more time, so you just need to take the initiative to create more time to spend with him. It's no big deal. After calming down, he pressed the car key and opened the trunk. Su Chang'a stood where she was, her eyes unconsciously following Lin Chia's hand around Lang Ruoshi's waist. She bit her lower lip, and her chest suddenly felt uncomfortable. She suddenly didn't want to see Lin Chia being intimate with any other woman. The more she looked at Lang Ruoshi, the more annoying she found her. Xian Gu, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come over and put down the supplies. After Lin Chia put away the supplies, he saw Su Chang'a still standing there looking at them, so he spoke up to remind them. He probably knew what she was thinking. After all, the Queen's Knight was so close to a woman who was more attractive than himself, and the instinctive possessiveness in her heart made her feel uncomfortable. You don't have to tell me. Su Chang'a raised her voice unconsciously and walked closer quickly. Lang Ruoshi was startled by her sudden loud shout and looked at Lin Chia with some confusion. The latter just winked at her, signaling her not to take it seriously. After putting away the supplies, the three got in the car. Lin Chia was sitting in the passenger seat, observing Su Chang'a's expression through the rearview mirror, and found that she was staring out the window in a daze with a tense face. However, he noticed that she would secretly glance at him and Lang Ruoshi from time to time, and then quickly look away. He didn't expect the little queen to pay so much attention to him. He decided to interact closely with Lang Ruoshi again to stimulate her and see how she would react. So he placed his hand on Lang Ruoshi's thigh, stroking it gently, and exclaimed, "Baby, you have a great figure, I really want to hold you to sleep every night." Although Lang Ruoshi was confused by Lin Chia's sudden intimacy, she still blushed and said coquettishly, "Bad husband, then why do you insist on living on campus? I kind of regret it now." Lin Chia pretended to sigh, and caught a glimpse of Su Chang'a's clenched fists in the back seat from the corner of his eye, and laughed to himself. Can you guys tone it down a bit? Su Chang'a was sitting in the back seat watching this flirting scene, and the inexplicable feeling of irritation in her chest surged up again, making her clench her fists tightly. In the end, he couldn't help but yell loudly, with a sour tone in his voice that he didn't even notice. Lang Ruoshi then realized that there was someone in the back seat. Her ears turned slightly red and she quickly slapped Lin Chia's impertinent hand away. Lin Chia didn't care at all. He turned his head with a playful smile and said, "Why? It's natural for me and my girlfriend to be close. Do you want Chiang'a to interfere?" He paused deliberately, "Or, are you jealous?" He deliberately said jealousy because he wanted her to attribute the uncomfortable feeling in her heart to jealousy. If she feels uncomfortable when he gets close to other girls later, she will definitely suspect that she is jealous. As long as she believes that this is jealousy, and it happens a few more times, she will definitely think that she is in love with him. When that time comes, she will just let him do whatever he wants. How is that possible? Looking at Lin Chia's playful smile, Su Chang'a inexplicably felt guilty and shouted loudly, like a kitten with its fur standing on end, I just think that what you are doing is affecting safe driving." Being accused of being jealous by Lin Chia, she didn't know why she felt a little guilty. Could it be that she really had feelings for him? Impossible. How could she be attracted to a stinky man? It was still this bastard who had been teasing her all the time. That's good. The smile in Lin Chia's eyes did not diminish at all. He turned around and sat down. After all, a knight has no obligation to take care of the queen's feelings. These words were like a huge rock pressing on Su Chang'a's chest, making it hard for her to breathe. What does this bastard mean? You feel like you will fall in love with him, so you tell yourself in advance not to fantasize that he will return your love? Asshole. Who do you think you are? This queen doesn't like you. Just wait. I will make you, a bastard, fall in love with me. When the day comes that you confess your love to me, I will definitely say in the most contemptuous tone, "You look really funny." But on second thought, she felt a little discouraged. This bastard just likes this kind of big-breasted, brainless slut. And herself. She looked down and immediately pursed her lips in annoyance. If she had a figure like this slut, she would have probably already made this bastard crazy and make him kneel down and call her queen. How could I be teased by him like this? Ah. So annoying. Chapter 54, Su Chang'e, who is used to being obedient. Lin Chia looked at Su Chang'e's annoyed expression with her lips pursed and fists clenched through the rearview mirror in the car and thought it was so funny. What he said just now was just to prevent her from mistakenly thinking that he had any special feelings for her when she faced him intimately in the future. This was just part of the instruction. After that he can tease her as he pleases and let her be rescued from her confusion. The car soon arrived at the bottom of Taoyuan Dormitory Building 3. Xian we're here at the dormitory building. Lang Ruoshi stopped the car, turned around and gave Su Chang'e a gentle smile. I understand. Thank you. Su Chang'e responded stiffly and reached out for the car door handle. Seeing Lang Ruoshi was about to get off the car, Lin Chia stretched out his hand to stop her. Baby, it's hot outside, just wait in the car. I'll take her to the dormitory door, it's not far, and I'll be back soon. Okay. Lang Ruoshi nodded obediently. Lin Chia's considerate words made Su Chang'e feel inexplicably angry. She quickly pushed the door open, got out of the car, and slammed it shut. The little queen has quite a temper. Lin Chia laughed to himself and got out of the car. I saw Su Chang'e standing behind the car, with a tense face and looking sulky. He took out the pink suitcase and supplies from the trunk. Let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory door. It's up to you. Su Chang'e turned her face away but did not refuse. The two walked side by side on the path in the dormitory area. Why is the little queen unhappy? Lin Chia turned his head to look at her, with a hint of teasing in his tone. No. Su Chang'e turned around and glared at him. You're lying. Lin Chia chuckled, your emotions are written all over your face. This is not a qualified queen. Su Chang'e then realized that she had not controlled her emotions well, and quickly put on a stern face. I'm not unhappy, why should I be unhappy? Is it because of my closeness with Ruoshi? Lin Chia deliberately lowered his voice. Don't be so self-indulgent. Su Chang'e stopped abruptly, her cheeks flushed instantly. I don't care who you are close to. Lin Chia also stopped, turned around and lowered his head to face her. Really? Of course it's true. Su Chang'e raised her chin, trying to make herself look righteous. That's good. Lin Chia smiled darkly and straightened up and shrugged. After all, I am just your teaching knight, I will not stop contacting other women because of you. His look and words made Su Chang'e feel even more upset. He was right. He was not her slave, nor was he a knight who submitted to her. She had no right to ask him not to have contact with other women. But why did she feel so upset? The two walked in silence to the door of Taoyuan 3 dormitory building. Lin Chia handed her the luggage and said, We're here. There's an elevator in the dormitory building. Su Chang'e snatched the suitcase, took away the supplies, turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Lin Chia suddenly called her. What? Su Chang'e turned around with an angry look on her face. Lin Chia took a step forward, and under her puzzled gaze, he leaned over and stretched out his right hand to gently tidy up the messy hair on her face. The queen must always keep her appearance neat and tidy. His movements were gentle and his eyes were focused, which made Su Chang'e forget to dodge for a moment. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably and her cheeks became hot. This bastard was deliberately teasing her. But his reasons were irrefutable. By the time she came to her senses and tried to dodge, Lin Chia had already stood up, with that smile on his face that made her angry and annoyed. Then Lin Chia took out his mobile phone, called up the Feishan QR code, and held it in front of her. By the way, little queen, at Feishan, I will send you a copy of the queen's training manual first. Seeing this, Su Chang'e hesitated for a moment, put the supplies on the suitcase, and then took out his mobile phone to scan the code to add them. Lin Chia gave her the note Little Queen Xing'e and even held it up in front of her to show her. Little Queen Xing'e, remember to change my note to night. The unique names used by two people will unconsciously bring them closer together and increase their sense of intimacy. Humph, who would change it? When Su Chang'e saw the note he left for her, she didn't expect that he was quite serious about this matter and was not teasing her, which made her feel a little secretly happy. At the same time, she was happy to accept his proposal. But if she agreed readily in person, would it seem like she really wanted to be close to him? She didn't want to be laughed at by him. Doesn't the little queen need my special training anymore? Lin Chia took a step closer. I'll change it later. Under his oppressive gaze, Su Chang'e compromised unconsciously. That's good. Lin Chia chuckled. Before you become a true queen, you must listen to the knights. You, humph. The childish tone made her very angry, but because of their special relationship she had no way to refute and could only turn her face away. There will be a class meeting in room 308 of the Jingshire building at 7:30 p.m. Remember not to be late. Seeing her submissive look, Lin Xie smiled secretly in his heart. The teaching was very successful. Su Chang'e wanted to say I want you to say it, but when she turned around and saw his serious expression, she unconsciously whispered, I know. Okay, just walk this way and you'll reach Taoyuan Canteen. Lin Xie pointed in a direction, then touched her head and said, Little Queen, I'm leaving. Before she could react, he turned and left. Su Chang'e stood there, looking at Lin Xie's tall figure going away. She found that she was actually a little reluctant to let him go. I'm not reluctant. She denied it in a low voice and stormed into the dormitory building dragging her luggage. On the other side, Lin Xie returned to the car and saw Lang Ruoshi staring blankly at the front of the car, so he turned his head and asked softly, Baby, what's wrong? Nothing. Lang Ruoshi shook her head, her tone somewhat depressed, and started the car. I just feel that you are quite special to Su Chang'e. Yeah? Lin Xie smiled non-committally, then suddenly leaned over, held the back of her head, and kissed her gently on the lips. A minute later, Lin Xie let go of Lang Ruoshi, who was panting and still unsatisfied, and held her blushing cheeks and said softly, Baby is the most special thing to me. Lang Ruoshi responded softly with a blushing face and a beating heart, and the loss in her heart was swept away. Okay, stop thinking about it and drive to Song Yuan. It's almost 6 o'clock. Seeing that he had pacified the puppy, Lin Xie let go of her, touched her head, and sat back down. He then took out his cell phone and opened Feishan. He had to study Su Chang'e's circle of friends carefully to learn about the past of this little queen. Chapter 55, Su Chang'e's past and the roommate she will meet soon. Lin Xie clicked into Su Chang'e's circle of friends and swiped the screen gently. Her circle of friends was much more interesting than he had imagined. Every photo and every update gradually pieced together a complete image of this high school goddess. The latest update was posted this morning with 2 pictures, with the background being the airport terminal. I am looking forward to the upcoming college life. Among the 2 accompanying pictures, the first one is a solo photo of Su Chang'e. In the photo, she is wearing today's sweet pink suit, with her long chestnut hair draped over her shoulders, and she is smiling sweetly at the camera. The youthful atmosphere hits you in the face. The second photo is a photo with a mature and cool goddess with a completely different temperament. She looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a well-tailored white OL suit. The slim-fitting suit jacket outlined her elegant shoulders, and the waist-hugging design perfectly highlighted her graceful and superior curves. The collar of the white lace shirt underneath is slightly open, revealing the delicate collarbone. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and behind the lenses were a pair of calm and wise eyes, with a hint of aloofness and coldness. The delicate oval face has a soft yet cool outline, and the smooth skin is as delicate as mutton fat jade, with no visible pores. Her fair face had a faint blush on it, her lips were a natural rose red, and there was no trace of blush in the corners of her eyes. Although her expression in the picture was serious, she could not conceal the doting in her eyes as she glanced at Su Chang'e. If Lin Xie hadn't seen the comments below, he would have almost thought that this mature lady was Su Chang'e's sister. The comments section was bustling with activity. Goddess Su is so beautiful. Goddess Su, which university did you go to? Why didn't you tell us? Someone responded below, does Qiangu need to tell you guys where she's going to college? The boy retorted, Xin Xiaoli, I didn't ask you. Even more striking is the comment about the mature beauty. Goddess Su's mother is always amazed no matter how many times she sees it. Qiangu is so beautiful for a reason. Yes, Goddess Su will definitely become a cool queen like her mother when she grows up. No, sweet Goddess Su, please don't become someone I dare not approach. You speak as if you dare approach the current Goddess Su. The man then angrily replied, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Su Chang'e only pinned one reply, I'm going to Jiangnan University. If I have a chance when I return to Tianjin during the holidays, we can get together. This reply immediately caused the boys to wail. It seems that this little queen is really popular. Lin Xie laughed secretly in his heart, I didn't expect that this top-notch queen is actually the mother of the little queen. She really has the demeanor of a queen. This must be the source of Shao Qianji's queen heart. I really want to meet this mature beauty in person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become more interested in the mother and daughter. Continue scrolling down, Su Chang'e's circle of friends is simply a record of the life of a high school campus goddess. In the photos, she is always surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars, and she is always in the center of every group photo, surrounded by boys who admire her and girls who envy her. But Lin Qiye could keenly observe that deep in her beautiful eyes, there was a subtle contempt. It is worth noting that the girls who appear most frequently around Su Qiangya all have a look score of over 80 and a height of about 1.6 meters. They are obviously her carefully selected tool friends. These girls are all class beauties when taken individually, but when they are in the same frame with Su Qiangya, they cannot compare to her in terms of appearance or figure. Su Qiangya will neither be overshadowed by them nor lower her own status. But Lin Qiye keenly noticed the girl who only appeared twice. This girl's looks are comparable to Su Qiangya's. Both pictures were taken while sitting, but it is obvious that she is taller than Su Qiangya. Interestingly, in both photos, the girl is very close to Su Qiangya and smiles brightly, while Su Qiangya looks forced and reluctant. It seems that this person is a true best friend. Lin Qiye understood. Just as he was immersed in observing and analyzing Su Qiangya's circle of friends, the car had already entered the Songyuan boys' dormitory area. The Taoyuan girls' dormitory is located at the south gate of the school, while the Songyuan boys' dormitory is at the north gate. The actual distance between the two places is about 3 kilometers. The journey took less than 10 minutes and the car stopped at the parking lot of Building 5 in Songyuan. "Honey, we're at Building 5 of Songyuan." Lang Ruoshi's gentle voice brought him back to his senses. Lin Qiye put away his phone, got out of the car and took out the black suitcase and supplies from the trunk. Lang Ruoshi considerately picked up the mat and wrapped it up, and the two walked towards the dormitory building side by side. Along the way, all the freshmen passing by glanced at Lang Ruoshi, staring at her with surprised expressions. No high school girl could be as mature, delicate, charming, and beautiful as her. Those boys who were able to be admitted to Jiangnan University are basically top students, which also confirms that 90% of them are still virgins. Faced with a queen goddess of this level, they only dared to take a quick glance and then hurriedly lowered their heads, pretending to walk away quickly as if nothing had happened, but they couldn't help looking back every 3 steps. When they saw Lang Ruoshi behaving intimately with the tall and handsome Lin Qiye, expressions of envy and jealousy appeared on their faces. Lin Qiye took it all in, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, the joy of collecting beauties is fully displayed. Your fantasies are within my reach. Since Lang Ruoshi is here, Lin Qiye decides to make good use of this opportunity and ask her to help him quickly establish himself as the big brother of the dormitory. For him, the fun of life is picking up girls and showing off. With the system, he is bound to conquer many campus goddesses. He is destined to be low-key, and he doesn't want to be low-key. His goal at this stage is to become a celebrity in this school and leave his deep mark on it, so he starts with being the big brother in the dormitory. For boys, just because you are tall and have good academic performance, it is difficult to make a boy you meet for the first time willingly call you big brother. But if you have a goddess girlfriend who is beyond their reach, the situation is completely different, especially for those little virgins who have just entered college and fantasize about sweet campus romance. This is simply a nuclear bomb level weapon. This will make them immediately and willingly call you big brother and ask you for the secret to picking up girls. The elevator door on the first floor opened, and the 8 boys were collectively stunned when they saw Lang Ruoshi, but when their eyes fell on Lin Qiye beside her, they hurriedly lowered their heads and quickly walked out of the elevator. Lin Qiye walked in calmly and stood by the door. He asked Lang Ruoshi to stand in front of him. He waited for the 4 boys behind him to come up before closing the elevator door. The elevator quickly reached the 4th floor. Room 405. Lin Qiye walked along the corridor looking for the house number and finally stopped in front of a half-open door. Just as he was about to knock on the door to enter, an angry male voice came from inside. "Damn, you idiot teammates, you've ruined my 10-game winning streak. Ainen, stop fighting and go eat. We have a class meeting at 7:30. Near the door, another boy's voice of persuasion was heard, mixed with dialogues from anime characters. It's really late. Wanna go eat together, how?" The boy called Ainen responded. "Good." A short answer. At this time, Lin Qiye raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." The boy at the door responded. When you open the door, what comes into view is a standard 4-person dormitory with a bed and a desk. The dormitory environment is very nice and new. The 2 boys sitting on the bed near the balcony and the boy near the door stuck their heads out at the same time. 3 pairs of eyes were looking at the door in unison. When they saw Lin Qiye and Lang Ruoshi, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. Seeing this, Lin Qiye smiled calmly and said loudly, "Hello, 3 brothers. I am Lin Qiye. From now on, we will be brothers living in the same dormitory. Chapter 56 Three Roommates. Hello, Brother Yi. The bespectacled man at the door was the first to react. He stood up in a hurry, but unexpectedly his knee hit the table with a bang. He gasped in pain and his whole face wrinkled up. My name is Zhang Wei, I'm a local. Lin Qiye began to look at his roommate who was about 170 centimeters tall. He was wearing a white t-shirt with anime characters printed on it, and had a round face under his slightly messy hair. His desk is simply a small two-dimensional world that is covered with posters of various female anime characters, the largest one being Hinata from Naruto. Several exquisitely crafted figures are neatly arranged on the bookshelf, and even the mousepad is a cute anime girl, a standard configuration for 2D otaku. My name is Li Junnan. On the right bed near the balcony, a boy with a slightly parted hairstyle put down his phone, looked at Lin Qiye and introduced himself. He was handsome and had fair skin, but at this moment he deliberately avoided looking at Lang Ruoshi and subconsciously straightened his clothes to relieve his tension. The last boy sat up on the bed, holding a book on advanced mathematics in his hand. He was thin, with a delicate face and black-framed glasses on his nose. He responded somewhat awkwardly, my name is Chun Hao. Lin Qiye nodded slightly and pushed the suitcase into the dormitory, and Lang Ruoshi followed closely behind. His bed was next to the door, facing Zhang Wei. Brother Yi, who is this? Zhang Wei asked Lin Qiye stutteringly, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards Lang Ruoshi, but then he retreated, not daring to look at her again. Faced with such a beautiful senior schoolmate, he was so nervous that he was at a loss, as if he had seen a sexy queen from an anime. Lang Ruoshi turned around and smiled brightly when she heard this, and introduced herself gracefully. Hello, Junior, my name is Lang Ruoshi, I will be a junior soon, I am your direct senior, and also Qiye's girlfriend. Hello, senior. Zhang Wei Gang responded in a low voice, but suddenly raised his voice and widened his eyes. Wait. Senior sister, are you the vice president of the cosplay club? He was so excited that he spoke quickly. I've seen your photo on the official school account, and also a photo of you cosplaying as General Raiden from Genshin Impact. The degree of restoration is simply. As a senior 2D fan and local, Zhang Wei applied to Jiangnan University not only because it is close to home, but most importantly because of the school's famous cosplay club. In order to attract new students, the school's official account has vigorously promoted various clubs, among which the Cos Clubs pushes the most eye-catching. Not only does it have a wonderful collection of club activities, but it also displays several sets of classic Cos photos of Vice President Lang Ruoshi and President Liu Yuanzhou as signature displays. Those photos received tens of thousands of likes on the school forum and Douyin, becoming the most attractive recruitment signs. Not only that, there are also display areas for various clubs on the campus bulletin board, and the cosplay club occupies the largest and most prominent position. Posted on the club's display board are photos of members carefully cosplaying various characters, each one is lifelike. In the very center, there are ID photos of the president and vice president, with their names and positions clearly marked below. Of course, Zhang Wei knew all this information. That's right. Lang Ruoshi's eyebrows curved, her red lips slightly parted, she tilted her head slightly and looked at Zhang Wei and smiled. If you want to join the club, I can approve it for you directly. It was Lin Qiye's request that she did not quit the cosplay club. He said that after school started, he would let Liu Yuanzhou quit the club and let her take over the position of president. She didn't know why he did this, but she didn't ask any questions and just followed his instructions. Thank you very much, senior. He was dazzled by Lang Ruoshi's bright smile. He stood there at a loss, not knowing whether to sit down or continue standing, and his voice became much softer. At this moment, he was already full of admiration for Lin Qiye. What kind of a genius was this roommate? He was able to win over a goddess like the vice president of the Cos Club. He had already planned to acknowledge Lin Qiye as his elder brother and ask him to teach him some techniques to seduce girls. If he could find a cute girlfriend who also loves the 2D world in college, his college life would be perfect. At this time, Li Junnan and Chen Hao had already gotten out of bed and walked in front of Lin Qiye. Li Junnan, who always considered himself excellent, felt unprecedented frustration at this moment. His height of 176 centimeters was considered above average among people of the same age, but at this moment he was half a head shorter than Lin Qiye and could only barely look at Lang Ruoshi, who was wearing high heels. What made him even more depressed was that Lin Qiye seemed to have an aura around him. His tall stature, handsome features, and calm demeanor all made him look pale in comparison. It is no surprise that such a boy would win the heart of the sexy and beautiful Lang Ruoshi. As a gifted student and the most popular boy in the class, Li Junnan almost never uses his extracurricular time to study. He spends all his extracurricular time playing games. With excellent grades and outstanding looks, he naturally became the focus of girls' attention. He thinks he has surpassed 95% of the boys. Those who are more handsome than him don't have as good grades as him, and those with similar grades are not as handsome as him. For a long time, he had hardly met anyone who made him feel inferior. He originally thought that he would be the most prominent one in the class when he went to college. It was not until he met Lin Xie today that he understood what "there are always people better than you" meant. Lin Xie is that 5% existence, so he has no desire to compete with them. He wants to be the second. He has always longed to find a girlfriend, and his requirements are very clear: beautiful appearance and excellent academic performance. Unfortunately, there was no girl who met his standards in the entire high school. Although there were good-looking girls in his class and other classes who showed interest in him, he always rejected them on the grounds that he had to focus on studying. In fact, the real reason is that the grades of these girls do not meet his requirements. He is absolutely unwilling to fall in love with a girl who cannot keep up with him. Giving up key universities to cater to girls and going to ordinary universities? That's stupid. He often thought so. So he decided to find a girlfriend in college, hoping that there would be a beautiful girl in his class who would make his heart beat faster. But even if he really meets a girl he likes, if she doesn't take the initiative to express her affection, he probably won't dare to pursue her actively. After all, his proud self-esteem would not be able to bear being rejected. Looking at Lin Xie and Lang Ruoshi, he was amazed and curious at the same time. How could a freshman be with a junior? This question lingered in Li Junnan's mind, but now was obviously not the time to ask it. The pressure from the two of them made him only able to squeeze out a dry voice: "Brother Yi, hello, senior sister." Chen Hao stood at a little further back, pushed up his glasses, and echoed softly, "Brother Yi, senior sister." He is 173 centimeters tall and the thinnest among the four. He looks gentle and refined, and you can tell at first glance that he is a studious and nerdy student. Unlike Zhang Wei's excitement and Li Junnan's complicated emotions, he was the calmest. Lin Xie lowered his head slightly and looked at the three new roommates, with a gentle smile on his face. "We will be brothers from now on, no need to be so polite. Shall we go eat first? We can talk slowly later." "Okay, Brother Yi." The three responded in unison. Lin Xie took the mat from Lang Ruoshi's arms and placed it on the chair. Then he naturally took Lang Ruoshi's hand and walked out the door first. Looking at the two well-matched figures, the three people standing there looked at each other, and saw similar envy and yearning in each other's eyes. Zhang Wei was the first to follow. Li Junnan straightened his clothes and followed closely behind, and Chen Hao walked slowly at the end. Chapter 57. The three people's admiration deepens. The five people walked out of the dormitory building and went to Song Yuan Canteen. Lang Ruoshi held Lin Xie's right arm intimately, with her face resting on his shoulder, and the two walked in front. The other three walked behind them, 2 steps away. Li Junnan looked at Lang Ruoshi's close dependence on Lin Xie and felt extremely envious. This was what he had always dreamed of. He couldn't help but want to know how the two of them got together, but he didn't know how to start. "Brother Yi, senior sister, how did you get together?" At this time, Zhang Wei trotted over and pushed his glasses, his face full of nervous curiosity. He was not an introverted person to begin with, but the shock he felt when they first met Lin Xie and the other man was so great that he didn't know how to respond for a while. After knowing that Lin Xie and the other man were not difficult to approach, his nervousness gradually dissipated and he became bolder. "I mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been holding back all this time." Li Junnan secretly praised in his heart, "Good job, Oe." He and Chen Hao also moved closer at the same time, listening attentively to hear the answer. Lang Ruoshi had an awkward expression on her face, not knowing how to answer. Lin Xie gently squeezed her delicate hand, turned his head to Zhang Wei and said, "Well, it's a long story. Let's talk while we eat." Song Yuan Canteen is next to Song Yuan Dormitory Building 10, and it only takes 5 minutes to walk there. It was lunchtime and people were coming and going at the cafeteria entrance, mostly freshmen who had just enrolled. The cafeteria is very large and has 3 floors. When you walk into the first floor hall, you will see the spacious space filled with tables for 4 and 6 people. Since only freshmen have started school now, many seats are empty. I heard that the signature black pepper steak rice on the second floor of Song Yuan Canteen is very good. Do you want to go up and try it? Lang Ruoshi turned around and suggested, glancing at the 3 people. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. After all, they had just arrived and were not familiar with the food in the cafeteria. They didn't know what to eat. Arriving at the steak restaurant window on the second floor, Lang Ruoshi smiled apologetically at the 3 of them and said, "I should have invited you to a restaurant for a meal when we first met, but I don't have enough time today. I'll just treat you to a simple meal in the cafeteria first. We'll have another good gathering after the military training is over. Li Junan and the other two quickly waved their hands. Senior sister is too polite, there is no need to be like this. It's just a gathering of brothers for dinner. Lin Xie interrupted, his tone casual but with a tone that could not be refused. Besides, it's just an ordinary restaurant, so there's no need to feel pressured. He would not deliberately take them to any high-end restaurants as this would make them nervous and stressed. He wanted to get closer to them, not alienate them. The three of them looked at each other and stopped refusing. After all, it was just a meal and they could just invite him back later. Zhang Wei scratched his head and smiled. Then, we won't refuse. Next time, it's our turn to invite senior sister and brother Yi. No problem. Lin Xie said with a smile. After eating, the five of them found a seat near the window where there were not many people around and sat down. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to ask as soon as he picked up the chopsticks. So, brother Yi and senior sister. Lin Xie chuckled. Ruoshi and I went to the same high school. I saw Ruoshi's dance performance at the New Year's Eve party when I was in my first year of high school, and I was immediately attracted to her. His expression seemed to be filled with reminiscence. Later I found out that she was a member of the student union, so I joined it too. It took me 2 weeks to chase her. Lin Xie made up a beautiful and reasonable story. Anyway, they would not ask for details. This can also perfectly show his personality when he meets a girl he likes. Even if she is a goddess-level girl, he will not be timid, will act decisively, and is extremely efficient in pursuing girls. Bold and brave people are always admired, as this shows that they have strong ability to take action. After all, most people only think about doing something when they decide to do it, especially when it comes to pursuing girls. The three of them turned their heads in unison to look at Lang Ruoshi, their eyes filled with inquiry. At the same time, Zhang Wei couldn't help but complain in his heart, this is too Versailles. What does took 2 weeks to catch up mean? A goddess of the senior S level must have a long line of suitors, many of whom are outstanding. But she was won over by a junior in just 2 weeks? Even if you are handsome, this is too outrageous. Chen Hao and Li Junan also secretly complained in their hearts, but they still showed admiration on their faces. Lang Ruoshi was happy to hear Lin Xie's explanation. After all, it was hard to tell their true situation. She smiled and nodded. Yes, that's what Xie said. Zhang Wei suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked, Senior, why did you fall in love with a junior whom you have only known for 2 weeks? Li Junan and Chen Hao also pricked up their ears immediately and didn't even bother to eat. Well. Lang Ruoshi seemed to have thought of something, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Maybe it's because he's too mean. When the three heard Lang Ruoshi's answer and saw her suddenly shy look, the classic saying flashed through their minds at the same time, women don't love men who are not bad. Although they were extremely curious and wanted to know what bad things Lin Xie had done, they could not continue to ask in front of Lang Ruoshi. They still had a sense of propriety. Anyway, they are all in the same dormitory, and there will be plenty of opportunities for Lin Xie to tell them the truth later. At this time, Zhang Wei was the first to break the silence, staring at Lin Xie with shining eyes. Brother Yi, please teach me your secret to chasing girls. Well. Lin Xie raised a meaningful smile and elegantly forked a piece of steak to Lang Ruoshi's lips. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. The three of them were speechless when they saw this. They couldn't do anything about him, and they also realized that it was not a good idea to talk about this in front of Lang Ruoshi, so they didn't ask any more questions. Lang Ruoshi opened her mouth naturally to take the steak. This loving and sweet look immediately made the three single dogs suffer tons of critical strikes. During the following dinner time, Lin Xie and Lang Ruoshi introduced the campus layout to them while chatting about daily trivial matters. In the pleasant atmosphere, the meal lasted until 6:30 before we knew it. When I walked out of the cafeteria, dusk had gradually enveloped the campus. It didn't take long for the five of them to return to the dormitory building number 5 in Songyuan. Lang Ruoshi stood in front of Lin Xie, gently tucked the hair beside her ears, and said softly to the three people, 3 juniors, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, senior. The 3 roommates nodded in unison. Lang Ruoshi pursed her lips and smiled lightly, then suddenly turned around, stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Xie a light kiss on the cheek. Goodbye, husband. After the kiss, he turned and left. Although the voice was soft, the 3 people who were nearby could hear it clearly. They froze in place as if struck by lightning, their eyes unconsciously following Lang Ruoshi's departing figure. She just pressed the car key with her fingertips, and the pink BMW headlights not far away immediately lit up elegantly. The three of them secretly speculated in their hearts. Leng Ruoshi, who can drive a BMW, must have a good family background, and Lin Xie, who can match her, is probably also a wealthy young man who is hiding his true colors, otherwise how could his every move reveal such a unique and noble temperament? After Leng Ruoshi got into the BMW, the three of them turned to Lin Xie in unison, the admiration in their eyes almost turning into reality. Brother Yi. Zhang Wei was the first to rush towards Lin Xie. He grabbed his arms tightly with both hands, his eyes shining. From now on, you are my brother. Please teach me how to chase girls. I dream of having a cute 2D girlfriend. Li Junnan couldn't help but come over. Brother Yi, there should be some beautiful single girlfriends around my senior sister, right? If so, they can meet together. If he is attracted to the beautiful senior sister, he can also find out through Lin Xie whether the beautiful senior sister has a good impression of him. If not, he won't pursue it. If there is, he will pursue it, and this way there is a high probability that he will not end up with a clown ending. Even Chen Hao, who had been relatively calm, pushed his glasses. Although he didn't get close, the expectant eyes behind the lenses looking at Lin Xie said it all. Lin Xie was amused by the reactions of the three people. He laughed heartily and put his arm around their shoulders. Let's go back to the dormitory. We need to talk about such profound things slowly. He decided to fool them for a while. He also needed to use the short time left to guide Su Chang'e so that when she introduced herself at the next class meeting, she could show the proud image of a little queen instead of the sweet and lovely image. Since we want to help her become a real queen, the first impression is very important. Otherwise, if she changes her image later, people in the class will feel uncomfortable and find it difficult to accept. Chapter 58, Special Training for Su Chang'e before the class meeting. Lin Xie returned to the dormitory with his three roommates. As soon as Lin Xie entered the room and sat down on the chair, Zhang Wei couldn't wait to close the door and came over expectantly. Brother Yi, can you teach me the secret now? Lin Xie leaned back in his chair casually, crossed his legs, and had a faint smile on his face. Actually, there is no secret. The key lies in 3 points: confidence, carefulness, and boldness. That's it? Li Junnan was a little disappointed. Didn't the netizens say this was terrible? Hear me out. Lin Xie raised a finger and said, first, confidence is not something you can pretend to have, but something that comes from your heart. Confidence can make you more handsome. Do you think I'm handsome? Although the three of them were madly complaining in their hearts, with your looks, even if you have low self-esteem to the center of the earth, you are still very handsome. However, we have to admit that you will be more handsome if you are confident. Finally, he nodded in approval. But Ruoshi is not short of handsome and confident men pursuing her. Seeing this, Lin Xie chuckled, so the second point is to carefully observe her preferences and habits. For example, I know that she likes to drink lemon tea, hates coriander, and her feet get sore after dancing and need a massage. Chen Hao pushed his glasses thoughtfully. So Brother Yi is trying to please him? Not exactly. Lin Xie's eyes flashed with cunning. The third point is the key: boldly create an accident, such as deliberately bumping into her, treating her to a meal to apologize and establish contact, and then accidentally appearing at the milk tea shop she often goes to, drinking her favorite milk tea, creating topics, and getting closer. Zhang Wei suddenly realized, I understand. It's just about creating chance encounters and showing off your charm, right? Good understanding. Lin Xie snapped his fingers, but you have to find the right degree. If you try too hard, it will make you look too obvious and greasy. The above are just the most basic and common tricks for getting started. If you meet a woman who is a little smarter, it is easy for her to see your intentions, and it also requires a lot of confidence and modeling. When he picks up girls, he always takes the initiative and never reveals his true intentions. Instead, he makes the girls fall in love with him during their interactions, and then they can't help but express their feelings to him. This is what a high-end hunter is. Seeing that the deception was almost over, Lin Xie pretended to check his watch and suddenly stood up. Sorry, brothers, I have something to go out for. See you in class. Ah? Li Junnan looked reluctant. I haven't finished yet. We'll continue in the evening. Lin Xie left in a leisurely manner amid the aggrieved gazes of the three people. When he went downstairs, he took out his phone and sent a Fei Xian to Su Chang'e. Meet in 10 minutes at the lake in front of Jingshi building, about tonight's class meeting. Okay. Su Chang'e replied immediately. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the open space in front of Jingshi building. He glanced towards the lake in front and saw a pink figure under a street lamp in the distance. It should be Su Chang'e. Lin Xie walked closer quickly, and Su Chang'e turned around instantly when she noticed someone approaching from behind. Lin Xie, why did you ask me to come here in advance? A hint of joy flashed across Su Chang's eyes for a moment, and then confusion appeared. I will give you special training before the class meeting. Lin Xie looked serious and his tone left no room for doubt. Ah? Su Chang'e was a little confused. When you introduced yourself to your roommate and interacted with him before, did you use a warm and sweet attitude? Lin Xie put his hands in his pockets and leaned forward slightly. It was just a normal introduction, not very enthusiastic. Su Chang'e looked up at Lin Xie and explained in a low voice. If it weren't for Lin Xie, she would definitely show a sweet image and become the center of the dormitory, but now she is not even sure how to face others. Yes, stand still. Lin Xie suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Su Chang'e straightened his back subconsciously, a trace of confusion flashed across his face. Lin Xie walked around her slowly. What are you going to say in your self-introduction at the class meeting tonight? Just introduce yourself in a simple way. Su Chang'e blinked her big eyes, name, where you're from, hobbies, etc. Wrong. Lin Xie stopped and stood in front of her, looking directly into her eyes. From now on, you have to change your image. Su Chang'e was stunned. What image? The queen's image. Lin Xie stretched out his right hand and gently lifted her chin. The queen will not easily reveal her privacy to outsiders. She must maintain a proud, confident, and full-on aura attitude. His actions made Su Chang'e's heart beat faster, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes wandered. But I. She was a little timid about what she said to him. After all, she had only rehearsed it in her mind and had never actually performed it. Because I have been wearing the mask for so long, I don't have the courage to take it off. No buts. Lin Xie's tone left no room for doubt. Remember, when you walk into the classroom, hold your head high and chest out, walk steadily, look down at others, and introduce yourself briefly and forcefully. Don't smile, at most raise the corners of your mouth slightly to show off your pride and confidence as a queen. Su Chang'e twisted her fingers nervously, but wouldn't this be too? Too what? Lin Xie asked her to look into his eyes and said firmly, isn't this what you want? A real change. Be yourself. Su Chang'e took a deep breath, and determination gradually ignited in his eyes. I'll give it a try. It's not just a try, it's a must. Lin Xie ordered, then let go of her and stood up. Also, tie your hair into a high ponytail to look neater. Su Chang'e did as she was told and tied her hair up. When she looked up again, her entire temperament had subtly changed. Lin Xie nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now let's practice introducing ourselves. Remember to be brief. Hello everyone, I am Su Chang'e, please give me your guidance in the future. Her voice still has a sweet girlish tone. Your voice should be deeper and your speech should be slower. Lin Xie instructed, your mother is very queen-like. Think back to the way your mother spoke to her subordinates. Judging from the luxury of her circle of friends and her mother's dress, her mother is most likely the boss of a large company. How do you know my mother? Su Chang'e asked in surprise. Little queen, you are so silly and cute. The first post on your moments is a photo of you and your mother. Lin Xie teased. Got it. After he said that, Su Chang'e suddenly realized, and then became embarrassed and angry, but she had no way to refute. She could only close her eyes and start to recall the conversation between her mother and her subordinates in her mind. After a while, when he spoke again, his voice was obviously much calmer. Hello everyone, I am Su Chang'e. This time she even raised her chin naturally, with a hint of arrogance on her face. Lin Xie clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad, keep it up. Hearing Lin Xie's praise, Su Chang'e's mouth corners slightly raised. Also, if a boy approaches you after class, how will you refuse? Lin Xie continued to ask. This Su Chang'e thought for a moment, looked at Lin Xie's encouraging eyes, and said slowly and softly, sorry, classmate, I'm not interested in you. The lines were correct, but the demeanor and tone were totally wrong. Sorry, classmate, I'm not interested in you. Su Chang'e gathered her emotions again, her expression was arrogant and distant, and her tone was calm, as if she was rejecting an insignificant matter. Very nice. Lin Xie nodded, and then changed the subject. What if you encounter someone more daring and persistent? For example, like this. He quickly bent down and approached Su Chang'e's face, looked into her eyes, and said in a domineering and serious voice, Su Chang'e, I like you, you will definitely be my girlfriend. His tone was too serious and his eyes were too focused. If Su Chang'e hadn't known in advance that this was just a practice, she would have almost thought that he was really confessing to her. Even so, her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably and her cheeks instantly burned. She turned away and avoided his sight, her voice trembling unconsciously. I. Ding, Su Chang's rescue value plus 5, current rescue value, 55,100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When he heard the system prompt, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. He just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect that his impulsive teasing would bring him an unexpected surprise. It's so much fun teasing the little queen. Then she straightened up as if nothing had happened and resumed her teacher's posture. This situation will not happen if you can always maintain your queen's posture. I will teach you how to deal with this extreme situation later. After a pause, he said, now continue to consolidate the queen's demeanor and posture. I'll help you check it. Seeing Lin Xia stand up, Su Chang'e finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, if it was another stinky man who confessed to her like this, she would never behave so badly. She would definitely say no with obvious reluctance. But facing him, I felt like I was possessed and didn't know what to do. About 20 minutes later, Lin Xia looked at the time and it was 7:20. He reminded Su Chang'e softly, the class meeting is about to start. You go first and I will follow. Su Chang'e clenched his fists a little nervously. After all, it was a completely different posture from before. Lin Xia noticed her uneasiness and took a half step closer, saying in a low and powerful voice, remember, fear will only make you look weak. A true queen will never let anyone see her nervousness. After hearing this, Su Chang'e looked up at Lin Xia, his fists gradually loosened, and his eyes became firm. She straightened her back and walked towards Jingshi building with graceful steps. Looking at Su Chang'e's straight back, Lin Xia showed a playful smile. From now on, only I can see your soft and lovely face. After all, I am your teaching knight. Chapter 59 Sexy and Dangerous Counselor Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang photo. Lin Xia watched her walk away, put away his thoughts, straightened his collar, and walked towards Jingshi building with his long legs. When he pushed open the back door of classroom 308, the noise made most of the students turn around with surprised expressions. Su Chang'e must have encountered this kind of treatment before. The classroom seats are arranged in 3-4-3, with a total of 10 rows. People start sitting from the third row, with most people concentrated in the middle row, about 40 people, and the ratio of men to women is equal. He immediately locked onto Su Chang'e, who was sitting in the second left position in the middle row of the fourth row and was also looking back, and gave her a meaningful smile in response. That smile seemed to carry an invisible electric current, like a warm feeling from behind the air. Not only Su Chang'e, but also the girl on her right who had a beauty score of 80, and the other girls around her, blushed and turned their heads quickly. Brother Yi. This way. Zhang Wei was in the last row, fourth from the left, and whispered hello, leaving an empty seat on the right. Further to the right were Li Junnan and Shen Hao. Lin Xia sat down calmly. The girls in the front row kept turning their heads and whispering to each other. He could guess that their comments were nothing more than so handsome. As soon as he raised his head, they turned their heads hurriedly like frightened deer. What a group of young and lovely girls. Brother Yi, your charm is truly unstoppable. Zhang Wei lowered his voice, his tone full of envy. Li Junnan nodded repeatedly in agreement. By the way, Brother Yi. Zhang Wei suddenly perked up and pointed to the front with his eyes. The one in the middle of the fourth row, second from the left, with a high ponytail and wearing pink clothes, is truly a goddess-level beauty. But looking at her arrogance, she must be a rich girl. She does look good from behind. Lin Xia responded calmly. Brother Yi, you'll know whether I'm beautiful or not when I introduce myself. Although I'm not as tall as you, I'm definitely on the same level as you. Zhang Wei thought he didn't believe it, so he emphasized it again. Really? Then I'll take a closer look later. Lin Xia replied with a smile. She is indeed very beautiful, but unfortunately she is not the gentle and sweet type. Li Junnan sighed regretfully. Lin Xia knew exactly what he was thinking and patted him on the shoulder. This kid should thank himself, otherwise he would probably become the slave of this little queen. However, Li Junnan misunderstood this action, thinking that Lin Xia was comforting him. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on the back of Lin Xia's hand on his left shoulder to express that he received comfort. After an agonizing wait, the 7:30 evening study bell rang on time not long after. 2 minutes later, the crisp sound of high heels came from far away. Everyone turned their heads to the right and looked at the corridor. Soon, they saw a mature woman wearing glasses appear outside the window. The cuffs of the white long-sleeved shirt are rolled up to the elbows, the proud bust supports the fabric and shows the seductive curves, the slim-fitting hip skirt outlines the perfect waist and hip curves, and the cool aura is overwhelming. She walked into the classroom from the main entrance, revealing her full appearance, long black wavy hair falling to her waist, gold-rimmed glasses framed her delicate oval face, and 2 buttons of her shirt collar undone, revealing her delicate collarbone, a small patch of fair skin, and deep cleavage, which aroused endless imagination. The black aligned slim-fitting skirt fits tightly around the waist and hips, with the hem stopping at the middle of the thigh. Thin black stockings wrap around her slender legs, and the pair of black, red-bottomed pointed high heels on her feet exude a dangerous yet elegant sexiness with every step. She exudes a cool, intellectual, sexy and charming temperament, which creates an extreme contrast with her identity. All the boys and girls present were stunned. She walked gracefully up to the podium and faced the class. She raised her head slightly, and the cold eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses began to scan below, causing all the boys to blush and lower their heads. Seeing this scene, an elusive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and it was unclear whether it was concern or mockery. Only Lin Xie stared at her up and down without any hesitation, his eyes burning with a strong desire to conquer her. He must get this stunning beauty into his pocket. At this moment, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Qin Shuang. Age, 28. Occupation, Associate Professor of the School of Economics and Trade of Jiangnan University, Counselor of Foreign Trade Class 2501. Current rescue value, 0-100. Appearance 9-7. Body, 98 170 cm, 36E. Bad woman value, 80. Sensitive points, waist. Personality, S, arrogant, keen on sexy dressing, likes to watch little boys blushing shyly in front of her. I long to meet a weak and cute little girl or boy and adopt her. Chapter 60 The Weak Girl Who Needs to Be Saved in GU. The moment he saw the system prompt, Lin Xia's lips curled up in a playful arc. S. Arrogant? Sexy? Raising a good pet? He silently chanted these words in his mind. What a cool and coquettish queen. It was so interesting that it deepened his desire to conquer. He couldn't help but imagine how delightful it would be for this proud queen to become his pet. He looked at Qin Shuang on the podium unscrupulously, his eyes sliding down from her slender neck to linger on her proud curves. He was tall to begin with, and at this moment he was holding his head high, which made him stand out from the crowd of boys around him who were lowering their heads. Soon, Qin Shuang noticed this unique figure. When she looked into Lin Xia's eyes through her gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of surprise and amusement flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although this boy has outstanding appearance, he does not fit the image of a weak, cute and obedient pet in her mind at all. Interesting. She thought to herself, this is the first time in the past 2 years that a student has dared to look me in the face like this. Is she dizzy with my charm, or is she just being ignorant of her own danger? She originally expected to see the other person being shy and evasive, but she didn't expect that the boy would be so bold as to move around her after being noticed by her. This fearless attitude seemed to her like a naked provocation, and made her feel that her dignity as a queen was greatly offended. When I call you out to face me alone later, I'll see if you can still maintain this courage. Qin Shuang decided secretly, if it's still like this, I don't mind giving you a good training. After sorting out her thoughts, she looked away and started to get down to business, introducing herself. Good evening, classmates. I am your counselor Qin Shuang, and also your economics teacher. Don't miss my class in the future, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Her voice was cold and lotsy. The classroom suddenly fell silent, and everyone was shocked by her powerful aura. Several boys in the back row who were whispering with their heads down immediately shut up, and the girls in the front row also sat up straight involuntarily. Qin Shuang pushed up his glasses gracefully and continued, today is the first class meeting. Let's first call the roll to confirm that everyone is present, and then everyone will go on stage and introduce themselves one by one. As she spoke, she flipped open the registration list and pressed her slender index finger across the paper, sliding it gently. The roll call ended quickly and all 42 students in the class were present, including 24 girls and 18 boys. Qin Shuang nodded with satisfaction, her red lips slightly parted. Very good, it seems that everyone is very well behaved. She scanned the classroom and finally stopped at the third row. Now, let the girls sitting in the front row come up to the stage and introduce themselves. The first person to come on stage was a petite girl with a round face and glasses. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Xiaoli, I'm from Jiangcheng, I like reading. She was a little nervous, but still looked up and gazed below and completed her self-introduction. Student Chen Xiaoli performed well. Xin Shuang calmly led the applause. Other students can refer to this standard. Then 4 girls came on stage one after another and introduced themselves in a standard manner. At this time, it was the turn of the girl on Su Chang's left. This girl with a high ponytail that exposed her forehead was particularly eye-catching not because of her outstanding appearance, but because of her obviously shabby outfit, a white high school short-sleeved uniform, faded dark blue jeans and a pair of old white flat sandals. She kept her head down the whole time, her hands clenched into fists, and she exuded an air of inferiority and cowardice. Lin Chia scanned her from head to toe with his eyes like an X-ray. Although she was dressed poorly, her body proportions were excellent. She was about 165 centimeters tall, with a slender waist and long legs. Her graceful curves could still be seen even under the faded jeans. "Hello everyone, my name is..." Standing on the podium, her voice was as thin as a mosquito and she stuttered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Xin Shuang's eyes lit up instantly. When calling the roll, she noticed the girl named Njiyu sitting in the front row. She has a pretty face and a gentle personality. Now that he has observed her closely, he has confirmed his judgment. This is the prey he has been looking for a long time. Although his clothes are a little shabby, he has enough money to dress up his pet. "Student Njiyu." Xin Shuang's voice suddenly became unusually gentle, completely different from the cold and elegant one just now. "Don't be nervous, raise your head so that everyone can recognize you." She took 2 steps forward, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. This scene completely fell into Lin Chia's eyes. Xin Shuang's abnormal attitude aroused his interest. What's so special about this Njiyu that can make this arrogant woman suddenly change her attitude? He began to observe Njiyu carefully. Njiyu responded timidly and slowly raised his head. The lights in the classroom illuminated her delicate facial features, small nose, pink lips, and big clear, tearful eyes. But when she met the gaze of the whole class, she immediately lowered her head like a frightened deer. Although it was just a quick glimpse, Lin Chia had already seen her face clearly. With his experience of seeing countless women, he made a judgment instantly. In terms of appearance alone, Njiyu was not inferior to Su Chang'e at all, but her shabby clothes seriously lower the overall impression. If she dresses up well, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. A poor, timid girl is like an unpolished jade. Lin Chia secretly commented, it needs someone to carefully carve it and engrave its mark on it before it can truly shine. A plan suddenly emerged in his mind, a plan to cultivate a perfect goddess. He decided to save this weak girl. He had never done anything so fulfilling before. Although the system stipulates that rewards are only given for saving bad women, it's not that he can't save other women, it's just that there is no reward. Besides, being saved by him is much better than being hurt by a yellow-haired scumbag in the future. His only shortcoming is that he is a little too philanthropic, but this is a trivial matter compared to his countless merits. This kind of girl is actually very easy to win over as long as you have good-looking features. Approach her in a subtle way, don't put her under pressure, treat her sincerely, and make her feel at ease. You can win her heart. But he doesn't just want to conquer her, he also wants to help her reshape her personality. Ding! The host's noble intentions have been detected, the system is being upgraded. New Good Women Rescue Module. In this world, not only bad women need to be saved, but good women also need to be saved to prevent them from being hurt by yellow-haired scumbags. Lin Chia secretly admired the system for being so sensible and considerate. A blue light screen then appeared. Name, Njiyu. Age, 18 years old. Identity, student of Foreign Trade Class 2501 of Jiangnan University. Rescue value, 0-100. Appearance 9'6". Body, 95-165 centimeters, 36 c. Good woman value, 90. Sensitive point, calf. Personality, virtuous and gentle, timid and introverted but tough inside, will bravely resist when her bottom line is touched, always laughed at by classmates due to her poor family background and has low self-esteem, hardworking and studious, determined to always get scholarships, eager to graduate early and make money to reduce the burden on her mother. Chapter 61. The first game with Qin Shuang, a sinister plan. Seeing Njiyu's message, Lin Chia's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that her personality is really as he guessed, a good girl who is consistent in appearance and heart. This made him more determined to save her, and his mind already imagined her holding her head high and facing everyone with confidence. It seems that classmate Njiyu is still very shy. Everyone should take good care of her in the future and not bully her. If I find out who bullies classmate N, the consequences will be very serious. Xin Shuang turned around and faced the whole class, her tone so serious as if Njiyu was her own daughter. The students in the audience all thought that Qin Shuang was a good teacher who seemed cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and that she was taking care of the disadvantaged students. But due to her powerful aura, no one dared to be the first to respond. Lin Xie, who knew her true nature, already knew that she regarded Jiyu as her prey, and was now trying to gain her favorability. The effect was really good. And Jiyu had quietly turned his head and looked up at her. Just as Qin Shuang was about to turn around, Lin Xie suddenly said loudly, "Of course. Classmates should take care of each other, especially for introverted classmates, and help them quickly integrate into the group." Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity to win in Jiyu's favor. At the same time, he also wanted to let the whole class see his confident and brave side, laying the foundation for winning the position of class monitor. He must take the position of squad leader so that he can naturally come into contact with Su Qiangya and Jiyu and Qin Shuang, paving the way for the subsequent rescue. More importantly, he wanted to let Qin Shuang know that he was not afraid of her, challenge her dignity, and arouse her desire to conquer. This bold statement, ignoring Qin Shuang's aura, had a significant effect. And Jiyu looked up instinctively, but lowered her head shyly the moment her eyes met his. Ding, and Jiyu's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Xie's mouth curled up. The students in front of him also turned to look at him, their eyes full of admiration. After all, he dared to speak calmly in front of this powerful counselor when they first met. Soon, other students followed suit. When Qin Shuang saw this scene below the stage, a hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. She was sure that Lin Xie was not afraid of her. Look at his confident and calm appearance and his noble temperament, which is completely different from his peers. She couldn't help but guess that Lin Xie must be a well-educated rich kid. She would check his file later to see what his background was. But no matter whether he has a powerful background or not, she will make this brat kneel on the ground and call her sister Qin. Because he has violated his own dignity twice. After sorting out his thoughts, Qin Shuang smiled and said, "It seems that classmate Lin is very caring. Then you should take care of your classmates more in the future." Because his performance was the most special, she had already remembered his name when she called the roll. "If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. As long as I can help, I will never refuse." Lin Xie responded calmly, once again demonstrating the responsibility and accountability that a squad leader should have. Brother Yi said it well. Zhang Wei was the first one to applaud in admiration. He was so shocked by Qin Shuang's powerful aura that he didn't dare to look directly at her. I didn't expect that Lin Xie could ignore the counselor's aura. This is the first time we meet, and I don't know the counselor's specific temperament yet. Lin Xie dared to look the counselor in the eye and speak calmly, which made him admire him extremely. Following Zhang Wei's lead, other students also started applauding. Lin Xie glanced at Zhang Wei and praised in his heart, "A Wei is good, don't worry, I will keep an eye on your cute 2D girlfriend for you." Qin Shuang raised her hand to signal for silence and said in a low voice, "Okay, everyone should follow Lin's example from now on. Let's continue introducing ourselves." She didn't expect that her speech to establish her authority and win favor would be disrupted by this brat. Instead, it helped him establish his authority and win favor in front of his classmates. "I'm afraid all the classmates will follow his lead from now on. Well, since you like to show off so much, I will give you more opportunities to show off in the future and see how many you can catch. If you can't catch it, don't beg the teacher for help. Otherwise, you will have to kneel down in front of the teacher and help her clean her high heels." After calming down, Qin Shuang turned around and looked at Jiyu gently, with a subtle hint of possessiveness in his eyes. "Student In, you can go back to your seat first. You can come to the teacher if you have any difficulties in the future." And Jiyu turned to face Qin Shuang, looked up at her gratefully, and then quickly lowered his head. She didn't expect that this seemingly unapproachable university class teacher was so warm-hearted. He unconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes, as if this would give him courage, and then whispered, thank you, teacher." Her cute look made Qin Shuang love her even more. After all, polite pets are more worthy of adoption. She gently touched Jiyu's head, and immediately withdrew her hand when she felt the tenseness of his body. She couldn't be too hasty, so as not to scare this little cutie. "Don't be polite to the teacher, just go down quickly," Qin Shuang said gently. And Jiyu felt as if he had been pardoned. He lowered his head and ran quickly towards his seat. Witnessing this scene, a cold light flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. He must establish a deep connection with Cao Anziyu before Qin Shuang can improve her favorability. After all, as a female counselor, Qin Shuang has a natural advantage in getting close to Anziyu without causing any vigilance. As a male, even if he is the squad leader, it is inevitable that Jiyu will be on guard. Once Qin Shuang seizes the opportunity and realizes her intentions, she will definitely remind Jiyu to be careful and guard against her, and even slander him in front of Jiyu. At that time, Jiyu will definitely be more vigilant about himself, and the difficulty of the strategy will increase. However, he is not without advantages. After all, the relationship between classmates is naturally closer than that between teachers and students. After all, they are of the same age and belong to the same camp. He had a plan. He just needed to become Jiyu's first and most trusted person, and he would not stop Qin Shuang from trying to win her favor. When the time is right, he only needs to find a suitable opportunity to use the truth-speaking technique on Qin Shuang, so that Jiyu can hear her dirty thoughts with her own ears and be disappointed in her. As a result, Jiyu will be more cautious towards everyone, even women. Eventually, besides her family, she will only have herself to rely on and trust. Chapter 62, An ATS Holy Body How Shaodong. The self-introductions continued, and the next person was Su Chang's turn. She stood up gracefully and walked to the podium with steady and confident steps. Her high ponytail swayed lightly with her steps, and her pink dress made her skin look white as snow. The boys in the audience cast admiring glances at her, while the girls whispered about her outfit and temperament. Su Chang'e quickly stood on the podium, her chin slightly raised, her eyes calmly sweeping over the students below the stage, her whole body exuding a cold and arrogant aura that was inconsistent with her sweet dress and appearance. However, her hands hanging below the table were slightly clenched into fists, indicating that her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Good evening everyone, my name is Su Chang'e, and I'm from Tianjin City. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but with a hint of arrogance. My hobbies are piano and dancing. Please give me more advice in the future. After saying this, she paused for 2 seconds, as if giving everyone time to digest this brief self-introduction. Su Chang'e's gaze deliberately swept towards Lin Qia's seat in the back row of the classroom, and happened to meet Lin Qia's approving eyes. Those smiling eyes made her heart tremble slightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and then returned to her cold and arrogant expression. That's it, she said, turned and walked down the podium, her high ponytail drawing a graceful arc in the air. There was a warm applause in the classroom, with many boys unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Su Chang'e maintained an elegant posture, with her back straight and her chin slightly raised to the right height. Her eyes swept across the classroom calmly, neither avoiding anyone's sight nor lingering on one place for too long, just as Lin Qia taught her, calmly like a true queen. She could feel the burning gazes from all around her, and when she glanced in their direction, they quickly turned their heads away. This feeling of being looked up to and admired by everyone, yet not daring to look them in the face, made her finally experience what Lin Qia meant by the queen's aura. Lin Qia leaned back in his chair, watching Su Chang'e's perfect performance and listening to the whispers of the boys around him. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, with a playful smile on his lips. Very good, the first step of his plan was successful. The image of the little queen, proud and confident, has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Whenever she encounters difficulties in the future, the only person who can make her show weakness and ask for help will be him, the teaching knight. Brother Yi, isn't she beautiful? Zhang Wei poked Lin Qia gently with his elbow, winked at him, and spoke in a low voice. Lin Qia raised the corners of his lips slightly. It is indeed very beautiful. I think only you, Brother Yi, can win over this kind of aloof young lady. What a pity, you already have a senior. Zhang Wei said regretfully. Really? A hint of amusement flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. So what if Lang Ruoshi is already here? What should be conquered must be conquered. Zhang Wei and Li Junnan nodded in confusion. It seems that classmate Su was quite aloof. Qin Shuang saw Su Chang'e's arrogant behavior clearly, but she didn't feel anything about it. In her opinion, she was just a spoiled daughter, and her arrogance was nothing but an insult in front of her. Although she is very beautiful, her personality does not meet my standards for being a good pet. The next student, please go on stage and introduce yourself. Qin Shuang retracted his gaze and spoke in a normal tone. Soon all 18 girls were introduced. The next person to come on stage was a thin boy. He felt a little awkward when he stood up, and the expensive branded short-sleeved shirt he was wearing hinted at his wealthy family background. She is about 165 centimeters tall, with a slender frame, fair skin, and small and delicate facial features, revealing her delicate and fragility. If it weren't for his neat short hair and boy's clothes, people would probably think he was a beautiful girl with short hair. It is truly the holy body of a born little boy and girl. Fuck, I didn't expect there would be a transvestite of this level in our class. Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice and said excitedly, "Before I find a kawaii girlfriend, if I want to see some cosplay, wouldn't it be perfect to ask him for help?" "Hello everyone, my name is Hao Xiaodong." Hao Xiaodong on the stage began to introduce himself. He lowered his head and clasped his hands together as he spoke, "I'm from South City. I like watching anime and listening to music." He stumbled during his self-introduction, his cheeks and ears turned red due to nervousness, and he kept his head down and did not dare to look directly at the students in the audience. But compared to Njiyu's complete social anxiety, he could at least finish his words. "I didn't expect he also likes watching anime." Jiang Wei's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "Wouldn't it be easier to realize my idea? But how can I convince him to cooperate?" Lin Xie glanced at him with disdain and shook his head silently. In his heart, this guy has really been deeply poisoned by his daily life. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the classroom. The classmates were whispering to each other, and from time to time someone would cover their mouths and laugh, and their eyes turned to Hao Xiaodong with undisguised surprise and curiosity. Hao Xiaodong raised his head slightly and took in the reactions from the audience. Those smiling faces pierced his heart like needles. He knew without guessing that they must be talking about his appearance again. His hands clenched unconsciously. "Why do I have to look so much like a girl? That is fine, but why can't I be taller and more powerful?" It was okay in high school because he had Yaoer as the class monitor and the boys at least didn't dare to tease him in front of him. But now that I'm in college, Yaoer was assigned to another class, and from now on, he had to face everything alone. I had done so much psychological preparation before going on stage and practiced countless times how to show my confident and calm side. I wanted to let these new college classmates know that although I look weak, I am not someone who can be bullied. But when I actually stood on the podium and faced dozens of unfamiliar eyes below the stage, all my courage collapsed in an instant. Without Yaoer here, I will definitely be teased and mocked by the boys in my class. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he instantly imagined a scene in which a group of boys surrounded him, touched him, and called him a little sissy. This made him shrink involuntarily. He hates it so much. I hate that I look like a girl. I hate that I am so short. I hate myself for not being able to live without Yaoer. I hate myself for not being able to be confident, brave, and strong. Xiaodong is really pretty, but as a boy you can't be so shy. Qin Shuang looked at Hao Xiaodong, who was feeling uneasy on the stage, with interest, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his lips. She was originally worried about not being able to find a suitable target, but unexpectedly two appeared at once. Although she prefers to adopt little girls than little boys. After all, a little girl can let her snuggle in her arms and act coquettishly, but a little boy is more suitable to be treated as a delicate little pet and raised in a golden cage. But now that we've met, Qin Shuang's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. First, take down the cute little fish, and then train this shy little rabbit. I understand, teacher. Hao Xiaodong turned slightly to face Qin Shuang and responded in a low voice. However, his chest had begun to rise and fall slightly. The word beautiful stabbed him like a knife. How many times? From elementary school to now, this damn adjective is like a label that I can't get rid of. How he wanted to raise his head, look the counselor straight in the eyes and shout, "Please don't describe me as beautiful." But Qin Shuang's powerful aura made him breathe lighter unconsciously. In the end, he could only clench his fists tightly and swallow all his anger and grievances back into his stomach. Go down quickly. Qin Shuang patted his shoulder gently. Hao Xiaodong nodded quickly as if he had been pardoned, and rushed back to his seat almost as if running away, wishing he could curl himself up into a ball. Lin Xie keenly caught the strange light in Qin Shuang's eyes when he looked at Hao Xiaodong. It seems that the weak and beautiful Hao Xiaodong was also regarded as her prey. Should he rescue Xiaodong? After thinking for a moment, Lin Xie decided to rescue him. After all, Qin Shuang would sooner or later surrender to him. If I let her adopt Hao Xiaodong first, wouldn't I become his MT later? But he doesn't have the habit of adopting male cuties. Should he blindfold him and use him as a prop for the atmosphere when interacting with the cuties? This ridiculous idea was extinguished by him as soon as it came to mind. As a noble and upright young man with pure values, he is not so perverted. Chapter 63, Su Chang'e feels wronged. Lin Xie introduces himself. The self-introduction will be over in no time. Lin Xie took out his phone and started to send a message to Su Chang'e. "Little queen, do you want to be the monitor?" The phone in Su Chang'e's bag vibrated. She quickly took out her phone, unlocked it, and saw that it was a message from Lin Xie. She immediately replied, "Of course." Was class monitor in high school? Lin Xie's news popped up immediately. Yes, and it's been 2 years. Su Chang'e replied with a hint of pride. But the class monitor in college is not just a decoration like the class monitor in high school. I have decided to be the class monitor too. How about we see who can be the class monitor? Lin Chia's message came quickly. This piece of news was like a bucket of cold water poured on Su Chang'e's head. She frowned slightly and glanced back at Lin Chia in the back row. She found that he was looking at her with a half smile. If Lin Chia also wanted to run for class monitor, she suddenly felt a little insecure. After all, judging from the reactions of his classmates before, Lin Chia has already established prestige in the class. Although I was a class monitor in high school, my tasks at that time were only to collect homework, distribute test papers, and convey notices. When I organized activities, I always had servants following me around. She really had no idea how to face the complex affairs of a university class on her own. The phone screen lit up again, and when Su Chang'e saw the message, "What? Is the little queen scared?" her chest suddenly tightened. Her slender fingers unconsciously grasped the phone. This bastard. Su Chang'e cursed in her heart, but she had to admit that Lin Chia was right. Facing him, she actually lost her confidence. She took a deep breath and poked the screen heavily with her fingertips. "Do you really have to fight with me?" She regretted it the moment she sent the message. It almost sounded like a sign of weakness. Lin Chia's reply came quickly. "It's not a dispute, it's just that you are not qualified to be a university monitor and can't manage the entire class." There was a condescending tone between the lines. "You will not only face classmates in your own class, but also cadres from other classes and the student union, and even college leaders. Can you handle it calmly now? Also, a true queen must not only maintain her pride, but also be able to convince strangers in the shortest possible time and use them for her own benefit. In this regard, you are still far from it." She pursed her lips tightly, almost crushing the phone with her fingertips. "How can you be sure that they didn't believe me? Then let's see whether they trust you more or me more." After Lin Chia sent the message, he put away his phone with a chuckle, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Lin Chia did this for a clear purpose. First of all, he would never agree with her in everything, and he had to let her know that the relationship between them was not that of master and servant. Secondly, he wanted to dampen her arrogance and make her realize the gap between her and himself. He will also continue to strike down her arrogant attitude in front of him and make her realize that she can be the queen of everyone, but she cannot be the queen of herself. Su Chang'e stared at the phone screen in a daze. She originally planned to ask Lin Chia how to keep her position as class monitor. After all, this identity would not only allow her to enjoy the obedience of the slaves, but also make her the focus of the whole class. Although the so-called class affairs in high school were nothing more than useless chores, there were always servants to help her solve them. But she firmly believed that even in college, she could handle all problems without the help of those servants. This would make these classmates who serve as a foil to her and are destined to become her slaves respect her even more and make her the core of the class. But as soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Chia told her that he also wanted to run for class monitor. At that moment, I felt betrayed. Su Chang'e bit her lower lip subconsciously, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized that Lin Chia had never been her slave. He taught himself that becoming a queen was just for fun, and that running for class monitor was his natural right. He really doesn't need to accommodate me, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? Asshole! Su Chang'e cried out silently in her heart, and her chest ached as if a stone was pressing on it. She had clearly said that she wanted to be the class monitor, so why was he still fighting with her so hard? Her eyes suddenly felt hot, and an indescribable sense of grievance surged in her heart. What happened to Qian Ge? Joya, who was sitting on her right, gently touched Su Chang'e's arm and asked in a low voice. She noticed that Su Chang'e had been staring at his phone with his head down for a long time. Nothing. Su Chang'e suddenly came back to her senses, quickly locked the phone screen, and raised her head slightly to prevent tears from flowing. I'm glad you're okay. Joya nodded and turned her attention back to the podium. Soon, it was Lin Chia's turn to introduce themselves. Zhang Wei was the first to go on stage. He was so nervous that he spoke hesitantly. Hello, students. My name is Zhang Wei. I'm from Jiangnan City. I like watching anime and comics. He glanced at Hao Xiaodong's position and said, if there are classmates with the same interests, we can communicate more in the future. His self-introduction was unremarkable, but it was sincere and complete. Li Junnan and Chen Hao, who came on stage next, performed quite well. Li Junnan briefly introduced his hometown and hobbies, while Chen Hao added a few words about his expectations for future university life. Although the two people's speeches were not outstanding, they completed the task smoothly. It was Lin Chiye's turn to introduce himself last. Under the gaze of the whole class, he slowly stood up with a calm and unhurried movement. His 185 centimeters tall figure was particularly eye-catching. When he walked towards the podium, the air in the entire classroom seemed to stagnate. That innate aura made everyone's eyes follow him involuntarily. When he stood next to Qin Shuang, their heights matched perfectly, and their auras seemed to fit in strangely. Seeing that Lin Chiye was actually half a head taller than herself even though she was wearing 8 centimeters high heels, Qin Shuang narrowed her eyes in displeasure. She has always enjoyed the feeling of looking down on little boys with her height advantage, watching them feel uneasy and blushing with shyness in front of her. After all, if she wears high heels, there are very few boys taller than her. However, at this moment, Lin Chiye's tall height and calm posture. Her little hobby was not satisfied, but it instead aroused her strong desire to conquer. The image of Lin Chiye kneeling under her appeared in her mind involuntarily. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye ignored Qin Shuang, raised his head and calmly scanned the faces of all his classmates one by one, without any sign of nervousness. A confident and calm smile appeared on his lips, and his voice was deep and powerful. I am a local of Jiangnan City. I have a wide range of hobbies. I like adventure and am good at challenging impossible things. He paused, looking at the audience sincerely. From today on, we are brothers and sisters in the same class. We must take care of each other. As I said before, anyone who has difficulties can come to me in the future. After saying this, he bowed his head slightly to express his gratitude and walked off the stage in a graceful manner. There was immediate applause in the classroom. Although his self-introduction was brief, his confidence and composure impressed everyone. After all, I have just arrived in a new environment and it is impossible not to be nervous when facing a group of strangers. Everyone's self-introduction can be seen to be more or less nervous. For example, those who can speak clearly lower their heads and don't look down. Those who look up and look down stutter or pause when speaking. There are almost no people as calm as Lin Chiye. The most touching thing was the sentence that we would be brothers and sisters from now on. It instantly eliminated the strangeness between the freshmen and naturally brought them closer. Joya covered her chest with both hands and followed Lin Chiye's figure with her eyes. Xiango, Lin Chiye is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Su Chang'e glanced at her and said, You're wishful thinking. There was a hint of contempt in her tone. Lin Chiye doesn't even like me, how could he like you? If you weren't a qualified supporting role, I wouldn't bother with you. Xiange, you are so hurtful, can't I just fantasize a little? Joya turned her head to look at Su Chang'e and said aggrievedly, then her eyes lit up, but you and Lin Chiye are a good match. What nonsense! Su Chang'e shouted in a low voice, but the tips of her ears turned red. She subconsciously stroked the hem of her skirt and frowned, I don't like him. Joya blinked in understanding and replied in a long tone, yes, our Miss Su is so beautiful. What she is best at is dealing with girls who look cool on the outside. Most girls of this type are tsundere, and Su Chang'e is just being tough in words. Zoya leaned forward slightly and looked at Jiyu over Su Chang'e. Student in, what do you think of Lin Chiye? She spoke in a soft voice. She had no prejudice against students from poor families, not to mention that Jiyu was her roommate. I should take more care of her, so I deliberately found a topic to bring us closer. In fact, she had a little plan in mind. If Lin Chiye knew how caring she was, he might develop a good impression of her. Although I don't dare to hope to become his girlfriend, it would be nice to be a good friend after all, he seems such a reliable person. He gives people a very reliable feeling. And Jiyu, who was in a daze, didn't expect Joya to suddenly talk to him, so he quickly turned his body and responded in a low voice. Su Chang'e nodded secretly after hearing this, thinking that the servant was indeed the one she had chosen, not a fangirl. I will reward you with some clothes later. After all, you have to follow this queen, so you can't lose your image. Joya was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Jiyu to give such a realistic evaluation. She originally thought that Jiyu would blush and say things like so handsome like other girls, but it seems that she was too superficial. You are right. Joya smiled knowingly, looked at Jiyu who lowered his head timidly again, and considerately ended the topic. As soon as Lin Chiye returned to his seat, Jiang Wei came over impatiently and said in a low voice, Brother Yi, you were so handsome just now. I think even Instructor Qin was shocked by you. Li Junan on the side also nodded repeatedly to show his agreement. Yeah. Lin Chiye smiled without saying anything. His eyes stayed on Qin Shuang on the podium and he found that she was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air, and he politely gave a friendly smile. Qin Shuang interpreted this smile as a provocation, her red lips curled up in a cold arc, and then she looked away. Student Lin's performance is very good, everyone should learn more from him in the future. She clapped her hands and said, military training will begin tomorrow. We need to elect a temporary monitor. Interested students can go on stage and give a speech. The final decision will be made by raising hands and voting. She glanced at Lin Xie from the corner of her eye. She felt that there was a high chance that Lin Xie would be elected class monitor, which was perfect, as she would have more opportunities to train him. Chapter 64 becomes the monitor. Su Chang'e is the deputy monitor. The classroom suddenly fell silent. After a while, Su Chang'e stood up neatly, straightened her body, and walked towards the podium with confident steps. After she stood still, she looked straight ahead with a cold gaze at Lin Xie, and then spoke. Hello, classmates. I am Su Chang'e. Her voice remained clear and cool. I want to run for class monitor because I think no one is more suitable than me. I was class monitor for 2 years in high school and have rich experience in class management. I believe I can manage the class well even in college. I hope everyone will support me. Her speech ended so briefly, and the classroom immediately erupted in warm applause, which was actually more of a cheer for her image. Su Chang'e nodded slightly, left the center of the podium, stood aside, maintained a proud attitude, and looked at Lin Xie with obvious provocation in her eyes. Lin Xie ignored her provocation because she soon stopped laughing. Then he stood up calmly, walked steadily towards the podium, and passed by Su Chang'e. After he stood still, he calmly glanced at the people below and began to speak. Hello everyone, I am Lin Xie. His voice was low and gentle, like a spring breeze, making people unconsciously focus on him and listen to what he was going to say next. In my opinion, the squad leader is not just a manager, but should also be everyone's partner and supporter. He paused slightly and said, if I become the class monitor, I will help every student integrate into the class and let everyone feel a sense of belonging in college. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you can come to me for consultation, and I will do my best to help you solve them. I will also organize class gatherings from time to time to enhance the relationship and cohesion among classmates and arrange social gatherings with other classes to help everyone expand their social circles and make more friends. At the end, he showed a gentle and confident smile. I hope to get everyone's support. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped aside and stood side by side with Su Chang'e. The classroom immediately erupted in applause even louder than before. The girls were whispering to each other excitedly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The boys all nodded, obviously agreeing with his words. Su Chang'e looked at the expressions of approval expressed by her classmates below and unconsciously bit her lower lip tightly. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit that Lin Xie's speech was indeed more resonant and agreeable. It looks like I'm going to lose. Bastard. Qin Shuang stood back in the center of the podium and looked around. Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor? There was a sudden silence below. Faced with 2 such strong competitors, the other students chose to give up running for class monitor. Then let's raise our hands and vote now. Seeing that no one wanted to run for election, Qin Shuang didn't want to waste any more time. Then the voting was conducted by raising hands, and finally Lin Xie was elected class monitor with an overwhelming number of votes. This result is not unexpected. For girls, having a handsome and friendly class monitor is what they want. The boys were also very rational. Su Chang'e gave people the feeling of being too cold and distant. In comparison, Lin Xie's gentle and reliable image obviously made people feel closer without any pressure. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask for help. Congratulations to Lin for being elected class monitor. Qin Shuang smiled brightly at Lin Xie, but with a playful look in her eyes. I hope you can manage the class well during the military training, and don't let the teacher down, otherwise the temporary monitor won't be able to become a regular monitor. Thank you, teacher. This monitor is confident that he can do well. Lin Xie turned around and responded politely to Qin Shuang, his eyes also meaningful. Then he suddenly took a step forward and turned to face the whole class. I have another suggestion, that is to let classmate Su be the deputy monitor. After all, it may not be convenient for girls to come to me directly for some problems. We can let classmate Su coordinate and communicate. What do you think? He just wanted Su Chang'e to be the deputy monitor so that it wouldn't be awkward for him to have frequent contact with her in the future. And you can teach her how to do things in the name of teaching, and you can be a decision maker and she can be an executor. The relationship of superiors and subordinates, and master and servants was subtly established, and she was accustomed to asking me for help when she encountered difficulties. Su Qiangya frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Lin Xie made such a suggestion. But she has always been proud, how could she be inferior to others? She turned to look at Lin Xie with confusion and resistance in her eyes, and wanted to express her refusal out loud. As if feeling her gaze, Lin Xie turned around, his eyes containing an unquestionable and firm restraining look. Su Qiangya didn't know why she was speechless under his intense gaze. The students in the audience began to discuss heatedly. The girls felt that this arrangement was very considerate. After all, some difficulties were indeed inconvenient to communicate with boys. The boys also thought it was a good idea. After all, this would give them a chance to get close to the goddess and talk to her for a few words. The proposal was quickly passed unanimously amid chorus of approval. Since everyone agrees, I have no objection. Qin Shuang spoke coldly. It didn't matter to her who was the monitor, not to mention the deputy monitor who was just a decoration. Then she looked at Su Qiangya. What do you think, classmate Su? Su Qiangya pursed her lips, glanced at Lin Xie with complicated eyes, and nodded reluctantly. Then it's settled. Su, you will work with Lin to manage the class. You two can leave now. Qin Shuang announced calmly. After the two of them sat down, Qin Shuang pushed his glasses and said, Today's class meeting ends here. Everyone go back and have a rest early. Military training will begin tomorrow. Gather downstairs of Jingshi building at 7:30 tomorrow morning. No one is allowed to be late. At the end, she deliberately emphasized her tone, team leader Lin stays, and the rest of you can disband. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the classroom, and everyone stood up amid the sound of chairs colliding. Su Qiangya looked back at Lin Xie when she stood up. Zhang Wei patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and said with a wink, Brother Yi, take care. Instructor Qin looks difficult to deal with. After a while, the noisy classroom fell silent, leaving only Lin Xie and Qin Shuang. Chapter 65, Lin Xie is calm, Qin Shuang is defeated. Qin Shuang leaned sideways on the edge of the podium, her arms folded across her chest, her long legs elegantly crossed, her black stockings glowing alluringly under the white light. Lin Xie looked at her cold and arrogant appearance, then stood up calmly and walked towards the podium. After he stood in front of Qin Shuang lazily raised his head and looked at Lin Xie. Student Lin Xie, do you know why the teacher left you alone? His tone was somewhat teasing. Lin Xie lowered his head slightly, and met her gaze without avoiding it. Teacher Qin, do you have anything important to tell me? Seeing that he dared to look directly into her eyes so calmly, Qin Shuang narrowed his eyes. Isn't it impolite for you to look directly at the teacher like this? Oh. Lin Xie took a step forward, still looking down at her. I have always believed that looking into the other person's eyes during a conversation is the most basic respect. His words left Qin Shuang speechless for a moment. She didn't expect that now that they were alone, face to face at such a close distance, he could still remain so calm and bold. This was undoubtedly a naked provocation to her. Qin Shuang raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Student Lin is so presumptuous, aren't you afraid that the teacher will give you special care? Special care? I don't think I have offended the teacher. Lin Xie's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was calm. Besides, a beautiful woman like Teacher Qin shouldn't embarrass her students. You. Qin Shuang's eyes flickered slightly. She obviously didn't expect that a student would dare to praise her beauty so bluntly in person, as if they treated her as a peer. Such courage was truly rare. Okay, Teacher Qin. Lin Xie said calmly, if there is nothing important to tell me, I will go back and rest. He knew that Qin Shuang wanted to intimidate him and make him bow his head in front of her, but this was impossible. When dealing with such a proud woman, you cannot show the slightest cowardice in front of her, otherwise there is no possibility of conquering her. Qin Shuang's rhythm was completely disrupted by Lin Xie. No man had ever dared to speak to her in such a presumptuous manner. She could not accept being suppressed by a little boy, so she immediately stretched out her right hand and pressed it on his chest. Student Lin is praising the teacher so much, could it be that he has some bad thoughts about the teacher? It is an objective fact that Teacher Qin is beautiful. Lin Xie calmly grabbed her wrist and gently put it down, as if he didn't like her close contact. Does stating the facts mean having improper expectations? The teacher is too narcissistic. Also, teacher, your actions are a bit too intimate. Are you thinking of something inappropriate towards me? Oh. Qin Shuang shook his hand off violently. She had never been held by a stinky man like this before. Then why have you been staring at the teacher since she entered the classroom? She stood up straight on purpose to make her proud curves more eye-catching. Besides, your eyes are quite inappropriate. As for her falling for a little boy like you, that's completely nonsense. Well. Lin Xiye's eyes swept over her calmly, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and his tone was calm and calm. Appreciating beauty is a traditional virtue of men. As a three-good youth, this virtue is of course indispensable. Besides, Teacher Chin is dressed so beautifully and sexily, isn't it just to let others appreciate your beauty? I just don't want to let the teacher down and satisfy your little thoughts. I must also make 2 points clear. I am not a child anymore. I am not interested in you, teacher. Lin Xiye. Can you be more shameless? When Qin Shuang heard this, he was so angry that his eyes froze and turned cold, and his chest heaved violently. She had never met anyone so shameless. What annoyed her even more was the last sentence. What did you mean by not interested in her? With her looks and temperament, she has yet to meet a stinky man who can resist her charm. She had never been looked down upon like this before. Why wouldn't he be interested? What right does he have to not be interested? I'm just telling the truth. Lin Xiye raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Teacher, why are you so angry? Judging from your age, you shouldn't have reached menopause yet. He just wanted to provoke her anger and make her lose control of her emotions in front of him. Because it will be easier to conquer her only if she loses her rationality when facing herself. You are looking for death. Qin Shuang was so angry that he raised his right hand and was about to slap him in the face. Teacher, you are really unreasonable. Lin Xiye quickly grabbed her wrist, turned around and pushed her against the blackboard wall. Qin Shuang was restrained just as he raised his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, both of his hands were firmly held above his head by his left hand. Then Lin Xiye's right hand suddenly touched her slender waist. The sudden warmth around his waist made Qin Shuang tremble all over, and his legs unconsciously became weak. It seems to be a sensitive area. Seeing this, Lin Xiye did not pause, leaning over and whispering in Qin Shuang's ear, Teacher, did you keep me here just to say these boring words? Then I don't have time to accompany you. Before he finished his words, he let go and stood up, walking towards the classroom door without looking back. It seemed as if the waist-stroking action just now was not deliberate, as if he was trying to take advantage of something. Qin Shuang stood there in a daze. The shameful posture of being pushed against the blackboard wall just now made her feel that her dignity was deeply violated. The touch that seemed to still linger on her waist gave her an unprecedented strange feeling. She never thought that one day she would be so offended by a little boy. She also realized how shameless and bold Lin Xiye was beneath his gentle appearance. You are really good at pretending. After that, I don't need to pretend to be a good teacher in front of him. Lin Xiye. Stop right there. Then he shouted at Lin Xiye's back, his voice trembling with anger. But Lin Xiye continued to move forward without any pause. Damn bastard. Qin Shuang grabbed the registration booklet on the table and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on it several times with her high heels. She didn't expect that Lin Xiye would dare to disobey her orders now. After venting, the shameful scene just now emerged in her mind uncontrollably again, causing her heart to throb strangely. She shook her head violently, the dangerous fire in her eyes rekindled. Just wait, you bastard. If I can't make you kneel down and admit your mistake, and say that you have improper thoughts about me, I will write my name, Qin Shuang, upside down. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Chapter 66 Video Call with Two Girls. On the other side, Lin Xiye walked out of the teaching building. The warm night breeze blew past him, causing him to squint his eyes slightly. The system prompt sound that rang in his mind made the corners of his mouth rise. Next, this cold and beautiful queen will probably try every possible way to get back her dignity. Lin Xiye chuckled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. I hope her methods are more advanced, otherwise it would be too boring. He then walked towards the lakeside bench in front of the Jingshi building and decided to have a video chat with his two pets right now. It would be better not to let the three people in the dormitory know that he has two pets for the time being, for fear that it would be too much of a blow to them. After sitting down, Lin Xiye took out his mobile phone and made a video call to Chen Sihan. The video was connected quickly, with the familiar living room in the background and the sound of the TV coming through. In the picture, Chen Sihan is wearing a thin pink lace pajamas with two buttons at the collar unbuttoned, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and cleavage. She was leaning lazily on Lang Ruwashi's shoulder, who was also wearing a black lace pajamas that revealed her delicate collarbone. The seductive looks of the two made Lin Qiye recall the scene of last night, and his chest suddenly felt hot. "You big bad guy, why are you video calling me so early?" Chen Sihan said coquettishly, with obvious coquettishness in her voice. "Don't you miss my little kitty so much? I can't wait to see you as soon as the class meeting is over." Lin Qiye chuckled. "Humph. That sounds nice." She pouted, "Then why didn't you wake me up this afternoon? You didn't take me to school, you only took Sister Ruwashi with you." Lin Qiye laughed. "It's not that you don't have the same endurance as Ruwashi. I saw that you looked so tired, how could I bear to wake you up? You can come to my school anytime you want. Bad MT just knows how to coax people. I'll forgive you this time." She blinked. "Why are you outside and not in the dormitory? Isn't this more convenient for flirting with my little baby?" Lin Qiye teased. "Does the master only want to flirt with Sister Sihan and not talk to me?" Lang Ruwashi suddenly took the phone and framed both of their faces in the picture. Seeing the two people's charming looks reminded Lin Qiye of the past 2 months when the three of them were inseparable. If he hadn't started school, he would definitely be sitting on the sofa with his girlfriend in his arms, watching TV together, and then together again. It's really a place that makes people linger. How could that be? He put away his daydreams. "I spent more time with you, the puppy, this afternoon, so of course I have to coax the kitten first. As an MT, I can't be partial to one over the other. If you're so anxious, you can flirt with them together." "Humph, you always have a point." Lang Ruwashi snorted. "How is that bastard MT going to flirt? You can't touch us now." She deliberately prolonged the last syllable of her voice, with a provocative gleam in her eyes. "That's right, bad guy MT, what are you going to do?" Chen Sihan also joined in the fun. "How dare you, two naughty little cuties." Lin Qiye looked around with a serious look, found a secluded corner, and looked at the two of them. "First, you." The two of them simultaneously lowered their heads to look at their bodies and blushed immediately. "You big bad guy, we won't listen to you." Although Lang Ruwashi said this, her voice was trembling and her ears were already red. "Big baby is so naughty? Then this weekend I will only give massage to little baby when I go back, you just watch from the side." Lin Qiye said this playfully, and then turned to Chen Sihan. "I think the little darling won't let the master down." Chen Sihan was stared at by him. "Humph. You just bully Sister Sihan." Lang Ruwashi immediately held down Chen Sihan's hand. "Let me see what you bad guy want." "That's good. Do as I say." Half an hour later, looking at the two beauties leaning against each other on the sofa on the screen, Lin Qiye hung up the video contentedly and walked towards Song Yuan dormitory. Chapter 67 Sunshine Girl Yi Xinyao. The next morning, at 7:20, downstairs of Jingshi Building. Students from several classes were already lined up in the open space in front of the building, wearing uniform military training uniforms. Lin Qiye stood in front of the Foreign Trade Class 1 team, looking calmly at the neatly rehearsed formation. The team was arranged into 7 rows, with girls in the first 4 rows and boys in the last 3 rows, standing in order of taller on the left and lower on the right. Su Changya stood on the far left of the second row. She was not the shortest among the girls. Everyone in the class has arrived, just waiting for Qin Shuang to arrive. While waiting, Lin Qiye looked at other classes casually. He soon noticed that the monitor of the next class, standing in front of the line and not very tall, pretty girl with a ponytail, was looking frequently at their class and himself. She held the hat in her hand, a hesitant expression on her bright face, but she finally walked towards him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of classmates from both classes. Su Changya, who was standing in the team, unconsciously clenched his fists and cursed in his heart, "What a guy who attracts bees and butterflies." "Hello, monitor of Foreign Trade Class 1, I'm Yi Xinyao, monitor of Class 2. The girl quickly walked up to Lin Qiye and stood in front of him. She raised her face with a bright smile and stretched out her right hand generously. She exudes the aura of a sunny girl, and you can tell at first glance that she has a lively and cheerful personality. At this moment, a blue light curtain unfolded in front of Lin Qiye. Name, Yi Xinyao. Age, 18 years old. Identity, student of Foreign Trade Class 2502 of Jiangnan University. Rescue value, 0-100. Appearance 9'5". Body, 94 163 centimeters, 36 c. Good woman value, 80. Sensitive points, armpits. personality, lively and cheerful, enthusiastic and generous, clear about gratitude and resentment, good at communication but knows the limits. Lin Xie raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to meet so many people who could be saved at the beginning of the school year. It seemed that he would be busy in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he stretched out his right hand and shook her hand. "Hello, Squad Leader Yi, my name is Lin Xie, what do you want to talk to me about?" "That." Yi Xinyao stood on tiptoe a little embarrassedly. "Can you please bend down? You are too tall." Lin Xie leaned forward in confusion, resting his hands on his knees. Yi Xinyao took a step closer, glanced at the first class, and said in a low voice, "Hao Xiaodong in your class is my childhood friend. He looks like a girl and is a bit introverted. He might be bullied by other boys. Can you please take care of him?" After hearing this, Lin Xie turned around and looked at the team. The tallest girl in the class is 170 centimeters tall. And Ji was standing in the fourth row, position 1 from the right. Hao Xiaodong was standing in the second right position in the fifth row, and there was a 1.6 meter tall chubby boy standing on his right. At this moment, he was looking over here from the gap in the team with his head turned sideways. Noticing that he was being stared at, Hao Xiaodong hurriedly lowered his head. "I see." Lin Xie stood up and smiled gently. "As the class monitor, it is my duty to take care of every student. You don't have to worry." Ding, Yi Xinyao's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 5100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. The image of a gentle and refined gentleman works well on good women. Thank you, Squad Leader Lin. I'll treat you to a meal later. Yi Xinyao didn't expect Lin Xie to be so easy to get along with, and immediately revealed a sincere and sweet smile. Most people would certainly politely refuse her thanks. But Lin Xie is not an ordinary person, and she is a good woman who can be saved. How could he give up the opportunity to contact her? Okay. Lin Xie smiled even more. But we don't have many opportunities to meet each other. Do you want to add each other on Feishan? No problem. Yi Xinyao took out her cell phone readily, a sly look flashing in her eyes. We can organize a get-together for our 2 classes later. The purpose of her social gathering was to let the students in Class 1 know that Hao Xiaodong had a childhood friend who was the monitor of Class 2 to support him, so that they would not dare to bully Hao Xiaodong easily. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Xie said with a smile. After the two exchanged Feishan messages, Yi Xinyao waved goodbye and said, "Then I'll go back first, Squad Leader Lin." Looking at the girl's back as she trotted away, Lin Xie seemed to be thinking about something. How should he save this sunny and cheerful girl? At 7:28, the crisp sound of high heels came from behind, causing people from several classes to turn their heads and look. Xin Shuang came walking slowly, carrying a black designer handbag, wearing a black chiffon knee-length dress and black high heels. After walking to Lin Xie's side and looking at the neat team in front of her, she had no reason to make things difficult for Lin Xie. Is the whole class here? She turned her head slightly and asked Lin Xie. We are all here. We are just waiting for you, Teacher Qin, to give us the next instructions. Lin Xie said calmly. Xin Shuang glanced at Lin Xie coldly. Very good, it seems that you are quite competent as a squad leader. I'm just doing what a squad leader should do. Lin Xie responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Xin Shuang narrowed his eyes. I hope you can always be so competent. After that, she turned to face the team and said in a cold and serious voice, everyone listen carefully, go to the playground and gather. The military training mobilization meeting will start at 8 o'clock, and then the military training will begin. During the military training, discipline comes first, and you must obey the instructor's arrangements. Do you understand? I understand. Let's go. Xin Shuang gave an order, and everyone walked towards the playground. Xin Shuang and Lin Xie followed behind. After walking for about a minute, Xin Shuang saw that the team was already some distance away from them. She turned around and asked Lin Xie, Student Lin, why didn't I listen to you last night when I told you to stop? Don't you respect the teacher? Xin Shuang was obviously still upset about what happened last night, and there was suppressed anger in his voice. How could that be? I just feel that the teacher is deliberately making things difficult for me. Lin Xie looked calm and spoke casually. If you feel offended because I admired the teacher's beauty, then I apologize. Having said that, there was no apology in his tone. Do I need to deliberately make things difficult for you? You are just too presumptuous. Xin Shuang was so angry that her voice rose a little. Why did you pose like that towards me yesterday? Do you know how rude your behavior was? Teacher, you are the bad guy who complained first. If you want to talk about rudeness, you were the first to be rude. You were about to slap me, and I couldn't resist? Lin Xie shook his head lightly and said lightly, that posture was also done in a hurry. If it were someone else, they would have fallen to the ground long ago. Qin Shuang was so angry at Lin Xie's words that her chest heaved violently, and her snow-white skin, which was faintly visible under her black gauze dress, turned slightly red. She gritted her teeth and slammed her high heels on the ground. Lin Xie. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to a teacher? Lin Xie glanced at her sideways, his lips slightly raised. Teacher, I am just telling you the truth. Why do you get angry so easily? It's not good to get angry and hurt your health. You. Her red lips trembled slightly, and she stomped her high heels heavily on the ground, wishing she could crush the stinky face in front of her with her high heels. At this moment, she also realized that this bastard had no respect or fear for her counselor, which made her punch hard on the stone. Very powerless. She hadn't thought of any way to retaliate against him yet, so she could only snort coldly, stepping faster in her high heels, and stomping on the ground as if it were Lin Xie's face. But before she had taken 10 steps, her right foot suddenly twisted and she fell to the right. Ah! Just as she was about to fall, a figure flashed to her side like a ghost. Lin Xie's slender and powerful right hand firmly supported her right waist, and his other hand pressed on her left shoulder. Teacher, are you okay? His large and warm palm through the thin gauze skirt made Qin Shuang tremble all over, and 2 red clouds instantly appeared on her cheeks. Open! She struggled in panic and her voice changed. She had never been touched by any man before, but was touched so intimately by a little boy twice in one day. And it also made her feel an inexplicable sense of shame. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 10-100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When Lin Xie heard the system's prompt, he immediately let go of his hand with a chuckle. Can we still go? It's none of your business. Qin Shuang scolded, holding on to his body. Okay, then teacher, you take a rest against the tree. I'll be leaving first. Lin Xie turned and left. Did she think that he would shamelessly help her? Obviously, it was impossible. When dealing with such a proud woman, you cannot indulge her or do as she wishes. Qin Shuang didn't expect Lin Xie to leave so decisively, which made her angry. She tried to take 2 steps, and immediately felt a piercing pain in her right ankle, which made her gasp. Obviously, the right foot was sprained quite badly and it can't be healed by just resting. Without caring about her face, she hurriedly shouted at Lin Xie, who had already walked a few meters away. Lin Xie. Come back here. Lin Xie paused, turned around slowly, and walked back reluctantly. As soon as he got closer, he saw Qin Shuang biting her lower lip, bending over and supporting her left leg to endure the pain. This made him raise his eyebrows and laugh in his heart. The proud queen looks really beautiful when she is in pain. Chapter 68. Qin Shuang decides to adopt Lin Xie. What does the teacher want me to do? I still have to go to the playground to gather. Lin Xie had a playful smile in his eyes. You. Qin Shuang suddenly raised his head and glared at him, knowing that he was taking revenge and deliberately teasing her. But now the situation forced her to do so. She could only grit her teeth and say, help me get to the infirmary. The infirmary is quite far from here, at the school gate, and it normally takes more than 10 minutes to walk there. If I take you, the wounded soldier, with me now, it will take at least half an hour. I am afraid I will not be able to catch up with the military training. Lin Xie spread his hands and pretending to be distressed. You. Qin Shuang was so angry that his chest heaved violently, but he had no choice at the moment. Asshole, can you drive? Of course. Lin Xie chuckled and nodded. Help me go to the parking lot next to Jingsher building and drive my car there. Qin Shuang lowered his voice. Okay, I'll send a message to the deputy monitor and ask her to take care of the class. After Lin Xie sent the message, he stepped forward, supported her left arm, and let her lean on his right shoulder. Qin Shuang gritted her teeth and just took 2 steps when she felt a sharp pain in her right foot, making her dare not move anymore. It seems you can't walk anymore. Lin Xie let go of her hand and squatted in front of her. I'll carry you. Qin Shuang bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment, but finally lay on his back. Lin Xie took advantage of the situation to hold up her thighs, put his hands on the fluttering hem of her skirt, and stood up steadily. The delicate touch from his palms, the smooth white calves and high heels swaying gently in front of his eyes, and the soft pressure from his back all irritated him. Although this was exactly the result he wanted, he now regretted this decision. It was simply asking for trouble. Take a deep breath, suppress your restless emotions, take steady steps and move forward slowly. Qin Xuan was also upset. She never thought that she would have such close contact with this boy whom she had known for less than a day. What surprised her even more was that when she was lying on the bastard's back, the reassuring breath made her feel a little dazed and nostalgic. Since he is not afraid of me and the tough approach doesn't work on him, can I use another method to make him kneel at my feet? Although she originally only wanted to adopt a weak and well-behaved pet, the standard is not unbreakable. It seems that raising a little wolf dog is not a bad idea. She didn't quite believe that this bastard was really not interested in her and was just pretending to be stubborn. She believed that few men could resist her charm, and if she took the initiative, no man would be able to resist. If I show that I like him and want to get close to him, how should he respond? How could he remain so calm? Thinking of this, a sly look flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. She leaned close to Lin Xia's ear and asked softly, "Student Lin Xia, why are you so hostile to the teacher?" Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 15,100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. Hearing Qin Shuang's unusually gentle voice, Lin Xia's lips curled up into a playful smile. Is this woman trying to play some tricks? Then he would like to see what trick she has. It's not that I have hostility towards the teacher, but the teacher has been deliberately making things difficult for me. Lin Xia pretended not to notice her abnormality and responded indifferently. It's because you stared at me so boldly that I thought you were a pervert and I felt uncomfortable. Qin Shuang said softly, but now I suddenly feel that you are right. I dress up to let others know my beauty. You are not wrong. How about I treat you to lunch at noon as an apology to you? Since the teacher has realized his mistake, I don't have to be on guard against him all the time, and I don't have to eat. Lin Xia answered calmly, as if he was stating a self-evident fact. Qin Shuang cursed the bastard in his heart, but pretended to be aggrieved and said, "It seems that classmate Lin is still angry with the teacher and is unwilling to forgive the teacher." Okay, I agree. Lin Xia pretended to think for a moment and then reluctantly agreed. In 3 minutes, Lin Xia carried Qin Shuang to her car, which was a white convertible Maserati sports car. Will it open? Qin Shuang took out the key from her bag and handed it to Lin Xia and asked. Yes. Lin Xia took the key. 3 minutes later, the car stopped steadily in the parking lot in front of the Dong Demon Medical Clinic. After Lin Xia got off the car, he carried Qin Shuang on his back and walked into the infirmary. There was a young doctor in her early 30s sitting in the infirmary. She stood up to greet them when she saw them come in. "Doctor, my teacher sprained her foot and it seems to be quite serious. Could you please take a look?" Lin Xia said. "Follow me." The doctor led them to the lounge inside. "Put the teacher on the bed," the doctor instructed. Lin Xia did as he was told and asked Qin Shuang to sit on the bed. After Qin Shuang sat down, the female doctor gently took off her right high-heeled shoe. Suddenly, a white jade foot was revealed. The 5 toes painted with bright red nail polish were particularly eye-catching, with an alluring luster, and very sexy. After a careful examination, the doctor said, "It's not too serious. Apply an ice pack for 20 minutes, then apply some anti-swelling medicine, and then rest for a week and you will be fine." After saying that, he turned around to get the ice pack. "Teacher, since it's nothing important, I'll leave first. I'll give you the key. When you're done, I'll ask the designated driver to take you back." Lin Xia turned his eyes away from her delicate and sexy feet and handed over the car keys. "As for dinner, you can't walk for a while, so please treat me to dinner after my military training is over." Qin Shuang opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, but what he said did make sense, but if he was planning to conquer him, he couldn't let him go so easily. Well, the official military training is still a long way off, it will start at least 9 o'clock. I will definitely be bored sitting here alone. Can you sit down and chat with the teacher for a while? She said softly. That's okay. Lin Xia responded hesitantly and sat down on the chair beside the bed. It seems that she is pestering me. What does she want to do? At this time, the doctor came in with an ice pack and said to Qin Shuang, "Teacher, please put your feet on the bed and sit up straight, and bend your right leg." Qin Shuang obeyed and bent her right leg. The hem of her skirt naturally fell to the base of her thigh and was gently pressed down by her. I wonder if this proud queen will take any protective measures. After she sat down, the doctor put an ice pack on her ankle and asked softly, "How does it feel?" Hiss, "It's quite comfortable." The cool feeling made Qin Shuang gasp. Then press the ice pack hard with your hands and apply it for 20 minutes. Massage your calves to promote blood circulation. The doctor instructed. Qin Shuang tried to press it with his hand, but it was difficult to exert force. Doctor, it's not easy to exert force. The doctor glanced at Lin Xie, who was sitting next to him, and said naturally, then let this classmate help. Qin Shuang felt a little hesitant when she heard this. After all, feet are a very private part of a woman's body. And she found that many stinky men liked to stare at her feet, especially when she was wearing hollow high heels. Would Lin Xie like it too? If he were given the chance to touch her now, would he fall for her instantly? Thinking of this, the tips of her ears felt slightly hot, but since she had already decided to tame this little wolf dog, she still had the awareness of sacrifice. That's okay. She nodded and turned to Lin Xie. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Lin. Seeing that the two of them made the decision without asking for his opinion, Lin Xie was a little speechless, as if he would definitely not refuse. Although he really wanted to touch Qin Shuang's sexy tender feet, their attitude still made him unhappy. Then he deliberately showed an embarrassed expression. This is not good, men and women should not touch each other. Doctor, you should help the teacher. This. The doctor looked embarrassed as she had other things to do. It's okay, the teacher doesn't care, it's just an ice pack. Hearing Lin Xie's refusal, Qin Shuang suppressed his anger and spoke softly. Can anyone touch her beautiful feet? Now that he has been given the opportunity to touch the holy feet, he actually dares to refuse. If she didn't want to conquer him, she would definitely stuff her foot into his mouth and let this bastard taste it properly. Okay, since the teacher said you don't mind, then don't accuse me of offending you and deliberately make things difficult for me. Lin Xie pretended to agree reluctantly. Student Lin. Qin Shuang raised her fist in a faint anger and said with a stern face, didn't the teacher explain everything clearly? If you keep bringing up the past, I'm going to get angry. I'm being petty, press it now. Lin Xie pulled the chair closer, took the ice pack on Qin Shuang's foot with his right hand and pressed it with a little force. The young doctor standing nearby shook her head at the strange teacher-student relationship between the two, then turned and left the lounge. Chapter 69 Qin Shuang's Seduction, Lin Xie's Response. Seeing Lin Xie's obedient look, Qin Shuang raised the corners of his lips slightly, secretly delighted in his heart. It seems that when dealing with this little wolf dog, a gentle strategy is indeed more effective than a tough approach. Didn't the doctor say that we need massage? She tilted her head slightly and said softly, Student Lin, can you do it? Well. Lin Xie looked down at her slender calves and gently placed his left hand on them. Although I've never pressed them before, you can give it a try. He had seen through Qin Shuang's intention. She wanted to use this ambiguous physical contact to seduce him, make him fall for her, and become her slave. Unfortunately, she found the wrong person and chose the wrong method. He, Lin Xie, will never be someone's servant under the skirt, but only the king on the skirt. Then he deliberately pressed hard on her calf. Ah! Qin Shuang cried out in pain unexpectedly and subconsciously pulled his ankle back, but Lin Xie held it firmly. She glared at him instantly, but after seeing the calm expression on his face, she swallowed the rebuke that was about to come out of her mouth. What's wrong? Lin Xie turned his head with pretended concern, but the strength in his hands did not decrease at all. You are using too much force. Qin Shuang bit her lip, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Sorry, Lin Xie relaxed his strength a little. This is my first time massaging someone, and I can't control the strength well. Can I do it now? To Qin Shuang's surprise, as he adjusted the strength of his technique, the original burning pain was gradually replaced by a comfortable feeling of soreness and swelling. After a while, Qin Shuang felt that the pain was relieved a lot. It seems that this little bastard is quite talented in massage. After you conquer him, it would be nice to let him massage your feet every day. Looking at Lin Xie's focused profile, she decided to start her attack plan. Then she curled up her toes painted with bright red nail polish a few times and asked Lin Xie in a somewhat seductive voice, do you think the teacher's feet are beautiful? Lin Xie raised his eyes upon hearing that. His gaze stayed on the jade foot for a moment before he looked away, as if he was not interested in it. Then he began to comment, his tone as calm as a professional foot appraiser who had seen countless feet. The foot shape is indeed good, but... He paused. This bright red nail polish destroys the original natural beauty. I'll give it 80 points. This unexpected answer made Qin Shuang's breathing pause, and then he felt annoyed. What she wanted to see was Lin Xie being mesmerized by her beautiful feet and drooling, not this calm look. Unwilling to give up, she leaned forward, approached Lin Xie, and asked ambiguously, I want to ask, do you like the teacher's feet? Lin Xie turned his head suddenly, and the distance between the tips of their noses was only 20 centimeters. He slightly widened his eyes, showing just the right amount of surprise. Teacher. There was some hesitation in his voice. This question doesn't seem to be something a teacher should ask a student, right? Could it be that the teacher has some special thoughts about me? Qin Shuang was extremely annoyed when she saw his stunned expression, and secretly hated him in her heart. If it were any other stinky man, after hearing her such straightforward teasing, he would probably kneel down immediately and say that he liked it, and then offer to lick her feet. Is it true that my charm has no effect on him? Since a strong attack doesn't work, we can only take it step by step. There was a gleam in her eyes, and then she put on a natural and casual expression. What are you thinking about? The teacher just found that many stinky men always stare at my feet with disgusting eyes, just like perverts. I just want to know if you have this perverted hobby with other men too. Now it seems that there is no such thing, which also verifies what you said before, that Lin is really a gentleman. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently curled the ends of her hair. Besides, even if I really like you, a college teacher-student romance isn't anything unusual, right? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of amusement flashed across his eyes. This woman's brain is quite quick. I see. He pretended to be suddenly enlightened, then chuckled and shook his head. As for falling in love with me, forget it, I already have a girlfriend. Yeah? Qin Shuang was stunned for a moment when he heard that Lin Xie had a girlfriend, but then he thought that there was nothing strange about it. With his appearance, it was not surprising that he had a girlfriend. This further aroused her desire to conquer. After all, wouldn't it be more exciting and fulfilling to snatch the little wolf dog from someone else? Then her red lips curled up in a playful arc. Then, is your girlfriend as pretty as the teacher's face and as good as the teacher's figure? She deliberately sat up straight to make the curve of her chest more proud. Lin Xie pretended to look her over seriously, his eyes slowly moving from her delicate face to her proud curves, and finally pretending to recall and compare. Objectively speaking, whether it's appearance or figure, you two are indeed on par with each other. Qin Shuang was full of disbelief when she heard this. A perfect beauty with both good looks and figure like her is probably one in a million. Then he chuckled and raised his chin slightly. Are you a lover who sees beauty in everything? Teacher doesn't believe there is a woman who can match my looks and figure. What a narcissistic woman. Lin Xie almost laughed out loud. But this is indeed true, and her confident look is consistent with her character as a proud queen. It seems that the teacher is quite confident about his appearance. Lin Xie stopped massaging and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he took out his cell phone from his pocket and found a carefully selected photo. It was a photo of him and Lang Ruoshi surfing at the beach last month. In the photo, he was wearing only a pair of black beach shorts under the sun, with crystal water droplets hanging on his strong 8-pack abs, and his whole body exuded a wild hormonal aura. Lang Ruoshi, who was leaning on his right shoulder with him around her waist, was wearing a black lace bikini that perfectly outlined her perfect figure. Her long legs were crossed and she was facing the camera with a lazy and charming smile. Here, look for yourself. Lin Xie handed the phone to Qin Shuang so that she could see it clearly. As for why she took out this photo, one reason was to let this proud queen directly see that Lang Ruoshi was in no way inferior to her in figure and appearance, and to strike a blow to her arrogant self-confidence. Second, he had already thought of a plan to embarrass her in front of him. This requires her to first see his explosive body that is enough to make any woman's heart beat faster, laying the groundwork for subsequent plans. Qin Shuang's eyes were fixed on the photo. The woman in the picture was indeed stunningly beautiful. That pretty face, plump curves, delicate and cold white skin, and long legs were not inferior to her own in any way. No wonder this little bastard can resist my charm. It seems that it is quite difficult to conquer him. When her eyes focused on Lin Xie, who was standing beside the woman, her breathing suddenly stagnated and the tips of her ears turned red. How could she have ever seen such an attractive man's body? She had only seen the skinny boys' bodies in the Queen's training videos. Lin Xie's well-defined 8-pack abs and the sexy mermaid line that slipped into the shadow of his pants waist. Such a strong body full of male hormones is completely incomparable to the thin boys she usually sees in those Queen videos. His explosive body can instantly arouse the queen's desire to conquer. This made Qin Shuang involuntarily think, if she did what the queen did in the video. As the scene started to appear in her mind, her mouth immediately became dry. Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value +5, current rescue value, 2100, the host obtains 500 rescue coins. When Lin Xie heard the system's prompt and saw Qin Shuang's flushed and intoxicated face, he knew that this photo had made her think in that direction. After all, his explosive body will definitely make all queens fantasize about him, no doubt. It's time to implement the next step. Chapter 70, Qin Shuang's Nightmare. Lin Chia took back his phone and put his hand on Qin Shuang's calf again. Teacher, do you believe it now? Qin Shuang responded vaguely, squinting his eyes and clenching his fists. She was still immersed in that wonderful fantasy. Seeing her like this, after a while, Lin Chia quietly activated his mental stimulation, superimposing it 3 times for 15 seconds. Qin Shuang suddenly trembled all over, and the scene in his mind suddenly became 100 times clearer, as if he was there in person. Let her not be able to tell whether it is an illusion or reality. She was in a pink bedroom with the curtains completely drawn and low brightness warm yellow light illuminating the entire room. The room was exactly the same as in a video she had seen. Looking down, she was wearing a black suit, with. But just when he swung the 4th time, Lin Chia in front of him suddenly jumped up. How could that be? Qin Shuang opened his eyes wide instantly, but before he could react, he was violently pulled to the ground by a brute force. The world was spinning, and her back pressed heavily against the soft carpet. She was countered instantly. When she suddenly raised her head, she saw a pair of scarlet eyes, full of aggression, which made her scared instantly. But as a queen, how could she accept being offended by a slave? Then he began to struggle desperately, trying to break free from his restraints, and shouted, "Asshole! Let me go!" But her resistance was in vain. Soon, the cold air instantly invaded her skin all over her body, and she shed tears of humiliation. Qin Shuang's illusion continues. Outside, Lin Chia started recording the video from the moment he activated his skill. At first, Qin Shuang still maintained an excited and intoxicated expression. This expression was in line with Lin Chia's expectations. After all, with Qin Shuang's personality, she must have imagined herself as a queen who was high above everyone else, and he was a slave at her mercy, being controlled by her. But just 3 seconds later, she suddenly rolled over, a look of pain and shame appeared on her face, and low-voiced curses escaped from her lips. This appearance surprised Lin Chia a little. After thinking for a moment, he had a guess: could it be that in her fantasy, he, the slave, had become the master? This was in line with his character. It seems that his video is of no use. After all, he originally just wanted to let her see how shameful she looked in front of him, so that she wouldn't be able to keep calm when facing him next time. If I can then give in to her desire to be close to me and tease her in the opposite way, the effect will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But now the scene in her imagination is more effective. Lin Chia curled up the corners of his mouth with interest, and couldn't wait to see how Qin Shuang would react when he woke up. After 13 seconds, Lin Chia put away his phone, put on a concerned expression, held Qin Shuang's shoulders and shook her vigorously, lowering his voice and calling out with concern, "Teacher, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Immediately, Qin Shuang opened his eyes abruptly, his consciousness suddenly returned to reality, he began to breathe rapidly, and reached out to wipe the remaining tears on his face. The familiar lounge, as if the real scene just now was just a short nightmare, but the immersive feeling made her unable to feel at ease. Turning around and seeing Lin Chia's concerned face, Qin Shuang instantly stepped back and broke free from Lin Chia's hand. She felt a chill in her heart. If she really wanted to go, would she end up like the one in the illusion? What frightened her even more was that a trace of fear had surged in her heart. No! That's absolutely impossible. This realization made Qin Shuang feel like he was struck by lightning, and his body stiffened instantly. She shook her head violently, trying to completely get rid of this ridiculous idea from her mind. What a joke! Ding, Qin Shuang's rescue value plus 30, current rescue value, 5100, the host obtains 3000 rescue coins. Hearing the system's prompt sound and seeing Qin Shuang dodging and shaking her head in panic, Lin Chia laughed in his heart. It seemed that the scene in her illusion was very intense. Will she still conquer me after this? Will she still dare to seduce me so blatantly? If she doesn't dare, then I have to conquer her. Teacher, what happened to you just now? It seemed like you fell asleep and suddenly had a nightmare, as if you were violated in the dream. You kept rolling around and shouting "let go" and "no" and so on. No matter how I shouted, you wouldn't wake up. Lin Chia asked with concern and doubt. He deliberately pointed it out and said the word invasion just to deepen her impression. When Qin Shuang heard this, his heart skipped a beat and his cheeks instantly felt hot. She was seen in such a shameful state by Lin Chia. The humiliation she felt when he counterattacked her in the illusion surged into her heart again, almost suffocating her. I'm fine. Qin Shuang forced a smile and tidied up her messy hair and clothes uncomfortably. I was really too tired. I fell asleep and had a nightmare. She didn't know why she was suddenly in that state, and could only give a reasonable explanation for herself. After all, I was thinking about how to take revenge on Lin Chia last night and didn't sleep well. Plus, Lin Chia's massage just now was quite comfortable, so it's not impossible for me to fall asleep.